"What have you done?" The shriek of his mother's voice shocked him all before red burning pain struck his forehead, the red poker his mother had been using to touch the burning wood that would give them warmth through the winter. Said poker left a burning scar on his forehead right beside the branding all slaves were marked by. Tears welled in his eyes as he collided with the ground with force, blood immediately beginning to run down his forehead as his eyes caught sight of the woman that birthed him. Ringing filled his ears perpetually, as his mother cradled the unconscious form of his stepfather, the man that had been trying to kill him for years now. The man's arm was bent the wrong way whilst his lower portion had been reversed. Blood ran down the man's nose, ears, and eyes as he simply stated forward with ragged breaths. "Mo." He knew there was something wrong immediately as the ringing in his head intensified tenfold with every moment he tried to usher up even a word. His fingers were numb, the hairs throughout his body stood on end as he felt his brain rattle within his skull, all the whole the woman who had raised and struck him ignored his suffering. "Mum." He finally managed to whisper out, catching the woman's attention as she turned back to him with the most hate-filled expression he had ever seen. "Why couldn't you just do the right thing for us and go away?" she whispered as she clung to his stepfather, gently stroking the side of his head as she hummed to soothe the man. "You're just like, no, you're worse than your father. I knew I should have strangled you as a babe, but that pathetic look of yours, my naivety. You disgust me," she venomously spat out at him as he simply took in what the woman who birthed him said. "I understand now, it wasn't him who asked them do it. Why, Mum?" His eyes trailed down towards the cold hard ground. "All this time it was you trying to get rid of me." Bubbling rage festered below his skin, as his face scrunched up and eyes burned a sickly yellow. "After everything I did for you, the love I held for you, the people I killed for you, you try to kill me." Anger gave way to hatred as his face became forlorn, twisted with hatred and rage. "We will be free, Mother." His eyes finally met the woman's as silent tears began to rush down his cheeks. "But you'll be with your lover." The wound on his head had already stitched itself together, and with all the night he could muster, he raised his right hand towards the woman who refused to flinch at the ghastly sight of her spawn. Be free with a crunch of his fist, his world, the woman he had dedicated his entire life to pleasing, wanting to see nothing but her smile and feel the warmth of her embrace, exploded in a cloud of red viscera that coated the insides of their humbled abode. Slowly he lowered his crumpled fist to the ground, the small fire his nether had been tending to cast an orange glow on the side of his head. "We're free now, Mother." He could almost see the odd mirage that surrounded the area she had previously been in, a haze of pure energy vanishing into the air moments later. Slowly he rose from the ground to stand over the blood stain that used to be the woman he loved. He stared at it for eternity, years upon years of hate-filled glares, subtle remarks or straight-up ignoring him flashed in his mind. "It all makes sense now." A Brunek's teeth ground together as soft whispers played at the back of his mind. "Do it." A dark whisper reverberated around his skull as a flaring red page shot across his temple. Everything happened in a flash, his vision exploding into white light, foreign screams reverberating in his ears, squelching underfoot. What felt like eternity passed in moments, all before he seemed to gain control of his sense of self. He stood at the center of his village, rain falling onto his hair as red ran down his face. Bodies of men, women, and children were splayed all around him, huts burnt as red bolts seemed to flick from abode to abode. It all happened around him in slow motion, and his eyes registered the red blades of the overseers approaching from the village entrance. They zeroed in on his position, yelling words he couldn't quite hear. 4 Sith approached his young form where he stood, as he pierced them with narrowed eyes. "I'm not going down without a fight. I'm free." Everything went red as electricity filled the air, red streaks splaying and dancing around his fingers. The overseers gave pause for several seconds, speaking to him, yet the haze of his head made him unable to hear or understand. With a yell of fury that rattled the ground, a Brunek launched his fingers forward, and everything faded away before his eyes in a swirl of dark shifting colors. He would wake up in detainment, guarded and policed by several Sith apprentices whom had him chained at the wrist with energy cuffs, making him kneel at the center of a cold robust room. With the body count of not just his village, but every surrounding one for some kilometers as he had rampaged across the slave quarters of Terry's before being brought to a stalemate by several Darths. It was his first true and conscious use of the dark side. His presence screamed across the galaxy, drawing the attention of those that would his future on Korriban. Deep in the dark temple on Dramund Kos, the shade of a descendant awoke as energy, long lost to him, flooded his form, allowing him to wake for the first time in millennia. On Korriban, a blonde woman screamed as she woke from her bed, several images and flashes appearing within her head before she leapt up ready to try to find her new apprentice. The present. Rising from his console with a burst of speed that belied his stature, the small diminutive man rushed towards Scorpio as she stood atop her observation deck. He bolted up the stairs, skipping 3 at a time before coming to the droid's side whilst he pointed through a wall-wide window that looked into space away from Zakul. "We have an unauthorized ship dropping out of hyperspace directly above the planet," an officer yelled out as he pointed, Scorpio marching towards the viewport as sirens began to blare throughout the bridge. Right, the man pointed towards a nondescript part of space near the planet's atmosphere there. As if on cue, a Republic Venator dropped out of hyperspace, smoke spewed from the vessel engines, whilst the right command bridge seemed to have exploded before its arrival. "All fleet vessels, fire upon the unauthorized vessel," Scorpio ordered as every fleet in the vessel mobilized to do so. The Venator was annihilated as soon as it entered the system, coming against the full might of the Eternal Empire's unified fleet. The ship stood no chance when the first unending onslaught immediately struck the ship's shields, shredding the vessel's shields in seconds. It didn't take more than a full minute for the vessel to be turned to debris, exploding over the atmosphere of the planet, sending what remained of the ship to fall over a wide area over the dark swamp below. Splitting up in the atmosphere, the Venator exploded violently once again, the smaller pieces burning up whilst the larger ones tumbled towards the grounds. All the while the Eternal Fleet continued to rain down hell upon what remained of the singular vessel, tearing the ship apart piece by piece until next to nothing remained. Scorpio watched what remained of the vessel tumble into the swamps with an analytical gaze. Tilting her head slightly, a mental command was spread throughout the Eternal Empire. His Majesty must know of this. Scorpio squinted as she turned away from the observation deck. "Send out a clean-up crew." Scorpio abandoned the bridge with haste, sending a clean-up crew of local military. A mistake. A single escape pod slammed into the swamps of Zakul, flames licking at the cracked glass of the pod. A low hiss escaped the sizzling pod as pieces still rained from the skies. Over the low hiss, a wheeze escaped the pod as something shifted behind the smoke within the vessel. All before a great, gnarled hand punched through the pod's viewport. Climbing out of the pod, the sole surviving humanoid fell from the pod and onto the ground. It didn't breathe, nor did it feel the need to do any body function one that was alive would do. It drew itself to its feet, eyes closed as it needed not to see. The hair on its head appeared to be slowly falling, dropping from its skull as if it had no source of life. The being began to limp away from the crashed pod, limping right foot whilst its left dragged behind its body as it feigned weakness. It was according to its wishes that a watching predator leapt from the bushes, the wildcat blitzing the man as it took him up in its mouth and chomped down on his body. The creature died in an instant, as its eyes, nose, ears instantly expelled copious amounts of grey liquid. The two bodies fell to the ground at once, the viscous grey liquid falling to the ground. Several seconds of silence reigned supreme as not even the bugs around dared to make their noises. After a good long 10 seconds had passed, the two bodies flinched at once. A low growl escaped the humanoid as the skin on its face fell away, leaving nothing but the mass of liquid grey ooze to replace the skin that once was. The eyes of the being were pitch black, as the dead skin moved unnaturally, as if bulbous bugs ran beneath the skin of the husk. Spreading its arms wide, the creature hissed as two tendrils of grey ooze exploded from its back, acting as a second set of elongated limbs. The now reanimated wildcat fell in tow with the humanoid using its newly grown appendages to latch onto one of the trees before it flexed its arm. The humanoid vanished as it took to the trees, swinging from branch to branch whilst its grey ooze fell and splattered, leaving a trail of where it had been. It took less than 5 minutes for a group of knights to appear where the pod had fallen, along with a total of 10 Sky Trooper units. "There's a survivor," the only Exarch of the group informed Scorpio directly. Tilting his head, the Exarch catch sight of the grey ooze, eyes narrowing as it seemed to almost move in his peripheral vision. "Injured. Heading south into the swamp." A warning through the force allowed for the Exarch to leap into the air with a moment's notice. A massive grey tendril swept from the shadows, slicing through the foliage, Sky Troopers and the knights all in one sweep. Creaking, several trees crashed to the ground alongside the entity that stepped out of the shrubs. "This might be more difficult than I thought," the entity thought as it stared up at the Exarch, the human turning around to face the entity as he pulled out his lightsaber. "Identify yourself," the Exarch yelled out as he pointed the tip of his saber at the entity. The entity refused to answer, instead it simply appeared to smile. "I will not repeat," the Exarch gasped and let out a huff as a hand burst through his chest, armored in golden armor, a knight. "You're better," the knight whispered as the grey ooze that had killed the knight spread from its arm and into the Exarch's body. "Oh yeah," the Exarch identified the rising bodies of his brothers and comrades. "It's a shame that you're wrong, I will not allow you to use them." In one swift movement, the Exarch clicked a button on his gauntlet. Leaping away from the Exarch, the entity hissed as the Exarch violently exploded in flames, the pod and 6 knights being consumed in the inferno. 7 bodies, gone in an instant. No matter, the remaining 4 knights rose from the ground at once. A negligible setback at most, the voices of all the knights mumbled in union as they turned towards the spire that loomed over the dark swamp. At the same time, with Nox, Tatooine. Nox and Lana approached Lana's palace directly with the X-70B, its form shimmering as the hangar to Jabba's palace slowly opened at their approach. "You haven't met him yet, have you?" Nox asked as he clung his black cloak to his body, the two standing in his quarters as the ship guided itself down onto the floor of Jabba's hangar. "I haven't had the chance." Lana flicked her hair in the mirror as she applied eyeshadow, something she did nearly every morning, a ritual of hers she never failed to perform. "You'll like him, mostly. He may be a Hutt but he's one of the good ones," Nox mused, his lack of care for the non-human species bleeding through as Lana gave a low chuckle as she tilted her head in the mirror. "Though the company he keeps are questionable, feel free to relieve them of their heads if they try anything," Nox informed his lover as the ship rattled around then, signifying their successful autopilot landing. "I'll keep it in mind," Lana smiled, her cheeks rising slightly as she gave that small cherub smile that never failed to cause Nox's heartbeat to skip. "Let's go," Nox all but ordered as he reached for the hood of his robes, pulling it over his head, followed by Lana doing the exact same thing with her own black robe. Walking down the ramp of the vessel, Nox's looming stature was met by Bib Fortuna. "Take us to Jabba," Nox's voice deeper, throwing out 1,000 voice of male, female and child that overlapped and chilled the air. The fact that Bib actually stumbled and fell back in open terror drew a gasping laugh from Nox as he barked into the air. "Get up and take us." Nox marched past Bib, who was seemingly having a seizure on the ground before he gained control of himself. At once Bib rounded, not caring for the dust staining his robes as he rushed in front of Nox and nearly prostrated himself before the two dresses in sheer black robes. "Leave us." Jabba's voice resonated throughout his palace as Nox stepped into the antechamber the Hutt rested it. Surprised that Jabba was willing to speak basic for anyone, Jabba's aide made to speak up but was smacked in the head by a glaring Jabba. Seeing Jabba was in no mood to listen, the guards within, dancers and everyone between left through any doorway they could. "It's good to see you, my friend." Jabba smiled kindly at Nox, who stepped in wearing his pitch-black robes. "And whom is your companion?" Jabba gave an appreciative nod towards Lana, who stood at Nox's side, the woman inclining her head slightly. "This is my wife, Lana Beniko." Nox lowered his hood and motioned at the woman. "A worthy woman to stand your side," Jabba complimented as he moved forward towards the table they would be dining at. "I like this one," Lana quipped as they came forward to sit at the table with the Hutt. "And who is this little one?" Nox looked at the tiny figure Jabba held onto with great care. "This is my son Rada," the only thing in the galaxy I would trade my empire for, Jabba declared as he gently placed Rada onto the surface of the table. I see, adorable. Nox raised Rada with the force, the huddlet squealing in delight as Nox brought the hut closer for inspection. Gently Nox stroked the babe's head and tickled the child, the alien squealing happily again. Jabba first watched with great terror and trepidation as Rada was raised and brought before Nox, but quickly felt relaxed as he understood Nox's actions. You have a worthy heir in the making, my friend. With one last squeal of delight, Nox sent the hut back to his father, the mature hut happily accepting his child back from Nox. Agreed, Jabba pet Rada before the group began to eat slowly. I had heard about what happened to that pet woman you had. Skywalker, was her name, I believe. I would have those Tuskens punished if you wish. Jabba started as Nox shook his head as he slowly placed some meat in his mouth, chewing slowly as he pondered his words. Everyone dies in time, the Tuskens need not be punished, the one responsible has already been dealt with, Nox replied as he chose to continue cutting at his food. However, Nox gave a look to Jabba. If you would. I need something from you on top of our next exchange. You will be paid, of course. What can I get for you? Jabba asked as Nox reached across the table to make himself a drink, all the while Lana silently at his side, occasionally playing with an overzealous Rada now infatuated with the duo. I want one of every subspecies of crate dragon, female preferably, or their eggs. I need them for some experiments. Jabba froze momentarily at Nox's words, choking slightly on his food. You will of course be given one of my warships and its onboard forces to aid you. It will have the cages already prepared for the creatures. When ready, this warship will return to my territory with its cargo. You will be paid handsomely beforehand, of course, Nox explained as Jabba seemed to ease into Nox's explanation. I have seen what your ships are capable of. I will accept. But in return I want someone killed. It cannot come back to me in any way, so I ask you to undertake this for me, Jabba asked as Nox nodded and brought out a hollow puck. Within seconds the figure of Kenya appeared before her master, kneeling in front of her master over hollow. Jabba has a request, we will be honoring it. Who is the person you wish killed? Kenya turned to Jabba, rising from her kneeling position as Jabba regarded her. My uncle Eber has greatly offended me, stealing several important customers of mine, several spice facilities went with them, and slighted my dear Rada. I would have his head. Jabba made the request. For a hut to kill another hut was highly illegal in their laws, it would mean the destruction of all he valued, his bankruptcy and his potential death. But if someone else did it? And Kenya dear, the girl turned to her father, as he tilted his head downwards. Be discreet. A group of upstart pirates trying to make their way in the galaxy would make a good fall guy. Understood, father. I leave immediately. Nox nodded before shutting off the hollow, Jabba sitting back in satisfaction. With how effective Kenya is. The warship will arrive with Eber's head in its manifest. Nox lifted his glass at Jabba, to which the hut did the same. Pleasure doing business. Nox nodded and tipped back his drink. The pleasure is mine, my friend. Jabba chuckled before giving a smile at Rada, who squealed as Lana tickled him. Isilta, at the same moment. The Republic concedes, Isilta will maintain its autonomy. Mas Amedda informed the heads of Isilta, Palpatine currently addressing the Senate, so he couldn't make it. Internally, she knew she made the Jedi and the Republic nervous with her mere existence, and with that Darksiders at the helm of the Republic, well, she was surprised they didn't mobilize to kill her. Maybe it has something to do with that Sao Lana advocating for me, blah, I don't need her help. Valen sniffed and tilted her head. We appreciate the consideration and faith the Republic has placed in us, we will not disappoint. Kul, the head of state replied as Mas inclined his head before disappearing from the room. It appears our faith in you has not been wasted. You have done a great service for our people, milady. The head of state hopped down from his chair, revealing his rather short stature, his greasy hair slicked back as he approached Valen's position. Please, milady, allow me to reward you for your actions. You have saved my people, our culture, and our future. You would be given lordship, land, and allowed any suitor you wish. Kul stuck his chest out and pushed out his chin in an effort to appear more attractive. I appreciate your offer. however I must decline. I believe I am needed elsewhere. One Duchess Satin has been trying to make contact with me for several hours now. I believe she arrived some time ago. Valen rebuffed as the man made not to curse. He had been trying to keep the Duchess from reaching the hero of Isilta in fear she would depart the planet. It appeared it was going to happen anyway. The name is familiar. Do you wish for me to turn her away? Cole suggested as Valen once more disappointed the man by shaking her head. Unfortunately not. There is much I need from the Duchess, Valen hissed as she had wished not for the woman to make contact. I see. Then allow me to announce this, Isilta will always be your friend. Should you need something, you need only ask, Cole told the woman, whom nodded. Birth records, would do nicely. Valen smirked as the man appeared greatly confused but nodded nonetheless. Done. Now let's go see what this Duchess wants. Cole ground his teeth at the thought of the woman taking the hero of Isilta off-world, but he was aware there was next to nothing any one of them could do to stop her from leaving should she wish for it. I have been waiting for 8 hours now, will you allow me an audience or not? Satin tapped her foot as she stared directly into the helmet of the guard refusing her entry. I am sorry, The guard stopped for a moment as he received a notification through his helmet. I have great news, milady. Your appointment has been recognized. They will meet you now. It is about damn time. Satin blew hot air and flicked her hair before storming through the now open doorway. Valen once more found herself in the conference room she had spoken to the Confederacy and the Republic in, her feet resting on the surface of the table as she leant back on the chair she sat. I must advise against that, milady. I fear you injure yourself should you fall. Cole spoke as her nervously wrung his hands. Sure. Valen rolled her eyes and brought her feet back to the ground, giving the small man a half-serious glare through her yellow eyes as he gulped nervously. During their wait, Cole tried his hardest to engage in conversation with Valen, but the woman was no more interested in talking to him as she was in checking the back of her nails, flicking grime from underneath her nail towards one of the room's guards. How much longer? Valen spoke up after 3 tiny flecks of black marked the armor of the guard she was targeting with the grime from under her nails. Right now actually, Cole responded as the door to the room opened, one of the guards walking in with a blonde woman wearing white and purple clothing. Finally Valen rolled her eyes as the Duchess lifted her head to appear more dignified as she approached Valen with a small smile. Inwardly sighing, Valen slowly rose from her chair, taking several steps around the table to meet the Duchess in the middle of the room. Greetings, milady. I am the Duchess of Mandalore and the head of the new Mandalorian. The Duchess bowed deeply in front of the woman whom stopped the war on Isilta. I am Senya. And it is my pleasure to meet you. Valen bowed in turn, stopping herself from rolling her eyes at the Duchess' introduction. Can I assume you are here to meet me over the recent events that have occurred between us and those wearing factions? Yes, it is regrettable that such an event took place, detestable even, but you handled yourself masterfully throughout negotiations with the Republic and the Confederacy, if a bit heavy-handed. The Duchess complimented, mostly. Okay. Valen raised an eyebrow, giving the Duchess the impression that Valen wasn't really interested in such things, what with her rather disinterred glance to the side as she spoke. I would like to personally invite you to conversation. And a chance to work together. You single-handedly stopped the war on Isilta and managed to maintain and establish the planet's autonomy. Many planets would only wish to do such things. Many dear retribution of even attempting to do so. I want you to be the face of a movement that will save the galaxy. Satin attempted to sell her offer, spewing on about such things like peace that made Valen want to regurgitate. Is this a punishment? What did I do for this to happen, dear? Valen felt the sides of her eyes water as she thought about what she was about to force herself to go through. I know this is a big moment for you. I am sure thing is out of nowhere and that you had wanted nothing but to save your people. But I encourage you to see a bigger picture, a bigger goal. I will personally guide you. The Duchess placed a hand on Valen's shoulder as the Mandalorian woman guided Valen from the room. Casting a look over her shoulder, she looked to Cole for help, only to be met with a sad shake of the head from Cole. Help me, damn it, Valen hissed as the door to the room opened. It was a completed act of freak phenomena as Cole accidentally slammed his head into the table as Valen flicked her finger in his direction. Oh! The Duchess turned back to the man whom was now completely unconscious on the table. Is he all right? With the Duchess facing away from her, Valen smirked psychotically with her lips curling to her cheeks. I believe he slipped from his chair, no worries, he'll be fine. Valen grabbed Satin as the guards made to tentacle. Yeah, I'm not going to suffer through this alone. Valen chuckled victoriously as the Duchess immediately reverted back to her speech to monopolize the power Valen wielded. With Vass. Breath, Shy Vass instructed his Padawan as they sat in the room of 1,000 fountains, their hands on their knees whilst they held their backs as straight as she could. Breathing out, Shy gave a silent nod of acceptance. Surrender yourself to the Force, let it take away everything that gives you fear, let it take your hate and your rage. Vass's voice soothed the young girl as she tried to do as instructed. Try as she might, Shy's facial expressions shift occasionally. Her lips puckering ever so slightly after a few moments, all before she slumped in frustration before even a minute has passed. It's okay, Shy. I know it is difficult to get used to, it will come to you in time. Vass soothed the girl as he leant forward, the grass on which he sat pressing further to the ground as clones worked in the distance. I know, Master, it's just. I'm sorry, Shy sighed as she slumped onto the ground and spread her arms and legs out like a snow angel. Look, Shy, the girl looked towards him at his request. You don't have to do it right the first time. This all goes at the pace you need it. If you need time to understand something, I'll happily take my time to teach you. Vass gave a pleasant smile towards the girl. Taking in his words, Shy closed her eyes and took in several deep breaths in pondering. Okay. Shy propped herself up on her elbows, exasperated as she flung her arms out. Okay. Let's give this another try. Shy sighed as she closed her eyes and tried to meditate. Slowly. Vass whispered, let your thoughts go. His eyes dilated as he silently urged Shy into her meditation. Forcefully. By dropping her into the waves of the Force without anyone noticing. With a small smile, he noticed that Shy had slumped over slightly, her breathing even as she seemed lost to the world around her. Perfect. Vass shrugged as he noticed Mace approaching from a storage shelter they had made in their wait for supplies. How goes your training? Mace asked good-naturedly as Vass tipped his head in the direction of Shy, said girl, now releasing steady but consistent waves of Force energy into their surroundings. Spectacularly. Vass hopped to his feet with a pleased smile, gently propping his hand on her head, to which she was completely unresponsive. She's a quick study. Listens well and has a knack for practical application. Good, that is good. A more than worthy apprentice it seems, Mace complimented as he came to stand beside Vass. We have received word from General Kenobi, supplies are en route. Padawan Tano and Afi are coming along as an escort along with a clone unit. They are scheduled to arrive within the next 8 hours, Mace informed Vass as the young man listened to what was going on across the galaxy. Very good. It'll do our men good to have the relief of the supplies. Vass looked towards the medical tents where soldiers running to and from the open tent flaps. Yes. We found a agricultural corp farm on world. The younglings managed to defend themselves from droid forces before fleeing back to the temple on Coruscant, Mace informed Vass as the young man raised an eyebrow. I wasn't aware that we had an outpost for the corp here. Vass shrugged as Mace nodded slowly. It's a newer installation. A test, really? They appear to have been having some success with the farm here. Mace smiled slightly at the thought of the younglings. They're actually en route back from Coruscant as we speak now that the battle has died down, Mace finished as they approached and stopped beside a pair of bark speeders. And of Magnus? Vass asked, causing Mace to pause with a troubled expression. Still en route to Coruscant, it should be arriving in with its escort within the next 12 hours, though I can't help but feel something is off about the situation. Mace leant on the speeder, stroking his chin as he stared into the mid-distance. You and me both, though I suppose only time will tell. But it may be best to try and search through the Force for what is wrong, Vass offered, Mace nodding in agreement. A prudent course of action, I will do so at the earliest convenience. But for now, I am off to the command center. We're awaiting a final report from scouts, though I don't will find much else remaining. Mace raised his leg and hopped onto the speeder, allowing for Vass to step back as the two regarding each other. As I said, our supplies will be arriving in due time. Would you be able to oversee their arrival? Mace asked of Vass whilst the young man inclined his head to the side. Of course, master. I'll inform you when they touch down. Vass chuckled as Mace did the same. Thank you, may the force be with you. Mace bid farewell. And may the force be with you. Vass nodded before Mace sped off in the direction of the command speeder, all the while Vass regarded Mace's back with a critical eye. 4 hours later, en route to Mandalore, the Coronet. The barge hurled through the stars like a silver streaking missile through the twisting stars of hyperspace. Large ship for what, little old me? Impressive. Valen nearly sneered as Satin smiled at her like the cat whom got the canary. Oh, I could snap you neck like a twig and turn this ship to slag. Valen hated the look the giddy senator sent her as they were served their food. Have you thought on my proposal? Satin asked as Valen's right brow did indeed twitch this time. Putting on her own reluctant smile, Valen gave a rather sarcastic look but nonetheless nodded at the woman's question. I would love to. The galaxy is in a state of turmoil it hasn't been in for millennia. War and death span the galaxy. It's barbaric. They're corrupt. Why can't someone just do a little good for the galaxy for once? Valen made a genuine look of hurt as she acted to the politician. In that we are of one mind. And so few would even try. It's good to finally have someone to work with, and a tangible goal to see. Satin visibly sagged into the chair she sat, tears seemingly prickling on the edges of her eyes. Pathetic. If others don't see what you do, make them. This might be a little entertaining. Who gives out first and sees the ways of the other? Valen smiled as she reached out and gently pet Satin's hand. The wannabe peacemaker, me. It'll be okay, Valen gently assured the woman as the blonde regarded Valen with a vulnerable expression. In time others will come to us, we'll save them all. You know what, love? I see why you do this. Raising them up only to crush them underfoot. Valen kept smiling as Satin gave a reassuring nod in turn. Thank you, thank you. Satin recomposed herself by clearing her throat and fixing her hair, sitting straighter in her chair before regarding Valen once more with a contemplative look. So, tell me about yourself. Like, do you have any family around? Satin asked as Valen was careful to choose her answers wisely. I had 2 brothers, but they're no longer with us, she started, mentally sticking at Archon and Thaxon, nearly snorting as she continued. The only family I have left or need is my spouse. You're married? Satin looked almost surprised as she leaned into the table in open interest. Tell me about them. Much to Satin's delight, this appeared to be the right way of opening up propped dialogue with Valen, as the woman smiled a true smile for the first time in front of Satin for her to see. Engaged actually. He is, complicated. Powerful. Cunning. Valen paused as she remembered who she was speaking to, choosing instead to guard her words. But kind, considerate. He is the one who put me on this path. He sounds like a very good man. Satin smiled almost sadly as her head turned to their uneaten food, the blonde's eyes contorting slightly. I would very much like to meet him one day. I am sure that can be arranged, Valen cooed as she raised a glass to her lips, squinting at the woman as she posed a question of her own. What about you? Parents? Siblings? A man? Valen tilted her head slightly and sent a saucy wink to the woman whom went red-faced. Well, not the way you're implying. Yet Valen could almost see the thoughts passing through the woman's head. A mere application of the Force would allow her to see the presumably male figure that appeared as a fuzzy, unfocused image in her mind's eye. If she really wanted to, she could divine the image, but Satin would most likely notice the headache since she wasn't as subtle in the art as others were. All right, Valen laughed out loud as she waved her hand. What else? What about your parents? Satin took on a saddened look as she hung her head and wrung her fingers. My father. Adonai Kryze was the Duke of House Kryze. He was a good man. He sent me away from Mandalore during the war. I miss him. I like to think he could have helped. Satin mumbled as she took up her cutlery and stabbed at the exotic foods on her plate. Yes, well, my father was a monster, enough said. Valen shrugged and finally took up her cutlery to eat her own meal. I do have a sister though, we haven't on talking terms currently. I do miss her. Satin slowly began to cut up some purple broccoli-looking meat. What about your MO? Satin froze, unable to finish her sentence as she caught the look Valen was sending her at that particular question. A cold sweat ran down her back as the hairs on her body stood straight on end. The shadows seemingly elongated whilst Valen's eyes glowed under the shadows of her eyes. Her heartbeat quickened as her right hand shook against her will as she placed her fork down on the table, the veins in her hand bulging at her quickened blood flow. Gulping, the senator tore her eyes from Valen's gaze, the innate fear of her own demise causing the woman to wisely immediately change the subject. Tell me more of your fiancé. Satin's lip quivered as she gave a shaky smile, and she felt herself relax immediately after asking as Valen's mood did a complete 180 before her eyes. Don't talk about her mother. Got it. Satin adjusted the neckline of her robes, sitting up straighter as she made a mental note to never bring up the woman's mother again. Though that bitch also has his heart. Satin locked back into the conversation in time to see Valen all but spit directly on the table. Sorry, did you say he is in love with someone else? Satin asked as Valen grumbled lowly for several seconds before choosing to answer. Not really. He loves me obviously, it's why we're getting married. But he also. Valen shuddered and sneered for a moment. Loves that woman as much he does I. Isn't that wrong? Satin posed the question with great care, choosing to shove her dinner into her mouth as she awaited Valen's response. Not really. Our culture doesn't really care about the norms of the galaxy. Any person can do anything they want for free as long as it doesn't encroach on the text's person's wants. There is no tax, free medical treatment all round. All they have to do is obey the monarchy. Valen gained a faraway look before zoning back in. So yes, our cultural beliefs make it perfectly fine as long as all parties consent. I see. Satin crunched her eyebrows in thought. No, you don't. But maybe you will one day. Arriving on Mandalore. The coronet slowly lowered itself through the cloudy atmosphere of Mandalore, the odd-shaped vessel nose diving towards the ground before slowly leveling out towards the domed city that was its destination. It's also lifeless. Valen sneered at the white landscape, her eyes dancing all around before she had enough and turned away from the window. It's not much on the outside, I know, but on the inside. It's beautiful. Satin half-heartedly raised a small smile to deflect and redraw Valen's awe. Shrugging, Valen remained completely impartial to the senator's words, not caring either way as the ship began its final approach. Welcome to Mandalore. Satin gestured as the massive gap opened up in the giant dome to reveal the cityscape within. Several hundreds of flying transports rushing throughout the city, whilst marble plazas bustled with copious amounts of civilians, each apparently rather content. It's beautiful, Valen answered as her eyes followed an overlooking balcony where a party was going on. Disgusting. With Nox. Darkness swallowed the Coruscant high-rise, the lights reflecting up in the walls and balcony of Nox's office. The curtains of the office balcony were opened with a light breeze pushing the black curtains inwards ever so slightly. Even within the office, with the orange crystal above bathing the room in a sinister light, the room remained eerily dark of edge with the light. As if the shadows themselves seemed to stretch and elongate depending on where the lights from outside would shine. Kneeling within the center floor space of his office, sat between his lounges and his office desk, Nox sat knelt on his knees with his hands clasped together at the center of his stomach. Releasing a deep breath, a cold mist escaped his cracked lips. Frostbite appearing on his discolored lips for a moment before it washed away, only to appear once more when he breathed out again. The dark side hung in the air like a shroud, reaching, calling for those that would listen to its honeyed lies. A storm of hatred, malevolence, and wrath circled around Nox, barely contained within the spire by the force dispenser situated on his desk. Floating in front of Nox was his saber, its pieces floating around each other as the kyber crystal sat within floated between the weapon and himself, intensifying the power flowing through him tens of hundreds of times at any given moment. I can feel you watching, Ergost. How does it feel to know you are woefully unequipped to stop me? All your plans on the brink of failure. Nox smirked viciously, as black veins ran down his face in a rare showing of the dark side degradation that plagued all users, showed as his lips became a dull purple, that everything you love, everything you have and cherish, will end by my hand. He could feel the father of Mortis's presence fade away at his words, no doubt incensed at the words he spoke. Feeling the presence disperse, Nox began to pull himself from his dark meditation, the black veins of his face slowly receding into his flesh whilst his lips regained their previous color. Piecing itself back together, his lightsaber shuddered as the kyber crystal shone brightly within its exposed casing. Sulfuric eyes flashed open, quickly fading to blue as his hollow communicator went off atop his desk. Flicking his fingers in the direction of the chip, the hollow of one of his exarchs appeared. "Milord, Senator Amidala has arrived." "She says it's urgent, milord," a deep Britone voice wheezed through the hollow, the man's mask hiding his face from view. "Send her in." Nox hung up the hollow with another flick of his finger, grabbing his saber from the air and tucking it into his black undertunic. Connecting with the room's controls, Nox raised the lighting of the room so it would appear more inviting for the woman he could feel was hurriedly rising to the second story of his apartment. Moving to one of the 3 lounges, Nox situated himself down, crossing his right leg over his left as he leant back and took in a deep breath of air. What could she want now? Nox grunted and waved his hand at the door, opening it to reveal Padme about to knock on the door to announce her arrival. "Come in, Padme, what can I do for you this time? More ion cannons for Naboo, or maybe you want to disappear from the public eye for a couple of days?" Nox bid the senators welcome as he pressed a button on the table between the couches. At the center of the table opened a compartment, 3 bottles rising with chilled glasses, a 4th containing pure cyclone to which he could personally consume. "I'm sorry. It's late. I'm just lost." Padme stumbled towards the adjacent couch to where he sat, the bags under her eyes speaking for her as she immediately reached for one of the bottles present, shying clear of the clear container of cyclone as she picked a bottle of Alderaanian wine. "I need guidance." Nox pulled one of the 2 glasses before them to his grip with the force, using his other hand to pull thr cyclone from the table. "What has the great queen of Naboo so stumped?" Sighing, she removed the lid of her wine bottle and poured herself a cup. "I just don't understand. With everything I do, I receive backlash. I try urging our people, our Senate, to peace, they won't hear it. They won't even try to open communications. Padme, I've told you time and time again. Every single person within that building works towards their own agenda. Greed, fear, warmongering. It all goes on in that building. This war started from a lack of communication, it will not be resolved without it. A lack of understanding prevents said communication." Nox finished his words before knocking back the cyclone in his cup, his lips twitching slightly as the affects were immediate. "Then I need to understand." "But..." Padme grabbed the bun of her hair tied behind her head and let her hair fall, staring deeply into the cup in her hands. "How do I get such understanding?" "Well, you see, we're going on a trip." Nox stood from his chair and spread his arms in one fluid motion, his eyes alive with energy as the affects of the cyclone ran havoc through his system. "I don't have..." Padme began but was hushed by Nox, the man placing his finger to the woman's lips as she gained a heavy blush as he leaned close to her face. "What you don't have is time to make excuses, to take half measures. Either you commit to something and take the risk. Or you don't and wonder what if. Now, we're leaving. I have nothing left to do on Coruscant anyway." Come the moment faded for Nox as the intense buzz of his eyes died down, the cyclone officially being purged from his system by his quickly developing immunity to his favorite toxic beverage. "Okay." Padme's voice was soft as she stared up at Nox's face, her eyes trailing from his right eye to his left, all before Nox rose from his leaning over position to his full height. "Very good, we'll get you a change of clothes as well, Lana," Nox called to his wife, his voice echoing throughout the corridor, to which he heard a low groan from their shared bedroom. What came his wife's annoyed voice, her head poking through the doorway, her hair all uneven from bedhead as she glared daggers at the man she loved. "Oh, hello, Padme, I apologize for my current state." "It's okay, Lady Binico, I came unannounced after all." Padme fixed her composure as Nox smirked slightly, his more playful side coming to the surface for a very short moment. I bet you did. Nox chuckled before walking towards the doorway where Lana rolled her eyes as Padme became red in the face. It is me after all. That man, Lana mumbled as Nox waltzed right by her and towards the lancing bay where the X-70 was sat. Sorry Padme. Lana winced as Padme was still sat red-faced at Nox's crass remarks. It's nothing, Padme stammered before rising from her chair to exit the room in pursuit of Nox, missing the narrowing Lana's eyes as she turned to follow. X-70B. Would I actually do it? Nox raised an eyebrow in Padme's direction as she reappeared from the secondary quarters, wearing a loose-fitting blue dress that simply hung around her. Shoulds it might drive Anakin closer to where I need him. It might have some merit. Nox felt the edge of his lip quirking as he thought, sitting back into the booth of the main lounge of the vessel. Lana was currently guiding the ship through the Coruscant skyline towards the edges of the planet's gravitational well. Coming closer, Padme sat down at the booth whilst Tuvi walked over with a tray of food and more cyclone and cocktails. I still don't quite understand this ship, it's so odd. I've never seen anything like it, Padme began as she accepted a neon green drink from Tuvi. And you most likely never will, at least you shouldn't see anything like it, Nox grumbled as he knocked back another drink. A sigh from the direction of the bridge drew Nox's attention to Lana approach, the woman grunting before sitting herself down and laying across Nox's lap on the booth. Reaching down, Nox ran his hand through Lan's hair as she let out pleasant moans, small bolts of lightning coursing from his fingers into Lana's body, to which the woman was quite pleased. Down little bit, Lana mumbled groggily as she rolled onto her stomach, Nox obeying his woman as he kneaded his fingers into her shoulders, all the while engaging Padme in conversation. Padme was currently in the process of unloading about the latest Senate hearing, before Nox simply snapped his fingers in front of the senator's face, where she shook her head in shock. You're too stressed, you're focusing too much on matters you cannot change right now, no more talk about politics until we arrive, right now, just be in the moment. Nox lowered his fingers and grasped another cup of cyclone dropped off by Tuvi. The Force suggestion took hold as the woman slumped visibly into her seat, playing with the ends of her hair as she smiled slightly. I rarely if ever get to just relax. Padme lay down into her left side, supporting herself with her left arm as she rested her head on her left wrist, her eyes studying the couple intently as she occasionally sipped from her cocktail. Well, you should find time to do so, it gives more purpose to life, releases exhaustion and stress. It's quite nice, Nox quoted whilst Lana pinched his leg. You can talk, when was the last time you stopped watching and actually slept? Lana spoke, the meaning G completely lost to Padme as Nox gave a thoughtful smile to the woman who had turned her head to look up at him. I guess we're all in need of a vacation then, and a party. Nox leant down and captured Lana's lips with his own, Padme turning her head away slightly as a tint of red assaulted her face. Actually, I believe you should be quite well accustomed to this one. Padme. Nox looked to Tuvi, who was bringing what appeared to be a small glass container with a small flower sat within. The Mila flower. I never had time to partake in such things. Padme watched the red and green flower as it was placed upon the table. Well, there is a first time for everything, no? It's helped me quite a bit when I've need to center myself from my more extreme thoughts. Nox reached for THR container and placed his hand on the lid. Though I must ask, are you okay with this? Nox motioned to the flower under the lid he held as he gave Padme a reassuring look. The senator looked conflicted for several seconds, eyes dancing with uncertainty for a few seconds as she looked from Lana, who gave her a quirked eyebrow, to Nox, who held a small frown and twist of his brow to convey his worry for her. Better to do something and take the risk. Padme mused for a second as her pale but glossed lips smiled reassuringly at the man across from her. Of course I am. Padme reached forward, cupping Nox's hand with her own as she gently lifted the lid off the Willa-flowet container. What followed was an aroma of rather pleasant smells finding their way into the woman's nose, as the genetically altered Willa flower had a rather potent therapeutic effect, of which was powerful enough it would quite briefly alleviate Nox of his anger and hatred when inhaled, a lord with the immune system to fight off nearly every toxin known to the galaxy, so the effect on the woman was rather immediate and powerful. Nox let out a bark of laughter as Padme seemed to melt into the booth, her face growing lax as she gave a small giggle. "I could get used to this feeling," Padme whispered as she felt lightheaded and free for once. "I have a spare you could take to your apartment when we return. I imagine it could be quite handy," Nox offered as Padme stretched out and arched her back, laying down flat onto the soft cushions of the booth as she rested her chin on her crossed arms. "It would be greatly appreciated," Padme smiled up at him. "No, let's just." Nox inhaled the flower again, his eyes flickering for a moment, the man wrapping his hand around Lana's waist as he too sunk into the booth. It was for a moment, but the whispers in the back of his mind, the lingering hatred, the unyielding rage he felt, subsided, allowing for a brief moment of clarity. He smiled as he fell asleep at the booth with both women occasionally breathing in the willa flower on the table. Raxis Secundus. Arriving on world with the X-70B, the high-tech silver vessel lowered itself in a private hangar within the capital city of the planet. Pressing down onto the hangar's surface, the landing gear touched down with a low hiss. Silence reigned in the empty hangar as the entry ramp lowered. Sitting down within the captain's seat, Lana sighed as the vessel slowly began to power down. "I'll remain in the ship while you handle your business," Lana spoke from the bridge, the affects of the previous night's questionably legal activities still weighing in on her. "Take your time, dear," Nox's voice carried whilst stood within the lounge of the vessel. He wore a simple black robe without his armor, not particularly needing it for the simple expedition they were to undertake. "Padme. Relax," Nox chortled as he rose from the bar counter within his ship. "I don't know why we're here. How did you even gain a private residence here, at the center of the Confederacy?" Padme gave Nox a squint, leaning in with open amusement. Silence reigned in the empty hangar as the entry ramp lowered. Sitting down within the captain's seat, Lana sighed as the vessel slowly began to power down. "I'll remain in the ship while you handle your business," Lana spoke from the bridge, the affects of the previous night's questionably legal activities still weighing in on her. "Take your time, dear," Nox's voice carried whilst stood within the lounge of the vessel. He wore a simple black robe without his armor, not particularly needing it for the simple expedition they were to undertake. "As for why we're here, well, I want you to tell me when we depart." Nox began to walk towards the vessel's lowered ramp, followed by an overly nervous senator whom couldn't stop rubbing her arm. Exiting the ship, the senator was confused at seeing a droid hurriedly march up the walkway of the vessel. Scorpio. Padme raised an eyebrow in confusion as the droid simply inclined her head before vanishing into the bowls of the vessel. "Scorpio was installing something for me. She finished a few moments before our arrival," Nox replied with a dismissive hand wave. "Oh." Padme made an odd look on her face as the lights within the hangar flickered. She was installing an independent generator in a subgrid located below the hangar. "Nothing to worry about," Nox shrugged as they made their way towards the open hangar door entryway. What he failed to mention was that Scorpio had finished constructing a hyperspace gate directly below the hangar, one that would allow Eternal Empire forces to employ en masse on Raxis should the order need to be made. Or if they needed to covertly deploy a bomb, they'd simply have to walk through the gate, place it down under the hangar and walk back through the gate. Bam! Instant annihilation. Now then, Nox closed the hangar behind them as they departed, a unit of 20 Skytrooper units greeting them within his personal residence on world. "Are you proper?" Nox asked as they walked through the marble white central hallway towards the doorframe that would allow them to exit the residence. "I've got everything I need, hopefully." Padme sounded unsure as she quickly caught her reflection in a pane of glass, readjusting her tan hood over her head so nobody could see anything above her nose. "Good, let's be on our way." Nox stepped through the doorframe and into the open light, followed closely by Padme, who'd rather stick by his side than be left to wander alone in Separatist territory. "This place reminds me of the old Empire." Nox stared up at the ancient-looking architecture. The archaic style of the buildings gave the cities of the world a sense of grandeur. Buildings made of marble mixed with bronze, towering spires of glass, steel, and white light. Fountains, gardens, and populated squares gave the world a pleasant look despite the turmoil going on throughout the rest of the galaxy. The center of separatism. Nox wore a pure black robe without his armor, choosing to forego such things. Padme, don't look so nervous, Nox laughed out as the senator shifted uncomfortably in her hooded simple clothing. You have nothing to worry about, for all they know, we're nothing but separatists walking around our home, don't you trust me? Nox gave the woman an amused smile as he looked at her over his shoulder. Look, there's nothing to fear. The citizens aren't any different here than they are on Coruscant or Naboo. They just want to get through their day as much as the next guy. Nox stopped and waited for Padme to catch up, gently placing his hand on the small of her back before guiding her towards what she could see was a giant cathedral that loomed over the city. Where are we going? Padme asked as she stepped closer to Nox's side, making them look like an average couple on a stroll rather than technical insurgents from an enemy government. The Separatist Senate, of course. He took great pleasure as she stopped and stared at him agape, her eyes wide in panic as he continued to urge her forward by the waist. What? No, we couldn't possibly, we'll be found out. Padme tried to turn but found herself unable to move out of step with Nox as he gave her an all-so-confident smile. Doubtful, Padme, look at me. The half-scared Senate turned to her with wide, near-panicked eyes. I have allies, everywhere. From the central hub of the galaxy, to the far easy-reaching planet like Monday Calamari, you will find allies. You just have to know where to look, and how to make them. Nox pinted his face towards what appeared to be a rather shaded alleyway compared to the rest of the scenery. Padme could now see, a hulking individual garbed in a black cloak, molten red eyes shining within the head of the cloak before it stepped back into the shadows to disappear. Shivering momentarily at the stature of whatever was watching them, Padme looked from the alleyway to Nox, who held a small smile as they ascended a set of beige steps, her hand gently cupping the hand on her waist as her features softened. What is that? Padme whispered as she could see it appeared in the next alleyway up, still looming and watching like a silent killer. It's my droid HK-51, he's one of my allies here. He's playing bounty hunter to get into circles I would otherwise be unable to safely integrate with, Nox assured the woman before he made a waving gesture, Padme watching as the creature nodded and proceeded to fly off of the ground and head directly for the Separatist Senate. Turning right to avoid a group of young teens, Nox inclined his head towards the group as they all smiled. Padme shied away as they turned right down an adjacent walkway, large trees lining their walk. The Republic isn't all right. And the Separatists aren't all wrong. Beyond those that crave war, there are those that simply want to be. Look at them, Padme, look at them long and hard. Can you really demonize them so readily? Nox guided Padme to look at a couple of children splashing within a fountain happily. Between them was a toddler happily laughing and giggling, arms flying in all directions as the babe looked towards its older siblings. I guess not. Padme felt a profound sadness as she stared at the children, her hand still atop of Nox's own app in her waist. How many of them would die if the Republic landed here and fought with the Separatists, caught up in a war they don't want? Her fingers squeezed Nox's hand as the toddler turned to her with wide and innocent eyes. You're a fierce proponent of peace, but you rarely if ever see the faces you're trying to protect. Look at them. Find the motivation you need to give them hill, to save these children. Nox waved his hand at the fountain, the woman watching as a gout of water launched into the air above the children, causing rain to fall onto the children, whom immediately squealed in delight and leapt around the endless waters. Her head turned to see the children laughing, her lips quivering slightly as she committed the scene to memory. What I'm fighting for? Padme's eyes took on a furious glint as she squeezed Nox's hand and turned away, staring towards the Senate with a new sense of purpose. Let's see what this Separatist Senate has to offer. She tightened her grip on Nox's hand, bringing him closer to her form as they quickened their pace towards the Senate. Separatist Senate. The building loomed, that's right, it loomed over the city, many times larger than any other building in the city. It was the central focal point of the city. So standing next to it made them appear to be simple specks against its towering frames. Clearance please, a local security guard asked as he stopped Nox and Padme from entering the more secure areas. They're with me, a deep droning voice spoke from behind the guard, freezing the man stiff as he shook like he spotted the rupture. Stepping out from behind the guard was HK-51, towering over the guard as Padme took half a step back on fright. Oh, Of course he stepped to the side as HK bid Nox and Padme access. I trust this won't be spoken of. HK turned and took half a step towards the guard. There won't even be security footage, the guard gulped as he leant away from the droid. Ensure it is so, HK growled before turning and following after his lord into the Senate. Chuckling to himself, Nox unwound his arm from Padme's waist, the woman's shoulders slumping ever so slightly, much to his amusement. My master. HK appeared, silent like a phantom, as Padme stepped straight into Nox's side, fear clearly playing on her features as she rewound his arm around her for protection. I am sorry. Oh, what for? HK Nox asked as he reached over and gently pulled the hood over Padme's head to hide her face from both the people around them and the cameras they were about to encounter. Don't let anyone see your face while you reign this building. It'd cause trouble for you if anyone in the Republic found out, Nox whispered as HK regarded the woman. Honestly, it's surprising she gets anything done with how open she is with everything. Nox rolled his eyes as they officially entered the Separatist Senate. I was beaten unexpectedly during one of my missions. My programming failed me and I failed to live up to my expectations. HK spoke solemnly, red eyes dimming as he prostrated himself in front of the duo, though he was still nearly as tall as Padme even as he was on his knees. The loss was inevitable. I wasn't expecting you to be able to win. Nox inclined his head, the double meaning behind the words easily processed by the droid. You were never going to beat me in that fight. The message was received loud and clear as HK raised his head to look up at him. Although, I will be having Scorpio update your current arsenal and programming. Nox gently pet HK on the shoulder before stepping past the droid. I expect no more failure on your part unless extenuating circumstances prevail. Of course, my master. Now allow me to escort you through this building. There are many things I am sure you'd like to see. HK rose and promptly raced to their front, guiding them through the building with great effort and spectacle. Dooku was keenly interested in whatever HK was currently up to. He stood at the bottom of the Senate chambers, taking the floor as he spoke to the Senate at large, making a speech about the failing attempted peace talks with the Republic, with Newt Gunray in attendance as he supported Dooku's speech. He watched the droid enter with two individuals, one appearing to be a woman, assistant he believed since she had any identifying features hidden, and strayed a step behind the man that drew his attention. Dooku knew something was amiss with the man as soon as he truly felt for the first time in a long time, the hairs up his body stood on end as he stared at the man. He wasted no time in using the Force to try and gauge the man, and B knew for a fact his senses were wrong as the Force simply washed over the man, as the man had in fact turned to look him directly in the eyes to where he sat in the Senate chambers, their eyes locking as the man gave a condescending smirk. It was a smirk that screamed I know. Those blue near glowing eyes pinned him in his spot as he watched the man exchange words with HK, the droid apparently listening to the man with great care. How are you related to the droid? Dooku mused, eyes narrowing as his ears picked up the question of another senator. It was for only a moment that Dooku turned away, answering the senator's question before turning back to the man's position. A frown came to his face. They were gone by the time he turned his face back to them. It had been barely 3 seconds and he couldn't locate them in the chambers. They had somehow walked all the way around the Senate chamber and through the adjacent exit, within 2 seconds, without drawing attention to themselves, without any obvious use of the Force, and most importantly of all, he hadn't noticed. That was too close. Padme slumped against the wall as Nox let go of her shoulder, the sudden rush of Force speed giving her whiplash as she was suddenly deposited on the ground outside the Senate chambers. Luckily I managed to draw attention from you to me. No. Nox gently elbowed her before he stepped away and continued to follow after their guide. In HK must have been my striking handsomeness, though if you'd have your hood lowered, I'm sure he'd be looking at you. Padme blushed at Nox's hidden compliment, causing the Dark Lord to let out a small laugh as she trailed behind to follow Nox. They made their way away from the Senate chambers towards a lesser parliament chamber to be shown the lower factions of the government, and what they usually got up to. Droid, they were stopped by a synthesized voice, their heads turning to face a figure as tall as HK, white faceplate showing with reptilian yellow eyes, the rest of the figure was hidden below a robe that hid his features. General Grievous, what do you want? Can you not see I am busy? HK motioned to Nox, who smirked at the information provided to him by his droid. You would do well to inform me of their identities, droid. Gravius snarled as his Magna Guard droids stood at his side. My master needs not worry about the woes of one such as you, cyborg, HK hissed as his hand began to move towards the handle of his massive sword. There is no need, HK, I understand Gravius's worry. However, Nox stepped in front of HK and stared directly up towards the white faceplate of Gravius. A fellow living god would do well, and a father one another of your gods at that would do well to understand that disrespecting another of their status amongst their people would not do well. Nox spoke in Calais to the genuine surprise of Padme and Gravius, of which Padme cautiously hid behind HK despite being troubled at not understanding the words spoken by Nox, especially one such as a fellow warrior. I find it hard to believe one such as you would be elevated to such status, Gravius bit out as Nox now openly glared up at the cyborg. Me said woman froze in object terror as she turned to face a very old friend she hadn't expected to see. Mina, Padme spoke softly, keenly aware of the eyes of the cyborg that towered over them now pinned on her. You daft woman, you just blew my cover. Do you mind not staring at my handmaiden? It's quite rude to stare at what isn't yours. Nox's voice was deep and authoritarian, causing Gravius to turn back to face him with a tilted head. Don't forget it. I would think the Calais would know not to attempt to coerce a fellow warrior's subjects. Now incensed at Nox's words, Gravius squared his shoulders with one of his hands flying to his lightsaber. Not here, Calais, we do this properly, Nox bit out as he turned to Padme. Go, meet your friend, I have business to settle. Nox gave a harsh glare over his shoulder at Gravius, memories of Zalek's loyalty flashing for a moment. Thank you, Padme whispered as she turned to face the woman who had her head tilted at the end of the corridor. Now then, any dueling chambers nearby? Nox asked of HK as the droid nodded and abruptly turned away. Your droids would have to stand outside, just as HK will, Nox asked as Gravius nodded, stopping his Magna Guards as HK paused and nodded. Alone, the two entered a room in the shape of a circle, a large platform in the middle of the room where they will be battling. Unfortunately, I do not have a lightsaber in my possession to fight you with, Nox quipped as they entered and stepped up onto the circular platform. Then you use one of mine, Gravius snapped out as he tossed one of his 4 sabers at Nox, which was caught in the man's grip. Very well, Nox activated the saber, disgusted at the blue blade that sprung to life. Expect you to know this is a matter of religion. There is need for the Count to know of this, Nox implied as Gravius activated all 3 of his sabers, crouching over to Nox as his sabers pinned at his foe. Agreed, and just like that the battle was won. With one fluid motion, Nox blitzed Gravius, saber scraping the ground as it left a trail of molten metal in its wake. He crouched low to deliver a devastating upwards swipe, of which Gravius stepped back as the blade went wide. You're open, Gravius mocked as he thrust his sabers down towards Nox's chest. Am I? Nox smirked as the saber suddenly inverted in his grip, meeting the descending 3 blades halfway before they were diverted towards the ground and away from his body. You speak too soon, Nox mocked as he used his offhand to grab one of Gravius's hands, pulling the cyborg down to headbutt the creature's faceplate. A shockwave exploded from between the two as their heads collided, Nox's skull cracking momentarily before it was healed less than a second later. The cyborg wobbled and stepped back, his faceplate dented inwards as he wheezed and garbled. You're strong, Gravius sounded surprised as he felt his face stronger than Dooku. Naturally the purple welt on Nox's forehead faded away as he pointed his saber downwards toward the ground, the blade piercing the ground and once more carving a trench as he began to circle the now weary cyborg. I only agreed to this because you disrespected one of my disciples. You will face the punishment I deem fit for the insult, such is the way of your people. Nox then stepped in, growling as he made a thrust for the cyborg's chest. The cyborg responded by blocking the saber, sending out his second for a thrust and a swipe with his third. Nox stepped to the side to avoid the thrust at his stomach, choosing to angle his blade downwards as he caught the third saber's blade with the base of his own. You lack experience, Nox bit as he kicked at Gravius' chest, knocking the cyborg to the ground as its ribs twisted and cracked. Less than 5 moves and you're defeated, if this is all that the High General of the Separatist armies can achieve, I find myself disappointed," Nox rasped as he stood over the kneeling droid, which was now coughing. "As the winner of this bout, you will obey my commands. You will never speak of this to anyone, you will never insult me again nor my disciple, nor will Duca find out about me. Are we understood?" Nox pointed his saber at the cyborg's face, the blue glow of his saber shining in the general's eyes. "Understood. How did you move so fast? I couldn't even see you," Gravi-Puz asked, respect clear in his tone as he acknowledged Nox's place in his people's religion. "Duca may have trained you, but he didn't teach you everything. Had you been force-sensitive, I am sure you would have been taught such secrets," Nox replied as he simply dropped the saber at the ground in front of Gravius. "It is from my own personal failure then," Gravius thought, the memories of his failure to become force-sensitive when he was bathed in the blood of some Jedi during his procedure, the failure weighed heavily on him. Even now it haunts me once more. "Now then, get yourself healed, I have things to attend to. And remember, Dumu must not find out. If he does, I will destroy you and your master with great efficiency." Nox snarled and turned away, beginning to march from the room before he heard the cyborg's raspy voice. "Would you teach me?" Gravius asked, staring out at Nox as the man turned to face him for half a second before turning away. "Show me what you're capable of throughout this war, destroy your enemies. Prove your worth and I will know, you will hear from me if you prove yourself worthy. I would even be able to bestow upon you that gift you were unable to acquire. However, should you be found wanting, don't expect anything less than death." Gravius listened and inclined his head, before Nox turned away and left the pathetic-looking general laying on the ground as the Magna Guards rushed in to help their master. "I see, a worthy challenge," Gravius remarked as he accepted being dragged up from the ground and ushered out from the room, making sure to pick up his fourth saber from the ground with care. "Return to your duties, HK, I have much to do." Nox summoned his droid, the two departing the scene as HK made sure to erase any proof that they had been there. Coruscant. Standing outside of Padme's apartment, Anakin, in his sweet bliss, repeatedly knocked on his wife's door. He waited patiently for a response, whilst in his hand were a bouquet of rare flowers he had picked up from the street vendor near the spaceport. His happiness waned slightly as the door to the apartment opened to reveal 3P0 standing there with a look of confusion. "Oh, Master Ani, how great it is to see you!" 3P0 greeted excitedly as he stepped aside to allow his maker in. 3P0, where's Padme? She's not here, she's supposed to have a meeting with the Senate tomorrow. Anakin pressed as he planted the bouquet onto the kitchen bench, his brow creasing in frustration. "Mistress Padme departed 2 nights ago on urgent business. I am unsure of when she'll return. Jar Jar will be taking her place in the Senate, I believe," 3P0 answered as Anakin turned sad, sighing as he leant against the counter. He didn't have time to ponder, of course, as his hollow chip went off in his pocket. "Of course, when it rains it pours," Anakin grunted as he pulled the puck out and answered the call. "Anakin, we need you to return to the temple immediately. Koth has been captured by General Gravius Kenobi," informed Anakin, noticing the rather large scowl on his apprentice's face. "It'll be okay, Anakin." "On my way," Anakin grunted as he exited the call. Turning to the bouquet of flowers, Anakin stared down at the kitchen bench for several seconds. 3P0, fix these up and make them all pretty like for Padme. I have business to attend to, Anakin seethed as he muscled his way past his droid and towards the doorway. "I don't care about this, I just want Padme," Anakin sighed as he closed the door behind him, leaving 3P0 to fix the flowers up for Padme. "Mina," Padme spoke sadly as she removed her hood in the Separatist Senator's residence. The beige-colored room was given life by a series of couches. Pillars lined all 4 corners of the room, whilst 3 separate doorways connected to both the kitchen, entryway of the residence to the left and the lounge room off to the right. "So you've finally seen reason and come to the Confederacy. I am glad to have my friend here." Mina smiled warmly as she brought Padme in for a hug. "Mina, I'm sorry, but I'm not here for that." Padme broke the bad news to her old friend. She watched as the senator's eyes widened, a hint of fear seen in her eyes. Then, "My God, what are you doing here? You have to leave immediately before you are found, Mina urged as she started looking around in worry. To her alarm, her son appeared to walk into the doorway, his eyes instantly locking onto Padme as he seemed to grow excited. I knew it was you, I heard. Padme, it's so good to see you. Mum's missed you so much, the young man spoke up as he rushed near and hugged the Republic senator. Lux, you've grown well, Padme reciprocated the hug before stepping away from the young man. What's going on in here, Mina? A deep Kale voice caused mine to wince as her husband walked into the room. Guston dear, Padme has come to see us. Mina stepped to the side to show Padme to her husband, the man now smiling kindly as he approached. Padme, well, color me surprised, it warms my heart to see you safe during this time of strife. Guston gave the woman a hug before discerning the concerned look on his wife's face. Padme's not safe here, dear. We need to get her off-world, Mina whispered as the man regarded Padme with a raised eyebrow. We were just leaving. A new arrival caused all four to whirl and take a step away from the rightward pillar of the room connected to the larger residence. How did? Mina asked as Nox regarded her with a small frown, his hood drawn as she could only make out the lower portion of his face. Come Padme, we're leaving now, Mina made to speak up as Padme didn't respond, instead simply chose to walk in the direction of the mysterious stranger who had managed to breach the confines of her home without any of them noticing. Padme, who Mina stepped back as the roaring of a ship's thrusters began to register in their ears, Guston pushing Mina behind him as the speck of a fast-approaching vessel rapidly grew in size. I'm sorry, Mina. I wish I could speak to you more, so much has occurred. It has been good seeing you though, Padme spoke sadly as she looked away from her mentor and joined Nox at his side. Padme, Mina spoke up as the ship in the distance was revealed to be a sleek silver vessel. It was good seeing you well and safe. Hopefully next time we can meet on better circumstances. That would be nice, Padme spoke as Nox marched from the residence's halls and into the gardens below, where the X-70B was lowering to the ground with its ramp lowering. The vessel stopped a couple of meters from the ground, where Padme bid farewell to Mina before, to her surprise, Nox grabbed her by the waist, causing the girl to let out a gasp of surprise before he simply leapt up to the base of the ramp with Padme in his grip. Stepping into the ship, Nox gave a look over his shoulder to see the ship's ramp raised to the roof with a solid snap hiss to signify it was airtight. Placing Padme on the ground, Nox felt the ship shudder as the thrusters engaged. No doubt they were now hurtling through the atmosphere towards outer space. What was that for? Padme jokingly slapped his arm as Nox gave her an amused side glance. Well, I needed a way to get you onto the ship. You're pleasantly light enough, it was easy to do so. What? Didn't like it? Nox poked at her stomach before walking away with a jubilant laugh. It's not that, you daft oaf. Padme tossed one of her bracelets at Nox's head and he ducked, watching the piece of silver fly overhead and hit the wall. Oh, so you did like me holding you? Nox laughed at Padme's face going red for the 10th time that day. Stop teasing me, damn it, Padme cried out and stamped her right foot. What? Rather I do it seriously. All right. Nox turned to face her, his shoulders squared as he tilted his head slightly. Come here. The atmosphere changed dramatically as the presence Nox perpetually permeated, intensified 100-fold, and focused solely on Padme. Her heartbeat increased exponentially as she looked up at the intense look in Nox's eyes. Her eyes flickering from his eyes to his lips every couple of seconds. She was about to take a step forward at his command, urged to do so via her own vices. She knew it would be wrong, but she couldn't help but feel excited at the potential prospect. You see what happens when I stop playing around. Nox returned to his previous state, joking and jubilant as he gently lifted the tip of Padme's chin. Padme looked up at him, keenly aware of the warmth the tips of his fingers sent through her body. Good, come along, next time I'll have to show you one of the other midrim worlds. Nox removed his fingers from her chin and gently pushed a stray hair back before turning away and stalking into the bowls of the vessel. Yeah, Padme sniffed. She was disappointed in herself in the fact that had even entertained the idea of being with him. Thankfully he seemed to have far greater control over his vices than even she did. Yet she couldn't deny the sadness that formed in the pit of her stomach nonetheless. Kenya glared at the stronghold before her, garbed in a black robe whilst the mask she wore, the power tech helmet she wore was hidden by the hood she wore. Target acquired. A deep synthetic voice resonated through the mouthpiece of her helmet. Smirking viciously under her helmet as she sashayed towards the entryway to the bunker. Standing guard of the bunker's entrance, Kenya stopped in front of the bunker's entrance as a pair of Hutt cartel members, "Nikto if she believe. You have not been permitted entry," one of the guards hissed as Kenya remained silent. Sending a scan through the compound, the internal display of the mask she wore displayed a rather detailed display of the bunker's map. "I wasn't looking to do this peacefully either," Kenya thought before grabbing her sabers, activating the blades as she pierced through the chests of the guards. They gasped as they reached for her in their final moments, and with an upward heave, sliced through the upper chests and heads of the guards. Deactivating one of her blades, Kenya clipped the saber into her robe before making a swiping motion with her hand, officially allowing her entrance to the base as the door slid open under her will. Alarms were already blaring within the bunker as Kenya crouched low. "Let's do a challenge. How quickly can I get this done?" Kenya got into a sprinter's stance as her saber was pinned behind her as her arm swept back. Ahead of her she could already see the guards of the bunker rushing to her position. "Go!" The ground cratered underfoot as she launched herself forward, her body becoming a blur as she entered the bunker. Blaster fire spewed from deep in the corridor, causing Lanya to leap onto the right wall, her momentum allowing her a few steps before she bounced from the wall and to the roof, where she swung from one of the hanging lights and flew at the head of one of the guards. Her saber slashed through the head of the first, and before he fell, she collided to the ground as his back as her arms surged forward to release a crippling force push that rendered the guards ahead of her mush against the far wall at the end of the corridor. Keeping her pace, Kenya chose to admire her handiwork at a later date. Despite the corridor now being a warped mess, she was able to deftly rush towards down the right ward hall at the end of the T intersection, heading towards where she knew the hut she hunted would be. As she ran, Kenya bounced off another wall just as an interior turret opened fire on her position. Her hands came to her front as she waved her hand to the right, as the first and second blaster bolts were redirected at the wave of her right hand. The third and fourth slammed into left wall at a wave of her hand. She was able to hop clearly over a solid 4 bolts before she landed directly atop the turret's gun, her saber slicing through its support struts. Leaping up into the air, Kenya heaved, pulling the turret from the ground with the force before sending it tumbling down the rest of the corridor that was in and into the room at the other end, where it slammed into 8 guards and immediately exploded. Landing on the ground, Kenya blitzed into the adjacent room, finding it to be a munitions warehouse full of arms and explosives. Scanning the map, Kenya got an idea as she came to a stop, turning to the large wall to her right where a series of missiles were propped against the wall. "This will be very useful using the force," Kenya caused the missiles to prime and rupture. However, just as they were exploding, the fireball stopped from expanding due to Kenya encasing the explosion with a force bubble. "I am glad Father taught me this ability and its potential uses," Kenya mused as she moved the explosion away from where it originated and began to press it against the far wall. The explosions, swirling behind the purple force bubble she was using, upon being pressed against the wall, began to melt a hole through the wall. Carefully manipulating the bubble, a small portion of the bubble which was pressed against the wall, opened. The explosion was weak by her standards, but it served its purpose. As the explosion was channeled and funneled directly into the wall, Eber winced, shielding his eyes as the wall directly to his right exploded violently, killing a good portion of his guards as they were peppered by pieces of debris, sending them sprawling. Stepping out from within the clouds of smoke created by the explosion, a figure garbed in black stepped into the room. "Jedi scum!" Eber hissed in Hutt SE, just as the figure pointed the tip of the blade towards the ground, carving a trench as they walked, severing the heads of the guards they stepped over. "I have come to collect your head." A synthetic voice of the perpetrator scraped against Eber's nerves. "It is my duty to collect. I could give you many things should you stay your hand, Jedi. Power, wealth, the support of the entire Hutt Council, anything." Eber proposed as the surviving guards slowly rose from the ground, their weapons in their hands as they glared hatefully at the assailant. "Unfortunately, Hutt, My compliance cannot be bought with the assailant's words. The guards rushed them. Whirling, the figure raised their hands, and with a violent flash of white light, instantly killed the guards in their armors with a burst of what he could only see to be lightning. Jedi magic ever cursed, it was his last coherent thought as the figure whirred and hurled their lightsaber at his head. I see everything went blank for the hut as yellow overcame his vision. Standing at the center of the room, with half the room a sizzling wreck of smoldering scorch marks, the other half having a headless hut that was currently falling to the ground. 50 seconds, a new record, Kanya mused as she released a pulse of energy from her armor, frying all cameras and audio recorders within. Taking out her hollow chip, Kanya knelt to the ground as the hollow was nearly instantly answered. You bring me news. Nox stood tall, high over Kanya's kneeling form as he stared down at her. Eber has been neutralized, Kanya spoke as Nox smirked slightly. Very good, extract what you need, then have it ready for transport. I expect the delivery within 2 days, Nox ordered before turning away from the hollow before pausing. You did good, dear. Thank you, father, Kanya whispered as Nox nodded and disappeared from the hollow call. Time to collect, Kanya mused as she approached the body of the hut, kneeling down to the body and heaving the head into her grip. Now where to store it? Sorry about that, I had a call from an associate. Nox dissuaded Padme from asking any questions, Lana sitting with Padme as they scrolled through a set of data pads. But these reports don't make any sense, Padme burst out in outrage as she looked at some of the battle reports. Yes. On both sides, something don't add up. Like, why is these lieutenant openly refusing to follow orders, and why is he getting away with it? Seems like his status amongst the Republic is keeping him from proper punishment, Lana reasoned as she put a data pad to the side and pulled out another. And this one? This Jedi loses more men to his tactics than the droids do. Why has he not been removed from station? Lana tossed the data pad at the table. It's ridiculous, what is going through the military's heads to allow this to happen? Lana massaged her temple, letting out a sigh in the process. Hey, Nox gently moved Lana's hair to the side and began to massage her shoulders. Stress isn't good for you, dear, remember the last time it boiled over? Oh, yes. I remember, Lana grunted in pleasure as she moved her head forward as Nox gently pressed the stress lines of her back, small traces of electricity coursing through her body once more. Padme will be returning to Coruscant shortly. I'm sure Jar Jar has much to speak with you about regarding the latest session of Congress. Nox looked to Padme as the woman grunted and leaned back against the chair, head landing on the headrest. Please don't remind me. Padme slumped against the table, a dramatic sigh escaping her lips as she watched Lana groan at the massage. Padme. There are some things Lana needs your help with when we return to the city. Are you able to help her with that? Padme perked up as Lana gave Nox a side glance. What are you planning, dear? Lana looked up at Nox as the man smirked slightly. Of course, what can I help with? Padme looked to Lana as the woman gave her a reassuring smile. I need help going over the legislation. There are some things I don't understand, Lana asked as Padme smiled kindly. I'd be more than happy to assist you, Padme replied as a small alert went through the vessel. Ah, I see we've arrived. Thank you for accompanying me to Raxis. Padme. Nox gently pet Padme's shoulder as the woman raised her hand to hold it for several seconds. Please, I saw with my own eyes that things aren't as black and white as they seem. There are people in this war, even on the opponent's side, that don't want any part in it. And I've finally been able to come to terms with what I need to do. Thank you for that, I am ever so grateful to you. Padme smiled up at Nox as he inclined his head slightly. There is no need to thank me, Padme. I'm just happy to do my part. Nox removed his hand from her shoulder and made his way to the bridge, watching as Lana and Padme prepared to depart the vessel. Standing in the bridge, Nox brought out his hollow chip, waiting for the answer of the one he sought. After a few seconds, Scorpio appeared, kneeling before him in the call. Are preparations ready? Nox asked as he looked through the bridge window, as the vessel soared through the skyline of Coruscant. Looking to the right, he spotted a Venator through the skies, one of which he felt Skywalker to be boarded. We simply await your arrival, my lord, Scorpio announced as the side of Nox's lip quirked. I will be there within the hour. Nox ended the call as the ship entered its final approach to the Kaldani spires. Are you two ready? Nox asked as he entered the lounge, spotting Lana and Padme packing the datapads as they each wore a simple yet elegant set of gowns, Padme's being white with golden earrings whilst Lana wore a simple dark grey gown with eyeshadow that illuminated her beautiful yellow eyes. Promptly Lana responded as she rose from the booth, approaching Nox as she pulled his hand into her own. Whatever you're doing, please be careful, Lana whispered as she drew Nox into a kiss. Always, and please, stay inside Padme's apartment for the next 24 hours, Nox whispered in her ear as he led Padme and Lana to the ship's exit ramp. As they entered the cargo hold, the ramp began to lower, tossing their hair this way and that as the open skyline blitzed by before their eyes. It didn't take long for the ship slowed down enough, rotating to show them about to land on the ship's landing pad. A speeder is ready to take you to your apartment, Padme. Nox urged them forward as the ship lowered itself onto the landing pad, allowing for them to sagely walk down the ramp. As it landed onto the pad with a soft bang. I'll see you later, dear. I expect to hear good from you. Nox kissed Lana once more as Padme slowly walked towards a speeder with an Exarch in the driver's seat. Enjoy your date, dear. Nox chuckled as Lana slapped his arm. Shut up, you. I only have eyes for you, you fool. I should be more worried about you, what with all that flirting you were doing earlier. Lana scowled as Nox smirked in open amusement. It's funny seeing her all flustered. Nox shrugged and held her waist. You cruel man, playing with her feelings like that. You're lucky I know you. I love you, you fool, Lana whispered as Padme settled herself down into the speeder, looking back at Nox and Lana as they kissed and split apart. Remember, Nox urged with a serious look as Lana nodded and made her way to the speeder. Hopping into her seat as she ordered the Exarch to proceed. Nox watched them depart with crossed arms, the two women flying off into the distance as his black robes billowed in the air. Right in front of the eyes of the knights guarding the apartment, Nox vanished into thin air, fading into the air with a burst of purple light. Coruscant Undercity. The Undercity had changed drastically since he took over. Scores of Zaquulan sky troopers patrolled the grounds with the troglodyte species. Blaring lights shone from massive spotlights that shone on the native troglodytes. It was excruciating for them, but it was necessary if they were to be able to operate in daylight. The troglodyte species generally operated with next to no light. If they were to experience light, they wouldn't be able to function due to the sensory overload. Which was why they had been forcefully introducing the light to the species, to prepare them. And now Nox appeared within the main settlement of the troglodytes. Iocath pods lined the walkways, as droids tended to the pods. How goes progress? Nox asked as he out his hand on one of the pods. Within the pod was a gargantuan troglodyte, mutated to have 4 arms and jagged canines. Their eyes had been forcefully matured to see light. Their claws were poisonous and transmitted a mutating plague that would rapidly mutate the victims into more troglodytes within 20 minutes. They had been given chitinous armor that would protect them from anything less than Republic gunship blaster fire. How many are there? Nox asked as Scorpio appeared at his side. We've successfully engineered 34 specimens, Scorpio announced as she prepared to open the pods. Then let's begin. Nox stepped away from the pod, watching all 34 pods before them opened with a frosty hiss. Has the chieftain prepared himself? He is integral to the plan after all, Nox asked as Scorpio turned to face said chieftain. Even with the mutated specimens, he stood tall over his brethren, wielding a spear in his hand as he communicated his orders to his underlings. Lord, the creature knelt in deference, speaking broken basic. Are you ready to get your revenge against the surface dwellers? Nox asked as the chieftain nodded. Yes, it answered slowly. Your story will be spoken for generations. Nox nodded. This was the plan after all, and the chieftain was aware of it. The chieftain wasn't supposed to return from this raid, to incense his loyal followers and drive the thirst for revenge of those above to new heights. Thank you. The chieftain rose as the mutants stepped out of their pods and looked towards who they instinctively knew to be their chief. Goodbye now. Nox stepped away as the chief released a howl into the Undercity, reciprocated by every one of his species who could respond. With great haste, the chief leapt into a pylon that ascended high into the canopy of Coruscant's lower levels. With residual screeches, the mutants followed suit, leaping onto the same pylon as they initiated the assault. "Withdraw our forces back to Io-Kath. If someone comes looking, we were never here," Nox ordered Scorpio, as the sky troopers around them started to march towards the open infinity gate at the center of the settlement. The lights above shut down one by one until the settlement was reduced to darkness. Worker droids disassembled the pods with great efficiency, removing them from the scene in mere minutes. Other droids were able to shut off the generators, removing massive cables that fed power to the Undercity. With heavy Skytrooper units heating the generators onto their shoulders as they marched towards the Infinity Gate. "I will be returning to the apartment. I intend to personally observe the damages," Nox informed Scorpio, turning away as Scorpio turned to oversee the evacuation before departing herself. Within 12 hours, the holonet was alive with urgent news. Scores of local enforcement swarmed the lower levels as the original 34 troglodytes quickly turned to well over 3,000. A gunship screamed by the apartment as it dived into the city, guns blazing as it blasted a screaming troglodyte that had made its way to the surface for the first time in several hundred generations. The gunship killed the first troglodyte by launching missiles at it, since blaster fire proved ineffective. "Target down," the clone pilot announced as the co-pilot spotted something running in their direction. "Watch out," the co-pilot screamed as he spotted a dark-colored beast running at their ship with a spear in hand. It let out a roar as it leapt at the gunship. "Evasive maneuvers," the pilot yelled as he began to turn the ship away. Yet it was too late as the troglodyte landed on the ship's cockpit, with it punching clear through the cockpit window to punch through the pilot's chest in one movement. Blaster fire erupted from within the canopy as the co-pilot brandished his blaster and fired upon the beast, striking one of its eyes as it roared in defiance. It screamed before it reached in and pulled the co-pilot from the canopy and throwing him into the skies where he struck a fleeing speeder. The ship took on a spiral downfall as the chieftain looked to a nearby balcony, leaping to the balcony where it proceeded to strike at several civilians before rushing to the next assault point. Those civilians that were struck began to convulse violently, as their skin bubbled shifted, their veins blackening as their voices became warped. And within minutes, a new set of newborn troglodytes rose from their spots to continue the assault. Palpatine watched from within his chambers within the Senate building as the news reported on the ongoing outbreak. A military unit stood at his side relaying what was occurring in real time. "We've lost 30 gunships to these creatures. Anytime one of our gunships approach, they're dogpiled by these creatures and taken down with great efficiency. They seem to be targeting our more powerful munitions as if they're aware we've needed to execute the clones that have been infected. They seem to turn into more of these beasts within minutes of being injured by them," the lieutenant informed Palpatine as the Sith in hiding sneered at the report. "And the Jedi?" he asked with a frown on his face as his senses flared, drawing his attention to the view window. "Deploying in masse to the lower levels, however we haven't seen any drops in attack from these beasts," the lieutenant replied as Palpatine spotted something rushing up the side of the Senate building. "Urge the citizens to push for the upper levels, quarantine off the lower levels. I want everything we have to stop immediately." Palpatine stepped away from the window as he identified one of these beasts nearing. "Guards!" Palpatine bellowed as he proceeded to rush to the entryway, several Senate guards rushing in just as one of the troglodytes broke through the chamber window, hurling a spear at one of the guards, killing him instantly just as it ran at the others. Such rage, Palpatine thought as he left the offered and ran down the hallway as the rest of the guards mobilized. "Prepare my ship for immediate departure," Palpatine spoke as he entered an elevator, closing the doorway as he proceeded to his personal hangar. "My God!" Padme stood on her balcony as Venators dropped lower into the atmosphere, their entire manifest of drop ships dropping into the Undercity like small spocks falling into a hole. Explosions rung in the distance as, sending clouds of smoke ascending into the skies to leave smog in the air. Padme wasn't able to notice Lana standing just behind one of the curtains, eyes glowing yellow as her lips quirked slightly as she looked down into the city. Their attention was taken by the approach of a speeder, loaded with 6 exarchs that hopped out of the speeder and onto the deck of the apartment, before they took their positions in case an attack on their apartment was to take place. You've outdone yourself, dear. Behind me, Vass yelled as he pushed a girl into her parents' arms, slicing the arm of a troglodyte with a clear conscience. Get to the dropships, Shai relayed her master's order as she blocked the claws of one of the beasts, severing the beast's hands from its body before she was forced to decapitate the creature. Thank you, the woman cried out as she shielded her little girl under the repeated blaster fire of the clones around the landing point. Spotting one of the troglodytes rushing towards the landing dropship awaiting civilians, Vass reached out to the beast, pulling it straight onto one of the light posts that impaled the creature. General, one of the clones, an ARC trooper if he remembered correctly, appeared at his side, opening fire upon the mass of the troglodytes that now swamped the street. We've compiled the scans, there shouldn't be any more civilians in the area, we need to pull back, he urged Vass as he targeted the nearest beast. Shai, his blonde apprentice, looked at him with wide panicked eyes. Follow the clones back to the dropship, I'll cover your escape. Master Shai made to protest but was unable to as the ARC trooper ran at her, hoisting her over his shoulder as he made a sprint for the dropships. Disengaging his saber, Vass clipped his saber on his right hip and drew in the force, as the clones disengaged and rushed back towards the new pair of dropships that would take them away from this level. Looking over his shoulder, he could see the clones jumping aboard the ship, followed by Shai being shoved in the ship by the ARC trooper that boarded with her. He could see Shai's panicked eyes as she saw the beasts rush his position. Unfortunately, I won't be joining your ranks anytime soon, yellow bolts jumper from his palms. Shai watched as the troglodytes jumped at him, a scream escaping her lips as she clutched the side of the gunship as it began to lift off. Flecks in her eyes caused her eyes to blink rapidly, the hairs on her body standing on end as the atmosphere seemed to come alive with a static buzz. The lights around them flickered violently, all before yellow bolts erupted from Vass's position. His form was completely white, like a shining light of pure force energy, his eyes glowed emerald. Yellow bolts escaped his hands to eviscerate the nearby beasts, and with a flash of white, he was at the other end of the street with all the beasts between him and their position exploding violently. As the gunship lifted off, they watched him jump onto several different buildings to ascend to the highest point of the level they were on. Where is he going? Shai asked as she watched her master like a beacon of light in the darkness. To take the fight to the enemy, the ARC trooper watched in awe as Vass landed atop the building he was on. Crouching low as power coalesced around his hands, yellow bolts jumping from his position to the environment around him, panging off of light posts and breaking glass. A scream none of them recognized escaped the environment as they watched as the gunship approached the tunnel to the surface. All around them hundreds, thousands of gunships rose into the skies to evacuate this level, as even more of said gunships rose from the exhaust ports that left to deeper levels. How many do you think we've evacuated? Shai heard the ARC trooper ask the pilot as she saw some of THR gunships get close, where she could see families and people of all kinds squished into the vessel's hold. But she wasn't looking at any of these as a beam of yellow light drew everyone's attention. Gargantuan bolts of lightning soared from her master's position and into the skies. The yellow bolts spread across the skies as far as they could see, like a storm that spread across the world. The bolts descended from the heavens, taking out scores of beasts with every strike. Now that's a Jedi I can follow, the ARC trooper mumbled for them all to hear, before their view was cut off by them entering the shaft to the surface. The sky was blotted by thousands of gunships evacuating to the surface, meanwhile gunfire sprayed downwards to where the enemy was climbing. First the Seps, now this, Shai cried out as they spotted walkers lining the exhaust shaft, shooting into the darkness below, careful to avoid the gunships. Look, a child in one of the gunships pointed down to the level they had just been on, drawing everyone's attention to the shining white light that was her master. He stood on the edge of the exhaust port, watching as the evacuating gunships rushed by him. Master Shai screamed as she watched him jump high into the air, making a swam dive before he dropped into the swarm below. Like a light, he dropped into the darkness below. Once more they were forced to block their eyes as the gunships were rocked by a release of energy powerful enough to shake the exhaust port around them. Commander Shai, when we return to the surface we need to coordinate efforts with the local enforcement, the ARC trooper relayed as a large blue bolts descended by their dropship. All right. Shai watched the light that was her master disappear into the darkness, hoping that he would. All right, may the force be with you, master. Shai steeled herself as she rose from her crouched position on the floor of the gunship. We'll coordinate with Master Windu and Master Yoda when we reach the surface. Shai nodded as they ascended higher, last a series of it magnetically attached to the sides of the exhaust shaft as they provided cover with a sea of blaster bolts into the lower levels. Fear was the way of the Sith, and within that cell, a Brunic was fear, as he knelt at the center of the room he was in, shackled to the ground with his hands bound at the base of his back. His eyes were covered and his mouth was forced shut with a mask. Yet even though he was bound, the Sith apprentices that circled him at all times found themselves deeply troubled, even terrified. As even though his ears were covered to allow no sound in his ears, he was able to know exactly where they were within the room no matter where they were. If they were to come too close to him, his head would snap in their direction, where he would peer at them unflinchingly. And staring down at that featureless mask, with no eyes or ear holes, it was like staring at some aberration of the mind. A creature beyond understanding. One couldn't tell you what was wrong with the picture as they looked at the blank mask that looked back. Maybe it was the chilled atmosphere of the room, the very atmosphere thick with sludge-like tension. Maybe it was the fact that the child had killed hundreds drunk on the first taste of true power beyond anything that the apprentices had been privy to in their short lives. He had killed Darth's apprentices, monsters they hadn't thought would die to a simple child truly wielding the Force for the first time. Or maybe, just maybe it was the silence that unsettled them so. He didn't move, didn't make a wheeze nor an exaggerated gulp of air, the chains didn't even rattle in the slightest. Not even the apprentices dared breath the wrong way within the chamber, their breaths crystallizing into mist everything they breathed out, sweat running down their bodies as their fingers shook in abstract terror, their hands flying to their sabers at even the slightest twitch of their fellow apprentice. "Through here, my lord," Captain Tar announced, staring the apprentices as the door to the chamber opened with a hiss, their hands flying to their sabers in case they needed to go on the attack. Stepping into the chamber was Darth Mortis himself, having taken the liberty of overseeing the punishment himself. Yet as he stepped into the chamber, he froze as he felt a cold chill wash over him, and to his amazement, the boy knelt at the center of the room snapped in his direction. He could feel the focus solely on him, a weight falling on his shoulders as the Force seemed to reach from the boy towards him. He's seeing with the Force. Mortis felt his eyes narrow at the thought, yet he didn't fear even as the reaching chill from the boy coalesced him. Stepping towards the boy, Mortis stopped in front of the boy 4 paces from his position. "You can both see and hear me, can't you, boy?" Mortis asked, earning a slow yet purposeful nod from the prisoner. "What is this boy's history?" Mortis asked as he stepped to the right and began to circle the boy, studying him on all sides. "A slave from Terry's, 15 by records indications. Through our investigations, the boy discovered his Force sensitivity some months ago if the disappearances of other locals from his camp are to be believed. Something happened 48 hours ago, most likely the death of his mother, causing the boy to go on a rampage, killing over 100 of our order and countless more soldiers and slaves. It'll take many months to replenish the lives lost that day." Tar seethed as he glared down at the kneeling child. "Indeed. I see." Mortis came back around the front of the child, the raw power screaming through his body, making a shadow darker than the dark side itself. "It's into Zetaing, isn't it, boy?" Silence reigned as they waited with bated breaths at Mortis's judgment. "It would be a waste to get rid of such potent power. Not that you would simply allow us, would you, boy, since you could have killed then at any time, am I right?" Mortis smirked as the apprentices shifted in discomfort. "Send him to Korriban," Mortis ordered of the captain. "I expect to hear great things about you in the future, boy. I will be watching with great interest." And just like that, the boy's fate was sealed. Forever forced to walk to dark path in order to survive, he would climb to the top, crush anyone around him in order not to fear. He would do this, and nothing would stop him. And so when Mortis left the room, the dark side flowed through the boy with newfound purpose. He was stripped of his bindings, finding the cuffs slamming to the ground with a resounding clunk. As an apprentice slowly undid the mask clamps while another undid that shackles around his feet. "That's better." Abrunic winced slightly at the artificial lightly that bared down on his molten yellow eyes as the mask was raised from his face. The air was crisp and cold as he took in several deep breaths, his eyes meeting the girl several years older than him that had been given the unfortunate task of removing Hia binds alongside two others. "You look scared." Abrunic's lips curled as his teeth flashed in a demented grin. "Need some help?" "Be quiet," another apprentice spoke up as he approached with some black robes that he would be wearing upon his arrival. "Dress yourself, boy." The apprentice tossed the wraps at Abrunic's feet, the two glaring at each other whilst the apprentice toyed with his saber. "I don't particularly like your tone," Abrunic growled as his face scrunched up, the creases of his features becoming pronounced at his snarl. "And we don't." A burst of lightning silenced the apprentice's words as he found himself assaulted by bolts of lightning striking his head. After 3 long seconds of prolonged exposure, Abrunic flexed his fingers as the sparks fizzled out with sparks, all the while he walled over to where the dead apprentice had been. "I actually quite like what he's wearing, undress him for me will you?" Abrunic whirled on the other 3 remaining apprentices that remained. Now Abrunic snarled as his right hand was once more coated in lightning. Moving forward, the apprentice who had unshackled his legs reluctantly rushed to undress his fellow dead man, all the while Abrunic turned to face the girl still holding his mask. "I'll be keeping that, it's quite useful to train my senses with." "By the way, what exactly was he wearing?" Abrunic snatched the mask from the woman's fingers before placing it on the table where his new items were stored, a vibro blade along with several devices he would be making use of. "It's armor supplied to apprentices and acolytes who will be taking part of the war effort. It's called Sith Eradicator war armor." The apprentice stammered out, diverting her eyes as he simply slid his clothing off, waiting for the armor to be peeled from the carcass of the dead apprentice. "Perfect, now you're going to dress me?" Nox all but demanded as the force shuddered throughout the room, causing the girl to wince as she reluctantly did as she was told. "So this is what it feels like to have power, someone. It's quite nice. I could get used to this." Nox mocked as he felt the girl begin to slide the pieces of armor onto his body, the other apprentices watching in the corner, none of them too happy about the events, but the gap in power between them and Nox all but silenced any opposition they might have had. "Yes, very good. What is Korriban?" "The present." Vass slammed into the highest tower of sub-level 3000. Durasteel bending under his feet as dust exploded and expanded outward from his position. The air was barely breathable, the light was dim and all around him, towers of scrap rose high into the skies, bugs of all types plagued the world's infrastructure. Shining bright, all around him, millions of newborn troglodytes swarmed and attempted to rush to the higher levels. Above Vass, gunships activated their searchlights, flooding the level as incalculable eyes reflected the light from the dark. In the distance, Vass watched bombs be dropped from the higher levels, explosions rocking the layer, gases were dropped from above to attempt to neutralize the creatures. "This is Jedi Knight Vass Lucas, I am on level 3000, taking command and coordinating all forces on level. We are the first and last line of defense for the higher levels. Do you read me?" Vass spoke into THRCOMM unit on his wrist. "This is Red Leader standing by." "This is Black Leader acknowledge and standing by." "This is Blue, your orders are received and acknowledged." Across all units and squadrons on the level, Vass revived confirmations of his command. "Stay clear of all support structures, you are to commit bombing runs throughout the streets, level every building. Worry not about civilians, they're all dead if they're down here." Vass began as he cast a series of lightning strikes to his right at a group of climbing beasts. "This is my most important order. I want all access ports shut down, they won't be getting past us. I want plasma beams to be used to cut clear through any unessential support structure." Vass began as more gunships arrived on level. "I want all essential support structures brigade. I need ray shields set up around both the tops and the bottoms of the support beams." "Your orders have been relayed," Black Leader responded as several shuttles rose to pick up what they needed. "But what is the purpose?" Everything below this level has no doubt perished. At this moment we're denying them the higher levels. The forces above will be able to sweep through the higher levels. We wait for their arrival, begin the assault. Vass gestured, and at his wave of a hand, the gunships dropped from the skies, unleashing their payloads upon those below. It appears Master Vass has taken direct control of the assault on the lower levels. Wind crossed his arms as they watched the hollow of Vass coordinating forces on level 3000. Shuttles of resources flew overhead before taking a nosedive into the access tunnels, dropping as fast as they could to level 3000. It is indeed a sound plan to stop them ascending to the higher levels, Windu pointed out as he was approached by the apprentice of the man they were watching, young Shai. What can I do to help? I can't simply leave Master to be the only one doing something down there, Shai asked as her hands curled at her sides, blonde hair swaying as she shook her head. What we need is to have faith, as I do in Master Vass. On the other hand, we must clear the levels between us and Master Vass with great haste so we may link up with him at the bottom, Windu replied. Then where must I go? Shai asked as Yoda let out a small chuckle, shaking his head as he approached Shai. Eager, so eager. Yoda stopped before Shai. What you can do, is help coordinate the survivors. We have near 1 trillion survivors scouring the surface levels. Shai was surprised that Yoda stopped speaking backwards, showing just how important this situation was. Of course Master Yoda, I'll head off at once. Shai immediately rushed off in the direction she felt she needed to go. This is Black Leader. The clone pilot hissed as he tore his helmet from his head, smoke filling the cockpit as sirens blared throughout. His co-pilot was slumped against his console, his head snapped to the side as oxygen fled the quickly depressurizing cockpit. Fist smashed against the vessel's window as they clung to the vessel to kill him. He looked each and every one of them in the eyes. Priming payload. We're going down. Black Leader finished with a snarl as he leaned forward and flicked all switches on his console. Acknowledged. Black Leader. May the Force be with you, the voice of General Vass relayed before the pilot removed his COMM unit and gently placed it at his side. And may the Force be with you, he growled before gripping the control stick and looking towards a buildings absolutely covered in trogs. Take this. You filthy beasts, he roared as his ship began to fall in a spiraling motion. For the Republic, Black Leader yelled out as he was consumed by a fireball, taking out well over 30 beasts as his ship slammed into the Duracrete, squashing many as he died in the explosion. Over the ship's explosion, yellow coursed through the skies, streaking high and far to fall upon the beasts. Bombs fell from above in between lightning strikes, leveling entire streets in one explosion. I have just stopped the suffering of millions, and many more soon on the way. Nox stretched his arm out towards the skyline of Coruscant. And they will find peace, freedom, within me. Nox did something that would forever mark him an enemy of those who would ever find out. The Jedi would never forgive him, the Sith would fear and lash out, the gods themselves would cringe at his actions. And he would take this information to his grave before telling anyone. He absorbed the life of everyone dying below in one fluid motion, denying them the right to pass on to the cosmic force. Instead, as he cast his Sith chant, their lost souls, the negligible power they hold, would be diverted to him until the end of the outbreak. Rising from down below, copious amounts, thousands of beings' life force flooded his being at once, and Nox howled to the skies in sheer delight, ecstasy, pleasure. Had he not been carefully guarding his presence, everyone across the galaxy would have thrown up at the sudden explosion of energy flowing through his body. Power! A million voices spoke in tandem, and Kaldani spires shook under the weight of his voice. In the end, all will become one. The black of Nox's eyes faded away as he set himself down to alleviate the rush going through him at every waking moment, absorbing the lives of a large amount of Coruscanti citizens, with the planet having a population of well over 1 million, was disorientating. Slinking back to his desk, with streams of energy continuously flowing into every orifices of his being. Slowly lowering himself to his desk, eyes releasing a purple light as soul after soul fused with him, he reached for his datapad intent on opening communications with his dear Lana. I might as well further Lana's standing with the Republic. Nothing quite like relief efforts, and a public hero. Nox sent the missive to his wife, receiving an affirmative seconds later before he tossed the datapad to the side and drank in the quickly building power within him. In one fell swoop, I have destabilized the war, upheaved Sidious's little game. It will be hard for Dooku to reasonably hold back his forces from capturing abandoned battlefronts and press for the core as resources pour in. And I have increased my power base tenfold in one moment, with one order. I changed the galaxy. This is true power. Nox howled into his office in delight and delirium. Padme. I've been given permission to allocate scions, and by extension a portion of Zaquilin resources, to alleviating this tragedy, Lana expressed to Padme as she showed the woman her datapad. This will stop all of this. Let's go. Padme rushed off, yet stopped as Lana grabbed her wrist. Padme. The Republic cannot know that Scion has outside forces at play. Nor they know of the fleet or what it can do. And they cannot know of a Brunix influence. Do you understand? Lana pressed as she fixed a glare to Padme, who looked away from those yellow eyes pinning her in place. I have never, nor will I ever betray a Brunix trust, Padme retorted as Lana let go of her arm, allowing for them to make a quick exit to the speeder. The fleet will not be helping, instead we will be using public vessels to transport munitions quickly. Let's get to the Jedi Command Center. Alana hopped into the driver's seat as Padme went shotgun. Let's go. The two wasted no time in rushing for the speeders nearby, whilst they were followed by the scions appointed to guard them, the group leaving in a 3-vehicle convoy. Are we ready? Windu asked as tens of Jedi stood at attention in front of him. From Anakin Skywalker to the latest promoted master, they stood at attention ready to give their all to save Coruscant. These beasts know no remorse, for they slay children, mothers and fathers in their wake. They maul and turn our innocents into one of their number. Our mission is simple: we must halt their progress, we must not lose one of our own, for we do not know what will happen should we join their ranks. Their claws are deadly and have a pathogen that converts our citizens to their own. Avoid them at all costs, Windu announced as the hollow changed to one of Vass, currently releasing torrents of lightning from his fingers and into the skies as gunships surrounded him. As of right now, Master Vass Lucas is currently heading the efforts to halt the beasts from ascending. Windu spoke with passion as he itched to join the young man down below. Master! I thought he was a knight. Anakin's teeth ground together in hidden rage. Once more the boy had upstaged him. I suspect it's due to his quick thinking and efforts. He moved without prompting and simply leapt into the lower levels, quite heroic if you ask me. In fact, it was his idea to shut off the access ports to the lower levels, essentially blocking off his only exit. The vast majority of the enemy forces have been stopped from rising, Obi-Wan pointed out as Anakin let out a tisk. He is also guarding the only remaining access port to the surface. He is waging war against their entire front to keep them from rising. It takes true courage to do that with no hope of survival. Still. Anakin paused as the Jedi quickly broke off and rushed towards the drop ships waiting for them. I didn't know it was possible for a Jedi to have those powers. We'll think about that later, Obi-Wan urged Anakin as they joined up with Kit Fisto in a dropship that ascended to the skies and hurtled to the only remaining access port. Yoda and Windu hopped into a gunship with Shak Ti and several other Jedi like Ki Adi Mundi, as they lifted off and flew towards the Duchess port. The access port itself was cleared of all buildings, flattened to allow several legions of clone troopers and heavy munitions to give them clear sight of anything that would get out of the port. With a scream, a troglodyte leapt from the access port, roaring as it rushed across the quarantine zone, only to explode under a rocket from an AT-TE. Overhead, the clones looked up to see the Jedi gunships, guarded by fighters and bombers, fly towards the Duchess port, as they began to spiral down towards the lower levels. Alongside the gunships, hundreds of it approached the access port, using their magnetic legs to climb into the access shaft vertically with their clone payload as they gave cover fire, killing any troglodyte that rushed to the surface. 2 hours later. Go go go! A clone pushed a Rodian to the side as one of the beast ran at their blockade, blaster bolts simply rebounding from its armor as it picked up a clone, tearing him in half as he screamed before hurling his halves at his brothers. It charged again, but was decapitated by a purple blade that severed its head to its body. Level 25 is clear, move on, Mace yelled out as the gunships flew back to the access shaft, diving down the next 15 levels as the clone army spread out across every part of Coruscant they were able. Regroup and move out, Mace ordered the clones around him as he leapt back to a passing gunship before rushing deeper down. We've got 25 levels cleared. Now only 2,980, hold on, Vass whined to hissed as he received a hollow call. General, we've received resources from 1. Senator Benico. Ships are dropping into the system as we speak with what we believe to be incendiary weapons and others. Permission to deploy. Mace frowned at the news provided by the lieutenant, a frown coming to his face as his right hand came to his chin. Such weapons would wipe out whole city blocks. Very well, you have permission to drop them on the lower levels in uncontrolled sectors. Anything provided we will make use of, Mace answered, and within 10 minutes, he watched as an entire street went up in flames from a single bomb. General Windu has given permission for the use of your resources. Lieutenant Braga announced as Lana nodded. I will coordinate the allocations of weapons. I am most informed of their capabilities. Padme will allocate resources on the surface, Lana informed then as she took out her lightsaber and marched towards one of the remaining gunships. You're with me. Of course, Madam. Braga wasn't about to argue in the face of this apocalyptic outbreak. All automated systems, follow my signature. Lana spoke over an open channel at all Zaquillan weaponry. From the landing starships, clones leapt back in fright as massive crates exploded open, 1,000 heavily armored droids leaping into the skies and flying after the gunship. From the remains of the crates, the clones found explosives, weapons of all kinds. Foods and resource packages. They went all out, didn't they? Cody mumbled as he picked up a handful of blasters he had never seen before and began handing them out. How are these any different from what we usually use? Rex asked as he looked at the odd rifle in his hand and took aim at a sign in the distance. Pulling the trigger, Rex and Cody were shocked at the projectile that erupted from the barrel, a magnetic round launching from the barrel to annihilate the sign in an explosion of slag and energy. These are apparently neutralization-based weapons. Ionizing anything they impact, Cody explained as he looked at the manual and immediately at the weapon in his hand. They're radioactive. Rex looked at the weapon with trepidation. Apparently Cody sounded unsure if he wanted to make use of such weapons, but he shrugged and hefted one of the larger variants. You, CT-111375, hand these out. We make use of them immediately, Cody yelled out before turning to the grenades and warheads that hadn't been disturbed. Dear God! Amongst level 200, Nox spread his hands wide as his eyes shone in delight. Troglodytes rushed past him, climbing higher and higher as they rushed to the surface above. This is perfect, don't you agree? Ella gasped. Look at me now and your pathetic balance. A spire came tumbling down beside him, falling down to the floors below as Nox held his arms wide and spun around. Sparks speared from his fingers, silencing everything around him in a burst of energy that pulverized the city block in a single moment. More, give me more, Nox laughed as he continued absorbing everything around him. His head perked up as he heard gunships, a growl escaping the man as he rushed towards the access port and dropped deeper into Coruscant away from the Republic forces. The war took a turn once the new munitions continued to arrive from Sion. A unit of clones wielding their new weapons descended the levels, their weapons being used to great effect in the hands of the ARC troopers they were given to. Level 45 was a mess of Jedi, clone, droid, and troglodyte. As a heavy Iocath droid, provided by Sion as they wished not to give anything too powerful to the Republic such as anything used in the Eternal Fleet like Skytrooper units, hefted a troglodyte overhead before slamming it into the ground. It raised its hands, blasters mounted to its wrists as it used its neutralizer weaponry to turn 7 troglodytes to dust under a barrage of fire. I think I'm keeping this, Rex yelled out as he rushed at a troglodyte, firing at the creature's chest before it simply exploded. The droid turned to look at him, causing the clone to nervously wave his hand. If I have permission, of course, Rex chuckled nervously as it stepped by them and simply ran at the wall of troglodytes approaching. The droid bulldozed the trogs, before a pulse escaped its frame, electrify erupting around it as it electrocuted them. Falling down, the troglodytes were easy prey as the clones finished them off. They seem to run off instinct, they don't hide and they don't use anything other than swarm tactics. Do they know nothing other than rage? Kit Fisto growled as he watched the droids given to them bring a hard stop to the Trog advance, as the clones backed them up with surprising efficiency. Keep pushing, men, Kit Fisto bellowed as he watched the clone ARC troopers turn an entire walkway to ash with their new blasters. Gotta stay out of the way of them. Down on level 3000, Vass stood atop a mountain of troglodytes, taller than even the buildings that reached for the level canopy above. Gunships shone their lights up in the pile of corpses, shooting at the climbing trogs with concussion missiles, explosions rocking the pile as their commander fought at the tip. A force push of his was significantly more powerful than it had been only hours prior. As his force push rent the streets below, the continental plate shifted with each use of the force he portrayed. With a wave of his hand, entire buildings rose from the ground before being sent cascading into and across the lands. Several buildings circulated the pile before being dropped onto the swaths of foes. Yellow bolts spread across the skies, spreading far across the horizon, revealing several more piles of corpses racked up by Republic and the Force storm around them. A swing to the right decapitated a Trog, whilst a kick to the left sent one rolling back down the pile. A repulse from his position cleared 20 from around him, sending them flying into the buildings not covered in the pile of Trogs. Flying above, a gunship newly arrived from the surface unleashed one of their neutralizing missiles. Those aware of what it was watched with trepidation as the missile soared far off into the distance. The following explosion began as a orb, blue in color as it radiated nothing but silence. "Is there a problem with the audio?" Ahsoka asked as she watched the holo. "No," Baris replied. It came suddenly after 10 seconds of silence. The blue orb suddenly expanded 1,000 meters in seconds, sweeping over the lands in complete silence. The surface watched in both awe and horror as everything the neutralizer weapon touched simply faded to dust. Whether it was duracrete, metal or troglodyte. Nothing survived touching the expanding orb that left naught but circular crater in the surface of the level. "I think Sion just went up in the list of priorities for the Republic. Imagine if the Separatists got their hands on such weapons." Orn Free Taa gulped as Mas Ameda nodded slowly, eyes squinting as he regarded the deployment of neutralizer missiles. "And not a sound made, truly silent death," Lana smirked from her dropship. "Luckily for us, only we have the emergency deactivation codes. If any of our weapons is used on our civilians or Zaquulan resources, without our express permission, will simply not fire or explode," Lana mused as her gunship roared by a falling spire under the city. "Oh no, what a perfect opportunity!" Nox stopped outside of Sidious's secret base, aka the Limerge building, staring up at the superstructure surrounded by several other smaller buildings. He was invisible as he used the force to cover his being, allowing Nox to simply approach the building without worry. He simply walked towards the base entryway of the building. The security of the building fared horribly, as a system-wide reset went off across the facility thanks to the Trogs below chewing through one of the power supply cables at his bidding. "Oh no, a skeleton key!" Nox simply waved his hand at the doorway, forcing it to move along its guides with a loud screech. "Perfect, just my size," Nox shrugged as he entered the dimly lit doorway of Sidious's base. He freely scoured the building with little care for anything he might find. It was more for his amusement than anything else, black-gloved hands tracing against the wall with amusement trickling through his whistles. "Would you look at that, a training room, obviously seen use." Nox hopped into the room, mockingly acting as if he was fighting invisible foes. "Okay." Nox stopped mucking around before turning away and moving out towards a rising stairway that led higher into the Limerge building. A fork of dark side energy from above drew Nox's attention as he tilted his head and stared up towards the higher levels. "Are you here, Sidious? Do you want to play a game?" Nox smirked before simply crouching and leaping up towards the highest point within the staircase. Landing atop the staircase with a soft tap, Nox channeled the force. In front of his position, a smoke demon formed in front of his position, its shade-like structure turning to its master for orders. Take the form of a troglodyte and go give Sidious hell, Nox ordered as the smoke demon gave a silent nod before turning and rushing down the dark hallway. Walking after the demon's trail, Nox looked in and out of several rooms. A lab, a meditation chamber. He did however stop in a room full of holocrons, activating all of them at once to see what they held. How amusing it is that over 3,000 years, the Sith haven't discovered anything new. Nox sighed and waved his hand, watching as the holocron matrices shut down with the holos dispersing. A shame. Nox shrugged and listened as he heard a howl of rage from within the superstructure. Where did these things come from? Sidious howled in rage as he stared out at the holo, still garbed in his Senate attire, as his gnarled hands slammed into the table. With a hiss of rage, Sidious pulled up the hood of his senator robe, shrugging off his overload to reveal the deep crimson-red robe below. Dooku, do you hear me, my apprentice? Sidious watched as Dooku answered immediately, kneeling to his master over holo. I have heard there is a predicament over on Coruscant, my master. What would you wish of me? Dooku asked with his head inclined to show respect. Never mind that, Sidious snarled and leant over the table. Reduce the war effort. I don't want anything to shake up what is already happening. Sidious leapt away just as the console he was using was smashed to bits under the fists of a hulking one of these specimens. Now how did you get in here, I wonder? Sidious snarled as he pulled out his red lightsaber, springing the weapon to life as he glared at the creature. No matter, I'll be enjoying this. With a scream, Sidious twirled at the creature, keenly aware of its lack of response to his force scream. It leant back as he rushed at its chest, his saber flying clear as it threw a punch at his unguarded stomach. However, like the shadow he was, Sidious wound around the punch, his tongue sticking out of his mouth as he let out a made cackle, jumping up as he swung his blade at its exposed arm. It impressed him, however, as it dropped low, sweeping around to launch its four fists towards his falling back. Like the Sith master he was, he used the Force to send the creature flying across the room before it could strike him, watching with satisfaction as it slid to the far side of the chamber. Nox stood directly behind Sidious without the man even noticing, as he was invisible to the naked eye, and on top of that he made sure to use force blank to ensure the Sith would be completely naive of his presence. Nox leant directly into the side of Sidious's face, examining the face of the Sith that half sulfuric eyes along with a twisted face thanks to dark side degradation. Old. This is the so-called apprentice of Plagueis. Nox rolled his eyes and turned away just as Sidious rushed towards the smoke demon that was picking itself up in the form of the troglodyte. Nox turned to see a databank, an idea coming to mind. Just what I was looking for. Walking over to the console as Sidious roared in the background, Nox pulled out a data chip and inserted the chip, turning away to see Sidious engaging furiously with the trog. Getting a little mad at the lack of progress against this troglodyte, Sidious, Nox mocked. Sidious obviously couldn't hear him, but that didn't stop Nox from feeling amusement at the bubbling rage flowing around the aged man. Scorpio, be a dear and download everything within this console. I've slotted in a chip to allow you access, Nox asked of his droid as she immediately bridged the connection, began to remotely download everything in the system. Perfect. Nox crossed his arms as Sidbus had destroyed a good half of the room in his rage and attempts to destroy the smoke demon. Download complete. There are some interesting things on here I'm sure you'd like to see, many pertaining to your friend Plagueis, Scorpio informed him as he removed the data chip. Just in time, Nox slowly walked towards the room's entryway, casting a look over his shoulder as Sidious screamed and proceeded to hurl lightning at the smoke demon, sending it flying from the window to its inevitable death at the hand's gravity far below the Lemerge building. I can't help but feel underwhelmed. Nox regarded Sidious for another seconds before vanishing before Sidious could even guess at the intrusion. Dispelling the smoke demon because there was no need to keep it sustained, he waltzed towards the building's exit with an amused stride. Until next time, Sidious, Nox waved over his shoulder before vanishing in a burst of purple, effectively teleporting across Coruscant to his next venture. Appearing atop the Senate building itself, Nox was a tiny black speck up in the massive superstructure that loomed over the rest of the city. Smoke rose across the city in all directions. The sky was now littered with ships. That's gotta be a good portion of the entire Republic Navy, Nox mused as he watched the ships circle between the towering skyscrapers. Oh no! In the confusion of such a tragedy, the Venator's pilots were unable to properly coordinate with their brothers and surrounding forces. Nox reached towards a Venator with his right hand and gave it a push. Subtle enough that it wouldn't appear as if it was pushed by the Force, but significant enough that it moved off course. An explosion rung out as a high-reaction skyscraper toppled over as the Venator struck the structure. Screams rung from across the city as the building fell onto the Venator, causing both to fall into the streets swarming with survivors below, a final larger explosion rocking the city as the ship was consumed by a fireball. Oh no! Nox laughed before he couched and leapt into the skies towards the refugee zones, aiming to land behind one of the tents set up without anyone's notice. "Mum, I'm scared," a little girl cried into her mother's shoulder, whilst her elder brother sat and glared towards the shaft, the same shaft to where his father had become one of their number when he died protecting them in the original onslaught. "It'll be okay." Her mother gently pet her daughter's hair, kissing her scalp with great care. Nox walked past them with a scoff, sending an amused side glance towards the brother as he felt the rage permeating the boy. Could be Force sensitive, oh well. Nox shrugged before pushing through a group of Rodians. He wasn't too pleased that they touched him. "Fuck off!" Nox hissed before making his way deeper into the pit of plebs. Anakin cleaved through the head of a troglodyte, having joined up with Rex and Obi-Wan as they marched through the horde. "Come on, Master, keep up!" Anakin yelled out in clear worry as Obi-Wan leant back and cleaved through the outstretched arms of one of the creatures, angling his saber to slice the head off of a second in the same movement. "Oh my bad, Anakin, I forgot we were racing again," Obi-Wan quipped before joining up with Anakin, who was locked in battle with 4 of the beasts. "Getting old, Master," Anakin joked as he bisected a trog and used the Force on the other 3, forcing them back into their horde as blue beams spraying from Rex and the clones which blew the trogs to pieces under each volley. Their attention was drawn by the sound of metallic steps, the trip turning to face a wall of hulking Io-Kath war droids, marching as one through the streets as they aimed their weapons to the front. "How about we get out of their way?" Obi-Wan whispered as they rushed down an alley, just as the droids unleashed a literal sea of blue bolts onto the trogs, a chorus of screams sounding across the streets as the Legion slew the monsters. "That was a master!" Anakin yelled out as he pushed Obi-Wan out of the way with his metallic arm. Anakin screamed as his metal arm was torn from his body, a hulking 4-arms troglodyte shaking its head from side to side ravenously as the arm was rendered scrap. Blood rushed from his now open wound as the trog now focused on Obi-Wan since it disregarded Anakin. It wielded 2 spears as it fell upon Obi-Wan, thrusting at the Jedi Master's stomach. Blocking the thrusts, Obi-Wan was relieved to see the trog was wielding simple spears as his saber simple passed through the spears, rendering them useless. Regaining his composure, Anakin found his face stinging as the sticks that had been the spears were slashed across his face, sending blood spraying before it tossed the sticks at Rex. "This one's different, it's smarter, provide us backup," Obi-Wan yelled out as he jumped at the discolored trog, thrusting his saber at its head. Yet to his shock, the trog leant back as the saber passed by its head, elbowing Obi-Wan in the stomach before punching Anakin across the cheek. Obi-Wan coughed up blood as he felt himself hoisted from the ground and slammed against the wall. It roared in rage as its armor was burnt away at Rex's blaster fire, where it turned away, throwing Obi-Wan at the opposite wall before it yelled and leapt at Rex. Falling upon the clone, its maw was stopped from ensnaring Rex's head as it bit down upon the blaster barrel, its rancid saliva falling upon Rex's helmet melting at the helmet's plastiod armor. It was distracted again as Obi-Wan's saber cut off its upper right arm, causing the beast to screech in a blind rage, as it rose and kicked Rex away, knocking the clone out against the wall where he went limp. Rounding on Obi-Wan, the creature reached out faster than the master could react, causing Obi-Wan to release a howl as his hand was crushed by the trog, his saber sparking and becoming useless in his grip. "Arg!" Obi-Wan cried as he clutched his hand as the trog let go of his hand, allowing the master to fall to his knees. Raising its foot, the trog snickered before booting Obi-Wan against the wall, a vengeful look on its face as it approached the groaning and coughing Obi-Wan, who was now face down in a puddle of sludge water. "Goodbye!" The broken basic surprised Obi-Wan as it raised its foot to crush him. Closing his eyes, Obi-Wan awaited his fate, ready to become one with the Force. He was, however, startled at a dramatic screeching that released from the air before him, forcing Obi-Wan to reopen his eyes. Before his eyes, the trog raised from the ground, its arms crumpling in on themselves as its legs were wrenched backwards before snapping in on themselves like twigs. The creature screamed as it spotted the assailant, as did Obi-Wan. His face contorted in utter and pure rage, his face bleeding in several places as he had his arm-less nub in the direction of the beast. Anakin's teeth ground together, as the beast's chest rounded and snapped against its waist, and with a final cry, its head snapped the wrong way before it was turned into a simple ball of twisted flesh. Anakin Obi-Wan mumbled, feeling his eyes beginning to bruise, finding his way to his feet as he stumbled over to where Anakin was. Stumbling slightly, the simmering rage Anakin felt receded back into the darkest places of his psyche, allowing Anakin to stumble and falling Obi-Wan's arms. "Let's get out of here," Obi-Wan whispered as Anakin nodded slowly, the two looking to the still Rex. "Can you help me carry Rex?" "Of course." Days passed in restless impatience for the refugees on the surface. Explosions from deep within the planet caused the people to shudder, and screams occasionally. Bursts of energy occasionally escaped the only usable surface vent, as supplies were ferried in and out throughout the days, dropships and entire swathes of droids from Sion dropping into the hole to join the war effort. Over 2,000 levels had been cleared, countless lives had been lost over the days, entire levels had been rendered unlivable as the bombs fell. "This is hell," Padme winced as she sat down beside Lana on the balcony of her apartment. The atmosphere was thick with smog, towers all across the city were orange with fire, whilst that one crashed Venator stuck out of the surface of the planet. "But it's coming to an end. They're making a final push towards level 3000. It's a miracle Master Vass had been able to halt their ascension. I can't imagine what it would look like down there." Lana spoke solemnly as Padme winced. "I heard about Anakin, is he all right?" Lana asked as Padme sobbed slightly. "He's fine, they managed to heal the damages done, though you should have seen him when he was ferried to the surface. He and Obi-Wan looked like they had faced the armies themselves, and Anakin, he seemed scared when the Jedi came to check on him." Padme relented as a gunship flew by, causing some cutlery eyeside to rattle slightly. "So he's the one that used the dark side down there then? I was wondering who it was." Lana gently rubbed Padme's shoulder. "You need some sleep. A Brunic has given you a particularly powerful milliflower extract humidifier, it's been set up in your room, go, rest." Padme sniffled weakly, accepting Lana's command as she got up and shuffled towards her bedroom. When Padme was gone, a Brunic stepped out from behind the curtain towards Lana. "How many have died?" Lana stared down into the pit below where gunships were still dropping. "Over 3 trillion. They're breaking through to level 3000 as we speak, it ends today." Nox came up to her side, keenly aware at her frustration. "Was it worth it?" Lana asked in a hushed whisper, eyes turning to her lover, a pleading, searching look in her eyes as she studied his face. "Nothing is ever worth that amount of lives. But it's going to have to be. You know what's coming." Just as Nox's brows twisted upwards as Lana let out a few tears, said crystalline teats flowing down her cheeks as she leant into his chest. "Tell me again, tell me how many will die. I need to know." Lana whispered as he reached up and gently began to rub her scalp. "Everyone. If we can't get through this, if we can't do what has to be done, everyone. You, me, Kenya, Padme. Everyone we ever loved, everyone we will ever love will be but a memory, their sacrifices meaning nothing at the end. And I'm not going to let their deaths be in vain. I can't lose you, not again." Nox growled through clenched teeth as he looked up towards the night sky. "I'm scared," Lana wheezed out, her voice breaking as her mascara left trails down her cheeks as she clung onto him with dear life. So am I." Nox moved them towards the couch nearby, laying down with Lana, rubbing her scalp and easing her worries with the force. It wasn't 5 minutes before her breathing leveled out, her body going slack as she gave out after being awake for 4 days straight. "I'm sorry, love." Nox kissed Lana's forehead as he knew she was asleep, "but by the end of this, the galaxy will forever bear the scars of what I must do to stop them." She didn't answer as he continued to massage her head, the woman's head shifting slightly as she unconsciously moved to a more comfortable position. He was alone, having long since ordered the shuttles to retreat long ago when the vessels had run out of munitions. The lightning above had forever scarred the canopy of the skies, whilst an endless pile of corpses spread a thin layer across the lands like an ocean of corpses. Alone he stood, lightsaber long since rendered useless against the hordes that still rushed his position from all fronts. A dome of force energy circled around Vass, as trogs piled onto of each other and the dome he had created, bashing themselves against the energy barrier he focused to keep sustained. "They're about to arrive," Vass uttered to himself. "Time to finish this then." He no longer needed to make use of oneness, as he drew the power from his central form through the cosmic force. Bringing his hands together in front of his chest, his robes long since rendered simple rags that exposed his pale chest in the dimly lit undercity. Breathing out, the force sung as it came to life, flowing from his body in all directions as visible streams of energy caused copious amounts of wind currents to toss back the trogs. Breathing out again, his chest began to glow with orange light, said orange light spreading from the center of his chest to bleed through his bloodstream. His body was on fire as his bloodstream became liquid fire, his teeth grinding whilst his glowing emerald eyes became fluorescent white. "See you soon." Vass caught sight of the lights breaking through the exhaust ventilation in the distance, soon being caught by the searching gunships. With a roar, he jumped up, the force rallying to him as it laid over his body several times like a dome. And with a scream, a force repulse the likes the galaxy had never seen ripped from Vass, tearing everything apart as a dome of bluish-white expanded across level 3000. The orange of his chest ruptured, his body exploding outwards as pure force energy escaped his being, leaving a shining outline of a humanoid shape devoid of human flesh, said flesh spreading far and wide, carried away by the repulse. "Brace!" Windu yelled out as he grabbed a hold of Yoda grabbing the handle whilst the others hunkered down. Yoda raised one of his hands as he prepared to shield their gunship, a thin layer of energy surrounding their vessel as they were swallowed. The gunships soon rightened themselves from their diverted courses quickly after, turning and rushing towards where the trogs had been erased from by the repulse. "Spread out, kill anything that moves," Windu ordered as the gunships diverted and began to spread far and wide, raining down rain of cannon fire across the remaining trogs. "Create an LZ. I want us down there now." Windu searched the area the dome had come from, however he was unable to spot Vass amongst the piles of corpses. Approaching the zone, the ship lowered down onto the piles of corpses, followed by the other ships that encircled the large blackened grounds. Jumping down from the hold of the gunship, Mace and along with the other Jedi each began to spread out across the dimly lit zone, searchlights illuminating the pitch black around them. Master cupped her cheeks as she shouted into the dark, the lights fading from the gunships fading off quickly. "Spread out," Mace ordered as he activated his purple saber, bathing the area around him in purple light as he began a march off in a random direction through ground zero of the repulse. Hmyad's activated his green saber and hobbled off in the opposite direction of Mace. All around, the Jedi ignited their green and blue sabers, including who activated her blue saber and began to walk in a straight line. A whisper sounded within her head, causing her to look off to the right in confusion as she spotted a girl no older than herself rushing into the darkness. Strangely enough, it appeared the other Jedi couldn't perceive the girl as she simply passed by Ki-Adi Mundi without him even noticing. "Hey!" yelled out as she ran off in pursuit of the girl. "Careful, young one!" Mundi yelled out as shouldered past him in pursuit of the blonde. "This way!" the soft feminine whisper sounded in her head again as the blue of her saber barely illuminated the back of the running girl she was following. "Wait up!" called out as she squinted as she ran. If she focused hard enough, she could see through the figure, yet she shook her head and continued in hot pursuit of the girl she now realized wore Jedi robes. "Where are you going?" yelled out, only to be caught by surprise as the person simply vanished into the darkness like a wraith. She didn't have time to ponder, however, as she found herself tumbling down a ravine of corpses, coughing and huffing as she eventually came to a halt at the center of a circular indent in the sea of dead. Groaning, she rolled onto her back, smelling the rancid smell of cooking flesh as she spotted her lightsaber searing its way through a corpse a few meters away from her location. Grumbling, she made her way to her feet, pulling her saber from the corpse it had impaled itself into. "Okay, where'd you go?" Shai asked as she held her saber at eye level, peering into the illuminated darkness. "There you are." Shai quivered as she spotted the little one squatted down facing away from her. "We need to get you out of." Shai slowed her words. She found the girl to be nearly completely translucent, and by the time she had approached the figure, they had vanished completely. But she immediately forgot about said spectre, as she found herself gasping at what the spectre had been standing over. "Master!" Shai screamed as she dropped her saber to the ground and fell onto her master. His skin was burnt, eyes closed and didn't appear to be breathing. Immediately she began to administer CPR, pushing down on her chest as she repeatedly yelled into the darkness. "She's here!" Vass remained unconscious as the projection of Nox stood over Shai with Dara at his side. "Did you really blow yourself up?" Dara asked as she looked up to the other spectre. "I had to run a test," Nox replied as the insides of Vass finally reformed after having been detonated like a fucking suicide bomber. Note to self: detonating one of my bodies is rather unpleasant, and annoying to regenerate, Nox mused as he repaired the link to the body of Vass. "There you go." Nox gently pet Dara on the shoulder before his abstract form vanished as he returned to his main body on the surface. Nodding silently, Dara knelt down to the unaware Shai, just as Vass convulsed violently as he took in a deep breath, feigning opening his eyes before falling unconscious. "He's alive! He's alive!" Shai cried as she pulled the unconscious body of her master, racked with sobs as she held him to her chest. Quickly, she pulled out her communicator and opened an open channel. "This is Padawan Chai. I've found Master Lucas. Transmitting my location." Clicking her communicator, a hollow beep resounded around the crater as she simply held her master, smiling slightly as Dara watched the two of them with a blank face. It wasn't 30 seconds later that Mace arrived, coming to a stop with a contingent of clones, his face relaxing as he spotted the two of them from the rim of the crater. "Let's get them out of here," Mace ordered before somersaulting down into the crater and landing at Shai's side. Kneeling down, Mace gently removed Vass from his apprentice's arms, slinging the Jedi over his shoulder as he motioned to the apprentice. "Come on. The battle is over. We've retrieved Master Vass. I repeat, we've retrieved Master Vass." Mace informed the forces that had accompanied them to level 3000, and urged them to rush back to the transports so they could depart. Zakuul. The streets of Zakuul were silent, as scores of skytroopers walked around with flamethrowers equipped, fed by gas canisters wired into their backs. All Zakuul citizens are to remain in their homes. Skytrooper units will deliver foods and supplies from door to door. I repeat, all citizens are to remain in their homes. This is a decree from His Majesty. The hologram in the central plaza began to repeat, as it had been for days at this point. All the while the legion of skytroopers employed en masse throughout the spire. They were hunting, under the orders of Scorpio herself, who was currently controlling every skytrooper unit at once. Transit from Zakuul and Iokath had come to a halt as the Infinity Gates had been shut down and broken in case anything wished to use them. Skyva and Esna haunted the streets, stalking through the streets with their towering forms as they turned anything organic to ash, as was their orders. Hence why every citizen were within their homes, trusting in their emperor to keep them protected as his underlings liquefied everything within the city that wasn't supposed to be there. A screech drew Esnes and a group of skytroopers' attention. A human with blackened eyes and tar-like saliva screamed as it rushed them. It died in an instant as a red beam escaped Esne, turning it to ash before they moved to investigate where it had come from. Sample acquired, Esne hissed as she scooped up the remaining black sludge, turning and stepping over the skytroopers as she headed towards the Emperor's Spire where Scorpio currently was. Overlooking the city, the decayed remains of a Zakuulan knight stood atop a tower, yellow eyes peering across the city as it glared at the central spire. "I can sense you, can you sense me?" it asked as it crouched, a sickening snap resonating from its limbs before it simply flopped off and jumped into the streets below, where it landed with a sickening crunch, making sure to avoid the sky troopers patrolling for its forces, of which most were already dead. But it didn't fear dying here. If needed, it would bring its full self here instead, but that was only if it needed to do so. Yet the creature thought as it walked up to the window to a room where a woman was currently resting, smirking as its fingers turned to liquid, allowing it to unlock the window from the outside. Cortex of memory. Opening his eyes into the very fabric of his soul, Nox looked at the lands that spread far and wide. Massive stone spires spread into the skies in the distance, each holding up a shelf as large as a continent. Kneeling directly in front of the obsidian throne that signified his center of being, the faces of Tenebrae and Tulak Horde knelt, completely mindless as they were puppets to his thoughts, mere generators of energy for him to draw upon. Rising from his ethereal throne, Nox stepped down from the black steps and made his way to the stairs that dropped to the blackened lands below. Ascending the stairs, Aloysius, now completely black in color and no longer see-through, approached his descendant's side, turning and walking back down the stairs he had just ascended as the two broke into conversation. "I have taken the liberty of preparing the dead you have acquired," Aloysius informed him as they reached the bottom after some minutes. No longer was the main island where the deceased souls bound to Nox meandered about simply just that, instead it was a gargantuan land as eternal in size as it was needed to be, expanding with the amount of souls walking around aimlessly within. "A bit dreary, don't you think?" Nox asked as Aloysius shook his head and waved his hand in front of an unresponsive ghost of a woman who had just died on Coruscant. "Not for them. I have taken the liberty of altering their perceptions in masse. According to them, they're experiencing the pure bliss of the afterlife, happy with the families I have linked together." Aloysius stopped in front of two children. "This little girl and her brother here are sharing the same mental plane as their parents, where they are currently happily eating fruits on a beach," Aloysius pointed out as he turned to their grandfather. "And their grandfather is currently enjoying his younger years, dancing an eternal ball with his wife, who is there with him." Aloysius nodded to the old woman standing beside the old man. "Will they ever break out?" Nox asked as he crossed his arms, staring at the ghost apathetically as felt the link each and every one of themselves ahd to himself. "No, I've locked them deep into the recesses of their minds. For them, this is the perfect heaven and they're free, they'll never wish to break the illusion. Anything they wish for they get in there." Aloysius gently pet the head of the little girl before them, where she simply stared out ahead. "And if they did somehow break free, I would personally return them to their heavens," Aloysius affirmed as Nox nodded. "Then I entrust their upkeep to you, though they're taking up a bit too much space." Nox changed the landscape of his cortex of memory, moving the ghosts deeper into a new land that had appeared at his will. Said land was a simple black sheet of land far off in the distance, obscured by dark shadows and clouds. The land was flat as a steel plate, where they would stand unaware for eternity, ignorant to the fact that they were batteries for the being that devoured them endlessly in their deaths, for they were in their own individual heavens. Now that the mainland of the cortex of memory was so cluttered with lingering spirits, Nox looked towards where they were now stored, smirking as the newly made storm obscured the land away from the prying eyes of anything that may ever enter. Anything that would ever enter his cortex of memory, would never know what was going on high above them. Anyone but Aloysius and himself would know. "Reminds me of hell actually. I wonder." Nox chuckled before turning away and moving to ascend back up the stairs to where his throne was. Stopping momentarily, Nox looked towards Aloysius. "Would you ever wish to walk the mortal plane once more?" Nox asked as he peered meaningfully at the shade. "My time has come and gone, I no longer wish for the whims of the flesh, instead I am here. I am at peace," Aloysius replied slowly, earning a sad look from Nox. "I thought so," Nox replied before turning away and ascending the stairs to the throne of his cortex of memory. Coruscant, Padme's apartment. Returning to the mortal plane, a Brunic woke to the dawn of a new day, with Lana still very much resting on his legs. Smiling down at the woman, he absent-mindedly noted the amount of people becoming one with him had slowed down drastically, now a mere trickle rather than the sea of souls not 24 hours prior. "It seems they've finally routed the troglodytes, simply killing the ones that remained," Nox mused as he listened to the broadcast coming from a hollow stand at the center of the room, Padme curling up on the adjacent couch, hugging her knees to her chest. 70% of all life on Coruscant just gone, Padme whispered as a live feed of level 3000 showed the amount of corpses that piled to the ceiling. With the efforts of Jedi Master Vass Lucas, we have been able to hold off the main force of these creatures from ascending higher. It is with great honor I present Master Lucas with the Medal of Bravery. However, it appears Master Lucas is in recovery and will be unable to accept his award at this time. A ceremony will be held in 1 month from now. Palpatine spoke up as his hollow appeared beside the life feed of Vass Lucas being moved into a gunship along with Shai and Mace. Nox soon tuned out the speech of Palpatine and the reporters, choosing to focus on Padme, who was silently crying to herself. Padme, do what you do best, help them. After you've recovered, I'm ordering something for us to eat. Then you're going to prepare yourself, center yourself, and then you're going to head the relief effort. Nox ordered, giving the woman direction as she dried her tears. Now come over here, rest with us. Nox gestured to the opposite side of the couch he and Lana lay, of which the woman complied, laying herself down as she sought comfort from their presence. The Jedi Temple. Shai sat beside Vass as he laid in the medical bay, resting her head on the side of the bed to which he lay. You need to rest, young one. Vokarache spoke softly as she gently pet Shai on the shoulder. I am resting, Shai mumbled back as Che sighed, rubbing the girl's back as she knelt down to the girl. Do you believe your master would wish for you to do this to yourself? Che asked as Shai closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. No, Shai mumbled out as Che brought the girl in for a hug. Then go rest. You'll be the first to know when he wakes. Che comforted the girl as she rose and gently guided the Padawan from the room, leaving Vass alone in the sterile chamber. Master Che, do ghosts exist? Shai asked as she looked up at the head healer who looked down at her in confusion. I'm not too sure, though if you commune with the Force you might find out, Che replied as Shai nodded and slowly walked away to the room of 1,000 fountains. Something was amiss when Nox opened his eyes. As Lana was pressed against his chest, he felt a foreboding feeling coming through the Force, focused solely on him. Searching eyes searched Padme's apartment only to find nothing, and so he spread his senses wide and far throughout the system. Nothing within the system is focused on me. Rather, I see. Then Nox frowned as he gently pried Lana from him, letting her rest her head on the pillow he had been on. So he knows. Nox made sure his black robe was in place as he squared his shoulders, before fading from the surface of Coruscant and appearing across the galaxy a moment later. Desolate moon of Korriban. Appearing on a solar body devoid of life, Nox prepared himself for what was to come. You're too late, Elagast. Nox turned to face the father with a mocking smile. Always too late to do what needs to be done. You need to stop this, Abrunic. This path leads to nothing but death and destruction. Elagast all but plead to Nox, face twinged in open worry and fear for what was to come. Do you say that because you've seen it? Nox leant forward and tilted his head slightly as he spoke, mocking the would-be deity with sarcastic words. Or because you fear the lack of control you have over what is happening? Nox pulled the dark staff to his grip from oblivion where it had been stored, the gnarled stick slamming onto the dead ground between the two of them. Chance after chance. And still you refuse to see? Elagast closed his eyes lightly, regretting what he was about to do. There will be none more. Surrender. Or perish. You still think you have the power here, don't you? Nox couldn't help the smile that placed itself upon his face, as a pair of pale grey wings erupted from Urgost's back, pure force energy surrounding the being. Elagast's only response was to send a force push of gargantuan proportions directly at Nox's position. Watching the ground uplift itself, a trench many times larger than himself being carved out of the surface of the desolate moon before him, Nox chuckled slightly. And with a mere movement of his right hand, brought the dark staff to intercept the path of the force push. It was something Elagast obviously hadn't expected to happen, seeing the blast of power being negated upon contact with the staff's head only to vanish, swirling into the gnarled head of the staff that very same moment. The two didn't speak as the massive trench now stopped dead at Nox's feet, a loud echo sounding out as the base of the staff slammed into the dirt once more. The time for talking is over. Then I see a Brunic gripped the staff with both hands, aiming its head at Urgost's position. I suppose it is time to see whose hands the fate of the galaxy rests in, right, now. And with a surge of energy releasing from the staff, a beam of black and purple energy ripped between the spaces between the two, slamming into Urgost before he was sent flying off into the direction of the nearby mountains. The impact of Elagast hitting the mountain in the distance was signified by a low rumbling of the ground, smoke rising in the distance. With a huff of amusement, a Brunic began to walk in the direction of the deity with a sure strut to his step. What caused Nox surprise, however, was the sudden shift of his environment around him, being torn from the desolate moon and dropped into the realm of Mortis. "So you're taking this seriously then?" All humor left Nox's face as he planted the dark staff into the ground, letting go of its handle to allow it to stand up in its own weight. "Eat, consume all of Mortis," Nox commanded of the dark staff. And it did just that, as it began to suck in and absorb the world around it, the air around it shimmering in a whirlpool-like formation towards the staff's head. Looking up and around, Nox looked around the realm of Mortis. "Are you here to do it?" A deep voice he had heard before sounded over his shoulder. "Are you going to kill Father?" Turning around, Nox came face to face with the sun, one of the many manifestations of the dark side throughout the galaxy. Beady red eyes peered at Nox with a calculating gaze. "Are you going to try and stop me?" Nox summoned a dark shear with a blank face, pointing the black shifting tip of the dark side blade at the sun's face. "The only thing me and Aoife would attain in interfering is death." "We will not interfere." The sun vanished immediately after, leaving for the only person he actually had any love remaining for. Turning away from where the sun had been, Nox began to walk through the shrubs towards where he felt a concentration of energy coming from, the skies shifting from daytime to midnight within moments. "I met her, you know." Elagast. Nox studied the fibers on one of the nearby shrubs, running his fingers over his chin. "What was she called to you again?" "That's right. Aboleth." That seemed to do the trick as Elagast appeared from where he was hiding, rushing towards Nox quicker than any creature had any right to move. He all but materialized in front of Nox, his hand alight with white light as he thrust his hand towards Nox's face. His eyes widened as his brain accelerated, allowing him the mental acuity and speed to lean back and avoid the palm that would no doubt have obliterated him entirely. Looking into the eyes of Elagast, Nox used fold space to teleport out of his awkward bent position directly behind the father, electricity sparking around his palm. Touching Elagast's back, lightning erupted from his hand and immediately coursed through the man, bolts flying off of Elagast and into the surroundings. The screams of the man vanished as he did, disappearing from directly in front of Nox even with Nox's enhanced perception. Summoning a dark shear, Nox was ready when Elagast reappeared. Fear stung the blade of darkness as the god's stomach. A wave of Elagast's hand momentarily produced a white shield, blocking the blade and sending it to the right. Elagast's white-covered left hand came around to catch Nox's elbow as he was about to swing the dark shear towards Elagast's neck. "This will not go how you want it to." A Brunic. Elagast rumbled as he closed his hand on a Brunic's arm, proceeding to sling a Brunic into the air towards the sun's dark tower in the distance. Careening through the air, Nox felt the static buzz of electricity. Acting on pure instinct, he cast a body-wide to just in time to absorb a lightning strike from Elagast's position. Absorbing the energy, Nox growled, using the force to right himself in the air and halt his descent. "Raxis!" Nox bellowed as he pointed his hands towards where Elagast had been, and the world exploded as torrents of red lightning singed the air and everything between as it obliterated the ground all around Nox. The energy release was many hundreds of times larger than himself, and with a sweep of his hand, caused the lightning to spread in all directions around him. Using to again, Nox absorbed the energy carried by a force push sent by the suddenly appearing Elagast, and in turn, sent a single thundering blast directly into Elagast's undefended chest. "Rghhh!" Elagast gargled before he was flung into the distance, sparking with red as he was flung towards his citadel. "Father!" A feminine voice carried over the lands as a blinding white light speared into the skies to catch the falling Elagast. Aoife no, the sun sounded as he too appeared before Nox's vision as a stream of black following the fleeing white light towards the father's castle. That was too close, Nox grumbled as he felt for the dark staff, making a grasping motion with his hand where it materialized not a moment later. I need not forget, this is their place of power. Getting ready to interrupt their reprieve, Nox crossed the dark staff in front of his body, blocking a swipe from the red flowing eyes gargoyle that was the sun coming to stop him. So you lied, Nox growled as the sun's transformed mouth latched on the dark staff, attempting to rip it from his grasp. The two collided with the ground with force, sending a quake through the realm as several trees crumbled under their weight. The sun pummeled into him with everything his transformed form could muster, swiping and biting at Nox's form, who used the dark staff to block the monster's strikes. Get off of me! Fool! A repulse escaped Nox at the last word, sending the gargoyle sprawling as he leapt up into the air, grabbing the sun by his transformed leg, spinning and throwing him straight downwards into the dirt. The man transformed into his humanoid shape upon falling to the ground. About to fall onto the sun, Nox was expecting and ready for Aoife, who appeared in her griffin-like form, beak poised to skewer him. Grabbing the base of the dark staff with both hands, Nox swung the staff into the light deity's skull, a loud crack sounding out as Nox smirked. Nox watched in slow motion as a purple blast of energy shaped the head of the staff apogee contact with the light woman's head, an explosion of energy escaping as it both absorbed a portion of her life and sent her down towards her brother. Wasting no time, Nox fell upon the still immobilized sun, stabbing clean through his abdomen with the base of the staff, the man releasing a realm-shaking scream to his father. Absorb the dark staff did as it was ordered, and Nox watched in lethargic, vicious mirth as the light in the sun's eyes seemed to almost dim as his power was sapped from him, into the dark staff and then into Nox himself. You should have known better. A dark haze seemed to take a momentary hold of Nox's mind, yet he shook it off and kicked the weakened sun into a nearby rock, whilst he himself rushed to the still recovering Aoife. Nox's eyes glowed purple with a hint, flecks of red sprinkled within as he rushed at the slowly rising daughter, ready to run her through like he had done her brother. Give it to me, Nox laughed, yet was stopped as the girl's nimble, delicate fingers managed to curl themselves around the head of the dark staff. Grinding his teeth together, Nox tried to push the head of the staff to the daughter's chest, yet she remained firm even as she was pushed back as he tried with all his might to get through her. Nox chose to pull the dark staff near, dragging the woman with it where he planted his forehead into her own. Her gasp was loud even as his head rung, shaking off the momentary haze where he reached out and grabbed her hair. Her eyes opened wide in fright, as Nox pulled her closed, slamming the staff directly into her nose before raising the staff and slamming it into the back of her skull where she appeared to be momentarily stunned. From what I know, they're immortal as long as Elagast exists. But that doesn't mean. He looped his arm around her neck, the head of the dark staff locking her head in place despite her struggles. Absorb the glow. Her hair dulled drastically as a portion of her being was stolen, and with a mighty snap, Nox reversed the orientation of her head, causing bile and viscera to erupt fro her mouth as she went limp in his grasp. They'll be back soon, no doubt. Even now he could see her head slowly rotating back to its tight orientation, just as HW could see the gaping hole in Nifl's abdomen slowly closing. Elagast's castle. He attacked immediately upon appearing within the main room of the castle, a beam of purple erupting from the dagger staff as it speared towards the newly recovered Elagast. Like a phantom, the father ran to the right, defying gravity as he ran up the walls and behind several pillars, only to appear at Nox's side. Dropping the staff, Nox crossed his hands in front of him, barely blocking the brunt of the significantly more powerful force push that Elagast hurtled at him. He's getting faster, stronger. Where is he getting this power from? Nox thought as he was ripped from his feet and sent flying into the nearby wall, where he was embedded in its surface. Lowering his hand, Elagast cast a furious look towards the groaning Nox, eyes alight with bluish light as he stalked forward. You violate my children, tear them asunder for what? Elagast growled as Elagast hovered above the ground, now having 6 wings of white light erupting from his back, his white beard slowly beginning to grow as Jox felt his power increase. "Your rule has failed, Elagast, time to give it up." He pulled himself from the wall, dropping to his knees before standing to his full height. "You have made me do something I had no wish to do," Elagast growled as his hands became ethereal-like, made of shimmering light and stars. "And what exactly is that?" Nox began to pull his power to the surface, ready to channel it all at once should he need to. He had a bad feeling. "To destroy you and your corruption I have cast off my self-imposed shackles." Elagast shrugged off his cloak as he became entirely composed of black matter and stars, like he was a humanoid reflection of the universe itself. "I am no longer the father of Mortis, balancer of the Force." Elagast spread his hands to the side. A twin orbs of pure black gravity appeared in his hands, Nox's eyes opening wide in alarm. "I have made a miscalculation," Nox thought as Elagast pinted his palms at Nox. "I am Elagast once more, chosen Ian of the Maker himself, no more, beastly incarnation." And with his parting words, he tossed the twin orbs at Nox. "I see," he ascended back into his higher form, drawing power from across all his incarnations throughout all universes back to a single point. He is now a boundless being. Lana, Valen, hide. He knew no more as the orbs struck his being, tearing his form from the realm of Mortis and ejecting it into the void surrounding the known universe. Absolute oblivion. "You really messed up, didn't you?" Nox opened his eyes to stare at the familiar being he yet didn't know the identity of. "Okay, he's much higher on the totem pole than I believed, directly interfering with the actions of a boundless Ian. This being is a lot more powerful and important than I thought. I thought I was dead," Nox grumbled as he sat up in the white expanse. "That's because you are, boy." The being shrugged dismissively as it approached, studying Nox's ethereal form over. "You've done well, you're on the cusps of ascending to a higher plane similar to Elagast's own." The being studied Nox over before turning away. But Nox intoned as the being stopped for a moment. "You have the power to ascend, more than enough in fact, if you were able to properly channel it to become something more. You would have had no trouble with Elagast. But you lack the understanding to do so," the being replied as it spread its arms wide, and Nox could feel the power within him come to the surface, causing his impartial Ian form to erupt and appear. "So I will make you understand. Elagast has overstepped his bounds, he needs punishment. You will complete this task I send you on before confronting Elagast again. Worry not for your lovers or your empire in your absence, for he has been forbidden to do so. Elagast will not go after them in your absence. Go now, become the being I dream you be, Lord with 1,000 faces." A wave of his hand dispersed the white expanse and dissipated Nox's incomplete form, sending the man falling into the bottomless void where he lost consciousness. "Stop, right where you are, Sith!" Karth bellowed as he stared out at the Sith standing amongst the bodies of his allies. To his surprise, the Sith put away his saber and raised his hand. "Calm yourself, soldier. I am not allied with the Sith, boy," the man reasoned as he stepped over the corpses of the Sith at his feet. "But I am also no Jedi. I do not care for either of them, but I am no threat to you. Here." The man raised his hand as Karth followed his movements with his blaster, as the man removed his hood to reveal the face of a man who couldn't have been older than 20. There the man lowered his hands, but Karth didn't miss the sulfuric yellow eyes in the man's head. "Hold it!" Karth raised his blaster to the man's face as the man raised his eyebrow. "Come now, if I wanted you dead I'd just..." He flicked his finger, and Karth watched in abject horror as a boulder to their right simply ceased to exist, causing Karth to fall to the ground in fright. "What are you?" Karth asked as the man stood over him, reaching down to offer a hand. "Here to learn, to understand, come. I want to speak to your generals. Don't worry, I won't let these Sith kill you in the meantime." Karth looked up at the offered hand with great fear and trepidation. "I don't have a choice, do I?" Karth asked as he slowly reached for the offered hand. "Even less than you think," the man responded by pulling Karth to his feet. "Now where is what's it called again? The Endar Spire," the man asked as he urged Karth to walk with him, raising a hand to the right to blast a Sith soldier with red-tinted lightning. Hey, if I'm guiding you, can I at least get your name? Karth asked, as he might as well get information of the man holding him hostage. A Brunic. Nox answered honestly as he flung a piece of debris at an unsuspecting Sith soldier, slicing the man in half. Karth, he replied as they stepped onto the larger battlefield, and that's where we need to go. Between them and the Endar Spire was a battlefield of Republic and Sith soldiers battling it out. He could feel the light that was Bastilla giving her gifts to the Republic soldiers as she buffed them with her battle meditation. And further within the ship resting, he could feel the shattered mind of Ravan himself, no doubt asleep fro. What he felt. I see, very well, allow me to clear the battlefield. Everything went white for a moment before Karth realized how out of his depth he was, watching as the enemy lines were rendered dust in an instant. Sith soldier, apprentice and Darth turned to ash in an instant. I ask again, what are you? Karth clutched his blaster in abstract terror. Impatient. I have a lot of things I need to do, and quickly. Quit wasting time. With Nox. His lightsaber flashed left and right, blocking two incoming bolts before he simply force-pushed the two Republic soldiers into the wall behind them, where they fell unconscious. Waving his hands dramatically as he ran in front of Nox, Karth screamed at them not to fire as the Dark One simply walked forward without worry of any attack. The ignition of a saber was ignored by Nox as he stared up at the ship before him, his hand simply catching the saber without him looking at the assailant, locking the saber in place despite their best efforts at trying to pry the saber's blade from his grip. Sith. A Brunic blinked as he turned to face a confused brown-haired woman who was staring at his hand in direct contact with her yellow-bladed saber. I'm sorry, who are you? Nox asked, feigning confusion as he let go of the lightsaber, allowing his hand to disappear back into his robes. General Shan, this is the ally who saved me. Karth stepped between them both in an effort to save Bastilla from an unfortunate fate. He's also the one that, you know. Seeing Karth's gaze twitch towards the field of smoking ash, Bastilla caught the hint and frowned further. What do you want, Sith? Her knuckles were white on her blade as she prepared to make another attempt at killing him. First of all, I'm not a Sith. Those things you call Sith back there are pathetic at best. Second, I'm coming with you all to Dantooine. Bastilla nearly tried to decapitate him at his words. The fact he knew where their secret base was, in fact, something they wouldn't be able to allow him to simply leave with. And so, she swung, her blade sailing towards his neck with all her might. Karth yelled out, yet was secretly hopeful for her success. And it was not to be, as a soul-scarring scream escaped the hilt of a newly produced lightsaber, black blade surrounded by a purple shroud appearing beside Nox's head to catch and halt Bastilla's saber completely. I'm a display of strength, Nox, despite Bastilla's straining muscles, moved her blade away from his neck with laughable ease with his own. His arm simply, easily before their very eyes, moved Bastilla's full might away from his body. And with a flex of his hand, Bastilla froze where she was, completely frozen in place as her eyes widened in fear of his retaliation. As I said, Nox raised the frozen Bastilla with the force as he began to walk towards where a bunch of shuttles were slowly departing for the Endar Spire. I have aligned myself with you. So I will be accompanying you. Immediately Nox's screaming saber disengaged and vanished back into his robes. So please do not resist. It would be a shame to have to destroy someone such as yourself. Bastilla was unfrozen a second later after Nox confiscated her lightsaber, passing by her as he crossed his arms behind his back with her saber in hands. Do you have a shot? Bastilla asked under her breath as she continued to gauge Nox, whispering to Karth as she spied his blaster. General, it honestly wouldn't make a difference, trust me, Karth replied without whispering, knowing Nox could no doubt hear them. With a grunt, Bastilla scowled at Nox, planning to have him arrested when he was in range if the majority of their forces, where he'd either be executed or transported to Dantooine for interrogation. And above all, kept away from that thing on the ship. Sith, a soldier screamed out as he raised his blaster towards Nox, and promptly opened fire despite the dire warnings of his captain and general. His brain's activity skyrocketed as his pupils dilated, allowing him for accelerated brain activity as he planned to use the chance to accelerate his plans. I need to understand this power, Truly you sat under the hood of his robes, his eyes turned pitch black and star-flecked with purple irises. He said he's given me the basic instinct to start truly learning to harness it, let's see. The first bolt reached him, and under his will, he reached out to it with the force and attempted to use the power he had taken. Before his eyes the bolt turned to stone before it hit him, causing him to tilt his head in confusion as it struck him but did no noticeable damage. The ability to alter the world around me. Let's see just how far I can take this. The second through 10th bolts approached in slow motion as he turned his gaze to the closest approaching bolt. His eyes darted throughout the galvanizing soldiers around him for a moment before he refocused on the bolts sailing slowly towards him. Analyzing the bolt's very composition, Nox didn't completely understand how his power was supposed to work. Let's see. Nox twisted his hand as he visualized what he wanted to do, yet was confused as the bolt simply continued to slowly approach without changing. So that's not how that works, maybe I need to isolate it. An Ian's expression of force is the force in its purest state. Perhaps I can only harness the powers of these celestial only with the force in its purest state. Frowning deeply, Nox began to glare at the approaching bolt, blackened eyes staring at it unblinking. I have the combined might of several celestial beings. Boundless creatures that could rend the fabric of time itself. Yet not one of these creatures was a true Ian. So drawing upon their combined power is all well and good if I want to tear apart reality, but there is only so much I can do with a stolen power. Nox mused as he turned his gaze inwards. The Ian state I am meant to achieve would be the purest expression of myself, shed of my mortal coil, so this is a power unrelated to them. Nox could see the streams of power that fed him, different in color and intensity as they made up his being, swirling together in several shades that refused to mix. Typhogem, Nox thought as he stated at a super-condensed dark red-tinted shroud that made up a fraction of his powers. Tenebrae, a pitch-black shroud that represented another fraction of his powers, circled around the power of Typhogem within him, yet the remained strictly separated, much like oil and water that refused to touch. Tulak Horde, a strictly red shade, shimmered around the other two. Arkan and Valen, two different shades of yellow, ran together, remaining closer together, linked but not mixed. Athlegiroth, the power he had been stealing from Athlegiroth, was orange as it remained closer to the representation of Typhogem's power. If I'm right, the intensity of these shrouds represents their potency and sheer power held within. That would explain why Typhogem's is several hundred times heavier, hundreds of times denser than that of Tulak Horde's. Brunik squinted as he turned his eyes to the center of his very being where a single thread of grey sat. He hadn't noticed it before, yet the sheer rippling power from the single thread within his being forced the other powers within him to remain together, rather than causing him to simply explode. It was as if this single thread of energy held more power within it than all the different energies and souls currently housed within his soul. Everything before him as just as it was when he turned his sight inward, yet the differences happened immediately after. He bolts before him ceased to exist, just as the weapons used to fire them turned to dust in the hands of their owners. So this is it. Nox focused solely on the grey thread, and willed it to the surface. It was like a flashbang overtaking his senses not a single second later, with the effects being immediate as it all but snuffed all his senses, blinding him to the composition of his being as he was ejected from his sight and forced to return to the true world. And he was promptly introduced to the world of unconsciousness as the entire world shook under the single second of power he released. Endar Spire. All things come from the Maker itself. All life, all matter and death, comes from the Maker. Does that mean an Ian is simply a manifested aspect of the Maker itself, or a more pure piece of himself given form? Nox thought as he sat in a cell, all clothing removed as he sat in a pair of simple black pants. He checked his nails in amusement as he heard approaching footsteps. Clearing the gunk under his nail, Nox turned away from the energy shield, giving his back to it as he heard clearing of someone's throat behind him. We would talk to you, Sith, Bastilla hissed as she stood with a grey-haired man that had distinctly Alderaanian features. You can talk at me, don't count at me responding to your questions though. Nox shrugged back as Karth too joined them, looking more unsure than the other two. Oh hey Karth, good to see you, Nox quipped as he nodded at the awkwardly standing man. 2 men died whilst getting you aboard this vessel, Sith. You will answer us, Bastila hissed. Oh. How did they die? I wasn't aware I did anything that resulted in anybody's death, Nox replied with a raised eyebrow. That, abomination of a lightsaber, you have killed the man that picked it up as soon as it was touched, then it did something to kill a second man as it shot lightning at him. Bastila hissed as she thought of the weapon aboard the ship. Kept in a lockbox away from every living thing. Sounds like the stupidity of someone trying to touch what isn't theirs, Nox replied with a shrug as he turned back and rested into his bunk. This is getting us nowhere. You're being taken before the Jedi Council where your fate will be decided, Bastila hissed before storming off. Yet before she could leave with her 2 lackeys, Nox spoke up. Oh, really, Bastila? I think that I'll be free of this cell within a couple hours' time. By your own men. As this ship threatens to fall from the skies, men die aboard and you fail. And Karth, do bring me my lightsaber when you can. You have my permission to pick it up, Nox mocked before looking directly at Karth with a wide smile, his lips peeling back as Bastila growled out, marching from the room as Karth and the Alderaanian followed, leaving Nox alone with a small calculating smile on his face as he applied his newfound power to the space above his hand. What is it? Oh yes, Nox smirked as a ball of tungsten appeared directly above his hand, having turned the air particles before him into said object, where he threw it to the other end of his cell where several other balls of different material were located. It wasn't hours later that the force ruptured momentarily, causing him to shift from his sleeping state. He was awoken with a knowing smile, as explosions rocked the ship his was on, the cell shield flickering slightly before it stabilized and held. I'll just wait then. Nox crossed his arms and tapped his fingers, reaching out for Karth through the ship's levels with his mind. His mind brushed against several fearful, scared beings, yet he ignored them completely as he felt for the specific person he hunted for. He felt the connection bridged immediately, as well as Karth's surprise. Hello, Karth. Mind telling me what's going on up there? Karth froze at the foreign voice in his head as he looked down at the security footage of the ship. Don't act like you don't know what's going on, Sith. Karth thought back as a vein bulged in his forehead, watching as the strange person was being guided by Trask go through from where they had been resting. Strange person? Karth froze as he realized his thoughts were being broadcast to the man he admittedly feared. You're not talking about me, how curious. But yes. I did try to warn you, not my fault you didn't listen. But there is still a chance for you to fix this, the voice of that man whispered in his head as Karth's knuckles clenched. Karth was about to reply when the voice sounded again. If what I feel is correct, we're surrounded by a fleet of Sith ships, over Terry's. Woefully outgunned and outmanned. Bastila just fled the ship for the surface of Terry's. Trask is being weird with his priorities. You couldn't hope to get your men off ship and defend from the Sith at the same time. I can change that, you know. I can take them all on. All you'd have to do is trust me. Karth ground his teeth together as he watched his men die over and over on the camera footage, gunned down by several Sith soldiers marching through the corridors. How can I trust you? Karth growled out loud as his lieutenant stared at him in worry. I could have left this cell at any moment with a mere thought, you know that, but I didn't, did I? Funnel your men towards the brig, bring me my lightsaber yourself. I will save them from harm. Karth felt the connection fade not a second later, his eyes going to his hand as he thought in silence. Captain, his lieutenant began as Karth slowly turned to look at her, squinting as he studied the innocent features on her face. Have Trask and everyone redirect towards the brig, we're not leaving this system, everyone nearby to the escape pods that can safely reach them is to abandon ship, the rest are to meet at the brig. You as well. Karth rounded and rushed from the bridge after signaling everyone to abandon ship. I knew you'd take me up on my offer, Nox announced when the door to the brig opened, with Karth flanked by what he could surmise was the entire crew of the bridge and anyone that was still alive on the ship. How was I able to pick it up? Karth asked as the cell shield deactivated, his robes and lightsaber tossed at him the next moment. My saber is as alive as you or I. It does whatever I say, and I said you could pick it up, so it let you. Nox replied as he slid into his robes within mere moments, before accepting his saber from Karth's extended hand. Captain Lieutenant Shill whispered with wide and fearful eyes, yet Karth couldn't bring himself to look at her wide brown eyes, his shoulders squaring as he knew the thoughts of those around him. "You'll save them," Karth all but ordered with a tight jaw as Nox simply smiled through white teeth, Karth watching as a yellow glow appeared from under the black shadow of the hooded man. "Of course. Follow me." Nox simply stepped aside and strode from the brig. Karth nodded to every person to allow the Sith exit as they did just as Nox asked. Karth found himself amazed once more, as he stood beside the remaining soldiers on the vessel, each of them 5 to 10 paces behind the prisoner he had willingly released. They stopped at a Sith barricade, with 5 Sith soldiers pointing their weapons at them, yet they weren't trained on the prisoner. "He's with them," Karth growled as he watched Nox simply walk up to them. "M'lord, we'll prepare to arrest them at once." Karth heard as he felt his hand twitch towards his blaster, yet stopped himself as Nox stopped directly beside 2 of the Sith soldiers. What is he doing? He felt a new wave of terror wash over him as Nox's hand flashed to the heads of the Sith soldiers. "Obey!" the voice grated against Karth's ears. 1,000 voices of direct sounds assaulted him, causing a wave of fatigue to wash over him. He stumbled over slightly as a raging headache materialized instantly, just as he and his men all stumbled at Nox's voice. He managed to right himself as he out his hand on Shill's shoulder, watching as the Sith soldiers lowered their weapons and knelt before the man. "We will obey your commands, m'lord." "What are your orders?" the Sith soldiers announced in slow tones, causing Karth to wince and nearly vomit as he realized what was happening. "Escort us to the escape pods, shield these people with your lives." The command was ushered, and the Sith soldiers rose from the ground, turning and beginning to march towards the escape pods. Quickly coming to Nox's side, Karth latched onto Nox's shoulders with a frightened gaze. "What did you just do?" Karth hissed with wide eyes as the Republic soldiers stood nearby, sweating as Nox turned his eyes towards Karth's own. "Ensured the safety of your people. Would you prefer I simply execute the next group instead of turning them to our side?" Nox asked with a small grin as Karth growled. "Whatever." Karth turned away before Nox simply continued on. "Do as you will." It was easy, laughably so, as Karth looked at the entire platoon of Sith soldiers the prisoner had all but robbed the free will of, as his loyal soldiers ushered themselves into the escape pods whilst the silent Sith troopers simply stood guard of the room. "We'll meet on the surface, keep your heads down," Karth quickly said before deploying the pods. "Now it's my turn," Karth heard as the prisoner waved his hand, whilst Karth watched with bated breath as the pods become shrouded with a blue barrier, his expression changing to amazement as no matter how much fire the pods undercame, they simply shrugged off the damage as they fell to Terry's. "Well, who's next?" Nox asked, and watched with amusement as the rest of the Republic soldiers eagerly rushed into the pods, to their impending safety planet side. It took 8 more pods deploying before their men were safely departed the ship. Leaving Karth, Nox and the Sith soldiers to watch the pods enter the atmosphere below despite the Sith fleet's best efforts. "You kept your word," Karth suddenly announced as he turned to the black-garbed figure with their arms crossed. Was there ever any doubt? Nox turned to face him, yellow eyes shimmering with mirth under his dark hood. "Should we leave, and what about them?" Karth asked and motioned to the soldiers. "They'll die with the ship." Plus Nox motioned to the door as it opened, and felt himself frozen at what walked through. "That's not Ravan, it can't be. Who is this woman?" Nox peered at the woman and activated his true sight, and nearly had a heart attack. From what he felt, this was indeed Ravan from what he could feel of the shattered and muted presence. Questions and answers rushed through his mind, as he took another chance to study the world around him as Karth approached the figure. "Of course. I should have seen this earlier. This isn't my universe. I can't be in my own past without changing the present. But I can be in an alternate unrelated past." Nox smirked slightly as the woman informed Karth of Trask's sacrifice. "Go, take her to the surface, I'll go get Trask," Nox all but ordered as he rushed towards the location he could feel the only not strictly dark side presence was. "Are you?" Karth stopped as the door closed behind Nox. Damn it! Let's get you out of here. Karth ushered the woman into the pod, before they deployed. He watched the ship get smaller and smaller as it was caught in the planet's gravity well, slowly falling towards Teres. Accompanied by his Sith forces, Nox marched towards the sealed blast door that had Trask behind it, and with a wave of his hand, tore the door apart, which surprised the two within so much they leapt apart. "I'm done for then," Trask said sadly, holding his vibroblade aloft in front of him. Stepping into the flaming corridor, with his Sith soldiers silently standing at his side, Nox shook his head. "Not so much, Trask. I'm actually the reason there were so little Republic deaths on board. And you must be Darth Bandon. I've heard of you," Nox remarked as he remembered seeing the man's head in a jar one time. "You, execute this man," Bandon ordered of the Sith soldiers, yet he and Trask found themselves confused as the Sith troopers did nothing. "Unfortunately that won't be happening." Nox raised his hand, blasting Bandon with a barrage of lightning that sent the Sith flying down the other end of the corridor, right before it exploded and crumbled in on itself, leaving Nox alone with Trask. "You're on our side." Trask squinted as he peered at the silent Sith soldiers. "Yep. Mind-controlled em, let's go to the bridge. I've ensured the amount of forces that escaped the ships were enough to fill all the pods, so we're fat out of luck when it comes to that, but I can ensure our survival from the bridge." Nox turned away and walked towards the bridge, Trask following behind reluctantly, yet he remained guarded beside the Sith soldiers. Removing the mind control from the men, Trask held his blade beside himself ready to attack them as the soldiers all look around in confusion, yet once they noticed their new positions, they soon raised their blasters at Nox and Trask. "Those will not work anymore. I've got a proposal," Nox announced as the Sith soldiers found their weapons simply not firing. "You have all been labeled as traitors to the Sith Empire. You are enemies of the Republic on your own, and you are about to die upon this ship upon entry of the planet's atmosphere." Nox crossed his arms behind his back and puffed out his chest. "But do not fear, I am your savior. Follow me, and I will guarantee your autonomy from the Republic. Follow me and I will shield you from the Empire's wrath. You will each live long, meaningful lives under my command. You will have families, children, riches. Good lives. All you have to do is kneel, or die here and now." Nox finished as the ship rattled, signifying they were about to begin re-entry of the planet's surface. Trask held his blade, scowling at Nox, but found himself surprised as one by one the men and women of the Sith took a knee, inclining their heads before Nox as he began to give a pleased clap. "Perfect, now that you're all my lackeys I'm inclined to save you," and so Nox pushed his hands apart, and the Endar spire vanished from their surroundings, before they found themselves surprised by the metal platform they were deposited on. "What where?" Trask began as a blistering explosion overhead drew his attention. Where he watched the Endar spire entering the planet's atmosphere and plummeting away from their direction. "See, safe." Trask was robbed of breath as he realized what had occurred. "Now discard your armors, the Sith will be looking for them." "How the hell did you find me?" Karth snapped in surprise as Nox stood at the door to his apartment with Trask wearing Sith armor to hide his identity. "Easily, now where is she?" Nox stepped past Karth and into the apartment, quickly finding the woman, Ravan, where he approached and put a hand to her head as she thrashed in her sleep. Her mind is already starting to heal itself, surprising. And her connection to the Force is forcing itself to the surface. It makes me curious how long it would take Anakin to do the same. Nox took his hand away from her head and turned to Karth. "What's your plan, Karth?" "We need to find Bastilla. After we find her, we get out of here." "What about the survivors?" Karth asked. Trask became uncomfortable at the man's question whilst Nox simply shrugged. "All the pods safely landed, while most of THR survivors are coming together in the Undercity. I'm pretty sure they're pulling the pods apart to make a makeshift base. My followers are currently near the entrance to the Undercity as we speak. They've renounced the Sith and follow me because I told them to now, so they're just waiting on our return," Nox explained as he took a seat on the cushioned chair. "It's true, those former Sith have chosen to alter their allegiances since they've been marked wanted dead by the Empire, Trask explained as Karth looked troubled. They've chosen to follow him, and in turn us as long as he's with us. You are with us, right? Of course. I may be a bit intimidating, but trust me. I'm not one of those Sith. I'm something more than just some Jedi or Sith. Nox waved his hand dismissively. I'm actually wanting to learn a bit from the Jedi, so you're in luck. Now though, I'm going to have some of my men scout out for the Jedi, whilst I'll have others join us here. The rest will search for Bastilla. Does that work for you? Nox asked as he pulled out a datapad from his robes and connected it to the network. That's perfect, Karth reluctantly agreed as Nox sent the mental command to the Sith soldiers that now followed him. Days later. She's awake, hey? All right. I'll be there shortly. Nox put down a pair of scanners he had been using to scout the Sith military base. Wait for my return, don't want anything back happening to you guys. Turning to face a scout from his Sith, the woman looked at him with unsure but willing eyes, garbed in brown rags they had pulled off of a corpse in the Undercity. Note down their routines and report back to me, and here Nox held his hands together and focused, the force coming together as he worked on guiding and using his Ian abilities. Separating his hands, an MRE sat in his palm, one he remembered from his time as a Dark Council member. This should hold you over for now. When you get back we'll have a proper meal. Nox handed the woman the scanners and the food. By the way, what's your name? Padme. My name is Padme Nashil, the woman replied as she accepted the items. I'll see you soon, Padme. Nox startled the woman by fading into thin air before her eyes. All the while she tried to calm the shaking of her wrists when she gazed upon him. It was terrifying trying to hide her force abilities from a being that expressed so much into the force around them that it smothered her. Okay, Padme sighed and knelt down and began scanning the base. That's how we Sith deal with smart-mouthed aliens. Now the rest of you get against the wall before I lose my temper again, the Sith Solitaire ordered with his two droids, as Ravan and Karth watched him gun down the alien in the hallway. Turning around, the Sith soldier saw them brandishing their blasters, looking up in them with suspicious eyes. What's this? The man said aghast. Humans hiding out with aliens. Their republic. The man began only to freeze at the black-garbed figure that came out from the door next to Karth. Actually, yellow molten eyes caused the Sith soldier to shrink back. There with me, and you're interrupting our investigations. Punishment is due. I, my lord. The man began to grovel as the droids tilted their heads in confusion. Return to operations, Nox said over his shoulder as he crossed his arms. Ravan looked at him with confused eyes as Karth grabbed her shoulder, dragging her back into the room they came out from. What is your name? And number? Nox growled as he approached the man who had now knelt on the ground. Silas O'Neill. My lord, my identifier is 11379874. The man begged as Nox stopped in front of him and the droids. Very well. Nox studied the man's features before reaching out to his head, and before the man knew it, had his memories, mind and all torn from his coil and added to Nox's own. Now for you two. Nox simply twisted his hand, turning the droids to scrap before turning away and returning to Ravan and Karth. Who are you? Ravan asked as she held the blaster at Nox's head as he entered the room. Her back pinned to the wall as she had obviously intended to spring a trap on him. He paid it no attention as he walked into the room and removed his hood, showing the woman his youthful features whilst Karth pressed the bridge of his nose. Now. There's no need for the blaster. Nox shrugged, crossing his right leg over the left as he brought his hands together. In an effort to impose control of the situation over the ineffable man, the woman pointed her blaster at the wall only to find it in fact wouldn't shoot anymore. Now that's established. What's your name, woman? Nox asked as he brought out his datapad and began to review the reports his people were sending back to him. Alia, and yours? She gumbled as she tossed the now useless scrap onto the bed. A Brunik, Calig, Nox replied as he shrugged. By the way, Karth. I found Bastilla. The man shot up at the casual admittance, shock on his face at the quick results. Well. I suppose it's more accurate to say I always knew. But alerting anyone to her location would likely tip off the Sith, and cause Malak to turn the city to slag. Nox shrugged as Karth coughed out in open shock. Nox yet ignored the reaction in favor of studying the female Ravan with squinted eyes. You knew Karth raged as Trask walked into the room, fastening his armored gauntlets to his forearms. He knew what Trask asked with a raised eyebrow as Alia became even further guarded at the new arrival. He knew where Bastila was this whole time. Why didn't you say anything? Karth screeched and punched the table. Because as soon as you find out where she is, you will start turning up trouble, getting the attention of the Sith. And then they find out she's here, and when you get her they'll resort to bombing the planet. You don't want to be responsible for the planet's bombing, do you? Nox explained calmly as that seemed to take the wind out of Karth's sails. You don't know that will happen, Alia replied slowly as she studied Nox, her standoffish attitude causing Nox to raise an eyebrow at her sudden seeming aggression. Actually I do. Which is why I've been spying a particular couple of transports off-world for when we do get Bastila. So we can get the fuck off Terry's when shit hits the fan. Don't want you squishy people dying too quickly. Nox waved his hand at her dismissively. You know you count as squishy too, right? Alia cracked her knuckles as Nox chuckled. Lady, getting shot with all the blaster bolts in the world wouldn't so much as break my stride. What are you going to do to stop me from doing anything? Nox challenged as he slowly rose from his chair, approaching the woman as he looked down into her own challenging eyes. In response, she made to punch him, and yet she froze with her elbow half-swing, her eyes widening as Nox's smile widened. See, even your natural instinct is to freeze. Nox tapped her forehead before turning back to Karth. Here's Bastila's location. I'll start moving our forces to assault the military base while you go and collect Bastila. We'll have at most 2 hours once Bastila is surface side before the armada shows up and starts blasting. Nox tossed Karth a data pad and began to leave Trask. Can you go and collect the Republic soldiers in the Undercity? Me and my men are going to storm the military base. By the time you arrive, it'll be ours. So who exactly is that guy? Alia asked after Nox had departed, the group watching the man's retreating back as he left the building. Long story short, we have no idea, Trask announced with a troubled look, looking to Karth for answers. How exactly did he get free? Karth winced at Trask's question, his eyes turning to the datapad in his grip as he clenched his jaw. I don't know how, but during the raid on the Spire he spoke directly into my mind, promising to keep our men from dying if I gave him his weapon back. I took a calculated risk, and it paid off. He wants to learn from the Jedi, whatever that means. Karth looked at the detailed map of where Bastila was being held, apparently ready to be won as a prize. By your calculations, what do you think the chances of the Jedi being able to imprison him when we arrive? Trask asked as he crossed his arms, the two of them sharing a long hard look at each other. Capturing that man will take a strike force similar to, if not greater than, the one sent after Ravan. I believe we'll need the entire Jedi Council to do so, Karth all but whispered as Alia looked at the two men in confusion. I suppose we should focus on getting Bastila back for now. I'll go retrieve our men from the Undercity. We'll just have to trust he'll keep his word. The subtle chill of his presence soon began to abate the further away he went, yet no matter how far away he was, the subtle creep of the shadows, the slight distortion of light around them, like their brains were experiencing something they couldn't quite comprehend, all hinted at his presence, and it unsettled Karth to no end when he realized the source of the shift in the natural order was the man himself. Let's just hope the Jedi can deal with him. Even so, I need to gain as much information as possible. Karth frowned and checked the gas in his rifle, a quick nod to Arya setting them into action. They found themselves directly in front of the access elevator to the surface level, with Nox having his arms crossed as he glared at the abandoned village. Apparently Arya and Karth had managed to help a rather resourceful pair, the two being Mission Veo and Zalbar. At least that should speed up our schedule. Nox looked up at the surface canopy above, which served as the base of the city above. Still, wasting our time by helping the people of this subsurface village. At least she killed most of the rock howls, Nox grunted as a group of over 10 men AMD women in silver approached. Are you ready? Nox looked to Potma, the woman wearing a newly acquired set of shining silver Sith armor. We have everything set, my lord, Potma replied as he triple-checked her sniper, whilst the rest of his Sith followers were all dressed the same, some wielding spears and blasters, yet they all wore the same shining silver armor. Very good, with me. Nox activated the elevator to the surface, the doors opening to allow them access to the surface. They all stepped in as one, with Nox taking point exactly where the door would open upon reaching the surface. They waited for the doors to open, but once they did, a simple wave of Nox's hand snapped the guards of the elevator's head completely around 360 degrees, where they fell to the ground in complete silence. Well, the alarm hasn't been raised, Nox quipped as two of his followers ran and pulled the bodies into the elevator where they would be hidden. In formation, Nox called over his shoulder as they turned and began to march directly at the base. The Sith fell into two lines behind him, holding their weapons aloft as they marched in synchronization behind him. How should I do this? Nox rubbed his chin as he led them towards a row of Sith starfighters ready for takeoff. Mind control, no, that's a waste of energy on these fodder. Should I simply press upon them with the force? Maybe not, that might cause more untoward damage. They came to a stop in front of the base doors, and with another wave of his hand, the door opened before them. Greetings. Nox stepped in, turning to look at the surprised faces of the Sith forces within. You would do well to kneel. The weight of the world dropped on the shoulder of the Sith within, many passing out where they would, whilst others found themselves on their hands in an effort to resist being face first into the ground. Several droids rushed from within the facility, yet Nox paid them no heed as his own silver-garbed soldiers rushed forward and blasted the droids with repeater blasters, turning the machines to slag where they stood. Round them up, if they don't comply, execute them, Nox ordered as he made to march towards where he felt a Darksider was within the facility. Marching through the facility, nothing but a quick burst of lightning from his fingers, of which he simply flicked at droid and man both, ended any threat he might have faced. So it was within 5 minutes, where Hale had simply sent 2 Sith droids against the wall where they crumbled in on themselves, to where he now found himself before a balding man holding a vibro blade. You're the one in charge of this base? No, Nox asked as the man pulled out his blade and stood across from Nox. You will find your life ending here, intruder. The man then launched forward, sweeping the blade towards Nox's neck with a determined swing of his blade. You're weak, Sith. Nox stopped the thrust of the Sith Master's blade with nothing but the open palm of his hand, the sharp edge failing to do anything to his near impenetrable flesh. Your understanding of power is flawed. The Sith slashed at his chest, yet the blade was yet again stopped as Nox deflected it with the back of his right hand. Not even your warblade can cut my flesh, you're pathetic. Growing bored, Nox simply stepped forward and grabbed the man by the neck. You're worthless. He simply raised his other hand and began to drain the knowledge, memories, and life force from the man's body. By the time the man was nothing but a shriveled husk, Nox tossed the body to the side. Sighing before he made his way towards the computer console that had the base OM high alert. Accessing the computer port, Nox hacked the system in moments before shutting down the alert, smiling to himself as he felt his followers finally managed to curb the local enforcements. Now, let's await their arrival. Standing out the front of the base, Nox had his arms crossed behind his back as he raised an eyebrow at the group that had grown significantly since he had last seen them. Candraus Ordo, Karth Oanasi, M3, Mission Veo, and Zalbar, not to mention Bastilla herself. You do, relatively, quick work when you have to, don't you, Ravan? Furiously, Bastilla marched up towards him, her fists balled in anger as Nox regarded her with mirth shining in his eyes. Well, hello again. Nox met her eyes before turning eyes to the newly approaching Trask along with the surviving Republic forces. Sith, Bastilla hissed as Nox turned to face Arya. Well done, Arya, I must commend you for your quick actions, not to mention freeing Bastilla by winning the swoop race. Nox subtly pressed into their minds to confirm what he thought. How did he know? He heard Bastilla think, her thoughts in turmoil as he pulled his mental faculties back. Perfect. Nox thought as Arya nodded at him. Well, why don't we go inside? We'll be leaving momentarily. I have some ships ready for departure. Actually, Candraus began as he stepped forward, however shrunk back as Nox raised an eyebrow towards the Mandalorian. What is it? Mandalorian Nox bit as the man promptly lowered his gaze to the floor in order to look anywhere but Nox's eyes. "We'll be separating to put a stop Davic's schemes. His hold on Terry's needs to be stopped," Arya spoke up as she intentionally drew Nox's attention from canned rouse. Silence reigned for several seconds as Nox stared at them unblinkingly, his jaw moving from side to side as he squinted slightly. Arya shifted several times under his unblinking gaze. "Do what you must," Nox sniffed, as a chime alerted them to a door opening, revealing 2 starships being prepped for takeoff. "We'll meet you at Dantooine. I have to run an errand," Nox informed the Republic group as they all were shuffling onto the Ebon Hawk. "Absolutely not," Bastila began, yet found her voice lost as Nox simply held his hand up to halt her. "This is of the utmost importance, pertaining to the dire future. This is non-negotiable. I'll be meeting you on Dantooine," Nox all but ordered, squinting as he stood over Bastila. "I'll go. We do after all need assurances that you aren't going to inform the Sith of the Jedi's location," Thrask announced as he stepped up to Nox, whom simply raised an eyebrow. "Do as you will." Nox simply shrugged and began to walk with his soldiers towards the transport ships they had stolen. "Deal with Davic quickly, we don't HSVE long before the Sith armada arrives. It's time to go." Walking with Thrask towards the ships, they were met with Padme, who had been now given the rank of captain amongst Nox's forces. "Milord, the ships are primed and ready for takeoff. What destination do you desire?" Padme asked as she gave her new leader a respectful salute. "The Stygian caldera," Nox replied as Thrask squinted at him. "What could you possibly want with that location?" Trask asked as Nox smirked back. "You already know," Nox quipped as the ship Ravan and her crew would be using to head to Davic's estate lifted off behind them, though Nox gave it a passing glance as he felt Bastila's desire to open fire upon him and his men. "I must say I must disagree with our current course of action," Trask informed them. "Trask, my man, there is nothing in this universe nor the next which you need fear, more than I. Just nod your head and go along with what I have to say." "Okay." Nox turned to Trask as his eyes flashed from yellow to glowing purple, as Trask felt a pulse escape Nox, nearly sending him to the ground. Letting go of Trask's shoulder, Nox shook his head and made his way onto the transports. "Interesting," Nox thought as something pinged off his senses. Korriban. A scream tore across Korriban, an ethereal wail that shook the world asunder as the living dropped to their knees as a ringing far worse than any tinnitus caused blood to escape their ears. Yathura Ban felt her senses go haywire, as a burning sensation rushed down her spine, flashes of foreign images rearing in her mind. Screams erupted from within the academy as students collapsed to the ground, holding their heads as a tremor caused Korriban to shake violently. The academy began to shake as fissures formed in the ceiling. "Master!" Yathura cried out as she reached for her Sith master, said man slumping over his desk as blood began to rush down his face. Flashes of fire ran through her mind, the scent of smoke and plumes of billowing ash filling her senses as she saw the settlement of Dreshti razed to the ground as a man garbed in black stood amongst the corpses of the entire Sith Academy. A mad howl, cackling across the winds, forced her attention on the man at the center of the chaos. Purple eyes shone beneath the cowl of the man, as a sinister smile of pearly white teeth shone in the orange flames that tinted his black robes. Neil, a thousand voices caused Yathura's head to throb as the dark side around then seemed to pulse and throb as something rapidly approached Korriban. The vision seemed to fade away, yet the slowly unveiling presence within the force grew exponentially more powerful as they approached. "Do you see it?" Him-Utherwin hissed and struggled to rise from his desk. "Who was that, Master?" Yathura cried out as she felt her legs crumbling below them as a weight fell upon the academy. "I don't know, but I feel, they're here," Wynn cried out as Korriban's shaking reached a new high as the tombs began to shake and collapse. Over Korriban. They arrived to a sight Trask would never soon forget. "Odd, my presence is affecting Korriban's state. Is it because of my devouring of Typhogem in my own universe, or something else?" Nox smiled viciously as Typhogem's power in this universe cried out in a symphony of dark voices as it clawed its way out of Korriban and joined with its larger portion within his very being, stripping the left-handed god of the merger power he had managed to suffuse himself with since his death in this universe. So Typhogem is an existence found across the vast multiverse, as a natural existence, a guaranteed existence across all planes and all times. Interesting. Nox couldn't help but smirk at the prospect of there being potentially more power out there across the cosmos for him to consume. If I can link not only to the residual energies of this universe's Typhogem, then maybe I can do it to others too. Nox couldn't help but stare off into the mid-distance as he thought of branching out. But such thoughts are for another time. I would need to be careful regardless. Nox reinforced his mental fortitude as the last embers of black tar-like energy flowed into his body, leaving Trask to look at him with no small amount of fear. The Alderaanian watching in terror as the energy that was ripped from the very sands of Korriban be sucked into and absorbed by the creature beside him. Odd, my presence is affecting Korriban's state. Is it because of my devouring of Typhogem in my own universe, or something else? Nox smiled viciously as Typhogem's power in this universe cried out in a symphony of dark voices as it clawed its way out of Korriban and joined with its larger portion within his very being, stripping the left-handed god of the merger power he had managed to suffuse himself with since his death in this universe. I told you. Nox viciously cut through the air, as his right hand rose to point at Trask, his fingers erupting into a series of pale, ashen-grey tentacles that speared through the air and snatched Trask's blaster from his hands. Good, about time. My control over this shell's cellular structure is now complete. Complete metamorphosis or even partial metamorphosis to what I desire is now in the grasp of my hands. Truly the powers at the tips of an Aeon's fingertips are nothing to scoff at. Now if I could just amplify that and extend such a field of control from my body into the surrounding atmosphere. Nox mused as mass of tentacles that was now his right arm slowly morphed back into his natural organic hand. I am a creature beyond your understanding, mortal. Nox snapped as Trask sunk back in delirious fright, as he was assaulted by a series of mental attacks from Nox, causing the man crumbled to the ground, holding his head as he screamed in pain and horror. Bring us down. Nox regarded Padme with piercing eyes, the blonde nodding quickly as the vessels they were on rapidly dove through the atmosphere. Dreshti was tense, more these than anyone present had ever seen, with scores of Sith students and their teachers marching from the academy and forcefully occupying the settlement. Yathura gripped the hilt of her saber as they watched 3 transport vessels rapidly approach the settlement's landing pads. All a while behind the leader of the vessels, the sands of Korriban seemed to fold in on themselves in an effort of following the vessel, a sandstorm rising as it followed the ship. The man took a single step off the ramp onto the sands of Korriban, and the world fell away around them. To all around Nox, it was like the very universe itself was unmade before them, as they found themselves, each and every one of them, were floating in a black void, robbed of their faculties, yet they could all see each other. From one to another, they tried to move, tried to seem as parents reached for their children, yet found themselves unable to reach for them as they found their bodies unresponsive in this void. Yathura had never felt such profound terror as her eyes slowly tracked through the void where she could clearly see her master, who was oddly enough perfectly illuminated despite the void they were in. Try as she might, she could not blink, nor could she simply flex her finger, nor was she able to call the Force to her aid. Is this what it is to be dead? Yathura felt the chill all around her pricking at her skin, as she felt tears begin to prick at the edges of her eyes. Yathura's eyes snapped to a Nikto child screaming, whom was facing up Wara slightly as he floated. The child's mother cried out in terror as the rest of them soon turned to where the 2 aliens were looking. Looking up towards where the commotion was coming from, Yathura felt something odd, something she couldn't quite quantify as her lip quivered. There, far up above their position, across an impossible distance, floated a being of ashen white flesh. It was humanoid in shape, yet it held 6 arms on its torso. Each of its arms was spread wide, hands open and facing upwards as it floated there. Yet these 6 arms weren't what terrified Yathura, put the fear of death and gods into her very being. No, what terrified her to no end was 2 things. One of these was the creature's head. It was indeed humanoid in shape. Yet it held no identifying features. It was missing eyes and ears, it didn't even have a nose nor a mouth. Look up Leah Kimura, faceless figures, like that without ears. It was like the creature's head was an incomplete art, uncanny and innately terrifying. Yet it evidently knew where they were regardless as its neck stretched out in their directions, a sickening cracking sounding as its neck appeared to snap and elongate as it peered at them. What was next to terrify the one Sith leader, was what appeared to spread from the back of the creature. Hundreds, thousands, innumerable long arm-like appendages spread from the creature's spine, spreading in all directions far and wide as far as they could see in any direction. At the opposite sides of these things humanoid appendages were long, gaunt hands with 6 fingers, each digit was bare of anything like claws or fingernails, rather it was just long flesh-like fingers tipped with nothing but clear ash-like flesh. It was one of these flesh-draped, gaunt hands that drew everyone's attention as they looked up at the clearly divine creature. This hand, painfully slowly lowered to them as it grew exponentially in size, this single hand soon eclipsing every one of them under its sheer size. No, Yathura cried out internally as the ashen hand soon was all they could see, below them was the void as infinite as it was, and above, the 6-fingered hand covered all as it sought to bring them into its grasp. Nuhu Yathura please as it reached them. All around them. Trask watched as every organic before them floated above the ground, their heads looking upwards, their arms wide as their eyes appeared murky. It lasted less than 5 seconds, all before they fell to the ground much like a puppet whose strings had been severed. His eyes tracked to the being he knew to be the culprit, his hands shaking as he toyed with his blaster. His forehead sweat profusely, a layer of sweat running down his grayed hair as he slowly began to raise his blaster to the back of Nox's head. His heartbeat hammered his ears, as he gulped with a dry throat. But it was for naught, just as the people that had been previously suspended in their air began to wake and look towards the source in an unsure gaze. A cold, no doubt metal barrel was pressed to the back of his head. I don't think so, Padme spoke in an eerily calm voice as she pressed her blaster to the back of his head, causing the Alderaanian to frown deeply, his eyes searching. Do I do it? Do I stop this monster here, now, do I save them all? Regardless of the fact that I won't be there to see it, Trask thought as his face became stone, his eyes becoming steel. Yes. It was slow. Painfully slow, as his finger began to curl around the trigger of his blaster. It was too slow however, as one moment he was about to end the monster's life, and the next. He was suspended in the air by a single long ashen appendage, 6 fingers curling around his throat as the impossibly long, thin appendage protruded from the base of back of Nox's cloak. Monster, Trask thought as he looked towards Nox's hood, of which was slowly turning to him, the appendage holding him in the air as it shifted and brought Trask towards Nox's front, lengthening and shifting before he was eye to eye with the shining purple irises of the demon before him. It's the hand, Yathura cried out as her eyes refused to look away from the great appendage wrapped around his neck. The hand of God, Uther cried out as he all but dropped himself to his knees. Kneel before your God. Padme took helm of the situation as she came forward and prostrated herself before Nox, causing the man to smirk slightly, making sure Trask didn't die in the grip of his newly generated appendage. Welcome. Nox spread his 2 main arms wide in an almost hug-like gesture. This is going to be fun. Chapter complete. Welcome to the past. This is going to be a quick learning arc of which Nox begins to truly understand and use his powers, with understanding the effects it has on both himself, the universe at large and the people around him. If you want me to skip this and simply move to the end where he returns to his universe, I can do so if you wish and do a recap. If not, this alternate universe is going to be very interesting in what is to come. The next 3 or 4 chapters will be housed in this universe and will contain this journey. Afterwards, he will return home with new powers, and a new perspective and understanding. Let's see how it goes. First of all, let's answer your questions. 1. Nox is allowing for Palpatine to continue to go along with his plans for the current time, allowing Palpatine to further his own goals will in turn progress Nox's own. However, when Palpatine's plans contradict his own or is of no further use, you can bet that Nox will act against Palpatine with ruthless efficiency. 2. Zakuul's economy is interesting. The vast majority if not all of the planet's functions are managed by Scorpio or another AI system currently in production on Io Kath. Foods and fluids are artificially created on both Zakuul and Io Kath, with Io Kath focusing on my experimental sources such as using models of the Starforge technology provided by Nox to create artificial and modified foods. Medications are all around free for everyone on Zakuul whilst the standard of living of every citizen on the planet is the highest in the galaxy. The basic functions of everyday life are all around managed by specifically designed droids overseen by Skyva and Scorpio herself, who is monitoring and tweaking their performance when need be to bring up the standard of living higher than ever. Zakuul also makes a note of employing and acquiring extragalactic resources through back channels away from public eyes, such as the Hutts to receive things they wouldn't be able to acquire on their own, such as slaves or raw minerals not native to their location. And with their ability to basically print out an unlimited amount of unmarked currencies, they can approach and acquire the help of anyone they wish. Limitless wealth, limitless medicine, and foods and waters, a dreamlike city. It's pretty much a utopia that ultimately answers to Nox. The blind faith in the people of Zakuul towards Nox, Scorpio, and the higher authorities means they could pretty much just pick up a child and take her away and the parents would be nothing but smiles in the beliefs that Nox will do right by them. 3. Zakuul does indeed have a sort of central intelligence agency. Every citizen upon birth is given a neural link that is housed by the back of their right ear. It officially to the public allows them to interact with the public domain and local networks without any need for a physical device. Such physical devices are nothing but a luxury for them to enjoy. Unofficially, these links allow for the monitoring of every interaction every individual might ever have, whether it be physical or digital, it's all recorded. Out of the prying eyes of the public, a modified and extremely intelligent AI created by Nox, Siva, and Scorpio rests within a data bunker on Io Kath. It collects and files every interaction between every organic and non-organic between Zakuul and Io Kath. It monitors all physical and digital traffic, and then it relays everything it finds to two parties. The first of these parties are Nox and Scorpio. Any major events are relayed to them for them to sort out. All other traffic is sent to an organic task force of a branch of artificially enchanted military personnel specifically designed to be able to comb through obscene amounts of data at a moment's notice. These personnel are then overseen by inorganic machine-like brains that fine-tune the process to ensure there is no error on either part, of which the compiled data is sent through several more artificial processors to ensure nothing but peak proficiency with zero failures. Outside of Zakuul in the regular galaxy, agents more often than not kidnap either government officials or regular persons, stealing the knowledge in their minds through the Force. Or using chemicals and hard-to-detect modifications such as organic machines to an individual's body to turn the person into an unknowing agent or sleeper agent that can be activated and controlled at a moment's notice. For every entity featured within this story so far has either been in Legends, obscure Legends, or officially approved material by LucasArts with licenses approved. Everything within this story exists within Star Wars lore in some medium. Not to mention, Zakuul and Scorpio has all eyes on the digital net of the larger galaxy, with an entire facility on Io Kath used to cycle through and select certain data streams to monitor throughout the galaxy. Most of which come directly to and from the Senate building on Coruscant. In essence, Zakuul knows, and it knows everything. For every entity featured within this story so far has either been in Legends, obscure Legends, or officially approved material by LucasArts with licenses approved. Everything within this story exists within Star Wars lore in some medium. 5. As for Nox's celestial benefactor, you'll have to figure out that on your own. It'll be stated blatantly near the end of the story, but until then. Landing on Korriban had been difficult, incredibly so, given the fact that the vast majority of Korriban's surface churned with a gargantuan sandstorm. In fact, the sandstorm was so large that the only places on the planet unaffected were Dreshti and the Sith Academy. Even then there were walls of sand thousands of meters tall that circled the two establishments. "I want our ships refueled and ready for liftoff immediately," Noctis growled out as his Sith lackeys rushed towards the available fuel pods, all the while the Sith marched towards the hangar bay doors. He paused, however, as the Force became still, a current around him that he himself wasn't privy to. He almost jumped, would have if he wasn't Sith, as the hangar door slowly slid open, allowing for a woman in a grey uniform to walk into the hangar with a slow purposeful gait. "You, woman, what is the current condition of the Academy?" Noctis snarled as he pointed at the woman who was still approaching. "Greetings, Noctis, our master has been waiting for your arrival, please bring your crew and come along." Padme motioned towards the hangar doors where she began to turn away. "Lady, what is the status of the Academy students I am to deliver?" Noctis growled as his hand began to slowly move to his saber. "There has been a change of plans, Lord Noctis, all will be explained when we arrive." Padme continued to walk away, yet stopped at the snap hiss of a saber. "I would advise against such actions, Noctis, master doesn't like it when people defy his will." She slowly turned to face the man, her eyes now blazing a sulfuric yellow as she made a gripping motion and simply tore his saber from his grip, the blade's hilt flying into her own open hand. "You!" Noctis made to retaliate, yet froze as a massive glob of saliva collided with the ground beside him, a low guttural rumble shaking the hangar bay as 3 more low hisses were heard, from above the ships. "There will be no harm come to his lord's subjects, not on Korriban." Padme smiled as the two of them looked up, as Noctis came face to face with the sharp plate-like jagged teeth of a Terrentech. Those are Noctis fell to the ground onto his back, slowly crawling away from the 4 creatures that caused the landing gear of the ships to fail, with the ships crumbling and slamming into the ground under the combined weight of the beasts. "Our guardians, Terrentech, gifts from our lord." Padme reached up and ran her hand along the beast's underbelly as it climbed from the roof of the hangar. As Noctis fell back, and his crew screamed as 3 more were now climbing across the ships. The crew rushed to his side, forcing them into the center of the hangar, between the ships and Padme. The ships shuddered and shook all before simply collapsing under the weight of the warped Sith spawn creatures. "Our lord is waiting." Padme simply smiled as she turned away and began to once more walk towards the hangar entryway. "Come along, or be eaten." The choice was made for them, as Noctis rose and quickly followed, which the rest of the crew quickly followed suit. Noctis froze as they approached the Academy. Dreshti sat behind them as they walked down an orange path of sand. Yet when he laid eyes on the Academy, a sense of primal terror rushed down his spine. "Retgs." The whisper penetrated his mind with no issue, tearing through his mental defenses as he laid eyes on what he could describe to he looming tendrils of white ash-like flesh that rose into the skies like obelisks of unknown origin. Gulping, the hairs on his body standing clear on end, Noctis could swear the more he looked at the ashen surfaces of the appendages, the more they shifted. Eyes, ears, hands, and gaping mouth seemed to shift, appeared momentarily before disappearing the next across the surface of the ashen arms that rose high into the skies. Milord. Padme dropped to her knees as they reached a sort of stone bridge that separated the Academy from Dreshti, a ravine separating the two whilst a single rickety bridge allowed them passage. Noctis watched, standing several paces behind Padme as roots of white flesh began to snake themselves from over the cliffs of the ravine, growing exponentially to surround them on all sides. Noctis felt his heartbeat quicken once more as several eyes opened up throughout the roots, unblinking as they stared at his with molten yellow orbs. Silence reigned for several long seconds as Padme said naught, the eyes seemingly staring at them before they sunk back into the white roots, all before said roots began to slowly retreat back into the ravine. "CM." Noctis felt a migraine pulse in his skull as the words shook the world around them. Padme rising from her kneeling position as the Terrentech with her began to crawl across the gnarled spoke bridge. He debated simply cutting his losses and leaving, rushing to the shuttles and leaving Korriban altogether. And he would have to, if he didn't in fact see a single, gargantuan, unblinking eye made of stars, reminiscent of the galaxy itself protruding from the curtain of sand that swirled around the settlement. The eye itself was many times larger than the Academy itself, and he had the distinct feeling it was watching them exclusively. "Master sees all, Master knows all." Padme smiled as she simply stepped onto the bridge, the looming eye still staring down upon them as Noctis swallowed his fear and reluctantly followed the woman across the bridge. "A god, we're in the presence of a god," one of his men whispered, barely loud enough for them to pick up on, yet they couldn't refute what was heard, for in their hearts they knew it to be true. Entering the academy was a simple affair after crossing the bridge, as the Terrant attack lumbered away into a series of caves that bored into the mountain the academy was built into. But being inside the academy was far worse, far more sinister than the world outside. A thin mist of grey crawled across the floors, as their feet echoed throughout a dimly light corridor that led to the main hold of the academy. Yet for all Noctis remembered from his time previously spent in the academy, it was infinitely different from what he remembered. Within the central chamber, numerous recruits wore black robes, each one kneeling on the ground surrounding a central structure that Noctis knew was no doubt the origin for everything occurring on world. It was cult-like, the students prostrating themselves before the central structure as they seemed to be mentally connecting themselves with it. It looked like a cocoon made of clear obsidian, with those white flesh-like roots protruding from its base, penetrating the ground. They also sprung from its top, much like a tree as they burrowed into the ceiling above them, spreading far and wide throughout the room and no doubt the rest of the academy. A beat with a slow rhythm, a pulse he knew to be a heartbeat, one that Korriban itself synchronized itself with as the world seemed to rumble in tandem with the thing's pulse. But Noctis focused on none of these, as he refused to even blink as he focused on what he could see situated within the cocoon, visible even through the smoky-like surface of the obsidian surface. It looked like a human man, Sith-like eyes sitting in the skull of the man with near-perfect aristocratic features, the face of a ruler. But he knew its face to be a lie, as they slowly approached making sure not to disturb the other acolytes. Said lie would feel anyone had they not been able to see the shadows that clung to its body. Surging outwards to cast a shadow several times larger than what its body looked like, with swaying appendages and numerous arms, and he knew the shadow belied its truth, the face a lie, the shadow the truth. It was when Padme stopped them a few meters from the cocoon that Notux knew his theories to be true. As the being within lurched, and it was something he would never forget, stuck in his mind's eye for the rest of his mortal life. Like a person surfacing from underwater, a featureless face with no eyes, ears, nose, or mouth morphed from the smooth surface of the cocoon. He knew this to be the god's true face, as it pulled itself from within the cocoon, 6 arms clawing at the surface of the cocoon as it pulled its torso from within. The torso was covered in runic scripture, said scripture seemed to flow from the center of its chest, as if someone had painstakingly carved each rune with great meticulous care. A hole sat at the center of the creature's chest, where the scripture seemed to surround the hole. Said hole drew Noctis's eyes. It felt infinite before his eyes. The hole was filled with stars, spinning galaxies, and shining stars. The hole was as infinite as the universe around them, as it sat within this god's chest. It stepped out of the cocoon with 2 human-like legs, each one rippling with taut muscle, with humanoid toes giving it balance as they softly touched down onto the cold surface. It was hard to see from their position, but Noctis was able to catch a glimpse over its shoulder, only to see the roots that burrowed into the entirety of Korriban's surface were in fact coming directly from the creature's spine. Just like an endless amount of appendages that seemed to morph through solid objects as they flowed without obstruction, he couldn't count them, for these long appendages may have been as infinite as the hole in its chest. He was able to see the end of just one of these appendages as its multi-jointed form shifted and rounded towards them, its 6-fingered hand stretching to Padme, white light building in its palm as it gently placed its hand on the woman's skull. She slowly knelt, smiling slightly as she planted her head up in the ground before the god, and it turned to them. "Greetings, my new subjects." Its voice tore through their skulls from all directions. 1,000 voices of men, women and children spoke at once. It was maddening, harrowing and wrong. But he knew he had no place other than under this god's will, just as his men did as they too prostrated themselves before the creature, its featureless head lowering as its eyeless surface seemed to scan them. "Good, welcome home." "I still don't like it," Bastila mumbled as even now, she could feel the subtle chill through the force. How can somebody affect the force in such a way, like his very existence changes everything? Bastila shuddered as a wave of subtle malevolence crawled from across the galaxy into the rest of the force. "There isn't much we can do," Karth replied as he piloted the shuttle through the skies of Dantooine. "No. Now that we're here, we can fix this mess, Bastila hissed as they approached the Jedi enclave as they broke through the clouds. What are we going to do? Karth asked as she gave the Republic soldier a harsh look. That is up for the Council to decide. The grey-colored ship slowly approached the settlement, as Bastila stood tall amongst two Jedi Masters. They could practically see the ripples of the Force surrounding the ship in its wake. Such a powerful presence. Vrook Lamar squinted, yet despite his best efforts, he wasn't able to identify any traces of the alignment of the being within. Are we ready? Vandar came up to their side as Bastila looked around the open hangar, which had been rearranged to allow for several soldiers to hide behind and ready an ambush. Naturally, Dirac answered as they all prepared for the engagement they were about to go through. The ship slowed, turning around as it settled down with a hiss of its landing gear. Dirac glared at the vessel, a visible miasma, shimmering like the heat off of a metal surface, caused the air to shake and cause distortions. The Force clung to whatever was within the ship like no other, and it had them all on edge. Startled as the ramp began to lower itself, they were all tense, their weapons held tightly in their hands as their knuckles were clenched tight. A curtain of cold air swept from within the shuttle, as Bastila lowered her chin and squared her feet, casting a subtle look to Arya, who was next to Karth, both kneeling behind a barricade. Stepping down the ramp of the vessel, Dirac laid eyes on what he could only describe to be a nexus of Force energy, as molten yellow eyes immediately settled on his own. Black hair slicked back on the man's head as he seemed to smirk at the group that had surrounded the shuttle. So you actually came? Bastila frowned as she spoke, eyeing Trask, who stood silently beside the man yet refused to meet the gaze of anyone present. Of course, I have nothing to fear after all. He flashed a smile as he approached the ring of Jedi. Come no closer, Sith. Vrook spoke with stern authority, stepping forward to protect the line of Padawans that stood behind the line of Jedi Masters. Chuckling in amusement, Nox stopped halfway between the shuttle and the council members, waving his hands at his side mockingly as he made a sarcastic face of fright. Oh. Here I came in good faith in order to learn, and you brand me a title without even pleading my case. Nox lowered his hands and clasped his hands behind my back, all sarcasm fleeing his face as he fixed the man with a piercing glare. Do not presume to understand me, Jedi, nor order me around, Nox growled as he turned to another Jedi who stepped forward, a sense of arrogance rising from the person. You are outmatched, Sith. We have called all sufficiently powerful Jedi Masters here to subdue you. Surrender so you can expect summary execution, Atreides announced, as she had been called from her home to Dantooine by the request of aid by the Dantooine Council. Well, aren't you an arrogant one? Nox chuckled as he studied Atreides intently. The fallen Jedi Master, hey, different to what I'd have thought, Nox mused, smirking slightly as he turned to the other Jedi Masters who were slowly spreading themselves out in order to block any escape. Last chance, Sith, surrender. Bastila announced as the Jedi Masters all activated their sabers, followed by every other Jedi present in the landing pad. It seems we're at an impasse. Nox smiled widely, flashing his teeth as he simply reached into his robes, pulling out his saber. Pulling out his weapon, the Masters all recoiled at the feel the weapon sent through the Force, a hunger they had next felt in object posses, a cruel malice that sucked the light from the world around it. I suppose I should introduce myself. Nox activated his saber, a terrible scream tearing from the weapon as a few of the Padawans felt a sense of primal fear, causing them to flee the hangar outright. I am Darth Nox, heir of Tulak Horde. I am the Lord of 1,000 Faces, and I have come to parley, to learn. I have been sorely disappointed. He lowered the black blade's saber as bolts of red lightning sprung from its purple shroud, striking the ground nearest the blade's reach. Strong words for the damned. Atreides activated her blue saber, glaring harshly at Nox as she looked to Bastila, the two of them nodding at each other before rushing towards the left and rights of Nox. Bastila thrust towards his exposed left side, as Atreides moved to decapitate him. Yet both found themselves halted as Nox stepped back, raising his blade as both yellow and blue found themselves crossed with Nox's own. Bad move, Nox admonished as his neck tensed and he lifted his back, all before lurching forward to release a terrible Force scream that forced everyone in front of him to skid back several meters at the burst of energy that tore from his mouth. Bastilla felt the haze assault her head as she fell to her knee, holding her brow as Varuk rushed forward, pulling Bastilla back as he and the freshly recovered Atreides rushed to engage Nox with Duruk. Atreides leapt up, swinging down at Nox whilst Varuk tried striking Nox in the chest. Useless. Nox simply raised his hand, a purple barrier stopping the two of the Master dead in their tracks as Nox simply flicked his right pointer finger, releasing a sweeping force push that sent the two careening back to the rest of the council members. "Stop this mediocre display of negligible ability, lest I accidentally destroy you," Nox growled as he had yet to actually attack the Jedi Masters, yet they were grating on his nerves. A sudden bolt of energy flying at him was his answer, of which diverted from his path and flew directly at Lamar. The man barely defending himself in time as Karth sent an apologetic look. "We will not bow down to the likes of you." Lamar gripped his saber with both hands, glaring at Nox, who in turn gave a disappointed frown. "It appears I will have to make you submit, Trask. Go sit over there." Nox inclined his head to the side as the man did so without responding, all the while Nox simply shrugged off his cloak to expose the torso and lower portion of his Sith cultist armor. "I will be as gentle as I can." Nox clenched his right fist as the Jedi decided to stop testing his defenses, as they all got ready to engage him at once. Simply lowering his gaze, the Council, all the Jedi Masters and even the permitted Padawans rushed at him, some going around whilst the heavy hitters committed to simply bull rushing his front. The Padawans stayed back in an effort to catch him by surprise. Meanwhile, Trask simply closed his eyes as he watched them immediately surround Nox, a disappointed gaze falling to the ground. Useless, Trask thought in dejection, closing his eyes as he already knew what was coming. As the first Jedi reached him, it happened, a white light exploded outwards from Nox's position, deafening everyone present as a repulse sent everyone flying away from his position. It was powerful enough to toss the Jedi Masters high into the air and out of the hangar. Those unfortunate enough found themselves rendered unconscious by their heads slamming either into the ground or wall. The others found themselves laying on the ground, ears bleeding and tinnitus immediately afflicting them. Standing unfazed from his previous position, Nox simply waved his hand, sending a single command throughout the area. Sleep. His command weighed upon the minds of those present, pressing up in their minds as they found themselves rendered unconscious with that simple word. Arya was one of the first to wake, eyes fluttering open as she groaned. "Did we get the digits of the speeder that ran me over?" she groaned aloud as she rose from the cold duracrete under her. On her right she found Karth slumped against the wall, said wall being cracked exactly where he had struck its surface. Slowly the memories of what occurred returned to her. As her eyes widened, she found herself being stared at by a face she found somewhat familiar, but yet the woman was clearly not of the Jedi. "Stay where you are, Master will be by shortly." The blonde smirked, yellow eyes peering down at her as the woman simply leant against what remained of the barricade they had used for cover. Who are you?" Arya asked awkwardly as she picked up her blaster that had been laying on the ground beside her. "My name is no longer relevant, I am simply follower, the same as those who follow my lord, but to those plebeians who don't, I was known as Potma." Potma introduced herself to Arya, who nodded with puckered lips. "And your master is?" Arya hoped she was wrong, but Potma simply raised her brow. "The god whose mere illusion was powerful enough to subdue every single one of you." Arya blinked as she registered the words Potma had said. "There's no way," Arya thought as she straightened about to ask for clarification, yet Potma, seemingly reading her mind, opened to speak first. "Yes. A mere illusion, constructed manipulating the force, cast by my lord from against the galaxy upon the ship landing here, with less than 1% of the power I have seen my lord wield, was powerful enough to render every single one of you pathetic creatures immobile." Potma mocked as she rose, turning her head to nod at Noctis, who was approaching Potma's left flank. "Is this the one?" Noctis asked as Potma nodded, the man pinning Arya with a calculating gaze. To think that she, this woman, was capable of such things. Noctis studied Arya's face intently, as Potma shrugged dismissively. "I remember you now," Arya spilled as she finally registered Potma's face. "You were on Terry's." Arya slowly stood up, studying Padme, who was evidently very amused by the situation they were now in. You didn't have a hint of the Force in you, yet there you are. How? That would be me. A voice from directly behind Arya caused her to jump to the right, where her eyes widened in open terror at what she found. My lord! You arrived, as quick as ever. Padme knelt before the real Nox, with Noctis doing the exact same thing, along with the Sith soldiers who were currently lounging around the hangar to guard the Jedi. Mostly. I am here, and there. His cryptic meaning was easily interpreted by Padme, who inclined her head. Understood. Padme kept her head down in reverence as Nox pressed his hand to her forehead once more, of which the woman's pupils dilated as she entered a trance-like state. Noctis frowned behind them, yet kept his jealousy to himself as Nox turned to Arya with a studying gaze. Ah, it's coming back to you, I see. Nox stepped forward as Arya took a fearful step back, her heart pummeling her chest as she found herself pressed against the wall, with Nox stepped well into her personal space to look down upon her. But not quick enough. I shall restore a small portion of what is missing. She watched with bated breath as he raised his right hand, his index finger coming and planting itself directly at the center of her forehead. A pulse rose over her body, and the world around her came to life in new light, the heartbeat of the galaxy exposed to her once more. The Force had been forced into her once more, yet she didn't know this. As with the first pulse, the sheer feedback of the Force directly around them forced her into a state of unconsciousness. How amusing, Nox mused as he stood within a chamber of the Dantooine Jedi enclave. His fingers stroking his chin as he loomed up and around the architecture. He stared up at a tree that was housed within the academy, feeling the life energy that bled around them with his senses. Lounging on the 4 smaller plant pots that circled the room, Padme and Noctis instructed the Sith acolytes they had brought with them in their effort to sort through the knowledge the Jedi housed within the academy. The Jedi are waking. An acolyte approached and knelt before the 3 of them, with Nox indeed feeling the Jedi waking in the distance. Then we should expect them to return to the academy with haste. Bring me the holocrons, Nox all but ordered as he turned from the tree and faced the assortment of knowledge they had pilfered from the academy during the Jedi's state of duress. With great haste, the acolytes all brought as many holograms as they could carry, all before kneeling as a group before Nox in the courtyard. Reaching his hands out in the directions of the holocrons, the students were awed to see every single one of the devices activate all at once. They rushed to the academy as fast as they physically could. After all, they had intercepted the Sith at the hangar bay rather than at the Jedi enclave, a mistake on their part to be sure. Damn it, Bastilla hissed as they all came to a stop in front of the enclave, their speeders coming to a halt as she and the Jedi Council leapt into action, the rest of the master and apprentices hanging back. Bastilla Vrook gained her attention, stopping the brown-haired woman where she stood. Yes, Master. Bastilla stopped with Lamar before the entryway into the enclave. You will stay here. If anything happens from the point onwards, you will be the last line of defense. I sense young Arya is within. Vrook spoke solemnly with a small frown, the rest of the council members standing side by side as they looked into the now less than safe enclave. The council took a step back as an unfamiliar blonde woman approached with a small smile on her face. Another Sith Atreides growled as she activated her lightsaber to point it at Padme. There is no need for such hostility. I am here at my master's behest. And with a wave of the blonde's hand, Atreides' saber simply shut off and stopped working. Now then, Padme made a dragging motion, tearing the weapons clear from the council members' hands as they began to float around her in a clockwise orbit. I have been instructed to take you to my master. He is currently in the library. Padme turned away and began to walk back into the enclave with the confidence of a rancor in its hunting grounds. I guess we no longer hold any power in this situation. Vandar slowly began to walk forward, studying the back of Padme with sharp eyes. You would be right, Padme hissed from ahead as the rest of the Jedi Council reluctantly began to follow. What exactly is the Force? Arya asked at his side, her eyes shining with the curiosity only a child could have if they discovered something new. Whilst everyone's interpretation of the Force differs, what we all know about the Force is that it permeates everything, it binds and flows through us. It feeds the life of the universe and it feeds the death of all, it is everywhere and everything, it is Nox explained as he pulled a datachron into his hand from one of the nearby shelves, opening it to study its secrets. So it's like some kind of deity, Arya asked as Nox simply shrugged. Whilst it does have a will, a plan it wants metered out, I'd hesitate to call it a deity. More along the lines of a cosmic anomaly that not even a god can control, Nox explained, yet kept his next thoughts to himself though, there are gods for sure. And the source of the Force itself is definitely counted amongst them. Does that mean we don't have control over our fate now? That was a very Revan question if Nox ever heard one, and so he turned to Arya with a raised eyebrow. To break free of the chains of fate, would require you to be strong enough that not even the Force can chain your will, but typically, yes, one is simply following the path previously put in place by them, Nox replied as he turned his attention back from Arya and to the datachron. Are you free from fate? She asked, causing Nox to pause and ponder. I would like to think so. But I am not naive enough to believe that. I will know I am free from fate when I stand at the top, Nox replied in a grating tone, thinking of the creature that had sent him here. Tell me, Arya, now that you can feel the Force, what do you feel when you look around the enclave, around the world? Nox asked in an effort to evade any more questions. Closing her eyes, Arya seemed to still for several moments as, like the prodigy Nox expected her to be, she easily began to reach out to the world around them. I feel a flow, the push and pull of life. The brightness of the sun breathing through everything around us. The joy of the galaxy, the hope of the young. Arya pointed out in wonder as Nox smiled slightly. The light of the Force, the gift of life, Nox mused as he focused his attention solely on the woman. And what else? Nox urged the woman to go on as her smile became a small frown. Cold, hunger, sadness, wrath. I can feel destruction, whispers of power, its eyes are on us. Arya tore herself from her meditative state to look at Nox with wide and fearful eyes. What was that? That was the Force, and its corruption. You felt both the light and the dark. I suspect you may be attuned to both. Actually, Nox spoke as he smirked slightly, aware a couple members of the council were listening in to what he was saying. Focus. Tell me, young Arya, when you look at me through the Force, what is it you feel? Nox asked as he turned to face Arya squarely, looking down upon the woman with a reassuring smile. Closing her eyes once more, Arya winced as she reached her senses out to Nox, her brow twitching as a bead of sweat began to roll down her brow. A sweeping darkness with a hunger I've never felt, it's ravenous. It promises power, madness. Arya began as she focused harder, a faint glimmer of light shining through to her senses. Reaching for said light, Arya twitched violently as his signature erupted into a blinding light as she felt for the crack of light. Power, energy. I do not feel the heat of life ripping off of you, nor do I feel the hunger of shade calling me into its embrace. It just is. Power in and of itself. Arya opened her eyes with new clarity as she looked at Nox. You stand in the center of both, don't you? Arya asked. She watched Nox's lip twitch upwards. When one has sufficient power, it matters not where you stand. For all abilities lay before you. The Force's will, to embrace its corruption, is to break free from the fate it lays before you, but you are never actually free, for it knows all. As I said, power is freeing. But some will never break free, Nox explained as he turned to Potma, who finally stepped into view. Hello Potma, Masters. Nox crossed his arms to see the reluctant Jedi Council, and the alarm on their faces at Arya being at his side. I look forward to my training. Nox spread a wide smile, seeing the seething glare Arya sent his way. You think we will? Atreides hissed as Nox blasted the woman back with a mere wave of his hand. I do. I am coming to you in the hopes you will help me turn away from the dark, a desperate plea for help. Will you deny turning the most powerful Force sensitive you will ever witness to your side? Nox hissed as Atreides continued to be pressed into the far wall by Nox. Looking between each other, Vrook and the rest of the council gave each other harsh glares before ultimately shrugging. I guess the choice is no longer in our hands. Vandar approached as he came to a stop a meter in front of Nox, in the meantime he deposited the now gasping Atreides on the ground in the distance. "Welcome, young Padawan." Vandar twitched as Nox gave a not-so-subtle smirk, as the young man bowed. "I look forward to your teachings, master." "Padme, return home with Noctis," Nox ordered, the Dark Lady bowing and waltzing away with little care. After all, Nox had given her both power and knowledge enough to fight whatever came in her way. Weeks later, Nox studied Arya intently through their duel training. In truth, he had no wishes to learn from the Jedi, but if he was to learn what he ahd to, as he suspected Arya was the one that the entity wanted him to learn from. It's always Ravan. Ravan this, Ravan that. I guess that's what it means to be favored by the Force. Nox rolled his eyes as he stood across from Arya, each one holding a training saber. "I'll go easy on you, I promise," Nox teased as he pointed the tip of his saber at the ground in his usual stance, Arya squinting at him with a challenging glare. "I'm going to win this time." Arya, in fact, hadn't won a single training session the two had engaged in, not a single one. And Nox was sure it grated the girl something fierce. Eyeing them was the gathered council members, their attitude having changed drastically during the last couple of weeks. No doubt in part thanks to the aura of false light Nox had shrouded himself with, giving them the impression that he was indeed turning to the light side of the Force under their training, something they seemed mighty proud of themselves with. "Let's go!" Arya rushed him, staying low as she was taught as her training blade scraped against the ground. "Very well," Nox replied as he leant back as Arya swept upwards with her blade. All the while Nox flicked his wrist upwards, the tip of his blade smacking directly into the bottom of Arya's chin. "Dead," Nox said matter-of-factly as Arya stumbled back a couple paces. "You're too predictable." Nox simply tossed his training blade at Arya, the girl leaping to the side with a Force-enhanced leap, only to find herself face down on the training mats as Nox's training saber slammed into her back. "You gave talent in spades." Nox caught his saber in his extended hand. "You have drive, ingenuity." Arya rose to her feet as Nox once more pointed his training saber at the ground. "But I have those traits too, and I have something you're severely lack." Nox lowered himself, reading his feet wide as he pointed the tip of his blade behind him. "And what is that?" Arya asked as she brought her blade into a two-handed grip, knowing Nox was about to go on the offensive. Experience. Nox touched the ground with his right foot, and all but disappeared from his place, blitzing forward with nothing but a blur before the eyes. He appeared before Arya in less than a second, his blade pointed at her abdomen. She barely managed to twist her body to the side, as she leapt into the air to the side to avoid the strike that would have ended their bout. She landed with her feet spread, her left hand curling into a fist that came to a rest in front of her waist, whilst her blade was held in front of her, pointing at Nox's head. "Now that is a stance I remember," Ravan, Nox thought as he turned to face the girl, seeing she was relying on her instincts this time rather than what they were taught. With a huff, Nox brought his right foot forward and began to simply walk at Arya, the woman responding by lowering her blade, rushing forward and thrusting at his abdomen. He sidestepped the thrust, turning right hand, his training saber collided with the woman's own, the two blades sliding against each other as he redirected her saber away from his person. Raising his left hand, Nox grabbed the girl by the neck, lifting her from the ground before ultimately slamming her into the ground. The chamber rattled as the ground was cratered, leaving the woman disheveled and disappointed at her performance, her hair splayed over her face as sweat ran down her face. "You're getting better," Nox reassured the girl as he slowly sat down beside her prone form, feeling the approving glances of the Jedi Council as they slowly dispersed, and he could guess why. Ravan was a monster. Why not have a monster on their side to put her down if she returned to her old ways? Fools! Nox rolled his eyes as he felt the gaze of Bastilla still on his back. "Am I truly, or are you just saying that?" she asked as she slowly rose from the ground, shaking the rubble out of her hair in the process. "I truly mean it, slowly but surely you're getting better. I believe that in short time there will be few who can hold up to you," Nox assured the girl as he helped her to her feet. "Though, the gap between us keeps getting wider and wider," Arya thought. She wasn't as stupid as the council, nor had Nox ever lied to her. She could feel the sheer power that rippled off of his body into the surrounding area. she doubted she would ever be able to close such a gap, not when his power seemed to grow with each passing moment. "I'm hungry," Arya announced as Nox chuckled, letting her shoulder gently as she eyed his lightsaber clipped to his right thigh. Such a terrible thing. She could feel the aberration, its hunger. She could see the force being sucked into the weapon as its malevolent power slowly, painfully slowly spread into the atmosphere. Slow enough that the Jedi wouldn't notice, but enough for her to. The saber is absorbing energy for something. "Let's go eat." Nox walked forward, leaving the training ground as they walked towards the cafeteria. All the while Nox could feel the unsure Bastilla stalking them from behind. Korriban. Korriban was completely unrecognizable, if one was able to see beneath the gargantuan storm that had covered 99.9% of the planet's surface. Sprouting from the top of Korriban Academy, a massive eldritch structure of ashen roots sprouted from the academy and reached for the skies, massive roots winding around each other before coming together at the base of what the roots were making. Standing over the academy, forming from the roots, was a towering torso with 6 arms reaching from its upper portion. Roots sprouted from where the arms should be, the roots grinding and winding against each other, fusing together to slowly construct the creature's body. At the center of the torso was the cocoon that housed Nox's true body, the one on Dantooine being a simple manifestation of his consciousness whilst his true body lay housed in the cocoon, growing, manifesting its truest state around the cocoon. "That's right, the gargantuan torso was his Ian form," said Ian form slowly being manifested in the physical realm. It was only 30% complete, with its head missing. It didn't have arms nor legs, yet slowly, but surely, spreading from its torso, the roots were constructing the rest of its body. Floating around the academy, the acolytes present floated nearby the torso, just like every other creature on Korriban. Padme herself was the closest to the torso, her arms splayed wide as her eyes were completely glossed over with white mist. "Yes, Master." The murkiness in her eyes vanished at her words, the woman slowly floating back down to the ground. Floating down beside her, a squad of Sith acolytes awakened from their mental union with their god. "We have our orders," Padme hissed, the group turning away as they headed for Dreshti, Padme kneeling to her lord once more before turning away to do his bidding. Dantooine. The rest of the apprentices avoided the two of them, as they sat down at a table together with the gruel that was provided for them to eat. "Where are you from?" Arya asked as Nox paused, raising an eyebrow at the woman with an amused glint in his eye. "I want to know more about the people I'm going to be serving with." "Terry's. I was born on Terry's." Nox shrugged and continued to eat, seeing no issue with revealing such information to the girl. "Really?" Arya gave him a bland look, yet believed him nonetheless. "Yep." Anyway, Nox turned to Bastilla, who was standing a few feet away with her own tray in hand, seemingly wanting to join the duo. "Hello Bastilla, want to sit down?" Nox motioned to the unused seat on the opposite side of the table. Instead of responding, the woman nodded and slid herself down into the vacant chair. "You look well," Nox complimented as the woman looked down at her food, smiling to herself slightly as Arya frowned. "This is a place of healing and recuperation." "I would hope I do," Bastilla replied as she slumped, relaxing in the now warm atmosphere relaxed by Nox's presence. "Now Arya, you've been having dreams, haven't you?" Nox nisked as he turned to the frowning woman, said woman shaking her head and turning to Nox with an unsure frown. "How did? Never mind." "Yes I have." Arya shook her head, understanding there was just things Nox knew. And that would never change. "Tell me about them," Nox asked as he leant against the table, Bastilla now keenly interested in the topic. "I saw a temple ruin. There was a bald man in brown armor, he had blue markings on his head." She began to retell her latest vision. "He stood before another, garbed in black. They were talking about something called the Star Forge." Bastilla looked frightened at what was announced to the two of them, with Nox smirking slightly as his lips twitched. "Ah, the Star Forge." Nox nodded, rubbing his chin in amusement. "That thing. You know of the Star Forge?" Bastilla asked, becoming on edge at what Nox hinted at. "I have heard of it. I found a piece of its machinery on my travels actually. It can make pretty much anything if fed the Force." though I am not entirely sure of its location. Nor am I worried, there are far more powerful machines out there for me to worry about, of which I will keep to myself. Nox squinted, reaching DPWN to his hilt, his fingers dancing across its surface. There is nothing worse than the Starforge, Bastilla urged back in an effort to try and pry more information about these machines Nox seemed to know of which the knowledge that these things existed brought a great deal of terror to her, which she ruthlessly crushed. There are weapons out there that make the Starforge seem like a joke, fleets capable of policing the galaxy forever. Weapons stored away by celestial races with the ability to alter the very composition of a solar system. Did you not hear the theories that the Corellian system is a bit too perfect? There are other things, terrible things. The look on Nox's face gave the expression of a haunted visage, as he stared into mid-distance with a glum look. You know where they are, don't you? Arya hinted as Nox's eyes slowly turned to face her with narrowed fluorescent blue eyes. And it shall remain that only I know, Nox replied before turning his attention back to his food, Bastilla giving him a calculating gaze. There are secrets that should remain hidden, dead. I have things I must discuss with the council. Bastilla reluctantly stood, bidding them well as she moved out of the cafeteria and made a beeline towards the council. 1 week later. So I'm being assigned to go with MI. Nox shrugged, a newly constructed blue lightsaber held on his left hip, his original still sitting on his right hip. Just as I wanted. Nox smiled kindly as Arya nodded happily. They had after all become close over the last month, with his rising fame within the Academy, his unbeatable record. In the eyes of the Council, he was their best case to be remembered in the annals of time, a darksider of impossible power that returned to the light and embraced the ways of the Jedi under their tutelage. If it continued that way, their fame within the Jedi Order was all but guaranteed. The problem was, Nox had learnt everything they had to offer, pilfering the holocrons and data stores within the Academy when they weren't aware. They had nothing left to offer, which was why he subtly planted the notion he should be sent along with Arya in case she turned back to Revan. He was their failsafe to keep their little project in line. But he also wasn't a fool, he knew they would ultimately most likely choose to dispense with him. He was a darksider in origin in their eyes. He would forever be a threat, so he knew they were most likely biding their time, learning of his weaknesses, hoping they could use him to destroy Malak and Revan, where they would ultimately turn on him and either kill him or imprison him. Luckily, they knew nothing of the power he held. And so he would play to their tune, fool them until the time for pleasantries was to be dispersed with. Fools, the lot of them. Nox mused as he and Arya moved to their separate quarters, picking up their belongings and moving to link up with Bastilla before their departure. It didn't take long for them to do so, with Bastilla having already moved most of her things into the Ebon Hawk. As they approached the exit of the Academy, Nox looked at Bastilla, currently having an interesting conversation with Bastilla. We entrust this to you. Entrust what? Nox thought as he squinted at Vrook. How amusing. Nox thought if simply assaulting Bastilla's mind to find out just what, yet thought to wait rather than doing so in the middle of the Academy where all pretenses of him being oriented in the light would fall. Shall they identify him as the source of Bastilla's anguish should he have tore through Bastilla's mental defenses? Let's go. Nox spoke aloud as he jumped into the speeder, a small smile toying at his lips as Arya chuckled, sending the speeder surging forward knowing Bastilla would meet them at the hangar. They arrived at the hangar a few moments later, passing by several civilians who they ignored, before come to a stop before the vessel. Hello Trask. I trust your stay has been comfortable. Nox smiled at the man, yet the man wasn't fooled as he refused to meet Nox's gaze. Instead he inclined his head. "Milord, what would you have of me?" Arya raised an eyebrow at Trask's attitude, as Nox simply chuckled. "Prepare for departure, I'll be in the port dormitory should you need me." Arya. Nox dismissed himself, Arya watching him go with puckered lips at his apparent disinterest in their activities. "You're scared of him, why?" Arya asked as Trask immediately looked to the ground. "If you knew what I did, you would understand. Keep to yourself, stay away from him. It is for your own good," Trask hissed as he reached into the speeders and began pulling the crates they had brought with them out of the speeder and moving them into the ship. So outdated. Nox rolled his eyes as he lay on his bunk in the port dormitory, with Arya unpacking into the bunk right beside his as he, Arya and Bastilla would be sharing the port dormitory. No doubt that way, so Bastilla can end us in our sleep should she need to. Nox grunted as he focused on his activity, a small smile of satisfaction coming to his face as a ball or pure Beskar materialized in his hand much better. It amused him greatly, considering Karth had all but avoided him outright upon his entry into the ship. Mission and Zalbar seemed to be conversing with their new tag-along, Jabba, some unimportant feline who had momentarily turned to the dark side the Dantooine wilds after attacking her master. But Nox didn't really care much as he turned his gaze to Arya, who had just finished packing clothing into the footlocker beside her bed. "Where are we off to first?" Nox asked as he focused on turning the ball of Beskar in his grip into pure oxygen. It took longer than he wanted it to, as it slowly deconstructed itself before his very eyes as if it was turning to dust in his hand, all before it vanished completely. That took too long. "I'll have to improve upon these celestial powers more." Nox glared at where the orb had been, whilst Arya began explaining the first destination. "Tatooine. I had a vision of a cave of bones. That's where the star map is. I think." Nox inclined his head as he slowly rose from his bunk. "Then that's where we're going." Nox grunted and began to remove his clothes, ignoring the flustered look that overcame Arya at his stripping figure, said woman, turning away and staring at the far wall. "What are you doing?" Arya hissed, refusing the urge to turn and spy on Nox, as much as she would have liked to. "Getting changed, obviously." "What? Don't tell me you're embarrassed. We're comrades in a war, we'll most likely be in far more compromising positions in the future, such as destroyed armors. Hell, I've had to fight for several hours completely nude due to the construction of my armor, though I guess you're not used to that yet." Nox mused out loud, causing the woman to grow more and more flustered at his words. "And you shouldn't be embarrassed either, not with your looks. Be proud." Nox chuckled as the woman became red in the face, all the while he slid a pair of black knee-length pants on. "Now I'm going to rest, wake me when we arrive at Tatooine." Nox slunk back into his bunk, ignoring all else as he sent his consciousness back to his original body back on Korriban. Arya, meanwhile, had calmed her breathing, taking the chance to send a look over her shoulder, where she found Nox already dead asleep in his bunk. Letting out a breath of relief, she smiled slightly, yet came on edge as she realized Bastilla had entered the room. "You know, had I not be able to see him right now, I wouldn't believe he was on the ship. He has no force signature when he sleeps. Like he's not even here right now." Bastilla came to sit on the edge of Nox's bunk, studying him intently as she saw his chest rise and fall slightly, unaware of how close she had actually been to the truth with her observation. Reaching her hand out, the woman placed a hand on his forehead as Arya was evidently becoming agitated with Bastilla's actions. "He changed so much in a month. Following the ways of the light like he had been doing it his whole life. It's like the dark side holds no power over him." Her thumb gently stroked his forehead. "Are you? What is going through your head right now?" Arya hissed. Surely this woman hasn't become obsessed in just a month, Arya thought as Bastilla, before her eyes became closed off, her mental shields intensifying as she shook herself out of some kind of stupor she fell into while looking at Nox. Just admiring a man whose sheer force of will I can respect, with terrifying power he hasn't abused once. I look forward to learning from him. Bastilla hid her feelings with such words as she rose and made her way to the unused bunk on the other side of Nox's own, the one she would ultimately be using. "Keep your distance, woman," Arya hissed before turning into her own bunk, glaring fiercely at Bastilla who had turned away from their direction. "You're learning," the being stated matter-of-factly before Nox, standing in the void where Nox found himself once more. "I don't think I learnt much from those Jedi," Nox replied as he stood beside the entity, the two of them looking out into the white expanse. "Not from those creatures. You're finally beginning to understand the true extent of the powers you house within you. You are finally learning how to express and weaponize your will into the world around you. Even as we speak, you're evolving. And right on time too. Time is not on our side, learn quickly." I will speak to you when you return from Tatooine. Nox found himself ejected from the dreamscape, forced back into the Skiriver galaxy in a reality that wasn't his own. Home universe, years gone unknown. Elagast turned away with a sniff, his elegant garb flowing behind him as he began to slowly walk away from the entrance to his temple. Now I just need to make sure the Chosen One accepts his duties. Elagast began to slowly relinquish the power he had taken from his countless selves across the universe, his weathered features falling as he thought of what he'd truly done. I'll take whatever punishment is meted out. Elagast cringed as he looked up into the skies of Mortis. His eyes widened as a shift in the air alerted him to something being wrong. And before he could act, he felt a piercing pain tear from the base of his spine, erupting through his left pectoral where his attacker's hand sat covered in blood. I'm glad you can agree. No. Elagast turned his head to the side fearfully, only to have his greatest worries confirmed as he stared into the bright glowing purple irises of Nox staring at him with great evident mirth. He attempted to move despite the hand currently housed in his chest, yet, a pulse of what he knew to be the Force, rendered any action he could think of to be for naught. A pulse rose over the two, as Nox's face began to contort into a small smile. A pulling sensation began to overcome his senses, beginning from where Nox's hand was located. He felt the Force beginning to slowly flow into Nox from Elagast. Father Nifl cried out as she leapt at Nox with outstretched hands in an effort to stop Nox from absorbing her father's power and life force. Too late. Nox spoke slowly as he adjusted his stance and simply used his free right hand to capture Nifl around the neck with his hand. Now with his hand puncturing Elagast and Nifl occupying his other hand, Nox turned to face the newly recovered Aoife, who tried to blitz Nox after appearing behind his right shoulder. You lose. Nox whispered as another, third, arm burst from his right shoulder, of which captured Aoife's lightning-covered left hand. At that same moment, Nox's left shoulder contorted as a fourth hand burst forward, which grabbed Aoife by the head and just like Nox's main hands were doing to Nifl and Elagast, began to absorb the energies that made up the father, son, and daughter. Stop, this. Elagast whispered as the glow of his clothes slowly began to fade, all the while the glow of Nox's eyes began to become more intense. Not until you understand. Nox growled as Aoife began to cry out as he fell to his knees, the hand on his cranium becoming a shade of ashen grey, its fingers growing longer as they began to gouge out parts of Aoife's flesh. You see. Nox pulled Elagast closer so the old man could listen, all the while Nifl's radiant glowing white form began to dim, her elegant glowing green hair beginning to become a dull green color. You are no longer in charge. Nifl was the first to crumble to the ground, struggling to breath as her hair had lost its radiant glow, now simply green in color, whilst her previously white glowing skin was now that of a Caucasian human woman. Her brother was next, with his armor wilting and falling from his body like blackened leaves falling from a tree, leaving him as bare as the day he appeared, the red glow in his eyes becoming a dull maroon color. So consider yourselves. Nox smirked as he slowly pulled his hand from Elagast's chest, the man falling to the ground with deep heaving breaths. Robbed of his powers, with nothing but that of a regular Jedi Padawan, Elagast cast his eyes to Nox slowly. All the while Nox slowly walked towards Elagast's throne, before slowly sitting himself down with a mocking gaze peering into the father's eyes. Under new management, Nox crossed his right leg over his left, as he interlaced his fingers and planted his hands into his lap. I have allowed you to retain a small, negligible amount of your power. So you can regrow back to your previous states, of which I will then take from you again. From this point onwards, aside from your regular duties in maintaining the balance of the Force, you are nothing but batteries. Generators for me to take from. From now until the heat death of the universe swallows us all. Nox looked down upon them with his smile becoming larger and larger as he spoke, finally finishing with a deeply contorted twisted smile. Welcome to your new destiny. Nox bid before he all but vanished from their sight before they could even blink, a thunderous roar of power shaking Mortis as he broke out from the hidden dimension and escaped into the larger universe with negligible ease. Funny thing about playing the game is, Nox mused as he imagined a massive round table before him, an uneven surface with markings eerily similar to the map of the galaxy. At its center sat the supermassive black hole that spun at the center of the galaxy. Circling the center of the table were the core worlds, each notch representing Biss and Coruscant and the other core worlds. His eyes danced to the left of the table, with a pair of old men, Sidious and Dooku, sitting beside each Toher frozen in time. Before Sidious, in front of his position at the table were thousands of miniature figures cast out of steel, one dyed half red with the other half dyed blue, representing the Sith and the clone armies. His blue, the clones, occupied a quarter of the central sphere, representing their hold of Coruscant and the core worlds. If you don't know who the players are, on the opposite side of the table sat the Jedi. Their pieces were simple white robes figures, centered squarely on Coruscant with only a few single pieces scattered haphazardly throughout the board. And not everyone plays fairly, all pieces have different values. For example, a simple white robes pieces of the Jedi was worth 10 clone pieces and 100 Sith pieces. But that wasn't all, each player had their own piece, representing their own personal power. Sidious's pieces was crimson red, sat directly at the center of the board, thinking he was the most powerful person in the galaxy. Beside him was the brown piece of Dooku, since they were the same. Yoda had his own piece alongside Mace Windu, sitting at the center of the board next to Sidious and Dooku's pieces. Staring straight ahead at the pieces, Nox toyed with 4 golden pieces in his hand, one representing Lana, one for Valen, one for Kenya and one for Vass Lucas. Casting his pieces, the gold of Lana and Vass sat firmly beside Sidious and Yoda, between the two, playing their games. Biding time. Then Nox placed Valen's piece on the territory of Mandalore, turning the area of the table that represented Mandalorian space into a combination of gold and grey, representing the two sides. It couldn't be long before Mandalorian space turned gold. Kenya's own piece was special, and turning a crystal in gold which he placed beside the table where the special pieces lay hidden. Said special pieces were dangerous, could change the power plays of the game with a mere moment. A single play could remove entire factions of the board. One such piece was Anakin Skywalker, cast white and black, with the majority being white as he was currently affixed to the Jedi. He wasn't on the board, however, as he had yet to reach any significant milestones. His power had yet to be realized, as such he was currently off the playing board. The next were the Mortis gods, their piece, white, black and red tower, currently broken whilst placed squarely in Zakuul territory directly in front of Nox. As they were a non-factor after Nox's culling. But there were other pieces, more dangerous ones, more unpredictable. A piece with 4 heads sat before Nox, each head dyed a different color. These represented the Bedlam spirits. Before his eyes the head of Tilitny turned gold, placing it partially under the control of Zakuul. But these pieces couldn't be controlled, their allegiance switched at a moment's notice according to the whims of the pieces, their fate their own control. The gold pieces of Athla-Jiroth and Nihilus sat firmly within Zakuul territory, their pieces able to move at a moment's notice anywhere in the galaxy to wipe that portion clean. But they couldn't do so just yet, as there were numerous other pieces scattered throughout the board, unmarked as they were unclaimed, for claiming one took considerable effort or power. And if one failed, well, Nox cast a look off the board, looking at the dead pieces that were the Rakatan Empire. And then there were the only 3 pieces that mattered, the ones that were informed, one white and blue. Representing the will of the Force and its source. The life giver. He placed the blue-white piece down and the board came to life, everything in between the pieces glowed white and blue, entwining the pieces together, connecting all, just as the Force did. The pieces of the Jedi and other light side-oriented pieces glowed with ethereal light. On the opposite side of the board appeared the player, the Force itself. Its will. The destroyer. He placed the pitch-black piece down onto the board, and the radiant light that was the light side of the Force became muddled and grey, the 2 ultimate powers fighting for control. Off to the side, away from the table formed the third player, a shadow standing in the corner ominously, waiting for the moment where it could destroy the board entirely. With each given moment it drew closer to the board, waiting to cast its hand and claim ultimate victory. And thus the unpredictability of Skywalker comes into play. He pulled the piece of Skywalker off the side table, placing it down. Instantly it became grey-oin color, as the two sides vied for control of the Chosen One. For as long as he is unclaimed, Nox cast a glance between the Life-Giver and the Destroyer. One cannot play their hand. And finally he pulled our ruby red pieces lined with gold, the only piece aware of the game being played. The equivalent of playing a game of cards whilst holding a thermonuclear device under the table. His own piece glowed a golden light, his fingers toying around the ruby piece as he gauged where exactly he should be placed. Coruscant is on the brink of falling. Nox stared at the dim ball that was the recently ravaged Coruscant. Mandalore, under Valen's hand, will soon make its move. His eyes danced to Mandalore Prime, where Valen's piece sat, to put pressure on the Republic and Cis. Lana in slowly gaining traction in the Senate with her repeated shows of support and might and unwavering spirit. Nox looked to the Coruscant piece once more, where Lana's piece sat. I need. Nox placed his fingers on his chin as he sat back, studying the board as he toyed with his piece in his right hand. Anakin, to start realizing his potential, his hand pulled Anakin's piece into his left palm with a small thud. So I need. He placed Anakin's piece down onto the board over Yavin 4. Oh no! Padme is in danger from the Cis with Kenya nearby. Anakin asks her for help and they both go to rescue his wife. Nox smirked as the plan began to come to mind, drawing pieces of the Cis and Kenya and placing them over Yavin. But to reach his potential, Anakin needs to face something dangerous, out of his league, something that takes the Cis and Republic rescue by surprise. Something from Yavin. Me. And finally he slammed his own piece down over Yavin 4, staring down over the board with cunning, intelligent eyes. Let the games begin. I hope you survive. Anakin. Nox swept his arm wide, the imaginary circular table vanishing from his throne room as he rose and marched from down the walkway, vanishing into thin air halfway across the room. Zakul. Lucille growled, thin lips paling with eyes narrowing to pinpricks. He stood garbed in a robe cast black as the night, arms crossed with his mask held firmly in his left hand. His molten glowing eyes stared down, deep into the abyss of the eternal spire. Surrounded by several exarchs, as he stood on a balcony looking at the lower levels of the spire. A howl drew his attention as a group of 4 shuttles appeared, tearing through the skies before coming to a slow halt before them. The doors slid open, revealing there to be 5 knights already occupying each shuttle, ready to listen any and all orders they would be fed. You have your orders, now get to it, he growled, grabbing his saber. His black robes billowed in the updraft coming from below. His hair violently fluttered around his eyes as scrunched closed, his face turning to a sneer whilst he stepped into his own provided shuttle. Take us down, he yelled out to the pilot, the shuttle leaning away from the balcony as the bay doors slid shut with the engines giving a whine. Alongside his shuttle, over 40 others suddenly appeared, weaving between the intricate layout of buildings that represented the spire, all hurtling down towards the lower levels as they became obscured by smoke and fog. I'll keep it short and to the point. Lucille began as he pulled out a hollow puck, a hollow of a shambling infected leaking ooze appearing above the puck. These are the infected. They have no purpose other than causing pain and spreading the disease. They first appeared to keep some sense of self after being infected, but our research has shown that to be false. Any semblance of sentience these creatures show is an act performed by the infection. They are dead, and they want nothing more than to create more, to spread. The fog around the shuttle bled away to show a full-on war being fought on the lower levels of the spire. Sky Trooper units rushed by, blasting rockets by the soaring shuttles at a massive unidentifiable avian made of ooze as it tried to slam onto one of the escorting shuttles. It released a screech as it was knocked off course, before more Sky Troopers appeared and slammed themselves into its body before they initiated self-destruction protocols, sending what little remained of the creature falling back onto the horde of animated dead below. The only way to stop them is to vaporize the bodies and the ooze, otherwise it will persist and propagate into another form. So that is our goal, total annihilation, Lucille announced as his offhand gently curled around his death mask housed within his robes. If any of you are so much as touched by the infection, I trust you will do the right thing. Nihilus pulled his mask from within his robes and slid it over his head, pulling up the cowl of his hood onto his head, ignoring the somber atmosphere as he turned and braced for their halo insertion. Ready to deploy in T-10 seconds, the pilot announced over the comms, the doors opening up to force a wind current to tear into the ship as the knights formed up, their white armors humming slightly as they hooked their shields and sabers around their backs, crouching low and getting ready to jump. 3. 2. Nihilus simply stepped off of the ship to plummet down into the fray below. Jumping in unison, the knights jumped to follow, plummeting to follow their lord as blaster fire ripped past some of the group. Quickly approaching a bridge that connected two high-rises, Nihilus righted himself in the air, using the force to slow his descent before he landed in a crouch, the ground erupting around him with a quake. The sockets behind his mask turned pitch black as the dark side erupted around, as his hands crunched flying form to release a force push that tore apart the sidewalk, sending shrapnel and steel flying to turn anything in front of their landing zone to mush. Groaning, several zombies hissed as they slowly rose, their heads crumbled whilst ooze fell from their bodies. Their bones snapped into places, some simply having their broken limbs fall from their bodies if they were too much of an impediment. Burn them away. Nihilus pointed at the creatures that were beginning to shamble in their direction. Behind him, a heavy skytrooper landed on the bridge, missile pods on its shoulders opening up. Quickly, as the droid deployed its missiles, Nihilus leapt from the bridge, the winds blowing around him as the bridge exploded in a massive heat wave that turned everything nearby to ash. Turning his head, Nihilus saw the rest of his unit landing on various streets and bridges, immediately taking action in fighting the infected. Nihilus himself landed on a balcony, his robes burned slightly as he activated his saber, cutting an infected in half before sending 3 more flying off the open balcony to tumble down below. His gaze fell to the corpse he had split in half, the 2 halves still moving as they tried to latch onto him. Disgusting, he raised his left hand, pointing his fingers at the creature whilst taking a step back. Lightning ripped from his fingers to strike the creature, as it released a howl of pain and agony, its body melting away into a puddle of biomass that sagged on into ooze on the ground. Waving his hand, a sweeping force push washed the biomass off the balcony, leaving him alone as he watched the war being fought on the lowest levels of the spire. The creatures had ascended from the lowest levels, taking over the ground floor plaza district and spreading out into the residential districts before ultimately trying to push upwards into the second and third floors of the spire. Sure, there were well over 1,000 floors to the spire, but the fact that the first level was now just a layer of grey paste that swirled and spewed out eldritch creatures that continuously rushed up the walls to level 2 and 3, showed that it wasn't just attempting to spread, rather it was converting each level one by one, leaving nothing untouched, meticulously converting everything before moving on. A frown marred Nihilus's face as another unit of skytroopers burst through the canopy of smoke above, plummeting to level 2 far below as they performed a suicidal kamikaze strike onto an overrun shop, causing an explosion to rip across the plaza. His eyes darted around, searching for anything that might halt the crawling advance of the creatures. Such was the reason Scorpio had risked sending him down here. The droid needed all the information it could get on the Horde, whilst the droid was evacuating the higher levels of the city in Masse. His eyes snapped wide open, hands raising in front of him as a force barrier erupted to life around him, just as the large avian creature from earlier slammed into the balcony he stood, tearing the ceiling from the room as an arm sprouted from its mass in an attempt to grab him. He responded with a force push, stopping the appendage dead in its tracks with a wet pop. The avian could barely be called that, as it had no beak, no eyes or nose, it was just the vague outline of an avian made completely out of ooze. And Nihilus stared it down, making sure to maintain the force barrier as it spontaneously grew teeth, said teeth smashing together to form a mangled demented mouth. "I know you. I've seen you," it spat with wet words, the biomass making up its jaw slapping together with a disgusting popping of juices. "You shouldn't be here, in this time." Next to the mouth an eye formed in the ooze, its pupil zeroing in on him as the avian tilted its featureless head. "It's intelligent." "That's concerning." Nihilus felt his face fall, eyeing the creature with narrowed eyes as he stepped forward. "What are you? Why are you here?" Nihilus asked in an effort to divine the creature's intentions, stepping to the side slightly as the eye followed his movements. "I am here because I wish to be, and your futile efforts to stall me are as amusing as they are useless. A true exercise in futility." The creature spat as its clawed digits slapped forward, as it stalked into the apartment, contorting and shifting down as it began to change shape. Slowly but surely, with several snaps and sputters as gases within its shape were released, it took on a vaguely humanoid shape, the pervious eye and mouth forming in its face in a twisted mockery of a face. Yet the eye was where the mouth should have been, whilst the mouth was located where the right ear should have been placed. The rest of its face was simply blank, a featureless smooth mass that rippled and contorted with each movement the mass made. "Futile it may be, creature," Nihilus responded, the entity stopping just beyond his force barrier to regard him with narrowed eyes. "But your attempts at crushing our spirits have been found wanting. We are not weak or feeble. We will not allow your petty words or actions to whittle us away. Take one, take 1,000. At the end of this day, where as long as just one of us stands, we have won. So do your worst, creature. Bring it on," Nihilus bellowed as the creature seemed to stew for a few moments. "Very well," the creature hissed before it seemed to straighten, squaring its shoulders before leaning back slightly, before snapping forward to release a shriek that caused the balcony's windows to explode in shards of glass in all directions. In response, Nihilus sent the grey construct flying from the balcony with another force push, meeting the creature with a wet pop before it was slung head over heel over the edge of the balcony, where it fell back to the grounds below once more. "Scorpio! I've got news! Yavin 4! Darth Nox bellowed as he appeared on Yavin 4 like he ruled the place. Well, he did. The storms over the surface of Yavin churned with dark side energy, as Nox pushed open the doors to the Temple of Ragnos. The temple was unlit in the evening sun, orange light peeling across the horizon as the doors gave a groan, vines falling away whilst stone fell to the ground around him. The corridor before him was dark, smelled of muck and grime, with the hint of sulfur rippling from deeper within the temple. The stone underfoot gave a solid tap as he waltzed into the temple, smiling as he spread his arms wide before the apparition that appeared before him. Sithari Ragnos greeted, his sweeping shade gliding across the ground towards Nox. "You've grown more powerful, far more powerful since we last met. It is impressive. I doubt the clutches of chaos should keep you should you expire." "It is our way, is it not?" Nox replied, the two falling into step beside each other, one floating along as they ascended into the temple until they came to stand at its apex, overlooking the lush rainforest before the temple. "I need you to do something for me." It sounded like a request, but the two of them knew it was not. Marcos was indeed powerful, one of the most powerful Sith to ever exist. But he knew compared to the being beside him, his opinion might as well not exist. "What do you need?" Ragnos asked, turning his see-through head to regard the bring beside him. "I'm going to be bringing some guests to Yavin. First I need you to draw the attention of the galaxy, preferably a Republic Jedi if you can. Capture whoever arrives, convert them if you wish, I just need them as bait. I'll have it arranged that a certain female senator comes to investigate thanks to her proximity. She shall not be harmed. In fact, she is to be bait for the two that will follow. One is the prophesied chosen one. The other is his sister. I need them pushed, further than they've ever been pushed, to the brink of death. I need their potential realized. And in turn, you shall have my aid should you need it." Nox finished his order, Ragnos making a show of toying with his chin. There is another more suited to this task than I am. Should you do so, however you wish, I shall retrieve and bequeath your scepter back into your possession." Nox drew Ragnos's attention, the Sith spirit smiling at the offer. "It shall be done." Ragnos faded away moments later, disappearing into the darkness that swallowed the skies, signifying the bleeding night sky overhead. "Let's go get that scepter." Coruscant. Waking up with a surge of energy rushing into his body, the unconscious Vass sat up like a zombie. Eyes squinting under the blinding light of the medical wing. Damn power surged through his body, bright and devastating before he pushed it back down under the surface. His body became hot, near glowing with the sheer energy running through him before it slowly faded. Master Vass, you're awake. Che approached cautiously, eyeing him as he set himself up on his sheets far earlier than we thought you would. Evidently Che chuckled, her usual demeanor fleeing for a moment as he came up as all clear. I think I will, thank you Master Che, may the force be with you. Vass stepped to the entryway to the medical wing. And with you as well Master Vass. Che watched Vass simply depart with a wave over his shoulder, the young man heading for the room of 1,000 fountains. Walking through the lush enclosure, with the sound of swaying leaves preening in his ears alongside the pleasant sounds of running water. He walked across a small wooden bridge as he sought his target, a few fireflies rushing past his face as they passed into the trees. His attention however was drawn towards a white marble pergola, where the one he sought was currently kneeling upon. Her hair swayed softly in the wind, as her face remained relaxed, her eyes closed calmly during her meditation. Her face was lax, yet he could see the stress marks on her face as she knelt. He approached with silent steps, his boots pressing against the softly pressed dirt below, before slowly ascending the steps of the pergola. Smiling to himself, he chose to lean against the railing of the pergola, crossing his arms as his eyes shone and watched her for several long moments, silence permeating as minutes slowly ticked by. After a couple more minutes, he felt the girl slowly beginning to exit her meditative state. Very good Shy. The girl's eyes shot open, widening as her pale blue eyes snapped to his position, her face lighting up in delight only a child could have as she rushed to her feet, leaping at him as she embraced him in a hug. Master Shy grumbled into his robes as he responded by simply encircling the girl in his arms. It's okay Shy. I'm here now. He began to gently rub her back, realizing she was silently crying into his robes. Come on. Coruscant had drastically changed within the last couple of days. The day after the troglodytes had been routed, the military scoured and then rechecked every level one by one, killing all remaining troglodytes with vicious efficiency. The war, as quickly as it had come, had devastated the lower regions of Coruscant. Entire levels had been announced as completely unlivable, mainly the lowest levels. But none had to worry so much about the space that had been removed, not population-wise at least when it came to remaining space. Well over 20 trillion lives had been lost in the unsuspecting invasion from below, filling the entire lower levels with corpses plenty enough that they most likely would never be properly removed. Level 3000 itself was simply an expanse of corpses sky high, odor bad enough that the Republic had sealed the level off, all maintenance tunnels closed forever only to be opened for maintenance droids that would use newly constructed pods to deploy into the zone. But as it were, the general populace were too terrified to move back down into the lower levels, fearing the silent shadows that stretched across the silent levels of Coruscant. And so instead of returning, they instead chose to establish themselves into the levels nearest the surface, finding themselves new housing with chaotic harmony, throwing the belongings of the dead out of the homes or laying claim to such things themselves. Smoke still spilled high into the skies as Vass and Shy sat on the temple stairs simply staring out across the great city. The crashed Venator stuck out of the crust of the planet, with several recovery vessels slowly but surely pulling apart the vessel whilst crews were flying throughout the city to continuously meter out aid to those in need. Vass sat beside Shy, simply staring ahead at the specks below that moved between each other, millions of people huddled closely together in the surface relief zones, as trillions were still surface-side, in healing or simply refused to return below. Vass cast his gaze to the spaceport, where millions raged, pushing against each other as they huddled into transports off-world to escape the chaos. Riots broke out within the spaceport, leading to many guard and civilian deaths once more. It's quieter than it used to be. But it's darker. Shy shivered, running her hands across her shoulders as she prodded the planet with the force. Indeed, the usual suffering, unions of cries of pain and fear had ceased with the death of the majority of Coruscant. But in taking their place, was a shroud of the dark side amassed by the deaths of those beings. Trillions of lives lost in fear, panic, and suffering on such a large scale it threatened to destabilize the force. But the dark side had yet to coalesce, had yet to go over the tipping point of where it would reform into something new. It had ultimately failed to create a dark side nexus, even with the amount of lives lost. And it greatly worried both the Jedi Council and Sidious at the fact that, despite the rapid amount of death and destruction, chaos, that such an event failed to occur. They had felt it, the screams of the Force as millions died, coalescing into pittoral waves that rippled throughout the galaxy, pooling together as they tore apart the fabric of the Force, yet at the pivotal moment where a nexus would have ultimately roared to live, the energy simply vanished from their senses, leaving only a dark shadow to remain. The Council, on the other hand, had let out a breath of relief, for if such a nexus had formed, they would have been forced to all but abandon the Jedi Temple on Coruscant in the fear that they would be corrupted. But as it remains, they could weather the storm, the shadow that remained and would forever remain on world at the center of the Republic. It is Vass gently pet Shy on the back, the two of them simply sitting on a bench that overlooked the city from the front of the Jedi Temple, but it could have been so much worse. In the distance a civilian transport ascended into the atmosphere, its destination being some mid-rim world where the survivors hoped to set up a new life. Come on. Let's go inside. I believe the Council is calling for me. Tatoan. Her interceptor touched down within the warship's hangar, decloaking as it rotated in the air, landing with a solid clang of steel as the ship pressed its full weight upon its landing gear. Kenya waltzed down the ship's ramp with a slow, purposeful gait, her lips twitching upwards as she beheld the scene before her. On the other side of the hangar, Jabba, the stinking crime lord, slithered across the cold steel of the ship's hangar, motioning towards several titanic crated being lifted from several barges into the warship's hangar. His grotesque form rippled as he approached her father, with Nox simply having an arm behind his back whilst he stared at the manifest being delivered by the crime lord. Everything seems to be in order, my lord. A knight she didn't know approached her father, with him simply nodding his head as the knight turned and went back to overseeing the delivery of the massive crates. The beasts have been sedated for their trip to wherever you take them. The sedatives you provided made everything rather simple. Jabba spoke in clear and fluent basic, Rada squirming in his father's grip as the huddlet wished to play with Nox. Grunting, Jabba allowed Rada to float from his grip and into the air, where the huddlet gave off squeals of delight as it simply floated, suspended in the air as it made an effort to perform tricks and aerobatics it couldn't usually do. You have delivered on your end, more than satisfactory, Nox announced after several long moments of silence, as he stared at the final and largest crate being dropped into the hangar, a low growl escaping from within as the crate shuddered. And for my end, Nox turned to face her, his head inclining, knowing she was being beckoned near. Kenya walked over, droids following behind her as they approached with a crate in their grasp. Father Kenya knelt before the man that raised her, his lips thinning slightly as he smiled down at her. Rise, Kenya, you need not kneel before me. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, raising her to his level. It is only proper, as the emperor of our people. Kenya stubbornly refused as she turned to stand beside her father. So be it, nonetheless, Jabba. My friend. I believe your most immediate problems come to an end here. Nox motioned to the crate that was now lowered to the ground beside the crime lord, the skytrooper units removing the lid for the crime lord to see within. Satisfaction rolled from the hut in waves, a near-physical phenomenon to Nox as the slug laughed joyously at the contents of the crate, one hand reaching in to pull and contort the decapitated head of his kin within. You have followed through with your words. Our business is complete. Jabba regarded Nox with a grateful and respectful eye, inclining his huge countenance whilst Rada floated between the two of them, still happy as he was pretending to fly. As always, my friend, we make better allies and friends than we would enemies. No, Nox smiled as he began to walk beside the slug, with Kenya following close behind, Rhoda floating beside his father. Indeed, your eternal empire shall always have a friend and ally in me and my own. Hut space is open to you and you shall continue to act with full impunity. ABD autonomy within. Jabba agreed, handing a data pad to Nox, who took it with a grateful smile. I am hosting a celebration next month. Will you attend as my guest? Jabba asked, eyes turning to face Nox, the man inkling his head in response. I shall be there, Nox replied, a shuttle from Jabba's palace approaching the hangar for the crime lord to take back to his place or residency. I believe this is you. Remember, should anything happen, you need only reach out to receive the full might of the Eternal Empire's aid. Nox bud Jabba well, the crime lord slithering into the shuttle devoid of crew except for the droid that would return him to the surface. Kenya watched the ship take off and leave in silence with her father, standing side by side, the ship in the distance turning to a small dot as it returned to Tatooine. You did good, Kenya, Nox spoke, startling the girl for a moment before she ultimately relaxed under his gaze. Thank you, father. Kenya inclined her head, the man she looked up to turned slightly to regard her, before smiling slightly. I believe I have been somewhat neglectful in your training, my child. She stood ramrod straight to stare into her father's eyes, denial rearing its head as she shook it from side to side rigorously. No, father, you have provided me with far more than I could ever ask for. I am grateful, Kenya responded, the man before her releasing a deep chuckle. Come, he held out his hand to the child he had raised. Let's rise together. She took it without thought, vanishing from the hangar not moments later for the warships to begin its delivery of crate dragon species and subspecies to Io Kath. They appeared within the Colosseum within Io Kath, already standing 50 paces from each other, with Nox regarding his child with a small smile. She's grown, Nox chuckled as the robes he was wearing simply vanished before her eyes, turning into simply black Sith wrappings around his torso and leggings. His lightsaber appeared in his hand, the exposed red crystal in its hilt illuminating the side of his leg as he held it in a loose grip. Are you ready, child? Nox asked, standing with a nonchalant look as he toyed with his saber in his grip. Yes, father. Kenya knew, despite his lacking stance and his almost joking demeanor, he could strike at any moment, faster than she could possibly react. And so she ripped her saber from within her dark robes, the yellow blade spring to life as she dropped her center of gravity, her left palm facing the ground as she leant forward slightly. Pioneering your own form, I see. Well, come then, show me what you've come up with. Nox beckoned with a mere upwards shift of his head. And so she leapt, more like blitzed towards her father, leaving after images in her wake as she tore across the Colosseum at him, her yellow saber pointed squarely at his exposed neck. I see. With a snap, hiss and a scream, the demented blade his saber roared to life. He raised his blade, intercepting Kenya's saber as he diverted it down to the right, twisting himself as her second saber sprung to life in her left hand. He leant his head back, watching her second saber pass over his head harmlessly, yellow eyes watching the blade pass by slowly with a passive look on his face. Fast. Yet the strength behind the carving sweeps of the girl's lightsaber was undeniable. He had felt it during the first time their blades had connected. The speed doesn't sacrifice the strength, nor the finesse of the blade. A strong base for her new form. His apprentice used his currently leaned back position as a chance to sweep his legs out from underneath his body. He had anticipated this, however, as he contorted, bending at an unnatural angle that an organic shouldn't have been able to twist. His torso twisted around 180 degrees, as he planted his palms on the ground, and before Kenya's very eyes he sunk directly into the durasteel below, phasing through the ground much to his apprentice's shock and apprehension. What was that? Kenya thought as she looked left and right, before turning and twisting to look throughout the area. You seem surprised, his voice echoed, the ground around her shuddering slightly under her foot as she looked over her shoulder. Yet I've told you before, Kenya. Time and time again the voice seemed to resonate from just behind her ear, yet when she wound around she found nothing out of the ordinary. She lowered herself, preparing for anything as she felt the area around her with the force, ready for anything. She was taken by surprise, however, as a hand shot out of the ground at her right foot, reaching through the duracrete to lock around her right leg like a vice. Anything is possible, it came out as a simple whisper, all before she was pulled down into and through the duracrete below. You just lack. To her shock, the duracrete simply spread by her, parting as her face and body sunk into the ground, feeling akin to rippling water passing by her face perspective. It quickly fell away, the distance before her eyes opening up into a white expanse of skewed lights and shapes that seemed to stretch on as far as the eye could see. And again, not a second later, the shapes inverted, the white light exploding into her vision before black overcame all. The next thing she saw when her vision cleared was a burning atmosphere, desolate wasteland of grey ash and burning stone, kneeling corpses and scattered weapons spread across the steaming lands. In the distance was a pyramid that thrummed with untold secrets and power. Literal waves of malevolent energy rippling from the pyramid which pulsed across the lands with sinister tones. Up above, a single star sat in the sky, dark red in color. Massive fingers of fission energy peeled from its spherical shape, stretching from its surface to reach into the cosmic emptiness of space between the two celestial bodies. It was close, far closer than any star should be to an inhabited planet, and Kenya knew that this planet was no doubt abandoned, extinct, thanks to the boiling of the atmosphere around her. In fact, the atmosphere was boiling around her now, as shimmering mirrors of heat beat against her already sweating face. Stepping forward, her boot crunched on something metallic, of which she realized was an ancient lightsaber dropped by a nearby corpse. Ash had hidden the weapon from time. As she looked down, a flash in her peripheral vision caused her to look towards the pyramid, where she spotted a purple-black light, a thin beam of energy. Her master's lightsaber, no doubt. He's waiting. He seemed to be standing halfway up the titanic pyramid, where orange light was illuminating his figure as he simply stood in the light in the far distance, the light behind him sending a looming shadow of his body that stretched across the land. The air stunk of sulfur. It was heavy and musky as she chose to walk towards her master, the man a small speck in the distance. Best not keep master waiting. I can explore this later, and so she chose, marching forward with purpose, choosing to rely on one for the light it provided. These abilities. I've never heard of such things, Kenya thought as she approached, the pyramid growing taller and taller before her, its grace standing tall over her. Finally arriving at the base of the pyramid, she made to ascend to the top, her steps measured and purposeful as she rose higher and higher. The heat continued to beat down upon her, saved only by the fact her armor is working overtime to keep her from succumbing to the atmosphere around her. Finally arriving before her master, she wasn't surprised to see him simply standing without protection, unmarred by sweat or the heat, like he was simply standing on a pleasant plain of grass rather than a literal hellscape of heat and ash. "Where are we, master?" Kenya asked, the respirator of her helmet giving her precious moisture that she felt she would have been dead already had she not been wearing said armor. "A failed bastion of the Sith near the Stygian caldera, Sith territory from the time of Tulak Horde's expansion. Abandoned due to the hostile nature of the surrounding environment." Nox turned to her, his lightsaber literally splitting the heat waves around it, the blade leaving behind a literal wave of fire as it ignited the burning atmosphere around it. Now then, Nox pointed his saber at his apprentice, its pointed tip wavering slightly as smoke trailed from the blade. "Let us continue." Kenya raised her blade to her master before rushing him. She swept her blade at Nox's midsection, their blades colliding as her blade went wide to the right, before she brought her blade back around to the left towards Nox's head. He ducked, the blade passing overhead as he too swept his blade upwards. Kenya responded by bringing her blade down just in time, stepping back to avoid being cut in half in case she didn't have the strength to stop the upward sweep. Blade to blade, they fought, master against apprentice, much like they had done for the majority of her life. She had never been as strong as him, nor did she believe she would ever be. She was content with that, for she was his blade. But neither was she content with mediocrity, and so she fought with all her might. Her blade a flash, blur unsatiable to the human eye. Her skill was easily evident, with her mastery over Makashi giving her expert footwork and the finesse of movements. Form 4 gave her the aggression she needed to try and push her opponent back, had that opponent been anyone but her master or someone of equal or lesser skill. But her opponent wasn't anyone of weaker skill, he was a master of the blade. Master of a form she hadn't ever seen before, never had he lost before her gaze. And she was on the receiving end of such skill once more. As with every thrust he made, she was hard-pressed to divert, every strike she struggled to block. And soon her breathing grew heavy, her master no slower than he had been moments prior, he had been slowing himself down to her level, she knew that, she always knew. He would hold back, he always did. It was how she was able to stop his rising blade. Angling her right arm downwards, she averted Nox's blade upwards to her left, allowing her to make use of her left hand now that his blade was sailing upwards to the right. Lightning danced from her hand towards her master, coiling and spring from her fingers towards Nox's chest. Kenya responded by bringing her blade down just in time, stepping back to avoid being cut in half in case she didn't have the strength to stop the upward sweep. Blade to blade, they fought, master against apprentice, much like they had done for the majority of her life. She had never been as strong as him, nor did she believe she would ever be. She was content with that, for she was his blade. But neither was she content with mediocrity, and so she fought with all her might. Her blade a flash, blur unsatiable to the human eye. Her skill was easily evident, with her mastery over Makashi giving her expert footwork and the finesse of movements. Form 4 gave her the aggression she needed to try and push her opponent back, had that opponent been anyone but her master or someone of equal or lesser skill. But her opponent wasn't anyone of weaker skill, he was a master of the blade. Master of a form she hadn't ever seen before, never had he lost before her gaze. And she was on the receiving end of such skill once more. As with every thrust he made, she was hard-pressed to divert, every strike she struggled to block. And soon her breathing grew heavy, her master no slower than he had been moments prior, he had been slowing himself down to her level, she knew that, she always knew. He would hold back, he always did. It was how she was able to stop his rising blade. Angling her right arm downwards, she averted Nox's blade upwards to her left, allowing her to make use of her left hand now that his blade was sailing upwards to the right. The lightning dissipated harmlessly into Nox's palm, his blade curving back down and around to bat Kenya's blade away, the tip of his saber cutting a thin line in her breastplate before Nox twirled around, facing away from her while inverting his grip and thrusting backwards and into her stomach. Fiery hot pain erupted through Kenya as her master's saber was planted directly in her lower sternum, her face contorting in pain and anguish. They weren't done, however. Even as the haze of pain made Kenya stumble slightly, Nox tore his saber from Kenya's sternum, planting a kick towards his apprentice's stomach which sent her flying towards the edge of the pyramid. Landing in a heap, Kenya rolled until she came to a stop just at the precipice of the pyramid's lip, warnings flashing through her system as her suit had been compromised. She ignored these and turned to focus on healing, her offhand landing on her wound as she sent energy to the local cells, energizing them, making them duplicate 1,000 times faster than was natural, the wound closing on its own before her eyes. "That'll stop me from dying this very moment," Kenya groaned, rolling onto her side, feeling the exposed skin devoid of armor beginning to blister and burn under the barrage of heat from the star above. Her eyes turned back to her master, her yellow blade being turned towards him once more as he simply smiled slightly. "I'm glad you haven't been neglecting your studies during your travels," Nox began as he disengaged his saw blade and clipped it to his belt. "We haven't had much time to focus solely on your training recently." In his right hand, a staff Kenya didn't recognize appeared, sending chills down her spine as it caused the force to recoil violently from its mere presence. "Let us see if you've focused on honing your powers in the force, as much as you have with the blade." He pointed the tip of the dark staff at his apprentice. She had nary a couple of seconds to react as a localized beam of energy ripped from the tip, spearing towards her in all its twisted glory, a wave of black and purple tearing apart the atmosphere towards her. Before her, Kenya swept her hands forward, creating a force barrier before her with all her might. The beam struck the barrier, overwhelming what it was capable of resisting at Kenya's level, leaving her just enough time to leap to the left. She wasn't left unmarred, however, as the beam sliced through her barrier, burning into her right arm, burning off a chunk of her forearm and shoulder. She bit her tongue, refusing to utter a peep as her arm simply dangled at her side, exposed muscle and burnt flesh falling from her arm. She landed with but a touch, before using her enhanced force speed to rush her master before he could release another burst. She was reminded, however, that despite her formidable speed, her master was leagues faster as she found the tip of the dark staff directly before her face. Should she ducked as a beam readily occupy the space she had just been, she used the second she had to use all her might to throw herself over the edge of the pyramid, using her arm as leverage to scale down its heated surface. Looking over her shoulder, Kenya saw Nox standing on the edge of the pyramid, the staff in his hand simply pressed against the hot surface as he watched her land with a huff. "Did I say you were allowed to flee?" Nox stared down, and simply snapped his fingers. The world around her flashed, her vision clearing, and she found herself once more in a different location. Dense forest rose around her on all sides, towering trees with vines hanging from high up trying to reach her cascaded on all sides. "Damn it!" Kenya hissed, only to force herself to the ground as a sweeping beam sliced the trees around her in half. Crackling wood assaulted her ears as the vines caught fire, burning quickly despite the heavy rain that was now beginning to fall. She didn't have time to worry about the newly lit fires as the ground around her shifted again, this time finding herself deposited in front of the Sith temple of Korriban. "What the fuck?" Nox appeared at her side, the staff he had been wielding gone now as he brought his leg back and planted it in her side. She would have struck an obelisk in front of the Sith Academy, had she not found herself impacting the top of the pyramid she had jumped from not minutes prior, the heat immediately bearing down upon her with its wrath once more. She was out of breath, heaving on the ground as he stepped into existence before her, sweat-marred face simply stared up at her master, her useless arm simply laying at her side. "I've lost," Kenya breathed out, coughing slightly as Nox closed his eyes before smiling slightly down at his apprentice. A pulse of energy escaped her master's being, the pain of her cuts and wounds ceasing a moment later as they closed immediately. The open wounds on her arm knit themselves back together, leaving unmarred flesh exposed to the blistering atmosphere. "Let's get you out of here." They vanished from the burning planet not a moment later. Iokath. They appeared back within the Colosseum, the girl at his side stumbling to the side at the uneven footing below her. "I'll be sending you to Sidious to oversee construction efforts. You'll be there for the next month. During that time your time is free. However, I expect you to date your duties at overseeing Sidious seriously," Nox informed his apprentice, pulling a holocron out of thin air from Nathema, handing it to the girl with great care as she slowly knelt, her face wincing as the pain from her injuries flaring whilst she lowered. "Of course, my lord, your will is my command." Her long black hair cascaded to the ground below her. "Good. You've done well, my child. I will contact you with further orders later." She kept her gaze on the ground, even as his words faded off with his being, her eyes rising from the ground to find he had simply vanished from before her being. "Coruscant. Ah, my boy, it's been too long." Palpatine welcomed Anakin into his chambers with open arms, holding the boy by the shoulders as he studied him intently. Come. "Ah, my child, your presence is greater every time I see you." Palpatine's choice words made Anakin preen under the praise, the boy smiling under the Chancellor's attention. "Thank you, Chancellor, your words bring me comfort, especially with everything going on recently." Anakin's smile didn't quite reach his cheeks, his shoulders slumping slightly, his hair was growing out, cascading down his neck. It would soon be a full mane if he had anything to say about it. "Yes, recent events have had a heavy weight upon us all. Some more than others." Palpatine walked with Anakin past the Sith urns in his suite. "I hear things at the temple have been quite interesting as of late." For a moment Palpatine could feel Anakin's anger rise, before being crushed by the boy's attempt at controlling his anger. Master Vass is getting a ceremony for his contributions during the efforts. I can't help but feel a measure of jealousy." Anakin slumped, his brow creasing as Palpatine's face contorted in worry. "I feel like." "Yes?" Palpatine asked as Anakin paused, the young man lowering himself down to a couch as he rubbed his brow with his metal hand. "It's unfair. He's been a part of the Jedi for maybe a month at best. And in that time, he's risen from a knight to a newly appointed master, has the approval of the Jedi Council and is even friends with the Master of the Order. His power in the Force is unquestionable. His temperance admirable. Am I not the chosen one?" Anakin leaned over, leaning his elbows on his knees. "Am I really that pathetic compared to him? It should be me." The young man spoke honestly as Palpatine gently touched the boy's shoulder. I don't even know why I'm feeling this way. It's not the Jedi way to feel such jealousy, especially of another member." Anakin turned to look at the relief crew flying by the window. "It's only natural. You're not weak, Anakin. In fact, I am confident that should you two come to blows, you would prove the victor. Rather, I believe it has to do with the blatant favoritism of the Jedi Council that irks you so. Actually, my boy, I have a couple of missions I need you to undertake, which I am sure the Jedi will prove more than grateful should you succeed." With the Chancellor's words, a fire was lit behind Anakin's eyes, the young man turning to face him with a resolute gaze. "What would you have of me?" Before long, Coruscant fell into a bated silence, with the clean-up falling into a monotonous daily routines of waking up, clearing the mess, rinse and repeat. Even the war seemed to slow down, with several battles being drawn out across the galaxy. It was with the Republic's luck that the Separatists hadn't moved during the time of great distress. The ceremony to acknowledge everyone's actions during the event came and went after 3 weeks of relative silence of the home world of the Republic. Kaldani Spires. He appeared within his residence with a droning buzz, stepping out of a burst of energy with a slow gait, removing the straps to his armor as the plates slowly fell from his body. His chest piece fell to the ground with a loud clang, followed by his gauntlets and leg pieces. He didn't give them any more mind, as a caretaker droid came into his room to pick up the pieces, placing them on the stand they were kept where the helmet already sat. Making his way into his office, with the door opening with a hiss, allowing Nox to walk into his dimly lit room. His shoulders sagged as he sat down onto the L-shaped couch, leaning back into the chair as his head rolled onto the soft fabric, his neck becoming slack. With his eyes closed, he simply basked in the dark of his office, the orange crystal above illuminating his face in dim light. He wasn't surprised as he felt a pair of gentle hands land on the side of his head, a pair of lips locking with his own, the vanilla-flavored lips giving him a pleasant taste as they swapped saliva. Opening his glowing eyes, Nox caught the gaze of his blonde-haired lover, her face twisted slightly to align his own as she gave a disarming smile. The love in his gaze was clear to all as he beheld her visage, reunited with her after years of him being gone. It warmed his heart something fierce seeing her beauty, blessing him with her mere scent once more. He was never more complete than when she was with him. Yet when her gaze flickered from his left eye to his right, her face became strained in worry. "What happened, love?" Lana walked around the side of the couch, laying herself down onto his lap as she planted gentle kisses onto his cheeks and lips. "I've missed you." His words came out low, a rumble in his chest as his arms slunk around her waist, pulling her deeper into his embrace. She wore a simple black gown, which allowed for easy access as his hands gently cupped her bare back below the fabric of her gown. "And you?" Slowly she set her head down upon his shoulder, her warm breath running down his open neck, her arms tensing slightly as she planted another kiss on the side of his. Didn't take long for the stress of recent events had the two falling asleep in each other's arms, with Nox allowing some semblance of rest to overcome him as he basked in the presence of his blessed angel. 3 weeks later, Yavin 4. "We're really doing this?" Exar Kun asked as he appeared atop of the Temple of Ragnos. "You are. You after all wish to curry his favor, do you not?" "I already have it," Ragnos replied as his scepter stood firmly in his grip, it having been returned to its master after 5,000 years of being missing thanks to the Sithari's efforts. "Fine. What do I need to do?" Kun asked as he turned to Ragnos, the ancient Sith Emperor, pointing his scepter at the man in response. "There is a wannabe Sith whose home world is nearby, Sereno. I believe from what our Lord has said, he is vitally important for the war beyond our tomb world. You will call to him, he will come, and the others shall follow." Ragnos growled, Kun inclining his head as he felt energy fill his being from Ragnos's scepter. "Very well." Kun faded into the distance as he teleported to Sereno with his new acquired power. "Sereno, I find you lack of progress, disturbing." "My apprentice," Sidious hissed over hollow whilst the Count knelt before his master, the aged man listening to his lord netherless. "This Jedi is growing too powerful too quickly. If he will not turn, he shall be destroyed. I have arranged a chance for this fop to be eliminated. You will not fail me in this." His death is vital for the progress of our endeavors. Sidious hissed, glaring down at Tyrannus, the Count raising his head to peer up at his master. I will not fail, my lord. I shall rally our greatest acolytes and shall personally see the death of this Jedi, myself, Dooku responded, vowing to do his master's bidding. See that you do. These recent events have left me disturbed. Do not fail, my Tyrannus, or shall I consider you inept in your ability to aid me in our dream. Sidious hissed, with Dooku moving to defend, yet found himself unable as the hollow cut off, leaving the man to slump to the ground in frustration. Amusing that one is. Dooku was alarmed, sprinting from the ground as he turned to face the doorway to his personal chambers. Who are you to intrude on my chambers? His red lightsaber sprung to life, pointing his curved hilt at the man that appeared there. The man, black hair cascading down the sides of his face, smirked with glowing eyes. The man, black hair swept back with a sort of brand marring his forehead. The veins around his eyes bulged slightly around his eyes, with said blue eyes narrowing slightly. An ally, I've been watching for a while. He wore blue and purple colored robes, choosing to walk towards the Count with slow, purposeful steps. Your struggles, your anger, your servitude to that man. The mystery man spoke out loud as Dooku's lips curled angrily. Your name, or your death, Dooku growled, the man's smile spreading wider, with his arms splayed to the side. I went by many names, but the galaxy once called me Exarchon. Dooku was aghast in horror, stepping back at the man's admission. You lie. Dooku thrust his saber forward, yet his worst fears were realized as the blade simply passed through the man's torso. Now realizing the potential threat the appeared man posed, Dooku withdrew, jumping back in fright as he called the force to bear. Apparently not. Kun mocked, his arms falling to his side, the amusement fleeing his face as he glared at the Count. What do you want, apparition? Dooku hissed, falling back at Kun's approach. Well, I am in need of a new disciple. Though now that I see you, there isn't much to you, is there? Kun mocked, analyzing Dooku intently. I'll have my work cut out for me if I am to raise you into anything significant. And why would I care for your wants? Dooku hissed, regarding the apparition's approach wearily. For power, of course. What else? Kun got straight to the point, pressing Dooku with the force as the Count fell to the ground, the weight of the wall falling upon his shoulders. The power to hold your fate in your own hands. And if I was to consider, Dooku hissed, sweat running down his brow, the pressure upon his body fading away as Kun withdrew. You will find me in the Yavin system. Come before me and I shall evaluate your worth. Kun turned to Ash before Dooku a moment later, said Ash, pulling to the ground before Dooku the next moment. Dooku rose, staring at the ashen pile for several moments before prodding said Ash with the tip of his boot. Sith space. The war was back in full swing, with Sith and Republic forces waging atrocities across their warfronts with reckless abandon. This is Jedi Master Vass Lucas. All units report in. Vass ordered from within his Jedi starfighter, Shy's own zipping behind him as he stared at the Separatist forces coming to meet them. So this is Sidious's play, attempting to remove me from the board by having my face both Ventress and Grievous at the same time. And I suppose your little apprentice Dooku is en route as well. Vass mused, his lips quirking upwards slightly as the clone fighters followed behind, his personal Venator, the resurgence being several thousand meters behind. The reports had indicated that the Sith was committing a push for Coruscant, which just so happened to be near a world that he was defending, so the Jedi had called for his interference to intercept the Sith before they could jump into the Coruscant system. It was a lie, he knew that, with the Sith forces already prepared for his arrival, as the dreadnoughts immediately opened fire upon his forces when they entered the system. Shy. Are you ready? Vass asked over comms, his eyes straying to her fighter as they neared the incoming vulture droids. Yes, Master. Her voice came over in response as Vass smirked slightly, chuckling as he began to subtly increase his ship's speed, approaching the limits of what it could properly handle. Then witness how the Force can be used to influence the outcome of war, he announced. They were outnumbered, horribly so, as he had the support of only 3 Venators against 9 Separatist dreadnoughts and their entire army. His eyes began to glow with blue light, as he blanketed both the clone fighters and Venators with the Force, making heavy use of battle meditation, the clone fighters increasing in speed as their mental acuity rose higher and higher, their reaction times being bolstered whilst their ships were augmented by the Force. Shai, in her own ship, shuddered as she felt the tether to her master increase into a near-physical phenomenon. She could see a shimmering mirage surround her master's fighter in front of her own, as his thrusters roared to life. Her body became energized as everything seemed to slow down, clear up, every sensation around her becoming heightened exponentially. "It's amazing," she caught herself saying as the Force comforted her, even as a literal wall of vulture droids speared in their direction. "May the Force be with us," Vass announced to all recipients' ships, before his fighter tore ahead faster than it should have been capable of, pivoting in odd angles as he opened fire across the expanse that separated the two fighter armies that was closing with each given moment. "That is not how a fighter should be able to maneuver." Shai watched in amazement, the clone's voice sounding in her earpiece as she saw him making liberal use of the Force to influence the fighter's orientation, sometimes literally moving the ship to the side or outright backwards. It looked like a glitching simulation more than a real ship destroying vulture droids in masse before their forces even collided. "Ready, boys, they're APONUS," the clone commander under her master's charge yelled out, and just as he said that, the fighters opened up on the vulture droid army that they collided with, some fighters simply colliding with others, but the vast majority simply passed by the vulture droids, taking many droids on their passing as they swung around, sweeping to continue the scuttle. Shai herself rushed after her master, who was currently rapidly rotating, his fighter spinning in several directions one after another as he tore through the following droids. She saw her master actually force push a droid into a passing bomber, the two exploding violently whilst he barrel rolled through the smoke screen, letting off several bombs in the process that impacted his tail of mechanical fighters. Shai rushed after her master, eyeing more and more droids targeting her master as his fighter pined directly towards Grievous' munificent class flagship. "Why are they so focused on master?" Shai growled as she followed the ever-building droid forces tailing her master, which now looked like a literal wave of droids following one ship, opening fire upon them as they exploded in vicious fireballs. She followed behind, thinning the droids whilst Vass focused on feeling the munificent class ships for his targets. "This is General Vass, I'm leaving everything out here for you, I'm going for the command ship," Vass announced. "Copy that, Commander," Shears replied, taking command of the clone forces as he speared at the ship he felt his target was located. Massive streams of fire opened up towards his fighter as the other munificent class vessels tried to intercept his vessel, yet he weaved in and out, dodging everything with laughable ease, much to Shai's amazement as he reached Grievous' vessel, entering the hangar with Shai not a moment behind. His ship touched down by him, simply slamming the ship's bottom into the hangar ground, his cockpit opening to allow him to leap from the still skidding ship and attack the droids that immediately opened fire upon him. His saber swept wide, sending the bolts sailing in his direction, pinging back at their senders, killing the droids in masse as they focused solely on him. By the time Shai crawled out of her ship, the droids in the hangar were scrap, her master waltzing towards the elevator at the end of the corridor that lead into the bowels of the vessel. "Master, wait up!" Shai ran after him, her lightsaber in hand as her robes flowed behind her. They entered the corridor, her master a sweeping phantom, rending the droids within scrap with a wave of his hand as they made their way through towards the command deck where he could sense Grievous was, and another. "What's so funny, Master?" Shai asked as Vass gave her an amused smile, a force push from him tearing the left corridor apart, destroying everything in that direction as they came to a stop in front of the elevator that would take them up. "What's the issue, droid?" Grievous regarded HK and Ventress's taunt faces as they watched the security holograms of the two waltzing directly towards their position. "The droid is right to worry, that man is not to be underestimated." Ventress stressed her words, removing her cloak as HK gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, the general regarding the two with a skeptical eye before ultimately wisely choosing to follow their lead in preparing for the conflict. "How far out is the Count?" HK asked as they watched the elevator arrive on their level. "He'll be here shortly, he is watching to gauge the man's performance," Ventress replied as she felt the nova of force energy approaching, mockingly slow, the three within the room moving to various points so they could all attack the man at once. The security screens eventually showed the man to be standing just beyond the doorway that would give him access to the command bridge. "He's here," Ventress hissed as she watched the man shrug off his cloak on hollow, before the door slid open, him walking in with a wide smile on his face, arms splayed wide as he regarded everyone within. "We meet again. I was beginning to think you'd buried your head in the sand." Vass spoke to Ventress with glowing blue eyes, mockingly looking her up and down before he regarded "You too, I recognize you. I'm surprised you weren't turned to scrap after I tossed you to the sky last tune." And he finally regarded Grievous with piercing eyes. "But you? I don't think we've met, you are?" "Grievous, right?" the man asked, lowering his hands as Shy moved to the side of the room, orders to simply watch her master being followed as she stood out of the way of what was to come. "Your feigned ignorance does not help your predicament, Jedi." Grievous grabbed his sabers, picking up only 2 instead of his 4 as he underestimated what exactly Vass was capable of. "Funny," Vass grunted, activating his saber to catch Ventress's twin sabers with his orange blade, the woman having taken the chance to attempt to rush him. "Ventress darling, next time please wait, it's rude to interrupt our conversation." Vass sent the woman sprawling with a wave of his offhand, the woman flipping back onto and landing on a command console, sneering as Vass lowered his blade. "Well, now I'm not longer amused." Vass pulled out his double-bladed saber, glaring at the 3 Sis commanders as a blue blade sung to life from his second saber. "Let's finish this." Vass spread his arms on either side of his body, making a gripping motion before dragging his arms towards his body. In response, the 3 within were torn from their feet, flying in Vass's direction against their will. Raising his blade, Vass made to slice them in half when they all arrived in front of him. His bald sweeping by, yet they managed to survive Th's initial slice as Grievous activated a saber, saving him from being slit in half at the waist. HK activated his jetpack, sacrificing an arm as he flew over Vass whilst Ventress managed to block the blade with her own. Ventress felt the affects to the force pull ending, landing on her feet as Vass bore down on her with his blade. Grievous leapt from the other side, with Vass sweeping his blue saber back to block the cyborg's green blade, Vass looking between the two of them slowly with a slowly growing smile. Thus began the dance between the 4, the 3 Sis rushing, HK coming from behind with his blaster firing upon Vass. Vass twirled, sabers a blur as he swept left and right, batting off Grievous, his finesse sliding behind Ventress's defenses where he slashed at her right arm. He danced around them in a display of might, power and speed that they couldn't hope to match. HK did its best to offer support, yet every bolt his sent towards Vass was simply rebound with practice's ease. Every sweep of the blade Vass committed to slicing, gouging through the air to either defend from the 2 blades men, or send a blaster bolt flying off randomly as HK circled with his jetpack. Every tactic they tried failed to break Vass's defenses, every kick was sidestepped, a leg sweep hopped over and met with a sweeping boot to the face. Even the use of the force on Ventress's part was halted by an equal use of the force that halted anything she could try. He bounced, nothing but a blur of light as yellow and purple pressed against Grievous and Ventress, forcing them back further and further despite their best efforts. This dance continued on for several moments, the Grievous and Ventress tiring under the weight of every blow Vass laid upon them. Until finally Vass's blades sung through the hilt of Grievous's blades, slicing them in half before he planted a boot on the cyborg's chest, sending it flying onto the command bridge windows which cracked under the weight. In that same moment, with desperation clear in her eyes, chest heaving in exhaustion, she thrust her blade at Vass's side. The man simply bent out of the way, feet dancing around as he raised his saber to point at the apprentice's chin. Ventress tensed, freezing at the tip of Vass's blade, silence prevailing as HK and Grievous rose back to their feet. It was then that another made themselves known, stepping into the observation deck with a regal grace befitting his station. "If you would kindly step away," the old man's firm voice sounded, Vass turning to see the Count of Sereno approaching with his lightsaber in hand. Count Dooku, Vass regarded, turning to face the man as he sent Ventress flying at her master with a mere flick of his wrist. Stepping to the side, Dooku's face remained firm as Ventress slid to a stop in the corridor Dooku had entered from, walking down the steps into the bridge with his lightsaber activating with a snap hiss. "You know, I've wanted to meet you for a long time," Vass spoke as he adjusted his stance, angling his blade away from himself as he took Horde's stance, his legs spread apart slightly with his palm to the ground. "And this meeting shall be your last." Dooku raised his blade to his face, performing his usual opener as his blades twisted to his side through a series of swiveling movements until his blade was pointed at the ground. "Unfortunately I have my doubts about that," Vass chortled as Ventress joined Dooku at his side, whilst HK and Grievous came to stand at either side of his body. "Your confidence is misfounded, and after your death, I will take my time to break you apprentice into the ways of the dark side," Dooku stated emotionlessly as he inclined his head to Shai, who tensed at the Count's attention. "That won't be happening." The amusement of Vass's face faded in an instant, his presence coming to bear on the party present as he lowered his center of mass. "Let me show you the folly of your ways." Dooku grit his teeth, the grip on his curved lightsaber tightening, a complicated look coming over his face as he didn't recognize the stance Vass was taking. That appeared to be the end of their interaction, as a subtle twitch from Dooku had HK firing upon him, Grievous rushing his right as Dooku and Ventress rushed his front. Not in the mood for playing with these four anymore, Vass leant back as the bolts sailed past his chest, the man gripping HK in the force before sending the droid flying towards Grievous. In an effort not to kill the droid, Grievous turned off his sabers, his desire to win Nox's affirmations coming in as he caught HK, placing the droid on the ground whilst Vass engaged Dooku and Ventress in direct danced, twisted and turned. Both sabers mere blurs as Ventress and Dooku danced the deadly dance with their opponents. He was a blur of motion, yellow flying left to bat away Dooku's piercing stab, whilst the blade of his blur saber blitzed right to knock down Ventress's right-hand blade, whilst he thrust his blade towards her stomach, forcing her to block with her left saber. Blocking his blue blade, she wasn't prepared for her feet to he literally ripped out from under her body with the force, allowing for Vass to all but materialize within her defenses to deliver a crippling downward kick into her abdomen. She slammed into the steel below with the force of a meteor, the spittle in her mouth spewing out as he now stood on her stomach, dancing across her as he locked his left bald with Dooku's own, using the woman as a platform to stand. She tried to twist, yet found the blue of his saber searing past her right earlobe at the small movement she made, his blade spinning rapidly like a turbine in his open left hand before he tossed it at HK and Grievous, whom were coming to their aid. Ventress watched the blade saw through the air at the two machines, with Gervius being pushed to the left whilst HK leapt over the blade, pointing its blasters at Vass and firing. She however kept looking at the blade as it sailed past, ignoring the fact that Vass had redirected the bolts directly at her master and back at the droid, one of which hit one of its photoreceptors mid-flight, causing it to veer off course thanks to a feedback issue. She watched the double-bladed saber, her eyes widening, as she roared with all he might, twisting herself around and planting her hands on the deck, using one of her sabers as to pierce the deck at a moment's notice. Just in time to, as the saber forced its way through and out of the central viewport of the command deck, causing the glass to explode violently. Immediately after, everything within the command bridge was swept into space, torn from the deck into the void, which included HK and Grievous and HK, which were now floating in the void without protection. At least Ventress cast her eyes towards the young apprentice, feeling her anger rising as the girl seemed to be rooted in place, his doing no doubt. Her sabers began to cut through the ground as she was being sucked towards the gaping hole, her eyes turning to her master and Vass. Dooku had found himself using the doorframe to lean on, resisting the current of air till the shutters could lock in place, sealing the breach. But that wouldn't happen for another few seconds yet. Yet her eyes followed Dooku's own gaze, turning to Vass himself, her eyes narrowing as he simply stood in the vacuum, like a monolith of absolute power, ignorant of the woes of the weak around him. He spread his arms wide in a mocking gesture, his double-bladed saber flying through the breach into his left hand. "You don't know the first thing about real power," Vass spoke through the vacuum towards them all, and he took a step forward against the sweeping current of air, simply walking with a slow gait as his hair was ripped left and right, his robes billowing violently as he approached Dooku's position. For a whole 6 seconds, Dooku watched Vass approach, the old man pointing his saber at the youngster in warning, but a simple flick of Vass's hand had Dooku being forced to readjust his grip as the doorframe crumbled under the boy's will. Vass raised his saber, pointing at Dooku's stomach as he once again bat the Count's blade away. The Count held his breath, yes, widening as his arms flew wide, his eyes closing in cold acceptance as he felt the younger blade enter his stomach, its hot plasma beam exiting through his back at the same moment. Its current position wasn't fatal, not immediately anyway, any higher other position he would be dead. He wasn't stupid, so he thanked the Force for the fact the youngster seemed to have missed his mark. HK re-entered the bridge at that same moment, Grievous in hand as he used his magnetic boots to lock into place, just in time too, as T-shutters sealed the breach, the atmosphere within immediately stabilizing. Seeing Dooku's compromised position, HK raised his blaster, changing its setting as it released a violent hum, where he aimed it directly for the back of Vass's head. Die Jedi, HK hissed, a cyan bolt of light tearing from the barrel of his gun towards Vass. Vass smirked, however, ignoring the warning from Shai as he turned his yellow blade off and simply dipped his head slightly. He reached overhead as he did so, Tuda- swirling in hand as he caught the stream of light, his hands slinging around that very same moment in a blur the same speed as the blaster bolt. Redirecting the bolt with his grip, HK watched the same bolt he had fired turn back to face him, powerless to watch as he knew it was strike him. The droid, however, refused to die, and so, as a last effort to save itself, it raised itself, turning its torso so the bolt wouldn't destroy his core. You should really invest in magnetic locks, HK said as he dropped Grievous to the ground, the cyborg commander watching the bolt tear through HK that same moment, blowing the vast majority of its chest away in one go before it fell to the ground in a useless heap of scrap. Such a waste, Vass mocked as he turned to face the currently kneeling Dooku, the man crouching over slightly, the hole in his stomach glowing orange with the distinct smell of burning flesh permeating the air around them. Now die! Count Vass pointed his yellow saber directly at Dooku's head, ready to thrust his blade through the man's head. Fortunately, not lightning erupted from Dooku's hands, spearing from Dooku's subtly curled hands up towards Vass. Feeble Vass stepped back and crossed his blade in front of himself, catching the lightning with laughable ease. Weak, Vass mocked as Dooku was now standing, arms pointed at Vass with torrents of lightning spewing from his hands, his brow strained with sweat as he simply watched Vass block his desperate attack. Spying Ventress rising from the corner of his eye, Vass smirked slightly. But enough, Vass angled his blade slightly, and simply swept his blade out, repelling and redirecting the lightning from Dooku straight into Ventress's chest. She released a scream of pain and anguish, lightning sparking and exploding off of her body as she fell to her knees. Quickly stopping the bolts of lightning, Dooku slumped slightly, a deep frown on his face as he called his lightsaber back into his grip. Still wanting to fight? Then I'll humor you, one blade this time, let's see who's the better blades master. Vass turned off his second blade, once more taking the odd form Dooku had never seen. You die, Dooku grit as he delved into the Force, no, the dark side. He felt it fill him, stoking his simmering rage, yet it didn't control him. He would never give it control. And now, he made to lock blades once more with the upstart Jedi Master. In one step, Vass appeared before Dooku, thrusting at an odd angle with his saber pointed at Dooku's neck, thrusting his blade forward at an oddly downward-angled piercing thrust. Absolutely a Makashi-based form, Dooku slapped the thrust away with his blade, their sabers beginning the dance once more as they flashed, ducked, and dodged. He thrust towards Vass's side, with the boy simply angling his bald and redirecting its stab to the left, whilst responding by sending a retaliatory slash to gently scrape into Dooku's knee. Pain erupted throughout Dooku's leg as his skin charred, and so he chose to favor his right leg in turn of the now damaged left one. Such skill, Dooku lamented as he blocked redirected a thrust away from his stomach. Dooku, the 80-year-old Sith, Galaxy's rumored best practitioner of Makashi, apprentice to Yoda himself and now Darth Sidious. He knew he was powerful, he had spent the vast majority of his life honing his art to a level none could reach. He could count on one hand the amount of Jedi who could take him in a duel. Even in groups he would prove to be the victor against the majority of the Jedi Council themselves. But now, he was left stumped. Every time his blade collided with Vass's own, an equal force of strength either redirected or outright halted his blade. Every twirl, every turn, he was forced to stop and either redirect or outright go on the defensive. Vass's blade brought Duchess to a halt directly between them, the Count forced to focus on the strain of his arms rather than the pain flowing through his body as Vass stepped closer, their blades being forced closer to their bodies, with Vass pushing their blades closer to Dooku's body with every moment. Dooku tried to angle the burning blade of his own saber away from himself, tried his best as Vass slid his own upwards along the length of Dooku's own. It was then that Dooku felt something deep within his soul twitch. When his eyes locked with Vass's face, he felt his breath taken away. It wasn't the boy's glowing blue eyes, it wasn't the expressionless look on his face. No, it was the absolute lack of effort on his part, the lack of any sort of strain or apprehension. It might as well have been easy as breath for the boy, even as Dooku tried to push the two blades away from himself. He saw the boy's saber simply begin to raise, pushing against his own. With their faces inches apart, Dooku, trying with all his might, didn't even bother to try and conceal the sulfuric Sith eyes embedded in his skull. You know. Dooku's heart skipped a beat at the low words coming out of the boy's mouth, as the Count's legs began to tremble, now holding his saber above his chest as his back bent backwards. If it continued like this he knew he wasn't going to get away, and he knew that, was as sure of that as assurable a new day was. And so he looked to the left, seeing Ventress pressed against the wall by an invisible force, her arms bent at odd angles as she tried with all her might to resist. Don't you see? Vass pressed Dooku against the wall, the Count looking right to CHK and previous struggling, their mechanical bodies pressing against the glass viewports of the bridge. At the end of the day Dooku felt it, the heat of his own saber beginning to sear into his left shoulder, burning his brown robes and marring flesh in its wake. You're weak, and alone. Vass smiled as Dooku dropped to one knee. Old man, his right shoulder melted away before he dropped to the ground, letting the two blades fall away, barely avoiding being decapitated by the left swipe that would have taken his head from his shoulders. He wasn't left unscathed however, as Dooku felt red-hot pain erupt throughout his left arm, the lacking of feeling below his elbow. I see. Dooku closed his eyes, sliding away, opening his eyes to behold the stump where his left hand used to occupy. Ventress rushed to her master's side, warily staring up at Vass who stood over them with an oppressive stance. She wrapped her master's arm over her shoulder, lifting him from the ground as he held the stump of his hand against his stomach, the two of them staring bloody murder at the Jedi Master. We need to escape, Dooku whispered whilst Vass called Shai to his side, the girl quickly crossing the gap to stand beside her master, her face alight with wonder and awe at his performance. Already on it, Ventress cast a glance towards the cowardly Grievous, who was currently standing over the communication console. What was that you said? My death comes through you, Vass began, turning off his saber before slipping it to his belt, crossing his arms behind his back. Yet here you are, broken and beaten with a mutilated master. Don't you see this is what becomes of you should you continue to allow yourself to be guided by a weak hand? Vass began, his legs spread slightly as the air around him changed to a more authoritarian one. Speak plainly, Ventress hissed, adjusting herself to easier handle Dooku's weight. Join me, join us, step away from the ways of the Sith, allow me to show you the way to true enlightenment. Vass spoke, with the pale Dathomirian glaring up at him. Never, Ventress hissed, growling as she felt Dooku's arm tighten slightly. You want power but you lack understanding. Just like your master here, isn't that right, Dooku? Now that I think of it, Vass raised his hand towards the two of them. You're obviously not the Sith Master, let me see just who that is. Dooku's eyes widened in open terror the moment he felt the presence tear through his mental defenses. Despite the brain-melting pain, he roared. We need to leave now. Fire! Grievous roared. The command bridge erupted in explosions. Not a second later, as the nearby Separatist command ships opened fire upon the vessel, blasting the bridge apart as Dooku, Ventress HK, and Grievous were dragged into space to be picked up by their previously called Dropid forces, who made to immediately pick them up and shuttle them towards the nearest command ship. Vass watched them go, clicking his tongue as he held Shy in place with his left hand, a shield in front of them conjured by the Force, shielding where they stood from the expanse of space. They escaped, Vass growled, as soon as the shuttle holding the four touched down in the hangar of the adjacent ship. It jumped into hyperspace. A shame. Let's go, we have a battle to wrap up. Vass teleport then straight to the hangar, allowing the bridge to continue tearing itself apart now that Vass wasn't sustaining it. Up in the communications room within the bridge of his Venator, standing over the hollow table were the Yoda, Mace Windu and several other Jedi Masters who were called in to participate in the call. I engaged Count Dooku and his apprentice alongside General Grievous and the bounty hunter droid they have hired, Vass explained as a hollow began to play in the meeting before the gathered Jedi, Mace watching with an approving eye at Vass's masterful skill whilst handling the four. Unfortunately, the audio of the hollow had been damaged, so they couldn't hear what was going on, but they nonetheless understood. I disarmed the Count. He has sustained grievous injuries and will no doubt be indispensable for some time while he recovers. The fate of the droid is unknown, whilst the other two managed to escape relatively harm-free, Vass explained as the hollow drew to a close with the video showing the bridge exploding to allow their escape. This is a most vital chance you have given us, Palpatine smiled down, but Vass, from the most leftward hollow, you have crippled their latest offensive capabilities this very moment. With the Count so heavily injured during the fight, I hesitate to believe he will be so willing to commit an attack of any sorts as of yet. He will be recovering, Mace spoke sagely, hiding away from view until he is ready to return. That leaves us with a hunt to locate him before he is ready to return. Right now, this will be the easiest time to either capture or coerce him to surrender, in his moment of weakness. Should we think about reopening negotiation with the Separatists now that their head of parliament is indisposed? Padme spoke alongside the Chancellor, the man giving an approving nod at the thought. I do agree with the Count. Out of the picture, the Separatists might prove to be more willing to cooperate than before. What do you think, Master Jedi? Palpatine turned to the Jedi congregation. Agreed, we'll build a task force to locate Dooku and his generals. In the meantime, the Senate will reopen negotiations. Vass, return to Coruscant immediately. Mace inclined his head towards the Jedi who had given them such an opportunity, smiling as he did so. At once, Master. May the Force be with you, Vass spoke slowly. And with you, Mace replied before the hollow call cut off. We have our orders. Return to Coruscant, Vass spoke aloud, waltzing from the communications array towards the elevator of the bridge. Come, Shy, let's get some meditation in whilst we return. Yes, Master. Dooku winced, holding the stub that was his hand against his stomach, wincing hard as his solar sail floated through space towards the lush planet before him. Guide us down gently, Dooku hissed to Ventress, his apprentice inclining her head. The temple there. Hissing, the Count slumped deeper into his chair as the solar sail touched down on the ground before the rising temple steps. What do you wish of me, Master? Ventress asked, the worried woman watching Dooku rise from his chair with a groan. Remain with the ship, Dooku growled, stumbling out of the solar sail as the steps loomed overhead ominously. Yes, my master, Ventress replied, the winds picking up around the ship, Dooku's robes billowing behind him whilst he began to stumble up the stairs towards the tip of the pyramid. The pain covering his body fueled his rage, affording him the clarity of mind needed to stumble to the tip of the pyramid slowly. So you've come, the voice of Exar Kun echoed throughout the area, lightning spreading overhead as Dooku beheld the apparition he had previously encountered. That I have. What must I do? Dooku asked, eyes rising to meet the spirit's own. There is little we can do with you being hunted. Instead, in the meantime, we need to cover our bases. You cannot fend them off in that state. Kun simply pointed his hand as Dooku, the man letting out a wail of pain as the wounds on his body erupted, blood gushing, skin reforming, and stitching itself back together. We won't be able to do anything about your hand for the meantime. But you will learn such things are unnecessarily compared to the Force. Instead, I will personally teach you. But first, The Jedi will be upon us shortly. They will not act if we have something they value. A hostage Kun pressed, turning to the huffing Dooku as rain began to slowly fall from the skies above them, wetting the old man's face whilst the rain simply passed through the apparition. I believe I can arrange that. Dooku became thoughtful, the pain of his stump forced to the back of his mind. Then do so quickly, we do not have much time. Kenya watched the construction workers from the Imperial Palace, watching with puckered lips as they moved with purpose. Massive walkers marching by with thousands of tons of stone and steel, adding on to the already restored capital city. So, boring. Kenya felt her eyelids grow heavier with each passing moment. For 3 weeks she had done nothing but study the holocron her master had given her, that and simply oversaw the progress of the workers. But truth be told, they didn't need her, they were self-sufficient droids, and with Scorpio overseeing their progress alongside her, she was left with literally nothing to do but walk around a dead city and study. This isn't a punishment of some sort, is it? Kenya leant on the railing with a grunt, her shoulders sagging in boredom as her head hung. Can I do literally anything else? She mused, and her pleas were answered, for the next moment her holocom screamed to life, shaking her from her boredom as she answered eagerly, expecting her master. However, what appeared to her wasn't her master, rather her very much distressed brother. Kenya. I need your help, Anakin pleaded, falling to his knees on the hollow as he outright groveled. Ani, what's wrong? Kenya asked, turning to face the hollow properly, her pace increasing as she rushed towards her quarters, ready to disembark at a moment's notice. They've taken her, please, you're the only person I know I can trust to help me, Anakin pleaded. Where are we meeting? Kenya didn't ask anything other than where, the details were irrelevant to her, the only thing that mattered was the help of her little brother. The Yavin system. Anakin looked up at her with grateful eyes, his face racked with tears and worry. I'm on my way. Kenya ended the call, bursting into the room as she called the case that held her armor, her sabers flying to her hips as she rushed from the room. I'm sorry, Master, Father, I can only hope you will understand, Kenya mumbled under her breath as she re-entered the elevator, heading straight down to the hangar with nothing on her mind but helping Anakin. She would suffer the consequences later, all that mattered right now was him. Coruscant, sex scene. His precious woman lay on their bed, nude whilst his seed frothed from her well-used cunt. Her blonde hair spread across the pillow whilst beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her breathing was heavy, soaked in their combined fluids that was the symbolism of their combined union. I love you, her angelic voice came out hoarse, cracking, croaking slightly with her face mushed against the silk pillowcase under her head. He marveled his handiwork, her near unconscious delirious state bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Absent-mindedly his hand moved to her right ass cheek, spreading her apart slightly to see his semen slip out and run down her leg. You're beautiful, you know. Nox leant over, running a hand through her hair, his other hand straying to the soft silk-like blanket that had pooled at the end of their bed during their nightly activity. He could see, even from this angle with her head buried in the pillow, her mascara and eyeliner smeared with sweat all over her face, her lips curled up slightly at his words. His eyes lolled slightly as he watched her eye open slightly, sulfuric eye slowly turning to face him with a half-lidded lust-filled gaze. He wasn't ignorant of the fact that she was also wiggling her behind at him, teasing him with that tantalizing, smooth, glistening glazed ass cheeks that he had pounded into not 5 minutes prior. It seems we're ready for another go. He felt the tingling sensation of his wrathful cock rise to the occasion, blood flowing towards his tip as he rose up and turned to face her properly. As always she cooed, giving a yelp as he fished his arms under her, arching her back as he dragged her onto him, forcing his cock back into her entrance without a care in the world, where she released a cry of please into their bedroom for all to hear. His left hand coiled around the front of her neck, his right sliding up the back of her head, catching and kneading her luscious blonde locks in his grip as he choked her, pulling her down further onto his cock as he deprived her of oxygen. Her breathing was labored, her vision wavering, the lights becoming brighter as everything became so much more alive as the ringing in her ears intensified. Her legs shuddering as her lower lips were spread viciously by his cock, their carnal embrace was one of release. Releasing their pent-up stress and anger onto each other's bodies. She clawed at his back with her nails, carving trenches with her fingers as he choked her into delirium, thrusting his member into and out of her box with cruel abandon. They locked lips eagerly, swapping their spit, their salvia swirling in each other's mouths as she was raised and lowered, hot heat burning within her core, her very being fusing with her love. "Get down onto the pillow," her man growled, grabbing the back of her head, shaking her from side to side like a toddler does a toy before planting her face down into the fabric of their pillows. He let go of her head, pushing her back down until she had arched her ass up, curving like a feline whilst he stomped on the back of her head with his foot, lowering his cock deep into her cunt, rising and falling, pushing as deep into her wombs as he physically could. He continued to do so repeatedly, with rhythm, her grunts of pleasure ignored by him as she bit at the pillow, his foot on the back of her head pressing her into the pillow, her mouth clenched. "Yes," she cried out as he pierced her womb with his cock, before pulling it back out and thrusting through her urethral wall once more. "Yes, yes," her toes curled as she took pleasure from the pain, legs quivering whilst her man slammed his foot onto the back of her head harder. And with another, core-splitting thrust of her lover, she screamed into the pillow, the hairs on her body standing on end as she physically shook, shooting her precious juices all over her lover's cock to coat everything behind her swollen cunt. In turn, she felt her womb swell, her man warming her core directly as he pulled at her hips, shooting his seed deep into her once more, his deep voice groaning. Her walls tightened around him member, sucking it dry as she continued to quiver and quake. "Bliss," she whispered, her eyes rolling into the back of her head before she passed out entirely from the 6th time he had plunged his cock into her that day. Grunting, Nox slowly pulled his cock from her cunt, with a wet pop his head sliding out, letting the seed he had planted to spill out and flow onto the bed sheets below them. He rolled her onto her back, grabbing at her bare tit with his left hand as he felt through the force, Marca sending him a message, alerting him to the commencement of his request. Good. He squeezed the bulbous lump of breast in his hand, flicking the erect ripple with his thumb whilst his right hand hooked around his woman's waist, dragging her into his lap as he raised her chest to his face, taking the nipple in his mouth as he began to milk his wife's tit, his right hand kneading the other. "I should probably go oversee the events." Later he gripped her right tit tighter in his right hand, feeling the warm fluids of her breast's milk beginning to flow into his mouth. His attention was drawn from his ministrations a moment later as he felt her gentle hand caress the back of his head, pulling him closer to her bust. A light gasp escaped her lips as she came to, already feeling his hot member once more probe her entrance. She didn't have a second thought after, plunging his cum-soaked cock into her once again, pushing the semen that had been fleeing her back into her womb. Letting go of her breast, he hooked his hand under her arm, gripping the back of her shoulder as he pulled her down once more, pumping his still sensitive cock deep into her sacred place, and she screamed once more, clamping down upon him as he released another volley of seed into her womb that very moment, her voice a harp of beautiful sounds prattling gently into his ears. He savored every moment of it as he pulled her down, burying his cock to the base until he had fully sheathed himself into her. Try as she might to move in any significant way, she was powerless under his touch, lowering his left hand to her ass cheek, gripping tightly as he raised her, moving her forcefully along the shaft of his member whilst he suckled on her breast, his right hand pinning her to him, pressing down upon her shoulder. 4 hours more, they continued their carnal tumble, leaving Lana a mumbling mess of sweat and cum, her hair and head glazed from his seed as she was marked with sweat, her cunt spilled open and wide with seed flowing from within, her ass red and sore, his hand marks marring her pale skin. Her state was satisfying to look at, bringing a soft smile to his face. He wanted to continue with her, to leave her an unconscious mess for the next day, but he knew, he had things to do. So with rising tension and anger, he rose from the bed, pulling his pants on followed by his black robe. "I'll be back in a few hours, dear." Nox slapped her right ass cheek, the woman letting out a small yelp of continued pleasure, laughing to himself as he vanished from the room. "It's a pleasant view." Valen crossed her arms behind her back, long flowing brown hair having been let down to cascade down the side of her head. "They're having fun without me," she hissed internally, feeling the carnal pleasure that woman and her lover were currently experiencing should be me. "Isn't it just?" Satin smiled, walking from her governor-in-chief towards Valen's side, the two of them staring down upon the populace, one with love, one with hidden disdain for the weaklings below. "They're a hardy people, firm in their beliefs and support. But they're my people, and I would do anything for them." Satin looked down with nothing but love and compassion in her eyes, leaning onto the railing with a forlorn, caring smile. "The heads of the Council of Neutral Systems will arrive here shortly, they wish to meet you." Satin turned and leaned on the railing, smiling towards Valen with fluttering lashes. "Then we prepare," Valen cooed in response. A tremor rose of Yavin, circulating from the core of the planet to reverberate through its crust and into the stars. Such was the power of Nox's subtle presence, with the stars dimming overhead upon his arrival. The Sithari appeared atop a Sith obelisk akin to a phantom, looking down through the folds of his hood upon the gathered Dooku and Exar Kun. Those below were unaware of his arrival, more worried about keeping their footing as they endured the world-shaking tremors, leaning on piles of rubble whilst the forests around them shook. His presence was subtle, creeping past the senses of those below and through the galaxy. A silent shade unnoticed by the plebeians he so ignored. To anyone that saw him he was more spirit, more eldritch being than physical presence. His footsteps a mere echo into oblivion, his voice 1,000 whispers upon the mind. He was for all intents and purposes, darkness given shape. And that's how they would see him, as Kun looked upon the Sithari with nothing but terror and reverence from down below. Nox's robes fluttered in the winds, casting shadows even in the dimming afternoon skies. Down below, Dooku refused to look up, the prickling sensation on the back of his neck alerting him to the presence of something else, watching over their actions. He wasn't foolish enough to see the thing, for the Force all but warned of his death should he raise his head upwards. "What is it?" Dooku whispered, Ventress shaking at his side, her gaze a harsh fixture placed on the ground, sweat pooling on her brow, her bottom lip quivering in terror. "There are things out there better left unanswered than not." Kun lowered his gaze, Dooku noticing with no small amount of terror that the apparition in front of him was also in a state of terror. "He is here to watch our performance, we best make do. This is no longer a matter of training, but a matter of our survival, do not disappoint." Dooku took the words, engraved them in his heart as he felt a cold breath on the back of his neck. His body froze on its own at the single breath, the atmosphere dropping to the negatives around them as the thing manifested a great shadow between himself and his apprentice. On sheer instinct, the count of an assassin dropped to their knees alongside the spirit, planting their eyes at the stone-flecked ground below them. His heartbeat flushed his ears, a physical phenomenon of pulsing fear rushing down his spine, whilst his breath became visible mist to freeze in the air between them. Milord Kun's voice came out a slow, hushed whisper, as the shadow appeared beside Dooku. The Count physically shook, his fight-or-flight instincts going haywire as he simply froze in position. The Force was silent around this aberration. A coiling cold of darkened tendrils slinking out to embrace the Count and the woman. "Is this who you've chosen?" A headache instantly tore itself into the Count's mind, his vision wavering for a second as darkness coiled on the corner of his vision. 1,000 voices beat into his head, a demented coalescence of child, man, and woman 100 times over. It wasn't human, it wasn't organic, it couldn't be. "The best I could acquire at your behest, my lord." Ventress froze still as she felt steel-cold hand press against her cranium. Stroking her slowly, mockingly, its fingers dancing a deadly game on the top of her skull. She knew at that single moment, any stray movement would immediately result in her doom. Your injured Dooku felt its attention focused squarely upon his being. It was like having the attention of the very gods pressing upon his being. Like his very soul was as open book to the creature before him. "Why, yes," Dooku whispered out, the thing's hand leaving the head of his attention as it silently turned to face him. Its steps were silent, not even disturbing the mud below, no footprints left behind by the creature. Let me see. The tone of 1,000 chiming tolls assaulted his mind, a command he would follow or die. Hesitantly Dooku raised his stump towards the creature, pain erupting throughout the arm as the cold, steel-like digits wrapping around the stump of his hand. Do not disappoint me, the creature hissed, and Dooku's world exploded into pain and fire. Tearing through his veins was like fire tearing through every cell of his body. The skin on his stump separated, bone crawling out, growing at a fantastic rate as muscle and fiber grew before their very eyes. Piecing together over the growing stump was a thin translucent film of skin that eventually, painfully formed a new hand. His fingers regrew slowly. Oh, so slowly before his eyes, as muscle and sinew came together to form the gnarled, old fingers that belonged to the aged Jedi Master. When it withdrew its cold digits from his stump, the thing turned away to the spirit of Exar Kun, Dooku silently marveling at his new hand whilst still facing directly downwards to avoid looking upon the creature that had the power to gift him a new hand. What manner of power is this? Dooku's thoughts crept to the darkest recesses of his mind, instinct informing him that no matter how powerful he got, the thing before him was on another level. Of course, my Lord. Kun bowed deeply, his translucent forehead pressing to the ground, and before Dooku's very eyes, whom was staring intently at the shadow cast by the creature, it vanished, simply evaporated away from their location. Let's make this more interesting. Dooku felt the dark side slither, forming together before him like he'd never felt, a black hole of energy forming within the hands of the creature before him, its hands falling to its side as dark fingers, tendrils of physical shadow bled to the ground beside Dooku and Ventress. The sentences he heard were odd, an ancient dialect of the ancient Sith Dooku had never heard. He had heard his master speak the old language of the Sith, yet the way this thing spoke, gave the old, twisted, demented words new clarification, guttural tones whispering and jumping over each other. The result, the world shifted uncomfortably, the Force screeching in delirium as four shadows coalesced together to form shapeless humanoids made out of shadow manifest. What manner of sorcery is this? Dooku looked upon the shadows out of the corner of his eyes, and to his bewildered horror, the thing he stared at transformed into a crying Qui-Gon Jinn, the man weeping before his eyes as he wept. I'll be watching. The sinister tones bled from the thing's mouth, and as he looked at the thing's shadow, his eyes placed firmly on the murky shadow it held. Before his very eyes the shadow evaporated, vanished from the scene, leaving them shaking in their places as the thing was gone from their immediate proximity. But Dooku and Ventress knew the thing wasn't too far off, as they felt it had returned to its place atop the ancient Sith obelisk not too far from their position. It seems our hostage has arrived. Exar looked up to the arriving Sith forces, the shuttle of Grievous roaring towards their position with one Padme Amidala handily supplied by a rather unfortunate series of misinformation provided by Sidious. Let go of me. Padme struggled as she was forced down the ramp of the ship, 3 Confederate flagships hanging low overhead. Her shoulder ached as Grievous held her left shoulder in a vice grip, her face wincing as she stumbled onto the mud ground below. Ah, we've been waiting for you, Dooku greeted, still marveling his new hand with a joyous smirk playing on the sides of his face. Dooku. Padme spat as she stared at Dooku and the bald woman that stood at his side. Let me go. The Republic will come, Padme began but was stopped as Dooku held his hand up, stopping the woman from talking with a wave of the Force. That is exactly what we're hoping for, Dooku responded, his gaze moving upwards towards the atmosphere, his Sith eyes peering into the clouds as his brow furrowed. Vass Lucas stood beside Mace, Yoda, Anakin, and Obi-Wan. Plo Koon stood on the opposite side of a hollow table alongside Kenya, Ki Adi Mundi, Kit Fisto, and the rest of the council. We've tracked Dooku's movements to the Yavin system. 4 flagships have blockaded the system and appear to be biding their time. What for? We don't know, but our goal is clear. Mace spoke loud and clearly as the hollow shifted to show a hologram of Padme Amidala and Dooku. Padme Amidala, on a diplomatic mission to the Mid-Rim, was accosted by General Grievous, no doubt a bargaining ship to use against us when we arrive. Hence we have 2 objectives. Beside Padme's hollow appeared 3 others, Grievous, Ventress Amd Dooku, Anakin and Obi-Wan, and Kenya. Mace glared sideways at Kenya, his brow folding as he mused. You will be dispatched to rescue and escape the surface with Senator Amidala. I have assigned the resolution to your command. The forces are yours to command upon arrival surface side. The rest of us. Mace began as Padme's hollow disappeared kit. Plo and Key are to engage Grievous. He had proven to be a dangerous individual to engage in this war, a trained assailant of the blade, the CO commander of the Confederates' forces. He must not escape by any means necessary. Next up, Ventress. Ventress' hollow grew larger as Mace turned to the other council members remaining. Galia, Tin, and Koth. You will all engage and capture Ventress. She is a dangerous acolyte of the dark side, excels in double blade combat, is extremely unpredictable. Approach with caution. Meanwhile, finally the hollow turned to Dooku himself. Myself. Yoda and Lucas will engage and restrain Dooku. The Master of the Order looked to Yoda for confirmation, yet found himself troubled at the look on Yoda's face. Unpredictable, unforeseen this is, approach with caution we must. With great care we must tread, Yoda warned as the council all inclined their heads. May the Force be with us, this war ends today. Mace bid everyone well, turning away as Vass walked beside the Master of the Order. I sense something is amiss, Vass spoke sagely. What do you sense? Windu asked with the utmost seriousness, Vass rubbing his chin in thought. A great darkness swirls around the Yavin system. I sense something else is at play here, Vass intoned, the Master of the Order nodding slightly. Then we tread with care and decisiveness. Mace and Vass steeled their resolve. Agreed. No fucking way, a clone commando whispered, his hair cut at the side with intricate designs on the side of his head. What is it? Laps Forks asked, the two of them sitting up in a bunch of munition crates, clearing their blasters and getting their munitions ready for the upcoming battle. Well, Laps smirked knowingly as he stared across the hangar towards the Jedi transport that had just touched down. Any of you guys remember that Jedi that got Captain all hot and bothered? Psycho chortled out loud, smacking Forks on the shoulder. I remember that. What of the lass? Psycho asked, and in response Laps simply inclined his head towards the Jedi transport. I think Captain's got another chance. No fucking way. Psycho turned to face the ship, squinting and leaning closer to look at the Jedi. It can't be. It is. Laps laughed out loud, nudging Forks with his boot as Forks looked at the side of the woman walking with Obi-Wan and Anakin towards the exit of the hangar. Who's that? One of the two newest commando units of their squad asked, the one having spoken up being called Slingshot, the one sitting beside him named Trips. Well, Slingshot, that woman right there is the reason any of us got off Geonosis. It's her plan that got us whirled that day, Forks announced, curving his right hand into a fist. The only reason they had lost two of their squad members being that the other Jedi had attempted to modify the plan, resulting in unnecessary losses on their part. If we had just followed her plan they'd still be here, Forks hissed internally as he slowly rose, grabbing his helmet as Psycho and Laps joined him. Where are you guys going? Trips asked, watching as the three commando units marched towards the hangar exit in pursuit of Kenya. Greeting the general, of course. Psycho winked over his shoulder, giving a small chuckle as they entered the lift and left the hangar, leaving the two newest commando units to shrug to themselves and continue cleaning their belongings. Calm down, Anakin. Kenya's voice cut through Anakin's pacing, his face scrunching up as he turned to her. Calm down. Calm down. They have Kenya. What am I supposed to do? His voice broke, his shaking obvious as he quickly resumed pacing. Well, helping me come up with a game plan would be nice. I can't think of everything that might happen on my own. Kenya rose and turned to her brother, who was once more looking towards her with furrowed brows. It'll be okay, Anakin. I'm not going to let anything happen to her, all right? We'll get through this, we'll get her, and then maybe you two can spend a little time by yourselves, Kenya joked, grabbing Anakin by the shoulder and pulling him down, running her knuckle against the top of his head. Okay. He grabbed at her arm, his face midly outraged before the sensation on the top of his head intensified. Okay. Kenya released Anakin afterward, the boy huffing and crossing his arms, blow his braid out of the way of his face, squaring his shoulders to appear dignified. Now get over here and help me go over these plans. Hey! It won't be long now before the Republic forces appear. Is everything in place? Dooku asked Grievous, looking over his shoulder towards Exar Kun currently standing atop the temple not far off. Our forces are currently entrenched and ready for anything. Our blockade overworld is in place. They won't be getting here so easily, Grievous replied as Asajj sat beside the cyborg, shivering slightly as one of the shadow demons shambled past, its lumbering shadow form causing the ground to decay wherever its feet touched the ground. Good. Move the senator to the outpost, the Jedi will be coming for us, Dooku instructed as he turned and began to ascend the steps of the temple to converse with Exar Kun himself. In the distance, garbed in shadow manifest, his features obscured by a sheet of pitch-black darkness that none could see through, Nox appeared as a robe made of shadows, observing from the distance akin to a spectre of doom. He looked more like the Grim Reaper, the harbinger of death than anything that belonged to the organic world. With his face hidden by a veil of shadow under his hood's robe, Nox looked up towards the gathering clouds above, small flecks of rain beginning to slowly fall to the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the clouds above immediately began to dump their contents of rain upon the forests of Yavin, lightning tearing across the heavens as the Sith ships flying through the atmosphere were battered by the weather. Nox simply stood there, staring up with a hint of amusement, feeling the Republic ships entering the system shortly after. Let me see just what you can do under pressure, Skywalker. Will you crumble under the pressure and allow your beloved Padme to die? Or will you prove yourself capable enough to grasp your destiny by its neck? Nox mumbled, his voice crashing over his surroundings, the Sith's obelisks around him, the kneeling statues being illuminated by the lightning strikes above. Overhead the Sith immediately began to engage with the Republic forces, explosions being obscured by the dark clouds above. The glow of explosions lit up the clouds, as Nox felt the Jedi leading the charge, his smirk widening as he subtly used force to move the Sith forces out of place, allowing the Jedi to break through the blockade swiftly. Why don't we have a little fun? I've always wanted to see just what the Grand Master could do, Nox mused, his form beginning to shift and churn, turning into a black-colored raven of giant size, its gnarled feathers slammed into obelisks behind it. With glowing red eyes it stared up at the Jedi fighters that broke through the cloud formations above. Come to me. He flexed his wings, spreading them wide before heaving, the gust of wind produced by his black wings sending the stone around him to be sent flying away from his body due to the heavy wind currents. Re-a-a-ig, the screech that came from his beak drew the attention of all organic life nearby, as he screamed through the air at speed towards the Jedi fighters. Come to me, Nox bellowed as the fighters split off, warning each other to be wary. Nox's bestial eyes caught sight of both Kenya and Anakin, the two looking up at him with alarm as he flew by, his powerful wings spreading wide as he glided around and impacted Yoda's ship despite the Master attempts at avoiding his path. With his powerful wings, Nox curled his muscles around the ship, careening violently as he twisted and sent the two into a corkscrew directly for the ground below. Master Yoda, Anakin called over the headset as he watched Yoda fall down into the clouds below, none of them having expected the black shadow-like avian to suddenly appear before them from the clouds. Do not worry about Yoda, Skywalker, he will be fine, we have our objectives. Mace spoke calmly and evenly over the open comms, the Jedi Master's ship flying beside his own whilst they headed for the nearby Sith base. Fine, Anakin growled, pushing the control stick of his ship forward as he rejoined their formation. May the Force be with you, Master Yoda. Yoda rolled onto the ground with a huff, his small form landing on its knees as he planted his three-fingered hands on the ground. His ears twitched as he picked up movement from the fighter that had crashed into the trilene, said wreckage sticking out of several boulders whilst fuel-fed flames licked at the vessel. A shame, that is, Yoda mumbled, dusting off his robes as he pulled his saber into his grip. Yourself, show me. Yoda ignited his green blade, the emerald light sweeping through the crawling shadows to illuminate the darkness of the foliage around him. As you wish. He turned back to the wreckage, the body of the avian he had assumed to be dead suddenly shifting and twisting, tendrils of darkness wrapping around each other as they rose into the air to coalesce into a new form before him. Coming together, the shadow formed nothing but an empty cloak and armor, no body within. Spirit Yoda assumed as he stared into the empty hood of the robe, the endless shadows hidden within peering at him. And before the Jedi Grand Master's eyes, two orbs of red light formed within the shapeless dark within the hooded robe. Jedi, the voice doubled 1,000 times, crashing against Yoda's ears angrily as the Jedi Master winced. Target me, why have you? Yoda asked, unsure of what to take of perceived apparition. Amusement more than anything else. I simply wish for a friendly spar, a test. The robe reached to the right, revealing a black gauntlet that twisted and pulling a black blade made of unknown steel out of thin air before the Jedi Master of the current capabilities of the Order's greatest. An illusion you are, tricks of the darkness, tricks I fear not from you, Yoda spoke assuredly, lowering his blade to the side as he stared defiantly up at the shade. You should not be so sure. Nox hefted his Sith warblade, reforged through sacrifices of blood on Sith steel. He smirked behind his illusion, hefting the blade to the right. Yoda's eyes widened, as the blade fell upon his form faster than he thought. The warnings of the Force were the only thing to save him. As he raised his blade and caught the Sith steel weapon, the blades halting between the two of them to enter a lock neither of them were particularly interested in breaking. Wrong I have been, Yoda remarked, squinting at the apparition as he actually felt the being before him through the Force. As you always have been, Nox mocked, breaking the blade lock and thrusting downwards at the Jedi. And yet here you are, Yoda replied, leaping back to avoid the thrust, bouncing away to land on a fallen log, breathing a slow breath out before raising his blade to the side of his head. His green saber illuminated his grim frown at the Sith apparition he thought he was facing, his harsh glare focused solely on Nox. Absent-mindedly, Nox noted the Republic cruiser lowering into the skies overhead, as Republic gunships roared in the direction of the Republic base. Lowering his gaze one more, Nox allowed a small smile to come to his face, lowering his center of gravity under his robes as he took the regular stance for Makashi. Your name? Yoda asked as Nox contemplated giving up such details. Let's see just how intelligent you are, Master Yoda. I had gone by many names in my time in the mortal plane. Born of an era long past, a deity amongst men. My name matters not, I want my amusement, and you shall provide it. Nox laughed behind the lie of his illusion, hissing with dark tones before stepping towards the Jedi Master. You may want to hurry up, they're going to need your aid when it comes to facing the restless of Yavin. Entertain me and I'll let you go, Nox pressed as he raised his blade to point at Yoda. What choice have I? Very well, Yoda mumbled, calming himself as he called for the aid of the Force. They stood across from each other. On one side was the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. His green saber held beside his face, illuminating both himself and the area around him in the light cast by the blade. On the other was what appeared to he an empty set of robes holding a black steel sword, two glowing red orbs glowing with sinister light within the hood of the robes. The hum of Yoda's saber was accompanied by the soft pattering of rain droplets around them, the Jedi Master refusing to release his gaze off the hooded robes. There was no need to signal the other, their experience spoke for itself as the robes blistered, gliding across the ground with the speed of a phantom towards the Jedi Master. With a devastating thrust, the Sith blade carved a trench through the ground past the Jedi Master. But it never hit its target, as the Jedi leapt nimbly to the side, blade raising whilst he took made to end the duel quickly by thrusting towards the robe's abdomen. The shade stepped back, its arms spreading wide as he jumped back slightly, the green blade of the alien passing by his stomach harmlessly. Thus began their would-be deadly dance. Yoda a twisting whirlwind of jumps, skips, and spins with his saber a blur of green light. And the shade, raining down devastating blows from all directions with the finesse of a master swordsman. A wild flurry of sabers, the likes of which would make Jedi and Sith green with envy, was accompanied by the hisses and colliding beams of light that represented the collision of their two blades. Neither of them seemed to move, with Yoda spinning and bouncing yet landing where he previously stood. He neither pressed the attack nor was he put on the defensive. And the diminutive Jedi knew, deep down with a furrowed brow, that he was being played with. For this creature before him danced with skill equal to his own, its black blade a shadow that cast a wall of darkness between the two of them. It didn't step back, nor to the sides or forward, instead it simply moved its arms, a blur even he troubled to see, its wrist moving in directions and poses one would find hard to perform even with less restrictive clothing such as a robe. A lean to the right had the Sith blade passing by Yoda's ear, less than an inch from taking off the top of his skull as small, fine hairs were shaved from the side of his head. Attempting to press the attack, Yoda leapt to the right, yet found himself followed by the seamless footwork of his opponent. His strikes were deflected with precision parries, any thrust he made as easily guided off to the side and responded to in kind by an equally devastating thrust he was forced to bounce around. A dangerous opponent this thing is. Yoda found himself back in his starting position, blade pointed at the still robes in front of him, its blade simply held off to the side as they regarded each other. Skilled you are, a dangerous enemy you would have been, Yoda complimented as he brought his saber back to the side of his face, the robes simply shrugging. The orbs in its empty hood appearing to contort in a shape similar to how eyes would squint. I could say the same, for someone of your age at least. The robes shrugged and turned their blade downward once more, the red hue around the steel blade casting a subtle crimson hum of energy along the steel. Shall we take this up a notch? The robe raised its offhand, Yoda's keen eyes noticing the tree trunks around them cracking and creaking, the trees around them beginning to rise from the ground. Let's make this a bit more interesting. And with a heave of its offhand, the trees were sent careening into the skies, where they were suspended momentarily before they began to fall back to the ground. Humph! Yoda grunted and leapt at the robes, his blade passing by harmlessly wide as the robes tilted to the side. The two of them jumping back as a tree slammed down in their previous position. There leapt up, the robes fluttering onto the tree whilst Yoda landed across its trunk. He leapt at the thing's head, spinning wildly as he did so in an effort to saw clean through its head. Yet the thing bent back at an impossible angle, the Jedi's blade passing by harmlessly as the creature reached up during Yoda's leap, grabbing Yoda by the base of his robe and using its deceptive might to reverse the orientation of Yoda's leap, by throwing the Jedi Master towards the ground across the newly deforested ground. Yoda wasn't fast enough to react, despite landing on his feet. He was unprepared for the thing to already be upon him, simply bursting through a falling tree between them and swiping his blade downwards upon Yoda's position. With barely any time to defend, the Master chose to leap to the side, the base of his robes being sliced off in the process, and a clean slice through the base of his foot. He winced slightly as he landed, his blood leaking from the wound, hopping to the side slightly as he created distance between the two of them. Pulling his blade from the newly created hole on the ground, the robes turned to Yoda with a mocking slowness, the Jedi Master limping slowly. Are you going to get that? We have time. The robes simply gestured to the Grand Master's foot. The small alien squinting in thought. My thanks. Yoda took the chance, focusing his hand over the gash in his leg for a moment, keenly aware that at any moment, the thing could cover the distance he had created and open their next round. No worries, I want to fight you at top shape after all. What's the fun in fighting a weak opponent? More trees crashed around them, the thing simply flicking its wrist to divert the trees that would fall on them. Better. Several long moments of silence passed before the thing asked, keenly aware that Yoda had easily healed himself and was actually using the spare time to come up with a plan to defeat him. Much. Yoda replied humbly, before beginning anew with a deceptive amount of power, leaping forward at the robes with speed as he twirled left to its open side. The residual glow of Yoda's blade left trails in the air, his speed such he was a blur to the eyes. And yet he was easily intercepted, the thing bending out of the way of the strike with mocking ease as it batted Yoda to the side. Landing on the ground with a huff, the Grand Master didn't dare stop his attack, turning around and leaping to the opposite side of the robes. Raining blow after blow, relentless strikes on all sides of his opponent as fast and powerfully as he could. His efforts, against any other opponent, would have allowed him a swift victory. Yet here he was, being stalemated by something long since dead. The thing's defenses held strong despite his onslaught, black blade parrying with ease and finesse one could only hope to acquire over their lives. Each block it made was akin to trying to overpower a rancor, each parry was like flowing water. Leaping high, Yoda somersaulted over the thing's head, thrusting at its back with the tip of his saber. Yet, even before his eyes, at the speed they were moving, the thing became a smear of dark fabric, as it turned far faster than anything had the right to. And the winds around him agreed, as the atmosphere around the robes became alight from the friction of the thing's impossible turning speed. Its blade bat away Yoda's thrust, the robes smoking momentarily from the burning friction, and it responded by catching the remainder of Yoda's robes on the tip of its sword, twisting its blade to twirl the fabric into a nice firm grip. It rounded, facing away, grabbing the hilt of its sword with two hands and sling the sword over its shoulder as fast as it could. And because Yoda was caught on the tip of the sword, the Jedi Master could do naught but follow the present-shaped path the sword followed. Both heard the tearing of fabric, Yoda's robes giving way to the force of the swing, sending the Jedi Master sailing into the air and onto the ground not 10 meters away. Landing hard, but with perfect balance, Yoda turned to face the robe, only to find it gone from its previous position. The warning of the Force was all Yoda received, ears prickling as he turned to see the robe now behind him facing away. It rotating the sword in its grip to face Yoda, thrusting backwards towards the Jedi Grand Master's spine. Such a move would have sliced any knight or below in half from the unexpected relocation of the man, yet Yoda was no knight. And responded by leaning to the side, watching with keen eyes as the shining clean surface of the blade passed harmlessly by his wide green eyes. Using the chance, Yoda leapt at the thing's arm, slicing downwards towards its extended arm. Yet the thing responded by letting go of its weapon, turning slightly to catch said weapon in its other hand as Yoda passed by. With a hint of annoyance and respect, Yoda looked towards the cowl of the thing's robe, eye twitching in annoyance as he drew upon the Force with the maximum his not-so-meager abilities would allow. And as he fell towards the ground, his small fist punched towards the figure with an open hand. The Force push that followed churned the ground around them, a repulse, a shockwave exploding from his hand as he tried to force push the figure away. Yet to the Grand Master's shock, the Force push simply passed over the being like a gust of string wide, with it only tilting its head to the side in mock amusement. Was that meant to do something? I'll show you how it's done. The thing raised its now free right hand, the empty gauntlet it wore curling in on itself as the Force grew heavy in the clearing. Yoda landed in a huff, both alarmed and worried as a visible distortion curled around the thing's gauntlet. Boom, the thing said before thrusting its right hand in Yoda's direction. The Grand Master made the wise decision of leapt clear to the side just as the thing thrust forward, and watched with alarm as a repulse of energy tore the ground apart, turned trees to dust and blew boulders apart, flattening everything as far as the eye could see in the direction the thing had thrust its hand in. On the other side of the Force push, far away, threes blew off of a cliffside, the cliffside being blown apart as the push distorted the air and atmosphere in that general direction. A terrible threat, this being is. Yoda slowly turned his head to face the empty robes, a fierce determination rising over his features as he called the Force to his aid, now more desperate than ever. With newfound determination and speed, Yoda's tempo exploded into new power. Leaping at the thing and thrusting forward with all his might, it stepped away, its sword spinning wildly as it batted away Yoda's perfectly balanced and executed strikes. Leaping and spinning, Yoda bounced off a tree and around the back of the robes, yet the thing continued to be annoyingly adept at following his movements, each strike being parried or guided away with ease. Each counter was placed just in the way it needed to be to have Yoda pause, redirect himself and alter his movements, always interrupting his tempo as he tried to continue a continuous streams of attack, yet its timing was impeccable as he was continuously stopped from doing so. Anticipating its next movement, Yoda thrust his blade wide to the right, hoping to catch it off guard and strike in a combo he hadn't used yet. Yet, much to his chagrin and slight disappointment, he found a boot planted directly in his stomach, a miscalculation on his part, for he had obviously let himself defenseless in an effort to truck the robed thing, and paid the price for it as his small body was sent once more careening into the muddy ground far off. Yoda landed with a tumble and roll, coming to a stop soon after as his turned-off saber sat in his hand. Slowly he cast a look of respect and weariness at the robes, the thing simply standing where it had previously been, having not tried to press its advantage. Silently he observed it, the two of them regarding each other before the thing seemed to slump slightly. "It appears that is all you can do for now." The thunderous words echoed from within its hood, as the blade it held was released from its hand. Yoda watched the blade simply sink into the ground, vanishing as if it had never existed in the first place. "Sadly, it appears you have nothing else to show." "Unfortunately." "I am a man of my word." The thing turned away, its hood raising in to regard the skies and Venator above, ignoring the small amount of rain above. "You may go." Seeing its non-hostile stance, Yoda rose from the ground to regard the thing suspiciously. "Searching we are?" Yoda made to discern its intentions for the moment. "I am aware, he is to the east, now leave me, I have things to do." "Do put on a good show, I might find amusement in your little battle." The robes dismissed the Grand Master, raising its hand to point directly at the direction Dooku was in. Realizing he was pressing its patience, Yoda turned eastward, inkling his head as he shuffled in the direction the thin's finger was pointed in. "Don't die, Jedi, the denizens of Yavin aren't kind to those that die here." The haunting voice of the robes bellowed before releasing a mocking laugh, Yoda looking over at the robes as the thing had once more transformed into the demented avian creature that leapt into the skies to fly off in the direction of Anakin and Kenya, dodging and weaving in and out of the fire from the Venator above. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The sinister laugh vanished into the distance over the foliage far away from Yoda's gaze. Yoda shook his head and continued shuffling in the direction of Dooku, feeling for the other Jedi who were by now landing far off in the distance. Slamming into the mountainside, Nox's form shifted from black inky feathers back into his regular form, black robes forming over his body whilst he simply regarded the space below with a bemused gaze. Absent-mindedly, he raised his hands to clasp at the hem of his hood, raising it to guard his face from the rain that was picking up around the forest. Thunder rolled across the skies above, followed by violent flashes of light from above THR clouds thanks to the Republic and Sith exchanging fire above. A rather loud explosion drew Nox's attention upwards, 3 gunships breaking through the clouds above followed by several wrecks of droids and gunship wreckages. "I see why you wish to test them." A deep baritone voice spoke beside the Emperor of Zakul, Nox raising an eyebrow to regard Marka Ragnos with a small smile. "Tell me, what do you think of them?" Nox asked, lowering his gaze from the clouds above to instead peer across the forest to where Anakin and Kenya were linking up with the Republic commando units recently deployed from the gunships. "The boy, the Force ripples off of him in a fashion similar to yourself. I would think you to be related. But I know better." Marka floated off of the cliff, spreading its arms wide as it marveled at the plummeting pieces of steel falling from the heavens above. "He was birthed by the Force itself, you know. It is not surprising that the Force favors him so." "And what do you think of the girl?" Nox asked, lowering his emerald down onto a large rock as he chose to simply watch from their current position. "Is that so?" "Ah yes." Marka peered directly at the rippling energy peeling from Anakin. "Indeed, a living vengeance in the Force." The spirit held a complicated look as it thought of the information provided by the Sithari. "With a body like that in my possession, I would be unstoppable. But to do that..." Marka cast a subtle glance out of the sire of his squinted eyes towards Nox, before shaking his head. "Ignorant dreams and wishful thinking. Other opportunities will present themselves. No need to be greedy. The girl is unnatural, the power she wields is not something she should be in possession of. You're doing, no doubt. Nonetheless, she is powerful, intelligent, and ruthlessly efficient. A worthy apprentice, no doubt. Though she still has further to go." Marco finally finished his summary of the 2 siblings below. "She does. And she will go further than you can imagine." Nox chuckled, spotting more debris falling from above as a Sith dreadnought broke apart in the atmosphere, splitting into halves high above as it fell to the forest. It slammed down onto the forest with the force of a meteor, the ground rumbling across the forest violently, flattening the tress around it in a shockwave. "It appears the Republic is throwing everything they can into capturing the Sith leaders here." Nox felt his chest rise and rumble, a laugh pealing from his open maw. "Ha ha 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 ha! His laugh echoed throughout the forest, even above the rumbling forest with crashing ships. Over the distance, Anakin perked up, the laugher in the distance drawing his eyes to a looming cliff. Squinting, Anakin looked towards what looked like two small flecks on the cliffs, yet he shrugged it off in favor of giving his attention to the commandos he and Kenya and Obi-Wan were giving out orders to. Reports indicate Ventress has been charged with Padme's imprisonment here within the fortress. Obi-Wan pointed to the base of the temple the Sith had taken refuge in. Scans show the cells are at the very bottom of the temple, with the large chamber being the only access point to the cells, where no doubt Ventress is holed up guarding the dear senator. Obi-Wan explained as the hologram showed the blueprints of the temple they had secured thanks to the recon of the commando units. Something isn't right about this, Kenya spoke up, glaring hard at the hologram with pinched eyebrows. Obi-Wan gestured for Kenya to continue. Instead of remaining hidden to nurse his injuries, he sent Ventress to kidnap Padme. And all but called the Republic here, and he hasn't fled yet. Something else is going on here. Kenya offered her wisdom, with Forks and the rest of his unit looking between each other, gripping their weapons and looking around in case there was a trap they had walked into. I agree, my dear, this isn't like him. Obi-Wan squinted, running his fingers through his beard as he squinted at the hologram. Then what should we do? Anakin asked, the clones now surrounding the group, glaring into the forest that was remarkably silent despite the heavy rains around them. Be prepared, there's not much we can go on apart from being vigilant. Kenya shrugged, noting Forks coming up at her side as he held his two pistols and pointed into the foliage, protecting her back the best he can do. Well then, our plan is set, let's go. Obi-Wan promptly turned in the direction of the base and began a march towards the temple. Wait for us, Padme, we're coming, Anakin thought, yet froze as he felt a prickling on the back of his neck, pursuing him to turn back to the cliff he had been looking at earlier. There, above the cliff was a humanoid shadow that was illuminated by the lightning flashes in the skies. The robes it wore billowed in the wind, and under another flash of lightning that lit up the entire forest, before his very eyes, the figure disappeared from the cliffs, faster than anything Anakin had ever seen, leaving him staring with a squinting haze at the cliffs, wondering if he had been simply seeing things. Anakin, Kenya called, drawing his attention back to the ground that was walking into the trees, with his sister and Forks currently waiting for him, the girl beckoning him forward with a waving hand. Coming, Anakin pulled out his saber, trudging through the mud towards his sister, the group disappearing into the underbrush moments later. Staring into the skies over the temple that Ventress was holed up in with Padme, Nox was missed by all, crossing his arms and glaring upwards. The Republic is moving too quickly, 2 of the 3 Sith flagships have been neutralized. Let's fix that. He slowly raised his hands to the skies, making a gripping motion with both hands before moving his hands together. What's going on? Shoan Killian bellowed as sirens blared throughout the bridge of the Endurance. Admiral, we're being taken off course by an external force, a crewman yelled from his station as Killian rushed towards the bridge, peering in the direction they were being forced into. His eyes widened as the bow of the ship turned, whilst the rest of the vessel was dragged violently to the side towards the nearby negotiator. Rushing away from the bridge, Killian turned to the rest of his crew. Initiate evacuation orders, open up the hangars, get everyone out. Now, Killian bellowed as the hangar of the negotiator was doing the same thing, with the remainder of its craft spewing out from within as fighters and gunships rushing into the firefight beyond. All around, the crew of the Endurance bridge fled, packing themselves into the turbo lift. Admiral, a flight crewman stopped as he noticed that Killian, instead of leaving with them, had instead sat himself down onto the ship's flight computer. He rushed up to Killian, placing his hand on the Admiral's shoulder, watching the man attempting to pull the ship away from the negotiator, using the ship's thrusters and gyroscopes in an effort to buy them time. Get out of here, Killian snapped over his shoulder, fingers flying over the console. Admiral, we need to get you out of here, the man stated as he came to Killian's side, the elevator returning behind them as more crew fled the bridge. Not happening, Killian replied evenly, before slowly turning to the man with a calculating gaze. What's your name? Rear Admiral Kiais Sear, promoted shortly before our most recent deployment. Kiais saluted the Admiral, standing tall despite his quivering chin. Well then, Rear Admiral Killian reached onto his officer's coat and pulled off his admiral insignia, curling it into his fingers before pushing it off onto the Rear Admiral. My son is going through the Naval Academy as we speak, 3rd year. It would bring me a great measure of peace to know that made its way into his hands. Killian curled Ki's hands around the insignia, the younger man tightening his fist around it with resigned acceptance. It will. Ki's gave a salute to Killian, of which the Admiral returned. You watch over our boys, Ki's, I leave this to you. Killian turned back to the console, hurriedly returning to manning the flight computer as the ship shuddered. Of course Admiral Ki's turned away and rushed to the elevator, being the only one remaining apart from Killian left in the bridge. Stepping out of the elevator, Ki's ran down the corridors of the Endurance, rushing past the evacuating clones with the insignia held tightly in his grip. Red lights blared around as 2 commando units joined him at his sides. Rear Admiral Ki's, Vice Admiral Vex's ship was shot down whilst leaving the hangar, no survivors. You are the next in command. Your orders, Commando Unit Ply asked as he and Ki's rushed towards the hangar. Admiral Killian has given his orders. We are to evacuate the Endurance and Negotiator. We are to relocate either to the Triumphant or the Resurgence. Fighters are to provide cover fire for our evacuation efforts. Let's go. Ki's rushed out, the 3 entering another turbolift heading straight down to the hangar below. Come on, Commando Unit, Leon bellowed as the gunship he was on slowly raised from the ground, beckoning Ki's and Ply over as the Endurance shook violently under an explosion to the Starlight's control bridge. Ki's and Ply rushed over, ignoring debris flying around the hangar as several gunships and fighters ripped past them, a missile flying towards and impacting 2 gunships across from them in the hangar. The gunship's thrusters rotated, moving forward just as Ki's reached the ship, Leon grabbing a hold of Ki's as he dragged the Rear Admiral aboard, Ply jumping in just as the bay doors closed around them, allowing for the gunship to rush out of the hangar with the other evacuating ships and into the space battle beyond. Braass, the gunship pilot yelled out, with Ply pulling Ki's to the ground just as the Endurance and Negotiator collided with force, the 2 ships shredding themselves to pieces under the force being applied to them, their rectors exploding violently alongside their munitions, resulting in a pulse of energy that sent the Sith and Republic ships off course, resulting in several collisions in the process. Windu stopped and looked up alongside Plo Koon and Vass Lucas, the man glaring upwards as he felt the death of his admiral and several hundred people at once, watching the explosion with a complicated gaze. May the Force be with you, Mace mumbled, his brow growing heavy as he cast a glare in the direction that Dooku should be in. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Mace turned to find Vass Lucas, whom gave him a small subtle nod. They did their duties, let us do ours. This war ends today. Vass gave his words to Mace, whom readily accepted them. Agreed. By the Force, Anakin cried out as they saw the explosion above, Obi-Wan stripping slightly at the sight of his ship being torn apart abruptly. Better Nox lowered his hands, mischief twinkling in his eyes as he witnessed the destruction he had wrought with a mere flex of his hands. Masterfully done, I assure you. Marka Ragnos regarded the 2 flagships that were nothing but debris in space. But I could have done more, but any more and the Jedi would have grown suspicious. Nox sneered, growling as he sensed Yoda did indeed have an idea that it was him who had done it. What will you do, Yoda? Will you continue on your objective with Dooku, or will you return to what remains of your forces above? Show me. Nox looked towards Yoda's direction, and found his amusement rising as Yoda did indeed prioritize Dooku over the survivors. Interesting. And now Nox turned back to Kenya and Anakin as they neared the temple Ventress had imprisoned Padme in. Let's go. Nox faded into the area before him, becoming incorporeal as he shifted directly to Anakin's and Kenya's location. Anakin shuddered, a cost mist escaping his mouth as the temperature of the forest around them plummeted to an all-time low. Is it just me, or is it cold in here? Forks shook in his armor as Obi-Wan rubbed his arms. It's not just you. I feel it too. Obi-Wan looked to Kenya, whom nodded imperceptibly. Something's here, and it's not just Ventress. We're being watched, Kenya warned as he pulled out her saber hilt, a blue eclipse of light forming on the back of her armor as its prototype shield started up. Keep vigilant. As you say, Forks and Psycho came up on either of Kenya's sides, the group continuing their tread through the mud rainforest, all ignorant of the entity that was walking between them. Nox watched with amusement, and a small bit of alarm as Anakin, directly to his left, was currently peering in his direction. The boy's features were scrunching up, squinting as he leant forward trying to see something he couldn't. His senses are growing more powerful, or the Force is warning him of my presence. Nox grinned slightly as Anakin simply shrugged it off. Not being able to sense or see him, the boy simply chose to continue onwards without alerting anyone else. That's where she is, Kenya growled, Obi-Wan at her side as he nodded. Yep, Obi-Wan winced as the storm above rattled the ground underfoot slightly. The temple before them wasn't really much of a temple, more like a small pyramid that stuck out of the surface of the ground. What wasn't shown, however, was the massive temple currently beneath them, stretching down below for hundreds of meters. What they were currently looking at was merely the very tip of the submerged temple, a small entrance that hid what they wanted with an iron grip. Currently standing in front of the only entrance, a line of 12 B-2 battle droids stood beside each other, stationary, guarding. How are we supposed to get by them without alerting them? Anakin asked, kneeling at Kenya's side as the girl squinted in the direction of the stairs that led into the temple proper. Don't worry about it. Just keep close to me, Kenya whispered, her brow straining as she reached for the droid's formation with an open hand. I never had much luck with this, but, all I need is the strain on Kenya's face became clear to the group, all looking to her with worry. But before long, Kenya slumped down, leaning onto Anakin with heaving breaths. What did you do? Anakin asked. Yet was stopped as Kenya walked out of the foliage, beginning a straight line for the droids guarding the temple. Come on, we only have 30 seconds before it wears off. Kenya began a dead sprint for the entrance, waving the group over as they noticed the droids hadn't taken notice of Kenya's obvious charge. Pretty lady got some skills. Psycho nudged Forks in the abdomen as they began to run for the droid entrance with everything they had, all keenly aware that Kenya was simply walking past the unresponsive droids and into the temple. Forks and Psycho, however, missed the sidelong glance Anakin and Obi-Wan sent them, while the glare sent their way by Anakin and the amused snicker of Obi-Wan. Quickly they bypassed the droids, each silent as the dead as they tiptoed past the droids and into the shadowed opening that lead into the temple, where they found Kenya to be leaning on the wall with a sense of grand amusement. What took you so long? Kenya chirped, turning away and marching triumphantly into the dark tunnels that lead downwards before them. What was that you did just now? Anakin asked, coming up to Kenya's side as his sister sent him a bemused glance. Not something a Jedi would willingly use, Kenya replied, Obi-Wan's face becoming grave at the words. The dark side then? Obi-Wan intoned with a wince as Kenya nodded. Pioneered by the dark, yes, an ability to force what ordinarily should be resistant, to be susceptible to the Force. It is unnatural, so it is dark in origin. It goes against the freedom of the light. Kenya shrugged, the group coming to a crossroads, which they all turned left without worry as it led deeper into the ground. Anakin began, but paused seeing the warning glare Obi-Wan sent him, the boy lowering his head slightly as they entered a sort of smaller chamber proper, with several branching passages. Still no droids. I don't like it, Forks growled. Indeed, before there was nothing save for several benches and pillars, a chapel. Then let's keep quiet just in case. Kenya create through the dimly lit room, keenly aware of all noises going on around them as the shadows seemed to stretch and warp the closer they got to the end of the chamber. This place is weird, Anakin whispered on her right. And just when they were about to reach the 3/4 mark of their way through, the Force screamed at her. Watch out! Kenya grabbed Forks and Psycho, tossing them to the side as Anakin and Obi-Wan leapt away, the rest of the commandos jumping for cover as the ground between the group exploded violently by a suddenly appearing smoke-like entity. It released a holiday scream into the air, its humanoid shape shifting and twisting as its arms became obsidian-like constructs that slashed at Obi-Wan. The Jedi Master jumped back as the obsidian blade arms passed by his position. What the hell is that? Anakin yelled as his saber sprang to life, swinging at the back of the creature, yet found his blade redirected by a second of these things stepping out of the shadows. Activating her yellow saber, Kenya blocked a swipe from a third that appeared behind her, her blade flashing left and quickly right under the thing's guard, separating its arms from its body as she severed it in half. Smoke demons, results of ancient Sith rituals. Go Anakin! We'll meet up with you, get Padme as quickly as you can, Kenya yelled as she cast a force push into a fourth, sending it flying and flattening it against the war wall of the chamber. But go, whoever summoned them no doubt knows we're here, Padme, could he in danger? Nox watched the interaction with keen eyes, staring intently at Anakin, waiting. What will your decision be, boy? Even as Kenya became surrounded by 6 of the creatures, barely defending himself against the onslaught, as no matter how many of THR beasts she slew, they kept getting up because they were simply made of smoke and shadow. It was obvious to everyone just how much danger the girl was in, as Obi-Wan himself and the commandos were trying to draw the attention of the monsters off of Kenya, even the commandos growing more desperate as the beasts slashed and stabbed at the girl. The beasts were obviously ignoring everyone else, everyone could see it, a curtain if black obscuring the girl from view, yet Anakin's face remained conflicted. It was obvious to all that she couldn't hold out, that she wouldn't be able to last much longer under the all-out barrage of the beasts. Her voice going silent as she focused on simply defending. Gashes and cuts opening up all over her body as her defenses failed several times. Her moves becoming slower and slower as every cut the demons made sapped at her vitality. And it was to Nox's great displeasure and disappointment that he watched Anakin turn away, a tear streaming down his face as he rushed off into the bowels of the temple. His heart heavy as he hoped against hope that Kenya will prove victorious as he moved to save Padme instead of his sister. With a huff of great agitation, Nox calmed himself, turning to Kenya and the smoke demons. You disappoint me, Anakin. Spread out now. The mental command was heard as the 20 or so shadow demons split from Kenya, blitzing towards Obi-Wan and the commandos, whilst Kenya herself let out a breath of relief, sweat running down her face as she stumbled slightly. Several cuts on her face gashed blood, running it down her face and neck as she wheezed in and out. She saw the 20 or so demons converge on the clones and Obi-Wan, the clones standing back to back as they fired upon the sweeping shadows that screamed and roared at them. They tried to kill me, Kenya shook slightly, her face flashing through several emotions, eyes going wide and moving from side to side. And they nearly succeeded. Her lips twitched into a snarl, canines biting into her lips as she watched Obi-Wan's left arm get slashed at. They nearly succeeded in killing me. Her breathing began haggard and deep, eyes flickering to a deep sulfuric yellow as she hissed out loud. Me. Apprentice of the Emperor himself. The dark side erupted from the girl as a thunderclap knocked everything away from her vicinity, sending Obi-Wan and the clone to the ground as the chamber shook. Such arrogance! Obi-Wan watched with wide eyes, laying flat against the ground as a curtain of deep blue erupted from the girl's position, blanketing the chamber in blue light as the Force all but screamed in his senses. The smoke demons, before his very eyes, were turned to dust, as bolts of lightning tore them apart and reduced them to nothing but motes of dust. By the time the screech of lightning calmed, with the blue hue leaving the chamber, silence permeated the chamber as Kenya stood, her hands pointed in the directions of where the smoke demons had previously stood. Very good, Kenya, at least you show promise. Nox stood at her side, looking deep into her yellow eyes as she glared past him at where she had focused her anger. Such arrogance will not be tolerated, for I am Lady Karth, and you creatures are beneath me. She stated the later half of her words in her mind. It wouldn't so for the terrified Obi-Wan before her to know her Sith name, that wouldn't do at all. Are you all right? The sulfuric glow dimmed in her eyes before Obi-Wan's gaze, the hammering of the Jedi Master's heart keenly aware to him as he slowly rose from the ground. Ah yes. Next time, a bit of warning if you would, Obi-Wan quipped, offering a shaky smile as he dusted off his robes. Very well. Let's go after Anakin, Kenya announced as she clones helped themselves up, leaving the Jedi and clones in the chamber as she departed. Ah yes, a very scary lady. Psycho clapped Forks on the shoulder with a light chuckle, yet it was clear they were all rattled by the display they had been witness to. Very much so, my friends, Obi-Wan announced, reluctantly following in the direction that Kenya had disappeared in 2 minutes prior. "Please be okay." Anakin kept his gaze low, frowning as he descended through the tunnels towards the chamber that Ventress was no doubt holed up in. "I'm coming, Padme." He continued down, the shadows crawling through the final corridor between them. The dark tendrils of shadows reaching for him even as he made sure to avoid the creeping digits of darkness. Using his lightsaber to illuminate the darkness, Anakin squinted through the curtain of shadow, peering at the doorway that led to the antechamber at the end of the tunnel barely 5 meters away from his position. What as Anakin squinted, a red light visible within the chamber before him as he stepped through the boundaries of the chamber. The room was lined with several pillars, each one depicted as a man reaching up and holding the ceiling up. Where their heads should have been were lit torches bleeding red light into the chamber. At the center of the chamber itself was a sort of altar, a flat slab where the corpses of Sith rulers were embalmed and prepared for burial. Surrounding the altar were several urns, all sitting atop a small hill of rising steps, where guarding statues lined the pathway up to the embalming altar. The statues were black in color, having their stone bodies grafted with ancient scripture. "How did I know it would be you, Skywalker?" Anakin snapped back to the altar ahead. A bald banshee he was intimately familiar with stood tall, her robes having been shrugged off in favor of tight dark blue wrappings that hugged her figure tightly. Ventress. Anakin growled deeply, his face contorting into the picture of malice and hatred. "Is someone angry?" Ventress laughed as her twin sabers ignited in her grip, the curved hilts of her blades singing to life as they bathed the altar at her feet with red luminous light. "Where is she?" Anakin growled, stamping slowly up the stairs towards the top of the altar. "Oh, you know." Around. Ventress mused, playfully dancing atop the stone under her feet even as Anakin stalked closer. If so much as a strand of her hair is. Anakin's anger became palpable as he finally reached the top of the stairs, spotting the tunnel on the other side of the chamber that led to the cells where Padme was being kept. "You'll have to get to her to check first." "No." Ventress laughed, jumping back with a cackle as Anakin swung his bald in a wide arc where she had previously stood, slicing clean through the table, the slab splitting in half and falling to the ground. "Touchy today, aren't we?" She landed with light steps, feet dancing silently across the ground as Anakin brought his saber back into a closed grip, stepping over the stone below. Dark brown boots crushed stone below as he advanced on Ventress's position. She was playing with him, as she always did, but she was keenly aware just how dangerous the young man potentially could be, and so as he advanced, she carefully traced her steps while touching at his nerves, riling him up subtly to entice the boy further into his rage. "You'll pat for what you've done," Anakin grit out, stepping onto the table as he raised his blade. "I don't think so," Padawan Venai rescued, lowering herself ever so slightly, the two glaring at each other, their knuckles curing around the hilt of their sabers. "Ya!" Ventress cried out and leapt at Anakin, stabbing forward with her right saber in a blur of motion. He blocked by slashing his bald to the right, using his knowledge of years of practice and some combat experience to afford him foresight of predicting her hidden second attack. It turned out to be for the best, as her second saber also collided with his blade, the banshee sneering at him as they officially began their deadly exchange. His blows were heavy, using his superior strength to knock her blades away. Aishulsh to the left had her arm tinging in pie. Ever so slightly. He was formidable indeed for a Padawan, but she was no mere acolyte either. And with nimble steps, she danced around the ever-agitated Padawan with the ease of an experienced dancer. Her blades were a blur, being red scythes cutting through the air as she leapt into his guard, back out of it before he could attack, a slash at his side that he blocked, and so on and so forth. "Ha ha ha ha!" Ventress laughed, her blades cutting through the ground at her sides as she made an upward slash at his chest, and by some stroke of luck she sliced through his cloak, leaving shallow cuts to burn into his chest. "Ah!" Anakin grunted before storing down the pain, biting his lip to not give the wench the satisfaction of his pain. He stepped back slightly, touching the shallow twin gashes on his chest with light fingers, wincing slightly as she did so. "Come on, Skywalker," she mocked as he stared down at his chest. "If you don't try harder, she'll die." This however was exactly not the thing to say to one named Anakin Skywalker. His gaze rising from his chest to lock with her own eyes. She could see it, the way his lips quivered slightly as he sensed the truth in her words. If this wench had her way, the one he loved most would die at her hand. A black haze came over his psyche, his eyes going black for a moment before his brow dropped, scrunching up into the epitome of rage that shouldn't sit on the boy's face. "You'll die." His voice came out low, terribly low, crashing against her ears. He grit his teeth together, his gums bleeding slightly from the force expressed up in them. "Before you'll get the chance." The cold countenance of Anakin caused Ventress to step back ever so slightly. That sign of weakness was all Anakin needed as the signal at that moment. With a screech of rage, Anakin leapt forward, flying across the chamber with his blade held high as he came down upon the frightened acolyte. "Ya!" She brought her sabers up to block, but the boy's strength had new meaning, the force flowing through him as his strikes bashed against her ruthlessly. He easily knocked her right saber out of her grip, sending it flying as she was forced to focus all her strength through one saber. A second bash brought her to her knees, buckling them as she was forced to lean away from her own blade. She didn't dare block a third, using her nimble stature to leapt away to the left, activating her discarded saber from where she was and flinging it at Anakin through the force. He didn't bat an eye, staring directly into her light grey eyes as he swung his hand to the right, knocking the flying saber off course and through one of the pillars of the chamber. His steps were cold and measured, staring down upon her as the bug she was. "Die!" he grit, springing forward at her once more, and she leapt back, watching him collide with the ground, breaking concrete underfoot where he collided, and she reacted by tearing the damaged pillar from the ground, sending it flying at the boy as she landed across the chamber. He ducked low, the pillar flying overhead before reaching out with his left hand and stopping it mid-air, clutching it tightly before he himself used it and sent it flying directly at the woman faster than she herself had. He followed closely behind the pillar, sealing behind as he rushed her position, ready to stab forward. Sensing her leap to the right, he leapt from behind the pillar, jumping at her and thrusting at her abdomen. With eyes full of fear, she brought up her saber, blocking his strike as she was knocked off course, skidding across the ground as he landed on the ground and tore at her with renewed vigor. "You will not touch her!" he cried, committing to a downward slice she leant to the right to avoid, responding by slashing upwards towards his head. He simply leant to the side, eyes remaining focused, ignoring the smell of burnt hair as her saber flew by his face, cutting a small measure from his Padawan braid's end as he moved his head out of the way. In turn he responded with a devastating kick directly into her abdomen, allowing her the chance to leap back and call her saber into her grip, catching it overhead before letting out a breath of relief. Calming her beating heart, her blood flow beating in her ears, the Dathomirian remained poised, ready to strike at Anakin, whom was once more slowly advancing on her position. "Let's go, Padawan!" Her brow thickened and twitched, growling as she rushed him, sweeping her two blades to the side. He leant back, bringing his blade around, their blades colliding with a flash of light, their sabers screeching, continuing their exchange. Jumping to the right, she stabbed at his side, the boy leaning right, swinging his blade rightward to her chest. She jumped back, ducking low before sweeping his legs out from under him. Jumping up, he bounced over the sweep, their sabers colliding in their air once more between the two of them. "Ya!" she cried as he thrust her left hand at him, sending him flying back into the third pillar. His body collided with it, breaking it apart as stone flew everywhere, and he sailed further into the wall of the chamber. Reorienting himself, his feet collided with the wall, where he sprung forward up back towards her. He raised his blade and threw it at the girl, where she bounced back. Missing his throw, he called the saber back, catching it before landed and blitzed towards her. An upward slash was redirected away and to the right, where she used the chance to slice towards his neck. Catching her sweeping hand with his offhand, he halted her slash, and jammed his forehead into her own. Pain flared through both their heads as they stumbled away from each other, shaking their heads clear of the concussion they had suffered. He tensed his muscles, bringing his blade down in a savage strike towards her chest. She managed to sidestep the swipe, using the force to leap to the side amidst her confusion before the ringing in her ears settled. This proved to be a mistake, however, as his clarity at the moment exceeded her own. He reached towards her with the force, gripping her tightly before flinging her into the fourth and final pillar. She impacted the solid stone, cracking it violently before sliding down, groaning in pain as she slumped on the ground. Catching his breath, letting out a low exhale, he growled and ascended the steps towards her position, coming to stand over her. Slowly she opened her eyes and looked up at him in open terror. He simply stood there, over her crumbled form whilst looking down at her with no mercy whatsoever. "Goodbye, Sith," Anakin growled out and raised his blade overhead, ready to strike her down in her position. "No." Ventress's eyes widened as she watched his muscles become taut, his teeth showing as he sneered down at her. "No," she cried and reached behind Anakin with the force, and with all her desperate might, tore the ceiling above them apart, dropping it upon the both of them. They both leapt out of the way, Ventress calling her sabers to her grip before she leapt up and into the exposed passageways. Sneering, Anakin leapt up, following like the spectre of death itself. As they left into the passages above, Kenya, Obi-Wan and the clones appeared, watching Anakin disappear into the passages to the surface with calculating eyes. "He'll be all right, let's get the senator." Kenya diverted Obi-Wan's attention to the doorway beyond the crumbling altar, causing the Jedi Master to look over the rubble to where he could indeed sense Padme was. "Right, let's go." "Ah, there you are, Master." Vass turned to face the approaching Green Goblin, his brown hair blowing wildly around his face as he fixed the small alien with a kindly smile. "I was wondering when you'd be joining us." "Time, all in due time, my young child," Yoda chuckled as he walked slowly across the ground, his three-clawed feet leaving small footprints in the ground in his wake. "Are you all right, Master? You appear troubled," Windu asked, kneeling down to the Grand Master with a most concerned gaze. Leave, when we do I will be, troubling, concerning the Denny sense of this world." Our Yoda offered no other explanation, completely foregoing explaining the fact his left sleeve was completely missing, alongside the slight limp the small creature had. "Well, I don't suspect we will be here for much longer." Vass urged the other two to look ahead, where before them there was a large pyramid-shaped temple, the exact same design as an Aztec temple, only several times taller, with bone effigies running up the stairs to the tip. Lightning flashed overhead, followed by the cascading rumble of thunder rolled across the skies overhead. The force resonated at the tip of the temple above, an echo of a failed ritual dispersed long ago. "This is where your ritual failed, isn't it?" Kun Vass smirked subtly, taking a step forward as he, Mace and Yoda sensed the presence of Dooku above. Today. This ends. Too long this war has gone on. Captured, Dooku will be, Yoda announced resolutely, eyes pricked and narrowed pupils, staring above whilst Mace followed the Grand Master's gaze. Agreed. Mace and Yoda followed Vass, falling in tow with the newest Master of the Order with purposeful steps. The three ascended in silence, each time resigned with the truth of what they were about to do. It took only 2 minutes for them to reach the summit, passing by each Sith effigy with little Kate for the dark constructs that were no doubt thousands of years old. "I have been waiting." An aged, haggard but no less regal voice spoke from just beyond their view as they stepped up to the summit. Finally, Yoda, in his small stature, arrived at the tip, sad eyes landing upon his old apprentice. Master Dooku turned to face them, and they all knew things had grown significantly more difficult by simply gazing at the man. "That's an interesting trick you've done there. I wasn't aware we humans could regrow limbs." Vass motioned towards Dooku's regrown arm, the aged Jedi regarding Vass with a small smirk twinged with mockery. "A gift, from the powers that be." Dooku let his words simply fall upon the three Jedi, crossing his arms behind his back as he turned away and faced the storming Yavin with an almost contemplative gaze. With his back turned, the Jedi each realized Dooku held his saber in his hand, ready to engage with the three of them in battle at a moment's notice, what with his finger itching at the trigger to his saber, gently stroking its surface whilst he looked over the valley of trees below. Tell me, Master, does it eat at you as it does me? Dolo asked, face slacking momentarily, speaking to his master as he would have had he been still of the Jedi Order, ignoring Vass and Mace completely. What speak of? Do you? Yoda asked, and despite provocation from Mace, slowly walked forward to stand beside his old apprentice, the two simply existing in each other's presence like they had long ago. Having been so fallible, so easily manipulated as the dogs of the Senate, Dooku's words were harsh, but not untrue, as Yoda simply gave a hum, ears lowering slightly as Dooku looked down to his side at his old Jedi master. Perfect, no one is, strive to do what is best, all we can do it is, Yoda responded after a good 30 seconds of silence. On that, at least we agree on. Dooku's response was as quiet and purposeful as it could be, with Yoda's face falling slightly as he realized just how entrenched Dooku was on his task. This wasn't just his apprentice's way of retaliation for THR Council's negligence, no, this was Dooku's way of genuinely trying to right the wrongs they had allowed to fester. Come back with us. Will you? Yoda asked, his head rising with his large green eyes peering into Dooku's own. Dooku's face twitched violently before falling into a slate of stone, but his eyes told the story Yoda wished to unfold. How Dooku indeed wished to just put it all aside, go turn away from it all and just return to the Grand Master's side. A low breath escaped the Count's lips, the aged human closing his eyes before letting go of his simple wishes. Some things are too big for personal wants to be fulfilled. No, my old master. Dooku turned back to staring out at the canopy of trees. How I wish it could be another way. As do I. Yoda spoke plainly, his words as natural as any other sentience, as he didn't have the desire for such small pleasantries. Will you allow me to leave? Dooku asked after another beat of silence. Afraid do that? I cannot. Yoda shook his head, the Count huffing slightly, giving a single nod. Very well then. His words were followed by the snap hiss of his saber, as he whirled around and made a measured thrust towards his old master's body. Having expected such a move, Yoda glided back across the ground to the side of Vass and Mace, pulling his saber into his hand as it ignited with its green glow. Vass himself withdrew his own saber, its orange bald giving a low hum whilst the beam of light tore from the emitter. On the other side of Yoda, Mace activated his own purple blade, pointing his blade directly at Dooku with a scowl on his face. Soft hissing resonated from the blades of their weapons, as rainfall fell onto the blades only to turn to steam the instant the rain fell upon the blades. You're outmatched, Count, surrender. Mace spoke in turn of the Grand Master, sensing the state the aged creature was in, so spoke in turn. Had instead been alone I would agree, however. Dooku turned his face to his side, where there was nothing but the edge of the pyramid and open skies before them. He is not shimmering into existence was a man garbed in dark robes, his long balk-jay hair combed back with the branding on his forehead as clear as day. In the Sith spirit's hand, the Force coalesced, a shadow of darkness manifest materialized in the thing's hand as a blade made of the pure dark side energy sprung to life. And who are you? Mace asked, eyebrow perked as he regarded what was obviously some sort of spirit. You may call me Exar Kun. The blade of shadow in its hand turned into a sort of double-bladed weapon. Masters. Vass drew the attention of Mace and Yoda, the two turning to him with questioning gazes. Allow me, Vass asked, with Mace and Yoda giving the younger man a small nod, seeing the confidence he portrayed without any hint of arrogance. We'll leave him to you. Mace nodded, and without warning, blasted Dooku and Exar Kun with a force push, the Sith spirit simply anchoring itself to the roof whilst the Count himself was sent tumbling down the side of the pyramid. May the Force be with you. Mace finished before he and Yoda tore past the very much amused Kun, the spirit simply watching the two Jedi Master follow, whilst he himself remained with the being he felt was the strongest of the Jedi present. Your presence is strange, young one. Exar circled the visage of Vass Lucas slowly, feeling out the Jedi through the Force. The sheer rippling energy that radiated off of the boy gave the entity pause. If the galaxy was a small pond, then the influence of the boy before him had on the surrounding energies, was akin to throwing a massive rock into said pond, causing ripples and disturbances by simply existing. Your name, what is it? Exar all but demanded, receiving a scoff from the Jedi whom simply eased his guard. "If you must know, Spirit, my name is Vass Lucas." Exer prepared one of his most devastating attacks he had at his disposal, calling the dark side to coalesce into a near-physical expression at the center of his open palm. The force blast Exer Kun was preparing was not missed by Vass Lucas, the nearest glowing blue eyes in his sockets, his all-seeing eyes simply easing to the Dark Lord's hand. "You would do well to flee, Spirit." Vass raised his hands to his side, allowing the force to grow heavy between the two of them as Exer was prepared to launch his attack. "A Jedi should be more humble." Exer sneered and thrust his open palm at Vass, the newly anointed Jedi Master, giving a small knowing smile in turn. "Hi-ya-a-a-ah!" Exer bellowed as a red haze surrounded his arms, his ethereal muscles tensing as a blast of pure dark side energy tore from his palms, spearing at the Jedi Master in a pure expression of malice given form. "Goodbye, Jedi, your arrogance was your downfall." The red beam struck the position of the Jedi Master, impacting his location whilst the beam continued onwards, eating away at the entire side of the temple before exploding away violently. Even from far away, the Jedi and others watched as half of the temple was consumed by a flash of red light, lightning tearing across the skies with wrathful vengeance as the forests around shook. Exer huffed, raising his head, giving a condescending look of superiority towards the dead Jedi's position, staring out towards the now destroyed eastern face of the temple where nothing remained entirely, atomized unto nothingness by the pure expression of death. A trench had been carved across the forest where the beam had struck, necrosis already taking effect of the surviving fauna that had survived, yet they too would inevitably die as the dark side nestled into the crevasse that had been carved by the Sith spirit. "Now, where did the others go?" Exer mused as he turned to face Yoda and Mace Windu, slowly floating to the side of the temple where he could see the two Jedi were engaging a weary Count Dooku. Staring down, watching the battle, Exer became intimately aware of a ripple of the Force, originating from directly behind his position. And with a gaze heavy of trepidation, he slowly turned to face where the dead Jedi was. "I can see the tales of your legend were not exaggerated." The Jedi Master stepped through and out of the dark clouds of pure dark side energy. The white robes he wore were smoking, yet remained nonetheless unharmed from the attack, nor to speak of the Jedi himself. "What are you?" Exer fully turned to face Vass, already calling the Force to his aid, fully realizing this would not be such a simple endeavor as he previously believed. Amused more than anything, Vass turned away from the spirit, puckering his face and looking down at the destroyed temple behind him, regarding it with a contemplative gaze. "That sucked," Vass mused, chuckling to himself slightly. He had indeed been rendered dust by the not-so-insignificant attack by the Sith spirit. Requiring a not-so-insubstantial amount of energy to be channeled from his nearby receptacle, healing and manifesting a new organic form from nothing but pure force energy given form. Though, I must note, this time was significantly less arduous and painful than the first time it happened. Vass turned his newly generated eyes in the direction of the Sith spirit, blinking and quickly getting used to the newly formed eyes. Perhaps, given enough practice and experience, the process of regenerating such forms will become second nature should my receptacle remain intact. The entity wearing the face of Vass mused, contemplating as the neutral energy that gushed from Vass Lucas rapidly turned to light side energy channeled through the nucleus of this form. Though, I must hypothesis, should my main receptacle be rendered indisposed, such endeavors may become significantly more difficult. A frown appeared on Vass's face, his face turned to a scowl whilst he was studied intently by Exer. "I need to prepare a workaround for such inevitablies. I will not allow myself to be dispersed, no. I need to prepare." Leaving his inner monologue, Vass Lucas looked towards Exer, the spirit becoming guarded at the sudden shift of the Jedi's demeanor. "I thank you for opening up my mind to such threats." Vass raised his hand towards the spirit, fingers pointed towards the entity whom leant back as the Force gathered. "I need to wrap this test up quickly. A threat to my life of this magnitude cannot be ignored." A spark of yellow coalesced around Vass's hand, and Exer recoiled in fright, turning away as the Force gave the spirit a single warning. The spirit leapt off of the temple as a torrent of yellow lightning rendered everything up in the temple tip dust, heavily overcharged as Vass quickly moved to intercept Dooku, Mace, and Windu, no longer finding any amusement in the situation. Heavily exhausted, Dooku winced, using his calm demeanor and expertly guided master strokes of his blade to divert Mace away from nearly slicing him in half, whilst he pulled his left arm out of the way of Yoda's blade. Mace seemed intent on ending him, while Yoda was more insistent on removing his threat by disarming him literally. He was outmatched, he knew that, thanking his lucky stars as he shivered at the thought of having to fight the other Jedi at this moment. He much preferred these two much more predictable foes he could easily taunt and maneuver his way around. Mace stabbed at his chest, channeling his own dark side through his style of combat to empower himself and give him the advantage over Dooku. Mace frowned. Vapad was a dangerous form to make use of, a form that relied on surrendering oneself to the Force, but left one open to the currents and chaos of said Force. However, the sub-form pioneered by Mace and Sora Bulk, the form also drew upon the darkness that resided within oneself, alongside the opponent's own. Come on, more. Mace smirked slightly, the state of mind of Vapad influencing him as he gave a thrust at an odd angle, upwards towards the side of Dooku's left pectoral whilst he himself was contorted at an off angle. He was half of a superconductivity loop of dark side energy channeled through the use of Vapad, the other, the aged man across from him. His movements were off, uncoordinated and strange to any saber user, but were powerful, quick, inconceivable, and hard to block. But he too wasn't the only blades master in this duel. And with annoying efficiency, any thrust he made, any off-angle he stabbed from or swept his deceptive strength towards the Count's stomach or any other body part, were simply intercepted and blocked by the Count. This is strange. Mace hissed internally as he grew frustrated with his lack of progress alongside the efforts of Master Windu. He shouldn't be so robust. A chance offered itself to the Master of the Order, with Yoda sweeping Dooku's blade arm wide. The Count's eyes widened as Mace capitalized on the chance and thrust towards the Count's sternum, a move that would no doubt end the duel. No, a fourth voice tore into the clearing they were in, as a fearful and desperate Exarchon battled into the clearing, the pursuing Vass Lucas hot on his tail as he wraith-like form all but jammed into Dooku. What are you doing? Dooku winced as he felt the waning energy that had been slowly leaving his body, be reinvigorated by the presence of the spirit taking residence within his body. Flee now. That thing is no Jedi, I know not what it is. But whatever it is a lie. Run now. Dooku wondered just what the spirit was ranting about, yet upon the appearance of the third Jedi of the group sent to face him, Dooku understood. There was something wrong with that boy, and the fear of the Sith spirit all but drilled it into his head. But now wasn't the time to stomp out the life of the boy, no. Not now, but surely a chance would appear at a later date. Then we leave without warning. Dooku thrust his arms wide, channeling the full power of the Sith spirit of Exarchon to obliterate everything around him with a mighty force push, using the chance to flee into the foliage, rushing as fast as he could away from the three Jedi Masters whom were picking themselves up from the obliterated clearing. Pulling up his COMM link, Dooku, rushing through the trees, ducked under a low branch. Prepare my ship, I must depart. Dooku spoke calmly, rushing from the scene with deceptive speed. This is where our paths split for now. I have not been permitted to leave as of yet. Live long, Count. I look forward to completing your training. He felt the spirit depart his being, leaving him sore and annoyed by the whole venture, the failed defensive they had carefully constructed, only thwarted by a single Jedi that caused the spirits to flee with their tails between their legs. He didn't stop in his efforts to flee, however, as with die warnings through the Force, he felt the strange Jedi following closely, stalking him even as he waked up speeds. Unnatural indeed. Padme. Kanya rushed into the cells, looking up in Padme's bound form with worried but relieved eyes. Kanya, Padme cried out, suspended by magnetic cuffs in an energy field built to keep her imprisoned. Let's get you down from there. She weaved her fingers forward, spreading then apart as she tore the apparatus apart with negligible ease. Obi-Wan was already prepared, catching the senator as the field around her dispersed in an instant, catching the woman who sighed in relief in Obi-Wan's arms. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi, the senator has been secured. I repeat, the senator has been secured. Obi-Wan informed everyone whom needed to be in the know, yet his eyes remained on Kenya, whom was looking up through the floors of the temple towards where they felt Anakin and Ventress to be. Go to him, Kenya, he needs you. Obi-Wan inclined his head at the restless girl, whom gave him a grateful smile before rushing towards the previous room and leaping into the ceiling of rubble. She landed with a shallow thud, her feet squelching in the mud as rainwater splashed away from her. Heavy rains pelted at her black hair, yet she focused solely on the presence of Anakin, quickly rising to rush in his direction. She leapt over foliage, stepping wide over large roots, ducking under low-hanging branches, all the while tearing through the forest like a wraith of impossible speed. Crossing her arms in front of her, a boulder turned to dust under the speed she slammed into it, yet her pace was unmarred, continuing onwards, even as she felt Ventress's presence exploded with power they shouldn't have. Nearing the position of Anakin and Ventress, Kenya burst through the foliage with determined eyes, her lightsaber already alight as she hefted it and hurled it with all her might directly at Ventress. The Banshee was not right at this very moment. Rather in her hand, where her lightsaber should have been, was a scepter that radiated pure dark side energy. A cackle and voice that was not her own belittling Anakin as she stood over his prone form. A Sith blade in the woman's other hand hefted high overhead. A scoff escaped the woman, as she rounded, no longer intent on striking down Anakin, to bat aside the lightsaber from Kenya. "You're no Jedi." A deep baritone voice tore from Ventress's mouth, the scepter and Sith blade on her hands falling at her side as she stepped away from Anakin. 1 minute prior. He rushed after the woman, eyes crystal clear whilst his goal was set in stone. "I'm going to destroy you." His voice was low, yet easily heard by the woman as he chased her through the catacombs. "You'll try," Ventress called over her shoulder, sounding far more confident than she really was. She passed right, spotting an opening up ahead as she raced through the slight incline that led to the open forest at its opposite end. Attempting to trip the woman up, Anakin threw his blade at the woman, watching her in frustration as she leapt over the blade and out of the catacomb tunnel, her sabers flying free as she sent them to destroy the catacomb exit. The rocks fell before him, yet he covered himself with the force, using a small force push to destroy the debris that would have blocked his path, bursting from the rubble like a raging wampa. Ya'a Ventress appeared at his right, sweeping both her sabers from the right as she ambushed him before his vision could be cleared of rubble. Leaping back, Anakin landed on a pile of rubble, using his offhand sleeve to clear his eyes of stone and dust as he fixed the Banshee with a harsh glare. "You'll pay for what you've done." Anakin crouched low, uneasy footing raking across the stone under his boots. "What I've done during the war, or what I've done to her?" Ventress stressed, taunting the young man once more, watching as his face wrestled through several emotions before settling on fierce determination. "What do you mean?" Anakin growled, Ventress growing contemplative, seeing something deeper within the stressed reaction on the young man's face. "Do you?" Ventress's lips curled upwards in the sheer delight she felt at the tidbit of information she had received. "Perhaps fancy the senator, that's not very Jedi-like." Anakin didn't respond, rather he leapt at the woman, raising his blade high before bringing it down upon the woman with all his might. A mighty strike from above that the woman was forced to sidestep, bringing her blades up to her front to block an immediate swipe to the left. She responded by slashing at his left leg. Their talent was cleat as they exchanged blow after blow, scrape after scrape as Ventress had part of her wrappings singed and shallow cuts marring her abdomen, legs and arms. Anakin himself quickly sported several superficial scars which burnt brightly, the sizzling of skin audible in both their ears despite the swift movements of the two. Anakin, fabled chosen one, gifted beyond understanding, had spent his life amongst the Jedi striving for greatness. His skill with the blade was top-notch, his powers beyond that of a regular knight. So it vexed him so, despite all his fabled power and skill, to he unable to trounce such a woman across from him, a mere assassin trained by the Count. Die already. He followed up his internal rage by ruthlessly bashing upon the assassin's blades, smashing her blades down and to the side before smashing his head into her surprised face. His vision wavered as red-hot pain erupted across his forehead, the woman screeching and falling back as he himself stumbled ever so slightly. His vision cleared up before she managed to wrangle the doubling of her vision. Capitalizing on the chance, Anakin thrust his blade forward, sneering as she barely managed to sidestep attack. Yet a feral grin made its way to his face as instead of avoiding the attack entirely, his saber craved a trench across the woman's lower abdomen, searing into her stomach lining as her guts threatened to spill out as any deeper and her stomach would be receiving some fresh air. Finally Anakin hissed, clenching his left fist and striking the assassin with a rather potent force push, sending the near-fatally wounded assassin tumbling head over heels out of the bushes they were in until she struck a nearby assassin monolith. The dark side-infused architecture rumbled slightly as she slid down its dark surfaces, her eyes half-lidded, glazed in pain as her slender hands lowered to the quart-erased gash in her lower stomach. Shallow breaths tore from her half-open jaw, as her eyes softly turned to face the approaching wrathful Chosen One. His boots crunched the stone below, as he stepped onto the old half-destroyed mural, his eyes danced with mirth. The haze of the events clouding his mind as he remained deeply bathed in his rage. She watched his approach with rising trepidation, her face contorting in terror, the young man's saber pointed directly at her chin as he approached. It was that moment, when he stepped onto the cold stone battered by the heavy rains above, that everything went black for the woman, as her consciousness was ruthlessly crushed by another entering. Anakin sensed none of this, however, came to a stop as the woman rose of her own volition. It was like having she was being manipulated by a master puppeteer as her arms and legs simply dangled around. "So long since I've moved with mortal flesh," a male voice came from the assassin's mouth, the banshee's head raising slightly to show a pair of glowing yellow sulfuric eyes that regarded Anakin with open mirth. "What kind of trickery is this?" Anakin hissed, watching the assassin's marvel at her arms, flexing her fingers slightly and rotating her hands over and back. "No tricks, though." A black scepter appeared in the assassin's hand, as she gripped the base of the scepter and pulled, revealing a deeply enchanted Soth warblade that sung as it was removed from the length of the scepter. "Fight me, Jedi, let me experience the so-called power your order posses," the possessed Asajj Ventress cried out before leaping towards Anakin despite the heavily damaged state she was in. The excitement of the woman's face was clear, as Anakin jumped back slightly, watching as the Sith blade slammed down into the ground, causing stone to split and rubble to fly apart and away from the blade's impact zone. "Don't flee!" the assassin cackled madly, sweeping her blade upwards, pursuing Anakin to lean away as a gust of wind tore past his face. Grunting, Anakin, recognizing the somewhat inexperienced if not rusty movements of the woman, took the chance to sweep his own blade upwards and through the hands of the woman. A sizzling tearing sound resounded through the clearing, as two useless hands fell to the ground between Anakin and Asawai. It wasn't a pained scream that came out of the woman's mouth, rather the sound of slight announced as the woman looked at her stumps with slight anger more than anything else. "Have my skills really dulled so?" The woman shrugged and lowered her stumps, a sort of fleshy grating causing Anakin to look at the stumps on the woman's hands. Before his very eyes, the seamed flesh of her hands broke apart, bone spearing through the flesh, quickly surrounded by sinew and muscle fingers before being coated in liquids, veins and finally skin, soon forming dully formed hands where they had previously been removed. Shock rocked his very being, as Asajj admired her seemingly miraculously rejuvenated hands once more. He fell down onto the ground in shock, lightsaber falling to the side as he had never once in his life experienced something even close to this. "Come now, young one, surely such things aren't foreign to you." The woman called the scepter and sword back to her hands, joyously raised the blade in her hand high in order to swing it down upon the startled Chosen One. Swinging down, the woman was forced to divert the path of her blade to bat away a lightsaber sawing in her direction from the trees nearby. The saber stabbed into the walls of the ancient Massassi wreckage, sticking clean through the wall as the possessed assassin regarded the new arrival with curious eyes. "You're no Jedi," Asajj squinted at Kenya, forming a small smile as she stepped away from Skywalker. "Get up, boy, make this a little more interesting." Ventress laughed, discarding the scepter in her hand to the side, ignoring the auber that clawed its way out of the wall, flying into Kenya's open hand. Get away from my brother, Kenya howled, leaping across the distance between the two. She flew across the ground, her saber pointed forward towards the center of Ventress's being. Ha! The deep voice of Ventress laughed. Batting aside the thrust as she too sped herself up, the two exchanging no less than threw attacks at each other by the time Kenya had passed by the assassin. Stopping behind Ventress, Kenya raised her blade and swept around, her yellow blade sweeping towards Ventress's neck. Any other time, with Kenya's own skill, she would have ended Ventress with ruthless efficiency. However, this wasn't just Ventress she was fighting. The spirit inhabiting Ventress's body watched the girl pass with almost lazy eyes, the yellow of her irises glowing with the reflection of Kenya's yellow blade. Ducking forward, Ventress allowed her opponent's saber to pass overhead, whilst she gripped the Sith sword in her hand and thrust it directly towards Kenya. The two began a furious exchange of blows, Kenya, the apprentice of the Eternal Emperor, skill rising enough to compete with near any Jedi Master. Marka Ragnos, wearing the unconscious flesh of Ventress, old Sith Emperor with power comparable to the most powerful Jedi and Sith of all time. Despite growing rusty over the past several millennia, Ragnos easy fought Kenya to a standstill. Batting her strikes away and reciprocating with his own, making use of the magic enchantments of his Sith blade to send streams of energy ripping from the tip of his blade, cutting across the space between the two of them as he made to cut the girl down. Dodging to the right, the current of cutting energy passed by her before she leapt back at the possessed woman, making an upward swipe towards the thing. Ha ha ha! Ventress cackled, catching Kenya's swipe with her own sword, the two screaming and releasing sparks as they engaged in a saber lock. With their blades screaming between the two, the rain pelting them aggressively. Her muscles tensed, her saber giving a vicious hum as her eyes glowed yellow, the reflection of the two swords clear in her gaze as she glared at Ventress. You have potential, girl, great, terrible potential, why don't you become my apprentice? I can teach you great things you know. The secrets to immortality, how to end planets and systems at your will. Ventress cooed, pressing down upon Kenya with might. She shouldn't have kisuing the apprentice to buckle slightly. You could be powerful, girl. I don't know who you are, but your understanding of power, and mine, Kenya growled, eyes widening whilst she called the force to her aid, are completely different. Leaping back, Kenya allowed Ventress's blade to impact the ground with stone-shattering power, the ground rumbling below the two as the Sith spirit glared up. An example lightning danced from her outstretched fingers, launching at Ventress, whom caught said lightning with her sword. However, being prepared to send the lightning current streaming back at its owner. Yet, when the spirit aimed its sword directly at Kenya, the Sith spirit was taken by surprise as Anakin appeared, sweeping his blade downwards in a savage strike, once more severed the arms from Ventress's body. No! Ventress growled, leaping away from the two as the severed stumps of her elbows dangled at her sides. You are a threat, Ragnos growled, yellow eyes scowling at the two siblings. Regrowing both the arms of the body he inhabited in an instant, calling the dark side to his palms with great and terrible efficiency. We take it together. Anakin looked to his sister on the right, whilst Kanei gave a slow nod. Floating over the battlefield, hidden by the illusion of his presence by bending light around himself, Nox watched Anakin and Kenya begin their tango with the spirit of Marka Ragnos. They're getting stronger with each given day, Nox mused to himself, staring down as Kenya and Anakin made simultaneous strikes towards Ventress's side, before Anakin made a backward swing towards Ventress's head, whilst Kenya struck downwards at Ventress's legs. Ventress whirled, unwilling to let them win, ducking as Anakin's swipe sailed high. She dodged away from the two, the dark energies she had been collecting growing into a physical phenomenon between her hands. Die! Ventress growled, Nox's eyes growing wide as the spirit thrust Ventress's cupped hands into the direction of the two siblings. You fool! Nox raged internally as a purple-black beam of light tore from the assassin's hands, spearing through the distance between the two groups. Anakin's eyes widened in terror, the beam of energy causing the air around them to billow violently. Be safe, Padme, Anakin wished, closing his eyes as silent streams of tears rushed down his cheeks. I love you. Death was inevitable, as the force screeched violently around him, his ears ringing from the screaming of the energy screaming between them. Several seconds of silence passed, nothing but the wind beating in his ears, and the screech of the dark side beam regaled him. His heart hammered in his chest, cracking open an eye to see what was taking so long. His eyes snapped open, the sight before him forever ingrained in the back of his mind. Standing between his kneeling position, and certain death, was his sister. Her arms spread wide in front of her whilst her face was contorted in great concentration. She shook physically, arms shaking wildly whilst she pierced Ventress with her hateful gaze. "Not my..." Kenya hissed internally, feeling every cell, every fiber of her body beginning to heat up as she made use of every ounce of force energy she could possibly make use of. The strain on her body was something she had never imagined, the feeling of burning up intensifying further and furthermore, becoming unbearable as she pushed her force abilities far past what she should be capable of using. Her feet slid across the ground, the energy of the spirit's attack pushing her further and further towards Anakin. Her ears popped at the strain she was putting her body under. Father help me," she cried out into the force, calling for the infallible man she knew held all the power in the world. The man whom had saved her in her time of need so many years ago. Whom had raised her into the woman she was today, someone she was proud of. He had never let him down, and now, in her would-be final moments, she cried out to him in sheer desperation. Watching the events unfold, Nox glared down at the events below, rage flowing through his being whilst he watched Kenya be pushed back further and further. "Come on Kenya, do it." He watched the sweat roll down his daughter's face, lips curling in consternation, blood flowing down her lips from the pressure she was applying to her gums, nearly cracking her teeth that very moment. Blood began to slowly run down her left nostril, her eyes becoming bloodshot as blood vessels burst. He watched this, heartbeat hammering his ears violently. Much to his intrigue, his eyes turned from the fight below, to his fist. Curled and creaking was the glove he wore. What is this? He didn't know the emotion overcoming him as he watched his children be put in mortal danger, and he was angry, anxious even. He hadn't experienced such things before, it eluded him, this emotion, this feeling, it was alien, and it was unwelcome. "Father help me," he felt her thought be transmitted through the very fabric of the force around them, and relief flooded him. "Well, you asked." Nox seized his right arm down toward his daughter, a small phantasm of power appearing in his hand before it shot down and into his daughter. It happened instantly, not a moment after she called to her benefactor through the force, did she revive a response. Newfound energy flooded her, it was painful, unbelievably so. As her ears burst with blood, smoke began to physically emit from her body. "Hey Aik!" Kenya cried out, pushing the power lent to her out from her body with all her might. It began at a small ripple, a barely perceivable ripple distorting the air around her. What happened next? A wave of power exploded from her being, a dome of energy spreading from her body, tearing the ground under her foot into dust before a recluse of unimaginable power caught the beam that was to kill her, spreading out and encompassing everything away from herself and Anakin. Marka watched in shock and H9RROR as the repulse struck the beam, bending said beam off course and sending it flying off to the right, cutting through the trees nearby before the repulse expanded outwards to consume everything. The spirit crossed Ventress's arms in front of itself, creating a shield to encompass her just before the repulse struck her. Its ears burst as the repulse washed over her, and far against her will, she was lifted from her feet and sent flying away from the battle zone, spearing through several hundreds of trees, slamming into and breaking tree after tree before finally coming to a grinding halt hundreds of meters away, her body sliding across the ground, grating her flesh and body as stones ripped at her body. "This body is no longer of any use to me," Ragnos moaned, lifting himself from the unconscious but barely alive body of the assassin of the Confederacy. Standing over the woman, Marka Ragnos grunted. Rolling his eyes and floating into oblivion, disappearing into mid-distance. Ragged breaths escaped Kenya, watching as the repulse that had escaped her body tore apart the ground, spreading far and wide as trees and boulders were thrown far away, temple architecture blowing apart before it finally dissipated off into the distance, leaving nothing but a clearing of flat ground spread in a perfect circle around herself and her brother. Her arms went slack against her will, any remaining energy she had in her body sleeping at that same moment before she began to drop. Kenya, Anakin cried as she rose, rushing to his sister and catching her before she could fall to the ground and potentially injure herself. She was unconscious in his arms, blood slowly running down her eyes, nose and ears as her chest barely rose, slowly, painfully. It ate at him to simply see her in this state, he vowed. She was stronger than him, stronger in both will and body. No more, let's get you out of here, Anakin gulped, gently lowering his hand and cupping his sister to his chest in a bridal carry. Let's get you back to the ship. He marched away, making sure to keep even footing as he made his way back towards where their ships had been left. Watching the Republic ships flee overhead, the Jedi fighters tore from the atmosphere in pursuit of Dooku's ship, yet it was for naught as up above, the Count managed to enter one of the Sith flagships, the ship immediately fleeing the system. Abandoning your apprentice here, so pathetic, Nox laughed to himself, his chest rumbling slightly as Ragnos joined him at his side. Stepping through the underbrush, Nox leant under several vines before appearing in the clearing the Ragnos was guiding him to. There she is, she's still alive, somehow Ragnos regarded, floating over to the still unconscious assassin. I don't know how, she was already near death when I took over, her stomach was nearly spilling out when I found her. Sure, I did the bare minimum of healing her when she took damage under my control, but it wasn't enough. She should still be alive, Ragnos remarked, looking down at the woman with a contemplative gaze. Coming to a stop over the dying woman, Nox knelt down, touching his hand to the top of her head as he infused his powers into her body, watching as her most grievous wounds slowly healed under his will. Such a waste of potential, stuck under a Sith who doesn't even want to train her properly. Her unconscious body shivered under his touch, and now he's gone. However will she receive her training? What will you do, my lord? Ragnos asked, watching as Exar Kun appeared in the clearing, still looking around for Vass Lucas, yet he became much more relaxed under the presence of the Sithari. He slowly stood up, looking down at the Dathomirian with a contemplative gaze. Where is her ship? Nox asked, Ragnos pointing towards a far-off temple hidden by dense foliage. Landed near the clearing in that direction, Ragnos announced, earning a slow thoughtful nod from Nox. Destroy it and any other vessel off-world, let's give her the chance to be a real Sith apprentice rather than Dooku's assassin. Do what you will with her, if she dies, but I want her trained in the traditional ways of the Sith. Nox grunted, leaning down and tearing the wrappings she had around her body, leaving her bare to the elements that beat down on their position as she shivered instinctively. The trial will start as soon as she wakes. Guide her towards your temple, do not make it easy, do make it something she can overcome without fully committing herself to the dark side. I want her a prime and ready Sith apprentice by the time I return. Nox ordered, regarding both Ragnos and Exar with a harsh glare. It will be done, my lord. Marka bowed deeply to the entity before him, watching as Nox pulled Ventress's sabers out of thin air, placing them down next to the nude woman whose body temperature was dropping rapidly. You'll want to hurry up and wake little one. Nox placed his foot on her head, nudging her slightly to begin rousing her. You'll die if you don't. Nox gave his parting words before vanishing from the clearing as her eyes began to flutter slightly. With Marka Ragnos and Exar Kun fading into the foliage to guide the new-to-be Sith apprentice on her path to true corruption. It ate at him to simply see her in this state, he vowed. She was stronger than him, stronger in both will and body. No more, let's get you out of here, Anakin gulped, gently lowering his hand and cupping his sister to his chest in a bridal carry. Let's get you back to the ship. He marched away, making sure to keep even footing as he made his way back towards where their ships had been left. Watching the Republic ships flee overhead, the Jedi fighters tore from the atmosphere in pursuit of Dooku's ship, yet it was for naught as up above, the Count managed to enter one of the Sith flagships, the ship immediately fleeing the system. Abandoning your apprentice here, so pathetic, Nox laughed to himself, his chest rumbling slightly as Ragnos joined him at his side. Stepping through the underbrush, Nox leant under several vines before appearing in the clearing the Ragnos was guiding him to. There she is, she's still alive, somehow Ragnos regarded, floating over to the still unconscious assassin. I don't know how, she was already near death when I took over, her stomach was nearly spilling out when I found her. Sure, I did the bare minimum of healing her when she took damage under my control, but it wasn't enough. She should still be alive, Ragnos remarked, looking down at the woman with a contemplative gaze. Coming to a stop over the dying woman, Nox knelt down, touching his hand to the top of her head as he infused his powers into her body, watching as her most grievous wounds slowly healed under his will. Such a waste of potential, stuck under a Sith who doesn't even want to train her properly. Her unconscious body shivered under his touch, and now he's gone. However will she receive her training? What will you do, my lord? Ragnos asked, watching as Exar Kun appeared in the clearing, still looking around for Vass Lucas, yet he became much more relaxed under the presence of the Sithari. He slowly stood up, looking down at the Dathomirian with a contemplative gaze. Where is her ship? Nox asked, Ragnos pointing towards a far-off temple hidden by dense foliage. Landed near the clearing in that direction, Ragnos announced, earning a slow thoughtful nod from Nox. Destroy it and any other vessel off-world, let's give her the chance to be a real Sith apprentice rather than Dooku's assassin. Do what you will with her, if she dies, but I want her trained in the traditional ways of the Sith. Nox grunted, leaning down and tearing the wrappings she had around her body, leaving her bare to the elements that beat down on their position as she shivered instinctively. The trial will start as soon as she wakes. Guide her towards your temple, do not make it easy, do make it something she can overcome without fully committing herself to the dark side. I want her a prime and ready Sith apprentice by the time I return. Nox ordered, regarding both Ragnos and Exar with a harsh glare. It will be done, my lord. Marka bowed deeply to the entity before him, watching as Nox pulled Ventress's sabers out of thin air, placing them down next to the nude woman whose body temperature was dropping rapidly. You'll want to hurry up and wake little one. Nox placed his foot on her head, nudging her slightly to begin rousing her. You'll die if you don't. Nox gave his parting words before vanishing from the clearing as her eyes began to flutter slightly. With Marka Ragnos and Exar Kun fading into the foliage to guide the new-to-be Sith apprentice on her path to true corruption. Nathema. The planet rattled as Nox appeared within his palace on Nathema. His gaze fixed and hard as he walked either great purpose towards the elevator. The dark staff materialized in his left hand, and on his right, his lightsaber sat firmly in his grip. His saber slowly disassembled in his grip, with the kyber crystal within slowly being pulled from within, touching at his flesh as it began to infuse and boost his already formidable connection to the Force. But it is not enough, Nox hissed as the tip of his finger became shrouded by a miasma of dark side energy, his nail turning pitch black whilst streams of black and purple circulated his digit. Slowly, as the elevator descended, Nox raised the kyber crystal to his eye level, rotating it before his eyes in his gaze. Perfect. Slowly Nox brought his right pointer finger to the surface of the kyber crystal, grunting slightly as the crystal released a small wail, the Force crying out as he began to infuse ancient Sith runic scripture up in the surface of the crystal, scarring its surface as the runic scripture, by the nature it was infused, began to channel its own dark side energies much like the scripture in Sith holocrons or dark temples. The tip of his finger elongated into a pinprick, as he finished the largest of the runes he pressed into the kyber crystal. But now with his nail coming to a point sharper than most fine tools, he began to inscribe minuscule runes into the crystal, with each rune bubbling with booming energy. Whilst he carved its surface, he began to infuse the very energy of his cosmic soul into the stone, binding it to himself as his presence began to fuse and be channeled through the impossibly powerful crystal. Long after the elevator had come to a stop on his desired level, Nox finished his inscriptions onto the crystal now looking like a piece of majestic art with thousands of minuscule runes forced apps its surface, some interlacing, others being inscribed within the crystal itself. All in all the thing rippled with energy akin to himself. Perfect. Now the most basic preparations are complete. He closed his fist around the crystal, Nox stepped out of the open elevator door, coming to stand within a grand chamber with a powerful meditation chamber sat at a center of a large circular room, several Sith effigies standing around the room, 8 in total, each one channeling pure dark side energy. Stripping himself of his clothing, Nox allowed the millions of runic scripture hidden within his flesh to rise to the surface, as he walked, planting himself at the center of the meditation chamber. Calig, watch over my body, my great ancestor, Nox wished as he closed his eyes, the kyber crystal floating in his open left palm, the force growing heavy and oppressive under the barrage of energy being channeled. Let us begin. Nox tore his consciousness from his receptacle, sending his own mind deep into the veil of the cosmic force, leaving the living world with great trepidation in his heart. The cosmic force was vast, great, and unknowable. Impossibly powerful as he perceived its limitless form. It was infinite, gave birth to all things, gave power, and took power from the living force, much like a symbiotic relationship with itself. Before his ethereal gaze, the limitless expanse spread forever. No matter what direction he looked in, he could not perceive its end, no matter how hard he strained to see. The fabric of reality stood bare before him, thrumming and churning as it guided itself according to its master's will. He perceived all lives that ever were and ever will be. He perceived the mortis realm, the realm of the living, and hell itself. From within his place he sat within the cosmic force. The nucleus of his very being circulated around his consciousness, protecting him from being turned to nothingness by the bare void around him. As he followed, the veins of his consciousness spread through every body he inhabited throughout the galaxy, until he found its center, circulating himself by the expression of his very power, shrouding and protecting his melf with great care. For if anything went wrong, it meant certain death. All across the galaxy, every form he inhabited went dormant, as he withdrew his consciousness into a central state of primal raw energy. From the forms of C4R0L to the very body of Darth Nox, everything went still, the light in their eyes becoming dormant for a moment as their consciousness fled. With his consciousness whole, a form of clarity he could rarely achieve came over him. As rather than focusing on many events throughout space, his thought process was on a single focal point. And as his consciousness stirred within his central receptacle within the comsic realm, the edelrich nature of his being churned and twisted, slowly beginning to move through the cosmic realm, hunting, looking for what he sought. He knew it existed, even though the chords had been struck when time had yet to flow in any real form. He knew its presence somewhat remained despite the endless passing of limitless times. Where is it, he thought, listening in on the chords sung by the force around him, yet he dare not touch anything, avoiding any thread of reality with great care. It is to my understanding that this action has been taken only by one other, in a time where time had yet to flow, when the chords of Eret's shrill cry sung the prime universe to life, and the result was, well, everything we know. I will not be the same. However, his thoughts reverberated around his nucleus, the energy around churning and thrumming with his thoughts. With the thoughts, attained via the knowledge housed within his skull, Nox listened. The chaotic screech of his soul going silent as he listened to the veins of the Sky River galaxy. Ripples, pulses of energy came to life before him, waves washing over his nucleus as he centered and gave his being to the flow of the galaxy. Listening, waiting. A death across the galaxy, a cry of a wronged man, the sobs of the wronged, the gift of a childbirth, all reverberated through the force around him. Yet he ignored such merger things, diving deeper within through the thrumming chimes of the cosmic force. After what he thought was literal weeks of nothing but listening, it would have been akin to eternity if he had accidentally lost his sense of self within, a real threat for any organic that transversed the very being of the force. But it was after this time, after forever passed by his being, eternity eating at him as it tried to drive him to madness, he heard a whisper, drawing him back from the clutches of perfect unknowable insanity. He heard it, nothing but a long-past hum of long-past whispers lost to time. It was quiet, a dying tune of angelic tones none would have the privilege to hear again. Discordant notes that wove together the very fabric of not only the Force, but the very fabric of all known things, all universes, all stars and galaxies, every baby and every stone. These cords contained all, as the Force was the energy that bound all things together, these cords made up the Force itself, gave it life, gave it purpose. It along with the Force were the results of the actions of something inconceivable, something Nox knew that he could never hope to face and survive, something he feared, but the chance would never present itself to him again, he would take the risk of its notice. He circled the note, a cacophony of shrill waves that swept slowly over everything within the cosmic realm. The single tone only he knew the significance was, following it across its fiber for an eternity through the waves of the Force. It didn't dissipate, for it never would, this note was one of many that held the universe together. It was eternal and endless as the day it had been sung, but to encounter a single note throughout the age of eternity that was the universe, was not but impossible, for the cosmic force was endless, and when these noted flew past, none would notice the phenomenon, missing the only chance they would never get again. He was not so ignorant following the chime, the wave of song that passed over everything to its very source, the source of the song of Eretz that gave the universe he was birthed in life. He found it, thrumming gentle at the center of all, with notes, chords given Ohei cycle form flowing in inconceivable directions, guiding the Force, guiding the fate of the universe itself. He paused as he thought of what he was truly out to do, approaching the orb that birthed everything he ever knew and would ever know. Think of the wormhole from Interstellar if you want a reference of what it looks like. This was it, the center, the source of this universe, the very thing that kept all things he ever knew together. If he looked deep enough into it, he thought he might see other universes, other possibilities, anything. If he stared and watched, would he lose himself forever? Contemplation rose over his being as he turned back to the endless cosmic force around him, seeing the endless expanse that made up everything and everyone. Listening to the notes that shone an angelic, impossible to quantify note from the orb into all existence around him, Nox let his thoughts wander. What will become of me? Will it smite me for what I am about to do? Will I cease to exist? Everything I've ever done coming to an end because of my own hubris. Nox mused as he began to focus his nucleus, causing it to slowly but surely encircle the orb that controlled the galaxy. It's too late to back down now, he knew it was, as he felt it, something within the orb was watching him, seemingly waiting for what he would do. Let it happen. And he did what he had only thought of doing in his wildest of dreams. He had only barely managed just one before being threatened with total and utter annihilation. But it was enough to succeed. Just one. A single note, a chord of his own making. Sung from his very nucleus with everything he was. He sung his chord, and it found its place, buried but nonetheless entwined with the eldritch tones, combining with song of primal life. Ebullient energy tore from the orb, sending him away, but with his chord sung, he persisted, even as his nucleus, his very being was destroyed. His chord sung him anew, rebirthed in an instant from unending destruction with a beat of the eldritch song of eternity. He was blasted away from the orb, into the froze of the cosmic force and away from the focal point of the universe. His nucleus thrummed in tune with the chord he had sung, new-found understanding flowing through him, and he struggled to maintain himself. With a terrible screech, he sent his consciousness away from his nucleus and rushed through the veins of his being into the bodies in the living galaxy. As everything before him vanished, he woke up on anathema in his main body, eyes flashing open as his very being screamed, his cells on fire as he had used up every ounce of energy, every ounce of cosmic and living force power he had at his disposal to do that single thing. He was empty, utterly and completely, as weak as a newborn baby right now. But he wasn't upset, no, he was beyond ecstatic, as a merger small flame of energy began to blossom back into his being, Nox all but leapt and danced with joy within his palace. He had done it, succeeded where no creature bar one had before him. None had even dreamed of doing anything close to what he had, nothing mortal anyway. He fell back onto his bed, opening himself up to the force, he rested. It was time to recuperate, to allow things to pass outside of his control for once, but he cared not, for what could possibly do anything to harm him now? He had won, it was all but assured now. Lana, come to me. I have need of you. A screech tore across the emptiness between universes, the monster that surged suddenly turning from a random direction as it set it limitless, countless eyes on a specific direction. Found you countless, billions of voices screamed from all directions as the great unknowable tore into the direction of the quarry it had felt long ago. It was however halted by a great light that spread before him like a wall of stalwart protectors. Stepping from the lights, the great ones he had been waging war for eternity appeared before the vast darkness that was his existence. No more. I know not what you're hiding. But I've found it. No nothing. It swept one of its endless appendages wide, great darkness sweeping across, annihilating several universal orbs in one go as it renewed its assault on the great Aeonic race once again, this time with clear purpose rather than simple amusement. And so the great eternal conflict continued on, the dance that had started at the very terrence of the flow of time, until this very moment, rage anew. You cannot stop me, you couldn't stop me at the center of all things, and you cannot stop me now. Let us play this game once more. Coruscant, Kaldani Spires. The world below was forever changing, even now, as Nox stood up in the balcony overlooking the metropolis, he could feel it, the ebb and flow of life below. People trying in vain to attempt to rebuild some semblance of the lives they had before the planet was laid to siege by the troglodytes. Leaning over with a calculating gaze, glowing orange eyes peering over the night, staring from the Jedi temple to the Senate itself. Orange eyes narrowed in thought. Not yet, yes, not yet. Small pillars of smoke ascended to the skies in the distance, small outcrops of the previous events still wreaking havoc and yet to be stomped out by emergency services. Less than 40% of Coruscant's original populace remained on world, many having fled the system entirely after the troglodyte invasion. Taking the chance to use the emergency transports to flee the world. His hands were interlaced, thumbs tapping against his pointer fingers whilst he mused, pondered over what he must do. A chime drew his attention, the Dark Lord looking over his shoulder, past the crimson curtains that blew in the gentle wind and towards his obsidian desk, where a hologram appeared, one of a very important droid from his empire. "Milord, it is ready," Scorpio announced, as Nox paused, giving out a small chuckle several seconds later. "Good, send it to Valen, let's reintroduce the Mandalorian faction," Nox mused, smiling to himself slightly, yet upon noticing Scorpio seemed to be lingering around, his face scrunched up slightly. "Is there something the matter, Scorpio?" "There are two things, milord," the synthetic voice of the droid carried throughout the room, its tone bringing up the Eternal Emperor up short. "What is it?" Nox asked, pushing from the balcony and returning to his 9FFIC after closing the balcony door. "I believe I have traced the origins of the entity attacking the lower levels of Zakul. The recovered expedition logs we found following the Venator's path has given us a vague idea of where the thing comes from. I am currently tracing it further. I still advise against direct retaliation on your part, milord. Should you be infected, all hope is lost." Scorpio expressed the beginning of her argument against Nox, the Emperor rolling his eyes as he pulled back the chair to his desk and sat down. "I'll give you 3 days more to handle this situation, Scorpio. I won't let our people fall simply because of the small risk I become infected," Nox replied, pulling up the files for the now completed and ready to deploy Star of Coruscant. "Then I will endeavor to handle it before your time limit has been reached, milord." In other news, a Chiss by the name of Mithranuruado has been requesting an urgent audience. I believe it has something to do with several covers actions enacted by the heads of the ruling houses. Nox paused, leaning back into his chair with a raised eyebrow. "What are these actions you're talking about?" "It is of my belief that several members of the ruling families are in the midst of attempting to garner the attention of the Republic, to bring us into the limelight and force us out of Chiss territory." Scorpio sent through a file containing the data and evidence to back up her claims. "I see." Nox rubbed his chin as he studied the documents. "Contact Mithranuruado immediately, I wish to see what he has to say before I act." The Republic fleet dropped out of hyperspace over the world, several ships leaving the hangars in masse, mainly a Republic gunship spearing directly towards the Jedi Temple. "Is their general going to be all right?" Forks asked, standing beside Skywalker whilst a Bacta tank sat between the two, Kenya being held within as they gave her emergency transport to the Jeddah Temple. "We don't know. The Temple will do all they can to heal her." Obi-Wan was the one to respond, seeing Anakin was absolutely not in the state to speak. Instead he was looking down into the frosted glass of the Bacta tank, his organic hand gently caressing the tank. He could sense Anakin's inner turmoil clear through the Force. Even with Padme in another ship being taken to the Republic 500, the young man was in clear distress. Anakin. Obi-Wan gently placed a hand on his apprentice's shoulder, the teen turning to look at him with wide, uncertain eyes. "She's going to be okay," Obi-Wan soothed the young man, Anakin gulping slowly but nonetheless accepting his master's words. In another gunship, following behind Anakin's shuttle, Vass, Mace, and Yoda stood within alone, pondering. "A grand failure, on my part this was, failed I have, to capture Dooku." Yoda spoke slowly, sadly, the demeanor withdrawn as he looked up at Mace and Vass. "No, Master." Vass shook his head. "Unforeseen circumstances prevented us from acting at our fullest ability. Rather than blame ourselves for our failure, let us learn from our mistakes, and perform accordingly the next time such a chance presents itself." Very wise you are." Yoda smiled slightly, nonetheless agreeing with the new Jedi Master's words. "I find myself rather troubled by the events that unfolded on Yavin. Those things you fought at Vass, what's your say on it?" Mace asked, looking to see the young man's wisdom on something many of them thought seldom possible. "I can confidently say that the thing was indeed a spirit of the deceased Exarchon, having many a power and memory of the original. It wasn't merely an illusion of the dark side. It spoke of its own accomplishments, boasted about them even. However, it displayed several abilities I am sure Exarchon never displayed during his life. However, I will have to see the archives before making a proper judgment. But I am also sure, he wasn't the only one there." Vass responded, causing great consternation to appear on Mace's face, with the brown-skinned man nodding as he listened. "Agree I do, fought one I did, briefly. Powerful it was. Testing it was, fear I do, had it acted against us during our assault, failed we would have." Yoda warned, the three Jedi thinking deeply about the previous incursion. They were troubled, but found solace in the fact they could rely on each other. "After delving into the archives, you will commune with the Force about this matter, in the Room of 1,000 Fountains." Vass looked to Mace and Yoda, both nodding. "Join you we will, this mystery, solved it must be." Yoda spoke up with Mace voicing his agreement. "In the meantime, consider Yavin hospitable ground. We should, travel to the world, stopped, traffic should be." Agreed. Vass and Mace agreed with Yoda's assessment. Milord Mithranuruado bowed deeply before the sovereign that ruled his people's territory, regarding the figure with great respect. "It is of my understanding you are going against the wishes of your rulers by coming directly to me. Tell me what is going on." Nox stood tall in the hologram, his arms crossed behind his back, the glare his hologram sent down towards the chiss, enabling the man to study the Emperor's features with a great deal of care, committing it to memory. "Milord, we must act quickly. The houses are planning to betray you. They've charted and calculated the routes your fleet takes through the system. They intend to commandeer a small fleet of your ships, and they intend to take these vessels to the Republic and present them as proof that they're being occupied." The Chiss commander quickly explained, studying Nox's reactions intently, and found himself pleased by the stone-cold countenance of the Sith ruler. "When are they going to be enacting this plan of theirs?" Nox asked, deeply troubled by the hubris of the heads of houses. "During the next patrol in 65 hours, Mithranuruado announced." "Very good, you've done a very good thing bringing this to my attention. I'll ensure you're rewarded, and worry not, only those involved will be punished for what is to come. I want you to participate in the raid on my ships," Nox instructed, earning an eager nod from the Chiss. "I am sure I can convince them of my sincerity," the Chiss agreed, with Nox inclining his head slightly. "Very good, Scorpio will be in contact shortly before the raid, prepare yourself." Nox cut the call, turning to the other entity appearing via hologram. Do you have a plan? Nox asked, the droid replying in the affirmative. Then I'll leave the rest to you. In the meantime, I have things to do. Nox cut off the second call, grunting before drumming his hands on the shining surface of his desk. The kiss of his axe warms you. Vague memories, whispers of another perspective rose to the surface of his mind as he thought over what to do. And lights your eternal flame, a feminine voice responded, somewhere deep from within the cortex of memory, whispers of a long-lost love's happier times. Senior Nox chuckled, the soul housed within mute and inert to the world, yet her the whispers of what she had once been rose to the surface for but a moment before going dormant once more. It is clear now that Anakin will not make a very good apprentice. His is headstrong, too dependent, and refuses to compromise. He is selfish and cannot commit himself to do what must be done. His status as the chosen one is perilous and marred with uncertainty, not to mention the whispers of his coming path. It is unfortunate, but I must cut my losses when I need to. Nearly 20 years of plans down the drawing, wasted because the boy simply isn't what Nox seeks, an unforeseen set of events, but nothing that I can't come back from. Anakin will not make a prime apprentice. But perhaps, let me see, yes. I see now. Nox slowly rose from his desk, turning to the Jedi temple in the distance with a calculating gaze. It's time I paid a visit to Ashat. Iokath, restricted sector. With a hum, the circular chamber Nox found himself in stirred to life. There were no doors to the chamber, rather it was an isolated room with smooth walls and a singular tube situated at the center with neon blue liquid floated within. This was the updated housing unit of Ashat, the mother machine. It was housed in a matrix above the room, and whilst the room looked bare of anything, instead everything was stalled in the walls, roof and ceiling, ready to pop out at a moment's notice. Greetings, my child, what can I do for you? A hologram of Asha stepped into existence within the chamber, walking towards her greatest creation with something akin to love in her eyes. I would like for you to prepare for a procedure. I will be bringing you a tissue sample, and a blood sample. You'll have enough for 5 specimens. But I want one unaltered specimen to be produced, a perfect genetic copy of the original. Nox asked, the construct looking to him in confusion as it tried to foresee and predict exactly what Nox was asking it to clone. How much time will you give me with the allocated resources? Asha asked, walking around the chamber as she studied equipment housed within the walls, said walls humming slightly as they began to run diagnostics. You will have an unlimited amount of time. However, the unaltered specimen will be the first produced, Nox replied, noticing that Asha seemed to be mightily pleased by his response. I do believe I can facilitate your order. Next time you return, my child, I shall be ready to begin operation. The mother machine turned to Nox, its Rakatan eyes peering at his with an expecting gaze. Thank you, Mother. Nox vanished from the chamber, leaving the machine to pucker and chuckle in delight. The systems around humming to life as Nox prepared to implement a fail-safe plan he had. Jedi Temple -48 hours later. Troubling this is, very troubling. Yoda rubbed his ears, comforting himself as the council sat gathered. Preposterous, these blasphemous claims should not be humored. Ki Adi Mundi cut everyone off before they could continue, with Vass raising an eyebrow towards the Jedi Master with a pinched expression on his face. Master, I am afraid that what we want and what reality presents to us is unfortunately seldom the same, Vass replied, turning to the coughing Plo Koon. Positive you are about such occurrences? Plo Koon asked, which Vass turned back to Master Yoda. It is of both my own and Master Yoda's experience that these things do indeed exist. He slid his hands into his white robes, some of the council turning to Yoda, with the small Jedi nodding in confirmation. A pair of robes, before me it appeared to be. An illusion at first I thought it was. Wrong I was, uncertain of its identity I am, but powerful, and dangerous was this entity, lucky I was, mischievous this entity was, impede me it did not wish to. But I am sure, had intended to stop me, lost I would have, Yoda warned, the council looking at the Grand Master with disbelieving eyes. What about this other spirit, and the spirit that Anakin reportedly encountered? Kit Fisto asked, the aquatic alien looking towards Vass and Yoda with wide eyes. I personally encountered what I have confirmed to be the residual spirit of Exar Kun, however he has shown to possess several more powerful abilities he did not possess during life, Vass explained, bringing up a hologram of the long-dead Sith. The council studied the hologram closely, with Yoda and Mace exchanging glances. Yes, that is indeed the man that appeared. Mace frowned as he spoke. If this spirit was so powerful, how did you drive it into such a state of fleeing? Kadi asked, with the council looking at him for his answer. Due to the nature of its being, I surmised that I may only have been able to interact with it through the Force. I made use of a powerful burst of electric judgment. He fled immediately after, Vass answered, giving the detailed explanation of how the interaction between himself and Exar went. I have a belief that these entities are profoundly weakened to any expression of the light side of the Force. However, much like the spirit that Master Yoda encountered, some spirits appear to be more resistant to our expressions of the Force than others. I agree with your beliefs. In such a state they are in, it would be difficult to engage them in any physical altercation. However, I must ask, you say that they differ in power depending on whom is encountered. Please explain. Plo Koon asked as Vass turned to the council member Keldor. Of course, Master. The hologram of Exar Kun was pocketed by Vass Lucas not a moment later, with the boy crossing his arms behind his back as he began to explain. It is reported in the archives that Exar Kun was an exceptionally powerful Jedi during his time in the temple. But what I encountered atop his temple on Yavin was significantly more powerful than he was reported to be. However, what I sensed implied that the spirit seemed diminished somewhat, weaker than he should have been. On the other hand, the spirit encountered by Skywalker also displayed several powers we have seldom seen. The identity of the spirit is unknown, however, its possession if Ventress appears to have boosted her powers significantly past what he had previously felt, enough so that we were able to detect her from our location on world as attested by Master Windu and Yoda. Mace leant forward with the other council members turning to face the man. Indeed, her presence grew tenfold, enough to completely smother our senses in their general location, if not significantly altered by the being that possessed her. Mace offered his words, agreeing and complimenting Vass's research. And then there was the final spirit encountered. Vass peered directly at the Grand Master, the green creature's ears flattening against its head. Master Yoda, at any point during or after encountering the creature did its presence wane at all? Troubled, the Grand Master thought back to Yavin, what he encountered and the feeling of it. It did not, far away from its location I went, yet wane in influence its power did not. I believe it is simple to classify the power of these spirits as such. Exar Kun, whilst powerful, is significantly weaker than the other two, so much so that his presence seemed to be smothered somewhat by the other spirits present. The other two are simpler to quantify. The being that possessed Ventress was indeed powerful, but itself appeared to pale considerably compared to the one encountered by the Grand Master. A hypothesis about this, do you have? Yoda asked as Vass nodded. I do. It is of my belief that these spirits' power is either directly comparative to their power in life. It is widely known that Exar Kun was amidst of a ritual at the time of his death, boosting his power. That may potentially be why he appears more power currently than during his life, Vass explained, bringing up an artwork detailed by one of the long-dead Jedi Masters which showed an illustration of Exar Kun's ritual. Whomever thus spirits were in life, appearing to be incredibly powerful, potentially more powerful than any Jedi within our order currently, and their current power appears to support such theories, Vass continued before turning off the second holo. Indeed, if we are to find out how to rid the galaxy of these beings, we need to find out how they are formed. Do you have any ideas, Master Vass? Kit Fisto asked as Vass came to look deeply troubled, brows knitting. I am unsure. I would have to do further research on these beings before being able to properly come up with a hypothesis on how they are formed. Vass shook his head, with the council looking between each other with piercing yet calculating gazes. Master Vass Lucas, please allow us to discuss with each other our thoughts on this matter. Meet with you after I will. Mace smiled kindly towards Vass Lucas, the young man bowing deeply. May the Force be with you, Masters. The council bid him well before turning away and marching from the council chambers. Master Shai called for him as soon as he exited the council chambers. her countenance smiling up at him as he too regarded her with a small kindly smile. "There you are, I was about to come and collect you." Vass reached out and ruffled the girl's pale blonde hair. "How goes your training?" "It is going well, Master. Master Sindralig is very astute when it comes to his teachings," Shai complimented the older male whilst he smiled and nodded along. "I see, come, let us test how far your studies have come." Vass crossed his arms behind his back as Shai began to lead him towards the nearest training room in sheer excitement. With Valen, she observed the council of neutral systems, men and women of different worlds, each united under a united purpose, the desire for freedom for their worlds. The desire to stay out of conflict, how things would never be that way under the change of the Sith and the Republic. "We cannot lower ourselves to their standards. If we were to do that, Agar's Zion without reason, then what good is our movement?" Satin snarled at Valen's side, the Duchess biting out at a pale-looking man. "And what do you think, milady?" Kinrob asked, turning ever-curious eyes towards the woman in the room with the most presence. The brown-skinned woman would no doubt be of great interest to Nox, as she represented Terry's, his home world. "My love, what would you like me to do with this woman?" Valen asked, staring out, appearing to be in deep thought. "Establish a meeting. I would like to talk to the woman, but in the meantime, your ship is en route." Valen smirked slightly, a new path for the conversation at hand to go presenting itself. "I am sorry, Duchess, but there are things I have learnt during my travels, seen during my days throughout the galaxy, under the charge of the ways of the Republic." Valen made a resigned look, drawing everyone's attention as she put on her little show. "The Republic cares not for its worlds, only what it can take and sell. It only serves to line the pockets of its leaders. Every day, billions across the galaxy die by the hands of the corrupt leaders of the Republic." Valen clenched her fists. "You know this, Satin. As soon as Mandalore couldn't provide anything to the Republic, its value was lost. They may not outright say it, but what place does Mandalore truly have within the Republic other than being a background system nobody truly remembers apart from its history?" She cursed, Satin slowly inclining her head but still listening. "And then there's the Sith. It should have been a better counterpart to the Republic. But it's run by corporations with nothing but the thoughts of overthrowing the Republic and taking its place as the galactic superpower. They act like they care better, yes, but they don't." Valen sneered, walking around the table to the balcony that overlooked the Mandalorian city. "I detest violence. Death is not something anybody should have the right to meters out, but the Republic and the Sith speak no other languages. They will not take us seriously unless we show we can stand up for our ideals." "Satin." Valen turned to face the Duchess of Mandalore entirely. "The Jedi. When they negotiate with anyone, are they free of their weapons, or is there the underlying threat always present in the mind of those that stand against them?" Valen showed her lightsaber, the hilt hovering over her hand, whilst the woman she spoke to winced. "The Jedi always have their weapons present, yes." Satin slumped slightly, looking deep into Valen's eyes with a deep, searching look. "My dear, the formation is upon us." Valen sent her thoughts across the galaxy, only moments later to perceive her lover's presence appearing in the room directly behind the Duchess. "Finish it. I'll make the Duchess more malleable." The shade that was her lover stretched his hand over the Duchess's head, mind-raping the woman subtly so nobody would notice what was going on. "The desire to abstain from violence is a perfect ideal, a great one to have, but it is just that, an ideal. One seldom found in galaxy. Instead, alongside the desire to abstain from violence, we need might. The might to prove that our words matter." Valen began, spreading her hands wide. "Systems stay with the Republic or the Sith because they fear retaliation. But what if we could protect them? Save them? Tell me, Kin, how many times has Terry's been sacked, destroyed because nobody was there to protect it in its time of need?" She looked at Rob, seeing the woman's lips twist slightly but nod nonetheless. "How many worlds here have suffered simply because nobody could protect them? Nobody they could rely on to have their backs. We are alone in this, the weakest in this war, and nobody listens to our voices even now, but we don't have to be." Valen watched as Nox pressed his power into the minds of everyone present, their thoughts being urged to listen to the woman making her presentation before them. "What do you propose?" Kin asked, looking to the post girl of their movement with wide, searching, pleading eyes. "How can we show the galaxy we mean business without any means to do so? We need power. We need might. And we can get it. We don't ever need to back down again when we show the galaxy how serious we are. So we do this on two fronts." She brought out a hollow puck, where a hologram of an absolutely massive ship appeared. "I will personally stop every war front of the galaxy. I will show the might of the neutral systems. This war will stop wherever we make our mark. This is my ship." She placed the hollow puck down on the table, drawing many startled gasps from everyone present at the sheer size of the vessel. "What in the name of all that is holy is that? A dreadnought with the ability to draw both factions to the negotiations table. With this vessel, we can enact our ideals. With the armies we can raise, we can save the neutral systems. With this, we can make them listen." Valen smiled kindly at Satin, the woman leaning back into her chair in deep thought, as was everybody else. "Satin, I know you detest violence, and so do I, which is why, the fleet we will raise will be an absolute last resort. Only should when all else has failed should we make them listen. We will start this peacefully, and we will end this peacefully. But it is better to be prepared than be caught without any alternatives, isn't it?" Valen urged the Duchess, whom ultimately sighed, the woman nodding her head. "We will do this your way then. But only as a very last resort. No blood shall be shed by our hands." Satin pointed her hand at the table, drawing the hollow puck closer to her. "Where did you get this ship?" "You already know." Satin squinted but nodded nonetheless. "There is a more radical faction of Mandalorians I am sure would love to throw themselves into their support of you. They're on the moon of Concordia. I wish for you to go see them." Satin stood up, the Council of Neutral Systems watching the woman as she stood before Valen, gently handing off the hollow puck to the lady. "When can we expect your ship's arrival?" "Within the hour," Valen responded, of which Satin gave a sad smile. "So this is what we must do. I leave you in charge of what remains of the more violent Mandalorian factions. I hope I can trust you with this, with their future. They may be radical, but they are still my people, and I wish to speak to your benefactor about acquiring more vessels. I'll see what I can do." Entering the training room, Shai and Vass became aware of another duo currently engaging each other, one appearing more aggressive than usual whilst the other was sympathetic and rather worried. "Greetings, Master Kenobi Knight Skywalker." Vass walked into the chamber whilst Shai came to his side, her demeanor becoming significantly more subdued now that they weren't alone. Master Lucas Kenobi greeted alongside Skywalker, the younger of the duo doing his best to hide his recent frustrations from the man whom he was directly comparing himself to recently. "Would you two mind perhaps a joint training session?" Young Shai here was attempting to build on her repertoire of dueling knowledge, and from a master or Sersu and Gem, so I think she would have much to learn. "I believe we would be more than willing to humor you, right?" Anakin Kenobi smiled down at Shai, the small freckle on her right cheek dipping slightly as she frowned for a second before smiling slightly. "I thank you for your time, sorry for the inconvenience." Shai raised her head as Kenobi chuckled and he too ruffled her hair. "A very kind young lady you are." Kenobi looked towards Anakin as Vass watched. "Whom would you like to see first? I myself am a master of Sersu as your master has expressed." Shai looked between her master, Kenobi, and Anakin, the knight of the group seeming uncomfortable but nonetheless willing to participate. "I would like to see you first, Master Kenobi," Shai asked as the Jedi Master stroked his beard. Of course. Skywalker walked to the side of Vass as Shai traded place with him, the girl taking place next to Kenobi as he brought out his saber and took his opening stance. "You seem frustrated, Skywalker." Vass looked to the younger boy, feeling his anger through the Force in literal waves that radiated from him in directions. "What troubles you so?" Anakin turned to the Jedi Master, ready to stave off his offer of assistance, but the kindly smile of the young man drew him up short, disarming the near hostile response he had as he quite literally felt the anger he had scouring through his being be ripped from his body. It was near unnatural. What anger he had felt was long lost, affording him a measure of clarity and serenity he hadn't felt since Yavin. It's my sister." He didn't know why he was opening up, speaking his mind, yet the words simply fled his mouth before he could stop them. "Lady Kenya, right." He moved with Anakin to the side of the room where they sat on the benches traditionally used for resting between duels. "I heard about what occurred when you encountered Ventress. What happened to Kenya in your words?" Vass watched Kenobi begin to go through the opening katas of the form, explaining the basics of the form as Shai stumbled along in following the master, yet he remained calm and understanding as he guided her slopping steps with a generous hand. All the while he looked at Anakin at his side as the young man tried to fathom his thoughts and put them to words. "I was too weak. Too close-minded. I wanted nothing more than to stop Ventress. Anakin paused, lips quivering as he looked at Vass unsure, yet the beating of his heart slowed significantly at the understanding smile on the other man's face. "You became hyper-focused, clouded, everything around you bleeding away as you focused all your thoughts on your target," Vass finished, all the while Anakin looked ashamed, but couldn't say anything else as the man got it spot on. "You were angry, weren't you? It gave you focus, power, and you listened, didn't you?" The boy drew in on himself, refusing to meet his eyes, ready to meet a scathing retort by the Jedi Master about centering himself in the light. "Yes. I see." Anakin looked strangely at Vass as he heard the young man laugh slightly. "Sorry, it just sounds so familiar to me." "Master?" Anakin asked as Vass stood, motioning for Anakin to follow him onto the dueling grounds. "It is to my understanding that you are more guided by your emotions than others." Vass stopped Anoin from speaking by raising his hand. "That is not a bad thing, Skywalker. It means you are more honest, open, and attuned to how you truly feel. You are simply more expressive than others around you, and I understand that." "Master Kenobi, is it all right if I take Anakin around the temple? The air in here is stuffy," Vass asked, the Jedi Master looking at Anakin and Vass with a raised eyebrow. "Be my guest, I will find you when I am finished guiding young Shai." Kenobi acquiesced, thinking Vass may be able to potentially get Anakin to open up more than himself. "I shouldn't be more than 10 minutes, we will be back shortly." Shai smiles and nods before Vass turned and walked out of the training room with Anakin. Entering the corridor next to the training rooms, Anakin and Vass walked down the hallway with a slow gait. "Anakin, what made you so angry? What occurred between Ventress and yourself that made you so mad?" "You were angry, but what led you to that?" Vass asked as they came to stand before a large archway window that looked over Coruscant. "She threatened the people I care about. I know it was wrong to react such a way." "I know, Master, and I'm sorry," Anakin began but stopped when Vass took a hold of his shoulder. "No, Anakin, do not apologize for protecting what you care about. You are not some unfeeling machine, you're a person." Anakin calmed considerably at the Master's words, brow softening. "Then what can I do, when I just get so angry, I can't think about anything else?" Anakin slumped as Vass leant against the archway window. "Right now we don't have time to properly go over what you can do, rather some advice. For the time we have today you won't be able to control your emotions without a long process of time and growth. Something only you can do." "But you're scared of the harm others can bring to what you care about, aren't you?" Vass asked, with Anakin listening and nodding along. "Then find a way to either protect them from the pain they could go through, like trusting in your sister to help you protect what you care about. And if you're unable to do that during the unfolding events, then learn the ways you can defend to undo the damage that can be done. The Force is capable of a great many things. It affords those under its power great knowledge and power, the power to do anything you want." Anakin perked up at Vass's words, looking at the Jedi Master with great interest. "Like what, Master?" "Like, I heard Master Yaddle, when she was alive, was greatly proficient in giving life, healing, exciting the Force through another individual enough to heal wounds," Vass explained, showing his hand to Anakin as he gripped his fingers and twisted, until a sickening crunch was heard, Anakin looking wide-eyed as Vass's fingers became mangled and twisted. "Master!" Anakin cried out, watching as Vass shook his head with a small smile. "Watch, Skywalker!" Vass urged, calming Anakin down as they both stared at his hand. And before Anakin's eyes, and to his senses, the force grew heavy, loosing the corridor they were in as many of the Jedi in the temple calmed as a great light flooded nearby. The fingers, in front of Anakin's eyes began to move, shift on their own as the dents began to smooth out, cracking and letting out other unpleasant noises. They bent at odd angles, shifting away from each other, slapping around and shifting before they ultimately came back to their original orientation, bare of any damage they had previously suffered, by all intents and purposes completely normal. Anakin was left completely bewildered, looking up in the hand with wide and concerned eyes. All our lives we are taught to trust in the Force, but many seldom dive into just what the Force can do for an individual, a lack of understanding, a lack of knowledge, he spoke, subtly guiding Anakin along as the young man raised his eyes to look directly at Vass. Master! Where did you learn such things? There was a light behind the boy's eyes, a certain drive, a desire not entirely derived from the light side or darker sides of the Force, a natural desire of any being that felt, that wanted, the drive for more, to be more. Many often give little thought into the teachings afforded to the during their Padawan and night years, focusing on mundane things without taking a true understanding on what is taught. Many simply come away with the abilities such as Force push and pull, but that is merely the surface of what altering through the Force can do. Force healing specifically, especially for people at the initial levels of its understanding, can only do so through mediation until they have a proper grasp upon what healing through the Force is. In fact, later today I was going to go over healing with Shai during our meditations. You're more than welcome to join us. I think at least initially properly understanding would be beneficial to you, Vass offered, with Alan squinting slightly in thought before fervently nodding at the suggestion. I'll be there. Anakin of course knew of this technique, his shame however was evident. On a mission to Erongar, he was unable to utilize the technique to heal a fellow Jedi by the name of Duel. It left him greatly frustrated, and even now the technique eluded him, but maybe under the guidance of someone whom obviously knew of the technique and how to properly utilize it to its fullest extent, maybe, just maybe B could make it up for being so weak in the past, when he failed to save the boy. I'll do it, Jewel, just watch. He followed Vass back to the room with Obi-Wan and Shai, looking to Vass in a new light, yet the shame in the back of his mind remained, and his drive for knowledge and power was greater than ever. We're back, Nox greeted Kenobi and Shai, his apprentice stopping her katas as she rushed to her master. Master Kenobi really is as knowledgeable as you said he was. Do you think it'll suit me if I use it? Shai asked as she looked up at her master with wide eyes and a broad smile, he hands at her side as she leant towards him on the tips of her toes. I think you'll become a very powerful practitioner should you truly put your heart to it. However, it is completely up to you which form you focus on. Vass supported the young girl, gesturing to Kenobi with a smile on his face whilst she gave it some thought. Master, what form do you use? Shai asked, having never actually been able to depict just what form he used during combat. Well, I don't actually use a traditional form. I use 3, all derived from 1. I've pioneered a form derived from Form 2, with parts of Form 1, 3, and 4 layered on top, but the basis of my form is Form 2. Makashi Vass gave his knowledge freely. What splits this form I use into 2 different subgroups is the approach you come into the combat with. I see why the Council places faith in your abilities. It takes a very long time for a knight or master to come into understanding of the forms and create their own expression. You are indeed very knowledgeable. May I hear about your forms? Kenobi asked, genuinely wishing to know about the young man's knowledge. It always intrigued him just what the other Jedi could cope up with. Every Jedi had their own styles and flair when it came to lightsaber combat. Of course, Master Kenobi. Vass rose and pulled out his saber, igniting the orange saber as he pointed the tip of the blade at the ground. As I've already explained, its base form is Makashi, but the approach you intend to take in your engagement depicts which of the 2 subgroups of my Form 1 will be performing. The first. I call it the way of asseveration. It is for a quick, decisive victory against your opponent or multiple opponents. the more opponents you face in this form the more dangerous it is for your opponents, as the chances of survival for your opponents dips considerably with the more opponents you face, Vass explained as he took the opening stance of Tulak Horde. However, his expertise had allowed him to alter Tulak Horde's form, altering it and ultimately creating a new form derived from Tulak Horde's own. He went through a series of quick slashes at seemingly random thrusts, all directed towards the chest of an invisible foe. Obi-Wan imagined an invisible foe at the end of Vass Lucas's blade, and couldn't help but be impressed by the slashes and jabs that would no doubt bypass an opponent's defenses with ease and perform and lay grievous wounds upon your foe. No doubt the danger comes from your need to lay low one opponent to move on to the next. The chances of one's survival depends on the amount of foes you face, as the more there are, the less effort you can afford to refrain from laying heavy damage to your opponent. This form is designed for laying the maximum amount of damage you can do within the least amount of time possible. I see, a very dangerous form. What is the second iteration? Kenobi didn't wish to see the form in action. Its premise was dangerous, but he understood the necessity of such a form especially during these hard times. The second iteration. Vass pulled out his second saber, having both blades ignited as he took an altered stance of his first form, with his double-bladed saber extended before his body whilst he pointed his single-bladed saber pointed through the open zone to his right, not guarded by his double blade. The form of distraction, Madra, to distract and counter a foe or multiple foes, draw their attention as you wear down their defenses. Intended to draw out and tire your opponent down before you can put them down at the decisive opportunity. Kenobi and Anakin watched Vass go through a series of twirls with the sabers, a steadfast defense followed by a series of blistering fast strikes that would tear through an opponent's defenses. I see, these are very insightful forms you make use of. Perhaps you could show us. Kenobi gestured to the sparring ring, where Vass inclined his head, shrugging off his robes as he stepped into the ring. Will you be my opponent, Master Kenobi? Vass asked, but received a negative shake of the head from Kenobi. Unfortunately not this time, Anakin. However, Anakin stepped into the ring, pulling out his own saber as he took his gem-so stance, pointing his saber upwards in Vass Lucas' direction. I'll use Style 1, then Style 2, you'll see the differences. Shy Vass disengaged his double-blade saber, focusing on a one-handed stance as he held his saber aloft at his side similar to his great ancestor Horde. They leapt at each other, and before Kenobi's eyes, he watched Vass Lucas tear through Anakin's heavy strikes either ease, batting his heavy downward thrust to the side, whilst he angled his blade to the side before making a decisive thrust directly into Anakin's open stomach. Had they been using their sabers on their usual settings, he had no doubt that Anakin would have been severed in half at the waist with next to no hope of survival. 4 strokes of the blade, that how many movements it took to get through and stop Anakin. 1 upwards to catch Anakin's downward strike, 2 to allow his blade to slide away to the side, the 3rd afforded Vass the ability to curve his bald down and under Analin's arms, and the 4th was a severing sweep that would have ended Anakin in a single decisive move. 4 moves, quicker than Anakin had any hope of defending, 4 moves Kenobi wasn't sure could be blocked by Sorsu. In fact, the Jedi Master was entirely sure that the form was a cold countermeasure to Sorsu, while Sorsu would wear down an opponent with its impenetrable defense. Whatever form Vass used was made to use the minimum amount of effort to inflict the maximum amount of damage through some of the most decisive movements Kenobi had witnessed, like the user's blade was guided by the Force itself. Anakin winced as he lay on the ground, readily accepted Vass's outstretched hand, wincing slightly as Vass pressed his hand to the knight's abdomen. Sorry Anakin, I didn't mean to cut so deeply. The stinging Anakin experienced flared momentarily, his wound bleeding slightly as the wound was red raw. What none of them noticed, however, was the genetic material he had pulled from Anakin's abdomen, pulling out 2 sliders within the sleeves of his robes and inserting the gathered genetic material before they could be compromised by external stimuli. Perfect. His long sleeves hid everything he had done, as he brought his sleeves together, crossing them in front of himself as he made use of sleight of hand to hide the slides of genetic material deeper into the folds of the insides of his robes. Perhaps that should be all for today. Vass unfolded his sleeves, looking at the shallow burn in Anakin's robes with a worried face. I'm sorry Anakin. I didn't mean to injure you. No, it's okay. It's my fault for underestimating you. He winced as he touched the wound slightly. Here Vass gestured Anakin over the young man approaching as Vass placed his right pointer finger against Anakin's stomach. The group present watched with bated breaths as the wound closed itself before their eyes, Anakin's and Shai's eyes shining in excitement despite the waning pain Anakin felt. A measure of pleasure rose throughout the knight's body, as the wound faded from view entirely as if it had never existed. I got what I needed. Vass gently scratched at his chest where the slides of Anakin's genetic material were now housed, all the while looking towards the knight whom was looking at his stomach. Whilst I am sorry for not being so very mindful of my blade, I do hope you'll still join us during our meditations. Kenobi raised an eyebrow at Vass's words, sure that Anakin would not have readily agreed to simply meditate, but he digressed. I'll definitely be there, Master. Now Kenobi was genuinely surprised. Not only was Anakin not angry at being accidentally wounded during the small duel, he seemed genuinely interested in the meditations offered by Vass. Kenobi couldn't help the sense of pride he felt seeing Anakin at that moment, reaching out and gently placing a hand on Anakin's shoulder. Mind if I join? Kenobi asked, genuinely wanting nothing more than to share in a moment he and Anakin could truly connect with, something they wouldn't forget. Of course, Master Kenobi. I would be more than happy to have you there. Vass perked up as he spotted someone leaning on the doorframe to the training room, one Mace Windu looking up at them with an appraising glance. If you'll excuse us, I believe I might take Anakin to the Medi-Wing just in case. Kenobi knew when Mace wished to talk with Vass privately, something he was willing to give, whatever attention the Council afforded to Vass was for their knowledge only. May the Force be with you, Master Kenobi. Knight Skywalker. The duo offered their own words before walking past Mace, greeting the man and departing away from the scene. However, before Shai and Vass approached Mace, Vass turned to Shai, leaning down as he placed his hand in her shoulder. How would you like to attend an event with me later tonight? Vass asked as his Shai quickened her pace to keep up with her master's long stride. What do I wear? She asked as Vass appeared to think, rubbing his chin. Why don't we go buy you something to wear for the occasion? Shai preened under the attention she garnered from her master. Okay. Vass rose back from his crouched position, urging Shai to follow him as he approached Mace, whom had patiently waited for the master and apprentice to finish their quiet conversation. I apologize for keeping you, Master Windu. Vass bowed deeply to Windu, whom only gave a chuckle in response. It's nothing to fret over, my friend. Why don't you walk with me? The council has some ideas it would like to run by you. You two young Shai. Mace turned from the doorway, motioning over his shoulder for Vass and Shai to follow. Of course, Master. Galactic Opera House. Later that night, they arrived subtly in a level below the main entryway, with Lana and Nox stepping off of the shuttle. Nox wore his royal carapace, the armor of the Eternal Dragon, his hair drawn back with several jewels placed on his face for ornate value. Lana herself wore a white-grey dress with an exposed back and sides, golden jewelry on her nose and forehead. Crystalline earrings hung from her ears whilst the eyeliner she wore illuminated her glowing yellow eyes. She was beautiful and Nox couldn't help but stare at the woman he loved slack-jawed, grumbling about the events they were forced to attend. Said event being an effort of the Republic to draw Sion into their clutches, their hope in wooing Lana to give a good report back to the rulers of Sion, or get the rulers of Sion themselves to come to Coruscant. Unfortunately for the Republic, Lana would be the only one attending as the representative of Sion, displaying how fickle the power the Republic's favor was to the rulers of Sion. In their eyes, it would solidify the need the Republic would have for Sion, rather than the other way round. With the ruling party not present, it would set a precedent that Republic would have to go out of its way to draw the rulers of Sion closer, raising its status of importance as it couldn't simply be cowed with invitations and good words. Make the enemy come to you, works well in both friendly and hostile negotiations. Make them give you the power of the situation. If the Republic wanted anything, it would have to come to them, give them all the cards. Nox would instead be attending with Padme as a bus associate, where he would watch the higher-ups interact with Lana from a distance and gauge just how to move forward. They wouldn't give any ides he was the ruling party of Sion, nor that he was present, just as he wanted. I'll split off with you here, dear. Nox grabbed Lana and gently laid a kiss on the woman's lips, the two of them sinking into each other for several moments before splitting apart. If you need anything I shall be nearby, Nox whispered, running a hand through her hair as she looked at him with nothing but love and adoration. I won't fail you, Lana whispered in turn as the ship's doors slid open to reveal the waiting party which had arrived at the hangar. Yet they hadn't seen Nox, as he had vanished from the scene as soon as the doors had hissed, vanishing to the surface levels in an instant before anyone present could see. Lady Binico. It is my express pleasure to have you attend, Palpatine greeted, smiling kindly at the woman whom gracefully stepped down from the Zaquulan shuttle, holding her dress up as she stepped down. It is my pleasure to attend. Unfortunately the royal family was unable to attend, unfortunately they had a prior engagement that held them up. I'm sure you understand, Lana explained as the Chancellor gave a kindly understanding smile. Unfortunate but understandable. Will you join me as my guest for the night, milady? Palpatine probed, wishing to converse with the lady about a great many things. Of course, Chancellor, I would love to. Lana crossed her hands behind her back just as Nox did, with herself and Sidious turning and walking away not moments later, sinking deep into conversations within moments. Appearing within the main arrival port of the Galactic Opera House, Nox quickly disappeared into the gathered crowds, none noticing him simply stepping into existence as he began to walk towards where he sensed Padme to be. The area was loud, with hundreds of senators and high-lifers bustling between each other, with music playing overhead and waitresses moving between the bustling group. Out of my way, the force subtly moved from Nox, sinking into the minds of any individuals in front of him, pursuing them to subtly move out of his way as he marched across the venue towards a certain group of senators standing with each other. The Jedi are here, no doubt to get in on the events taking place, making their presence known as a major player of the war. How pretentious, Nox mused, eyes dancing towards a group of Jedi playing politics. He made sure to keep as many people between himself and the group of Jedi as possible. Excuse me. Nox stepped past a small girl, petting her on the head before continuing on, finally coming to a stop behind the group of senators. HPMPH. Nox cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the group of senators, specifically the woman speaking to an Alderaanian man, her hair done up in a bun whilst she wore a royal purple dress. The group turned their attention to the man, where he regarded them with a kindly smile. Hello. Padme's eyes widened as Monday Mothma and Bail Organa looked at the man confused. I'm sorry, can we help you? An itch, a sort of headache came over Bail Organa, squinting slightly as he was overcome with a sense of déjà vu. A Brunic, I'm glad you could make it. Padme smiled, rushing to Nox's side as she wound her arm around his own, looking up at him with a pleasant smile of her face covered in makeup to extenuate her features. I'm glad to see you in good health, Padme. I was worried about you. Luckily my faith in Kenya and Anakin wasn't misplaced. Nox accepted her arm around his own, stepping towards the group of senators who looked upon the duo with great confusion. They were quite capable during my rescue. I'm just glad the whole fiasco is over. The senator shook her head, whilst Nox became keenly aware of the arrival of Palpatine and Lana, and the apparent unease at which the Jedi held themselves with as the Jedi watched Lana being near the Chancellor. Padme, why don't you introduce us to your friend here? Monday asked as she looked over Nox, picking out the obviously very expensive garments that doubled as armor, the ornate jewels on his face whilst his eyes glowed with ethereal light. He was royalty, or darn near close to it. She'd bet her bottom dollar that the man Padme was standing with was of great importance. Bail, however, remained silent. The more he looked at the man, the more the vague sense of seeing the man somewhere grated at the back of his mind. This is a Brunic. I'm sorry, I thought you had already met. Padme brought Nox forward. He gave me a great deal of help during my tenure as queen, and continues to help Naboo to this day with supplies. Monday didn't miss the subtle way Padme danced around just what Nox provided for Naboo. She looked at Bail, and felt her brow rise at the consternated look on the Alderaanian senator's face. Ah, Bail, it's been some time since we met, though you do look much more filled out compared to when we last met. I almost didn't recognize you, my boy. And with Nox's words, Whatever haze that had overcome Bail fled momentarily, eyes widening in clarity as he all but bowed deeply to Nox. "Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to see you again. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. I don't know how what came over me." Bail rose at Nox's bidding, accepting the extended hand offered by Nox. "It's of no consequence, it happens, my friend. Though I am glad to see you in such good health. And you must be Monday Mothma. Padme has told me much about you." Those iridescent blue eyes turned face Monday, the woman shuddering slightly as his full being came to bear upon her, the woman shuffling uncomfortable under his intense gaze. "It is my pleasure, Your Majesty. I am honored to be in your presence." Monday curtsied as Nox chuckled. "Come now, none of that, we're all friends here." Shaking his head, Bail came forward in agreement, taking charge of the conversation to save Monday from any further embarrassment. "Where is what was her title? Ah yes, where is the High Justice? Should she not be here with you?" Bail asked good-naturedly, Padme being happy to be silent as Nox conversed, her eyes meeting with Mon's own as the Chandralan woman raised an eyebrow. Shaking her head with a small smile playing on her lips, Padme gently squeezed Nox's arm. "Subconsciously she couldn't join us, unfortunately, her duties are keeping her busy. Had she had the choice, I'm sure she would have joined us. A shame, though I must say, it had been some years since we last spoke. You haven't aged a day." Bail complimented, raising an eyebrow as he gave Nox an appraising glance up and down. "Good genetics, just as I said back then." Nox chuckled as Bail parted his lips slightly. "Ah yes, I remember now, you did say that, didn't you?" Bail took a drink from a waitress walking by, taking a small sip as Monday did the same. "A drink? I already have my own." True to his words, Bail and Monday spotted a drink in his hand they weren't entire sure was there beforehand, the concoction glowing with near blue light as the beverage swirled around the rim on the drink. "I can't say I've seen that drink before." Bail, even with his extensive knowledge of high-end wines and other beverages, couldn't for the life of him ever remember seeing the beverage. "It is a beverage specifically concocted by the servants of my palace. I would be surprised if you were able to find any on the market. Due to benefits afforded by my lineage, we are rather resistant to any forms of negative external stimuli such as alcohol or other things such as poisons, so servants concoct a certain beverage for my family members to consume. It is unfortunately lethal for other species and humans to consume," Nox explained. Bail and Monday looking at the beverage with great interest, Padme herself looked to Nox with a curious eyebrow. Of course she knew for the drink, but the lore behind it was rather interesting to her. "If you don't mind me asking, how does one's family gain such benefits?" "I've never encountered such things before," Monday asked. She could faintly smell the essence of vanilla wafting from the brim of the drink. It was rather pleasant to her. "Selective breeding and modifications of the genetic structure afford special gifts. It's like breeding certain traits into livestock. A couple of these benefits are longevity, another is a resistance to most toxins and poisons," Nox explained, bluffing in his explanation as he alone was the only one in his bloodline to be afforded such abilities. However, he did believe that such gifts would be transferred to his children. Asher had confirmed so on several occasions. His children would live long. Very long lives according to the machine. She had even requested a strand of his genetic structure to understand and attempt to replicate such things in her experiments. After all, he was the progenitor of his bloodline's unique abilities, so they did exist, just not so far back. He wasn't lying, from a certain point of view. "You say you have an extended lifespan, and from what I've seen you haven't aged a day since I last saw you. May I ask how old you are?" Bail asked, a sinking suspicion rising in the back of his mind as he stared intently at the man's features. Both Monday Mothma and Padme waited for Nox's asker, intent on hearing the asker despite the amount of noise around them. "I won't give you an exact answer. I will say I am past my 40s." However, Monday Mothma wanted to call bullshit on Nox's words. To her, he didn't look a day past his 20s, younger if she squinted. In fact, when he AHD first appeared, she had thought Padme was the older of the two. Padme squinted slightly, staring at the side of Nox's head, taking a moment to truly scrutinize his features, every pore of skin, every hair, and every angle on his face. He truly hasn't aged a day since I met him over 10 years ago. Padme stumbled slightly as she came to the realization that he indeed hadn't, for as long as she had known him, for literal years he had looked exactly as she had always known him to be. Just how youthful can someone he? Nox Mayawhile was not really paying attention to answering the senators, giving vague answers that they nonetheless gobbled up with great intensity. He however was paying attention to the Republic senators huddling around Lana, his wife looking rather uncomfortable with all the prodding and questions sent her way by those vying for her favor. "Do you need me, love?" Nox asked from across the room, with Lana turning subtly in his direction. "I will be all right, love," Lana responded, turning to answer Palpatine as she refocused her efforts, steeling herself to continue. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed, the groups of senators forming their own cliques, all the while Nox stood with Padme, watching over Lana from a distance. It eventually came time for the guests to start moving towards the main events, with Palpatine heading up the stairs first with Lana and several plants that were chosen to get closer to Lana. Nox walked alongside Padme and Bail, the Alderaanian senator, asking about mundane things about the Zaquilin Empire. His interest piqued as he wished to build a closer relationship with Nox. Monday was much the same. The apparent wealth Nox held was easily evident, but she chose to watch and gauge the man. He had so far shown to be a well-meaning and kind individual, someone she could see herself remaining in contact with and building a functional working relationship with. They made sure to keep together as they all moved to the theater, the ornate carpeted stairs below sagging underfoot as waitresses rushed past them. The horde of senators and high-lifers individuals all made sure to keep separate to each other, and shortly thereafter, as they passed by several rooms for the specific individuals present, said individuals broke off from the horde and into their allocated booths. They on their way to the 12th floor, with well over half the senators around them still passing by. However, he, Padme, Bail and Monday stopped before their personal booth. "Here we are." Monday lead them inside their booth, making sure to take care as Nox looked to the amphitheater within. Down below, stands filled with persons circled the stage at the center of the room, red carpet lay between each of the stands, waitresses walking to and from as people shuffled into and out, climbing the stands to take their seats. Up above the stands was the ring of booths that they sat within, running around the room in a circular formation. All around the room higher and higher were more booths, each one catered to the individual, keeping no compromise to the experience of every group present. Sitting down on the corner of the booth with Padme taking the seat directly at his side, Nox regarded the woman with an appraising eye, her face flushing slightly as she caught him casting glances over her. Directly to Padme's other side, Monday Mothma sat down with Bail taking the far seat of the booth. Looking away from Padme, Nox cast a glance to a lower booth, where he could see Lana sitting with Mas Amedda and Slymore, next to Palpatine himself, as the man seemed to be trying to gain an understanding on Lana's knowledge of the Force. Always looking for an apprentice, Nox turned away to look at the center stage where a group of Monday Kala were setting up their performance, with a large orb of water beginning to form thanks to the repulsors. "This reminds me of some of the performances back home," Nox said softly, placing his arms against the armrests of the chair, watching the Monday Kala below waltzed in, the group of women walking towards the stage with long red costumes that streamed across the floor behind them. Silence overcame everyone present as the actresses below as ended the stage from all sides, waving around as they stepped into the orb of water, swimming up in sync before the orb began to float up and become suspended at the center of the chamber. A round of applause circulated around the opera house as deep sinister tones began to play around the room, the orb of water rippling and shifting under the repulsors and musk echoing around the chamber. Even from where he was sat, Nox could see the discomfort the Jedi party was placed in, shifting in discomfort as they apparently weren't very fond of the music being played. The actors performed a series of maneuvers, circling and swimming around each other to get another round of applause from the watching audience. The lights of the opera house dimmed drastically, casting long shadows as the booths became hard to properly see in, with the orb of water at the center of the chamber being lit up to illuminate the dancers. Padme herself cast a glance at Nox, finally confirming without a shadow of a doubt that his eyes did in fact glow in the dark subtly. "It's odd. I never truly noticed." Nox turned to face her, her eyes catching a sort of trail his eyes lift, a trail of light that smeared and followed his irises. It was kind of captivating. She couldn't turn away, as his pupils dilated and narrowed every couple of seconds as they adjusted to the light around them. "How does the installations?" Nox asked in a hushed tone, Padme leaning her arms on the armrest much like Nox was doing as she leant closer so the two could speak. Monday and Bail instead began conversing, with Monday leaning over to Bail as they conversed about mundane things. "They've gone well, the structures they've been installed in to hide them well, the general populace is completely unaware of their existence, and the Royal Guard has been trained thoroughly in their operation. I am more than confident we won't have any incidents like we did again," Padme responded, her soft voice carrying between the two even as Monday tried and failed to hear the conversation the two were having. "I would like to modify our agreement. I require a larger portion of plasma to be imported. Would the Queen be amenable to that?" Nox asked, his burning eyes turning to Padme to see her answer. "I am sure the Queen would not be opposed. I will personally present to her the new deal," Padme replied, earning a small thankful nod from Nox. Their conversation was halted as the door to their booth opened, a waitress entering the chamber and presenting those present with more beverages for them to enjoy. "Thank you." Nox accepted a drink off the tray with a grateful smile. The woman left a few moments later, sashaying away and out of the room. It was that moment that Nox's senses twinged, a warning from the force of impending danger. "It's close, very close, but not yet. The district, no. The opera house, soon. During, no. After the performance, when most of the senators are due to leave." Nox deciphered the cryptic warning afforded to him from the force. "Sis, no. Assassins, bounty hunters." The warnings from the force wanes as he deciphered its cries, before rerouting to its usual ebb and flow as Nox cast a glance at Layman across the opera house. "Lana, leave the opera house as soon as the performance comes to an end, preferable shortly beforehand if possible," Nox warned, the woman responding with a quick positive before returning to her conversation with the Chancellor. "This performance? What do you know about it?" Nox asked Monday Mothma, leaning over as Padme sat back to give him an unobstructed view, all the while she toyed with the glass in her hand in thought. "It doesn't have a name yet. The composer is stringing along several performances and trying to bridge together a new performance. These are his old works we are currently seeing. He is supposedly creating a new performance. I am actually excited to see it," Mothma explained, taking occasional sips from her drink as she explained. "Perhaps I should hire him to orchestrate some works for my home, he seems rather talented," Nox thought out loud, turning back to the performance in deep thought. Again a warning through the force swept over him, just as he spotted Palpatine perceiving the same threat, the man seemingly adjusting himself as the force washed over the chamber. The Jedi on the other hand were components the wiser to the waves passing over them, causing Nox to raise an eyebrow in their direction. Their ability to sense the force really is diminished. "How amusing!" Nox chuckled slightly, feeling Padme gently stroke his arm as she stared at him, having heard his small laugh. "I'll have the new agreement drawn up and presented to you shortly," Nox adjusted himself. "I'll be waiting," Padme responded, scratching at her chin slightly as a haze began to settle over her mind, the effects of the alcohol beginning to take effect as her words slurred slightly, her eyes squinting as she felt a warmth run up and down her spine. "Hura!" Padme shuddered slightly, sinking into her chair as the other senators did the same, all except Nox himself, who regarded them with an amused snort. "Getting relaxed there, huh?" Nox laughed, the woman nodding slowly at his words as she tried to focus on the performance. Slowly, but surely, the events of the play began to blur together, their conversations bleeding away until there wasn't much to talk about but focusing on the actors. And before long, they found themselves walking back out of the opera house towards the landing pad some distance away. It was at that moment that Nox capitalized on his chance to acquire the resources he needed for his experiments. They met in the corridor of the opera house, their shoulders colliding as the group of senators stumbled over each other at the sudden collision. The smaller of the two Jedi picked herself up from the ground, pale blonde hair splashing around as she regarded Nox with silent fury. Gently he reached down, grabbing the girl's hand and lifting her to her feet before rubbing her hair humorously. She swatted his hand away as he regarded Vass Lucas. "I'm so sorry for barging into your apprentice and yourself, Master Jedi." Nox took the DNA sample out of Vass Lucas's hand, securing it for what he needed as he interacted with himself. It was interesting as always, looking upon himself from two different perspectives, and the Force thrummed with harmony as he resonated with his own power, connecting and entwining as energy rippled between his two bodies. "It's nothing, Master Jedi, don't let me keep you up." Nox pat himself, his other body on the shoulder as Vass nodded to him, Padme watching the two interact, completely missing the exchange of valuable resources. Of course he could have simply sent the DNA sample to himself through the Force. But he didn't want to risk alerting anyone to his actions, and to do so within the heart of the Jedi Temple had the potential to draw attention from either Yoda or someone else uniquely attuned to the Force, especially with Mace being so close since the Council meeting. All's well ends well. Nox slid the DNA sample deep into his carapace, storing it away where it would be safe from whatever was to come. Now then, Nox watched the back of Vass Lucas walk off, his left hand coiling around Padme's waist as he turned to the woman whom looked between himself and Vass Lucas. "How rude," Padme commented, following Nox along as he guided her and the other senators towards the two arcing landing pads that overlooked the Ascura district below. They passed by many elite persons, with Nox chuckling as they made their way down to the VIP section of the landing pad, where they sat themselves down at a pair of couches situated directly against the edge of the landing pad, where Bail and Monday sat with their backs to the safety railing that guarded them from plummeting to their deaths. Sat in between them was a stone table made of black material and golden markings, and on THR opposite side with their back to the venue, Padme and Nox took their seats, overlooking the city from the direction they were sat. Padme's eyes tracked a rising pillar of smoke, sniffling slightly as she drew the attention of her friends. "It's so horrible, isn't it?" Padme expressed her grief, gesturing towards the near-abandoned surface of Coruscant with a saddened gaze. "It was traumatic, so much death, so much, just wrong." Monday agreed. She hadn't been on-world personally, but the broadcasts and refugees off-world had cast a solemn picture to the rest of the galaxy. "I saw so many people dying, all I could do was watch as hundreds of people were crushed by a Venator." Padme sobbed, with Nox reaching across the gently rubbed circles on the woman's back, his face solemn as she expressed her grief to the group. Nox in the meantime, as the three senators spoke, watched as Lana's shuttle departed the Opera House, diving away from the establishment, disappearing into the cityscape of the Ascura district. That must have been the signal, with Lana away from the Opera House and safe, away from any danger and chance of alienating Sion. Now that she was sage must have been the perfect moment to strike. As the final warning of the Force came not a minute later. The warning that came was the loudest he had felt, his eyes widening as everything slowed down. The air pressure immediately changed around him, as his head snapped to the side where one of the chairs in the far side of the venue appeared to be in the midst of exploding. Time crawled to a stop, his thought process exploding into action as he cast his eyes back to Padme, Monday, Mothma and Bail. He watched the shockwave of hot air send the hair on Padme's and Mon's face flying violently. He saw the nearest people to the explosion be consumed by the fireball, turning to ash in an instant as the explosion slowly passed towards their direction. "Welp, can't have them dying now." He turned to face his group of senators, watching their eyes widen as they began to slowly shield themselves, their actions a crawl before his eyes. "All right." He stepped in front of Padme, feeling the heat on the back of his head. Slowly her eyes tracked up to him in surprise as he stepped between herself and the explosion. He gripped the table sat between himself and the senators, and before their gaze, tore it upwards, spinning and holding it steadfast as the explosion resumed its speed. Their ears popped, as the fireball washed over their position. The table offered little protection, but it was enough, even as Nox's fingers cooked as they were eaten by the flames of the fire, skin turning black as he held the table tight. A final shockwave hit them, sending them flying back. Monday and Bale crashed into the ground behind the table, the flame washing overhead as the couches saved them. Padme and Nox weren't so lucky, as they were sent flying over the railing due to their proximity. Should he turn to face the senator, reaching for the woman as his right hand caught, catching her within his grip even as they flew from the lobby of the Opera House, over the edge to the maintenance level below. Padme screamed as she fell, arms flailing wide, not noticing Nox drawing her close to him with the force, catching her hand with his own. Her screams were silenced as her body came to a jarring halt, as small flecks of fire ate at her hair. She opened her eyes to see Nox above her. "Don't let go!" Nox held her fingers with his right hand, locking her hand into his own, all the while his left hand was locked in place around the walkway of the maintenance walkways below the main lawyer of THR Opera House above. Her gaze caught the fireball passing overhead, illuminating everything around the maintenance level with orange light as metal fragments and other bits and pieces flew by on fire. "Don't let me go!" Padme cried out as she tried to grab a hold onto Nox's hand with her dangling right arm, however she wasn't able to get a grip, her fingers slipping as the flaking burnt flesh on Nox's fingers gave way slightly. "Padme! Padme!" Nox drew the senator's attention, even as the walkway he was holding onto shuddered as another heatwave passed by. The senator looked up at him with wide fearful eyes, her makeup smudged as tears streamed down her face. "It's going to be okay, okay." Nox ignored the rattling of the railing he was holding onto. He could simply fold space around them, whisking them to safety, but that wouldn't do anything positive, rather it would raise questions he wasn't ready to answer. "I'm going to swing you up, all right?" Nox yelled down, the woman peering deeply at him as she struggled and swayed in the open air. "Please don't drop me!" Padme cried out, as a speeder once more rushed by below, seemingly running from the scene as the high-life individuals within chose to escape rather than help. "I'm not going to drop you, all right, just, get ready." On three, Nox locked his grip around the woman's fingers, the blackened flesh on his hands crumbling slightly, as his armor shifted as he was getting ready to swing them back up. "One!" She whimpered as her right hand flailed around for more grip, whilst Nox began to shift his weight back and forward, the railing above twisting slightly. "Two!" They swung back and forward, rising higher as Nox used his superior near-superhuman strength to swing them further and further. "Three!" Nox heaved, the muscles in his arms tensing, as his back squared and chest contorted. He swung the woman wide and upwards, her scream echoing around as she became vertical to the air, upside down before she slammed into the railing with a heavy grunt. "There we go!" Nox pulled himself up, charred fingers curling around the railing as he flexed his arms and simply pulled himself up onto and over the railing to safety. He landed with a grunt, ignoring the carnage going on overhead as Padme was a hot mess at his feet, shaking heavily as she lay on the ground. "And with this event the Republic will be focused back on the war with the Sith. No doubt your plan all along, Palpatine. Well done!" Nox chuckled, looking down at his charred fingers, flexing then slightly as they crumbled. "Come on!" Nox leant down, scooping the shaken senator up until his arms, pulling her close as he began to walk along the maintenance panels along their length towards the Opera House's access hatches. "Your hands!" Padme spoke up as she saw the blackened digits curled around her slender form, pupils dilating as they flaked further, revealing the red raw skin below. "We'll be fine." Nox dismissed her worries with nary a thought. "Let's get out of here." "Padme apartment." "Thank you, Padme, but it's really nothing to worry about." Nox accepted the fact that the woman before him was intent on helping him through his injuries, despite the fact she knew he would easily heal. She seemed intent on helping. Thus she was winding a soft white antiseptic fabric around each individual finger he had. She took great care to spread each finger, her delicate fingers tightening the fabric gently. The makeup on her face had been wiped off when they returned to her apartment. The purple dress she had previously worn had been replaced by a simple like nightgown that hung around her shoulders. Hung around her neck was the juniper necklace gifted to her some years ago by Anakin. "How cute! It makes me sick." Nox smiled slightly, reaching forward to gently caressing the necklace hung around the woman's neck. She shuddered slightly as the fabric around his fingers brushed her skin, but he ignored it in favor of admiring Anakin's work. It's well done for sure, the work of a child, but well done. Nox nodded and let it fall back to the woman's neck just as she finished wrapping up his right hand. Thank you, Padme. Nox flexed his hands. It was uncomfortable, forcing your body to stop healing. He could have healed his wounds in the instant thanks to his superior healing, but again, too many questions, too little gained for doing so, so he let his fingers burn in an effort to further his agenda. It's the least I could do. She held his hand, face contorting in sadness as her supple lips dipped into a frown. I'm sorry, she said after several beats of silence, looking up at him with wife and innocent eyes. Sliding his hand out of Padme's own, Nox shook his head, smiling gently before rising and walking towards the open balcony. You have nothing to apologize for, Padme. I only did what anyone would if they could. Take care of Anakin for me, would you? Padme watched him approach the edge of the balcony, his hands becoming crossed behind his back as he clenched his fingers, subtly healing them without the senator's notice. He's a good boy, it saddens me I must keep my distance for his benefit. Of course. Padme whispered, the man before her inclining his head slightly as a shuttle approached the balcony, roaring over the nightlife before coming to a halt in front of the apartment. I'll inform the Queen of your new trade agreement. I'll bring it to you in, let's say, 5 days from now. There is some business I must attend to. Nox turned to the woman, as the bay doors to the shuttle opened, revealing an exasperated Lana Beniko, whom stood with her arms crossed and a less than pleased expression on her face. I was waiting for you, thank you for taking care of my idiot. Padme. Lana reached down and wrenched her husband into the shuttle bay, giving a kindly smile to Padme before fussing over the man she loved. Anytime, Mistress Beniko, until next time. Padme came to stand on the edge of the balcony, as the shuttle began to slowly recede away from the balcony's edge. May the Force serve you, Padme. Now let's get out of here, you daft fool. The authorities will be here to get Padme's statement soon. Padme watched Lana grill Nox as the bay doors shut, the ship suddenly dropping down, disappearing into the traffic below as the pilots masterfully avoided any unwelcome gazes. The Senate has unanimously agreed to redouble their efforts in the war. It was found out to be an attack on the Opera House orchestrated by the Sith. Lana leant on the wall of the shuttle, as Nox grunted. It was Sidious. His plans fall apart if the Senate isn't focused on the war, so why not blow a couple of them up to refocus their hate and fear on the Sith? Nox shrugged, pulling out the slides of Anakin's genetic material. What's that? Lana asked, coming up to her husband's side to see the 2 plastic slides, one containing blood and the other a sample of flesh. I can't trust fate to handle what must be done, so I'll take matters into my own hands, regardless of if the chosen one succeeds or fails. I will succeed, either as myself, or a backup chosen one. Nox clutched the genetic samples tightly, turning to Lana. What did Palpatine want? He wished to create a business agreement that would allow the Republic to acquire some of our weapons and munitions. I told him I would speak to the royal family about such a business trade. He seems very interested in our wares. I believe he wants to keep us close, very close for our technology, Lana explained, Nox pondering as he rubbed his free hand on his chin. I see, make it a very favorable agreement for us. I wouldn't want to make things too easy for Sidious, now would I? Now dear. Nox grabbed Lana by the back and drew her close, kissing her gently. I'm glad you're safe. I'll return to Coruscant in 5 days. I'll be waiting. She looked up into his glowing eyes, smiling as she savored the taste of his lips, watching, unblinking as the man burst into a cloud of purple smoke and light before her very eyes, dispersing into motes of light into the thin air between them. Iokath Mother Machine Facility. Mother Nox bellowed as he appeared in the hidden cylindrical chamber, the hologram of the Rakatan woman appearing before him. Ah, my son. I was beginning to wonder when you would arrive, Asha greeted, looking Nox over with her bulging bug-like eyes. You seem pleased, my child. Of course I am. I got exactly what you need for the project. He produced the 2 plastic slides containing Anakin's genetic material. Oh good, very good. Asha maneuvered a pair of robotic arms that came from the ceiling, pulling towards Nox's hand, ready to accept the genetic slides. Before his gaze, the samples were sucked into the robotic limb, followed immediately after by the churning of robotic machinery hidden behind the walls of the room. I'll begin replicating the genetic material as we speak. By the creators, the midichlorian count within these blood cells is... I've never seen such potent blood, the machine exclaimed in genuine surprise. Good news, my lord, the cells are still viable, they're replicating as we speak. With a careful hand, I am no doubt sure that a perfect specimen can be created. Remember, one completely unaltered specimen first. I want its mind subdued so it shall be easy to inhabit. Then you can experiment with the samples, Nox instructed, the machine already doing exactly as asked. Of course, my child. I would never go against your words. At the center of the chamber where the lone containment unit sat, mechanical limbs sunk into the tank of fluid, where an embryo was already constructed by the mother machine. Introducing sample, Nox walked over to the vat, looking intently at its center whilst another limb with a needle for a head dove to the embryo containment unit. He watched the needle pierce the embryo through a screen that enlarged the process so he could observe the constructed cells fusing with the artificial embryo, successfully inseminating the embryo with no difficulties. Several seconds passed of complete silence, the mother machine running through several sequences before her hollow appeared beside Nox. Congratulations, my lord, for all intents and purposes, it is a viable specimen. It just needs to grow, Asha explained as a large wall of holograms appeared before the two, displaying the embryo and the multiplying cells within. How long will this take? Nox asked, crossing his arms as he circled the wall of holograms. With my expertise in artificial aging and the resources I have available, but he careful to ensure maximum compatibility. I would estimate 2 years, Asha explained, earning a small but grateful nod from her greatest creation. Consider this facility on lockdown, your work is of the utmost importance, anything you will be granted. I leave the rest to you. Mother Nox vanished a moment later, allowing the machine to focus wholly on its work. 3 days later, Zakul. A layer of smoke separated the lower levels of the spire from the rest of the city, artificially created by the powers that be to hide the events taking place below the canopy of smoke. Evacuations had taken place over 48 hours beforehand. A legion of skytroopers lined the lower levels closest to the smoke canopy. A literal wall of skytroopers were suspended over the skies, each one having their weapons pointed straight down into the smoke. Their sensors scanned down, ready to fire within a moment's notice. Suddenly, several tens of shuttles tore through the smoke, churning the distilled air violently as the vessels tore through the lower levels, carrying scores of surviving knights and evacuees. Leaping from a shuttle to an overarching balcony where Scorpio stood, Nihilus came to a landing with a solid thud, his robes torn and damaged. He huffed as the force barrier he had maintained for literal hours finally broke down around him, the ancient Sith leaning precariously on a bench. We need to evacuate, we've exhausted all our resources. Lucille spoke through dry wheezes, tearing his death mask from his face before coughing black smoke from his mouth. The droid that ran the Eternal Empire watched the shuttles rise high into the spire, careening the wounded directly to the night base in the far-off distance. All shuttles accounted for, Scorpio stated neutrally, as 4 other Titanic droids floated down into the ranks of the Skytrooper units. Skyva, Esni, and Ivla floated down like foreign deities of steel, their forms releasing hums of energy as they linked up with the Skytrooper army. They watched the disturbed smoke below as it began to settle, yet they maintained their distance from the lair. There, Scorpio announced, as one the Skytrooper army pointed their weapons directly at the lowest visible floor through the smoke. A railing gave way as a blackened hand grabbed its surface, tearing the safety rails clear from their place as one by one, black shapes of various sizes clawed their way up. The first to stand up in the lowest level looked up, only to be burned away by a bolt of red light from Esni, falling back into the smoke below. Esni lowered her hand as it smoked, calculating lenses narrowing slightly as she watched 3, 7, 19 black forms crawl up from the abyss below. Fire, Scorpio announced as the numbers to reach the base level reached over 60 within seconds. A screech of energy clapped across the area, as the Skytrooper army and the Io Cath God droids let loose their armament into the crawling chaos below. Rain of red fell upon the black ooze, burning away 300 in less than 30 seconds. But much like the previous days, Scorpio felt what she could only equate to be frustration as the constructs of black ooze refused to stay down, their numbers rising no matter how many of the blasted infected they took out. The bodies the ooze had inhabited had long since turned to ash. Instead it was seemingly abandoning such useless practices. Instead it simply multiplied itself and made constructs from the black ooze, rising higher and higher through the lower levels as it learned and adapted to the situation. "There it is," Scorpio announced, as from within the literal waves of black ooze constructs, a creature much more defined than others clawed its way up from the clouds, screeching high up at the Skytrooper army, ignoring the rain of red bolts completely. All damage it sustained was simply remired, as 13 tendrils burst from the thing's back to draw and connect to the other constructs around it, continuously healing it as it rose to stand on its hunched legs. "I'm detecting the masses just beyond the canopy. Prepare to evacuate," Scorpio announced as a third of the Skytroopers above turned and amended into the skies, ready to start issuing the orders to evacuate to the ignorant masses above. "We'll start evacuating the more important resources." Ivla, Esni, and Skyva rose and flew away, heading towards the very top Tahi Tower where the more important things such as the Emperor's vaults were. "I must inform the Emperor of my failure to stop this creature," Scorpio began, but halted any further conversation with the watching Lucille as a third being joined then in their observation deck. "There is no need. I'm already aware, I felt it when it broke the canopy." Nox spoke with a guttural growl, having the hour where the deadline he had given Scorpio to sort the mess be reached. "I am deeply apologetic for my failure, my lord," Scorpio announced, Lucille dropping to his knees whilst Nox walked to the edge of the balcony, immediately catching the gaze of the apparent central consciousness of the mass of ooze below. "Leave. I'll deal with this now." Nox wouldn't let any argument be brokered, stepping off the balcony and plummeting to the base level below. He landed gently a good 10 meters from the bodies of ooze standing before him. A literal mass of black bodies of all shapes and sizes standing from left to right as far as the eye could see. "I've been waiting for you, Siaking, and now you've come to me." Stepping out of the fog, the avian of ooze appeared, stepping out with a lumbering gait, over the tops of the lesser forms, its body rippling violently with each step it took. Its demented mouth, now located on the avian chest with its gnarled and twisted teeth, moved side to side as the lips of the mouth tried to form several words in odd languages, but came out garbled and twisted as Nox inclined his head in understanding. Behind the avian ooze, a group of zombie knights stepped out, slow and uneven, their armors caked with their own blood and viscera. At their head was an exarch, the only one that hadn't been fast enough to annihilate their body. The exarch came to a stop beside the avian, the knights coming up behind them. And behind that were the horde of regular converted zombies closed like a mass of water, all at once behind the marching knights. "So I have." Nox raised his right arm, inspecting it momentarily, the cord ossus weave bodysuit beneath his robes stretching with his movements. "You know I wasn't expecting you here, of all places. What do you expect to gain through invading my empire? Do I need a reason other than want the creature?" "So I have." Nox raised his right arm, inspecting it momentarily, its mouth clacking together unevenly as more and more zombies appeared. "Your parents wouldn't be very happy about you being here, you know that, right?" That seemed to agitate the ooze somewhat, as the avian rippled violently for a moment before it powered itself. "What would you know, insignificant human?" the ooze bit with Nox smirking violently behind his helmet, his arms spreading wide. "Ungle unrestrained growth, devourer. Hunger, feeding without measure. Isn't that what your name means?" Nox mocked, calling memories the ooze had long since forgotten. "That's what you said to your mother after your little riddles to rile her up. You couldn't possibly know of that." The avian took a measured step back as Nox slowly removed his helmet, the helmet fading away as soon as it left his face. "What was it you preached that day?" Nox laughed, his own mouth twisting and shifting as his voice box contorted. "A devourer whose appetite is never sated. Am I not this? Will I not swallow up you and my hoary siblings as delicacies before the grand feast of all the blood-drenched worlds in all the blood-drenched universe until there is naught else but Ngungle?" And then shall I have none left to devour but myself as another who did as such, eating his own tail, endlessly. For that is the way of the worlds. The words came out a direct mocking copy of the Ngulngul's own voice, the creature growing further agitated at Nox's mocking. Isn't it funny, the only creature you put any semblance of trust in sent you to a world without food to feast upon? Tell me, about how had you hungered of mug fallow? Nox laughed as the force grew heavier with every word he spoke. The avian roared, bursting into Ngulngul's truest expression of itself. 18 tentacles burst from the avian, 18 eyes and 18 legs erupted on its central mass. A mouth of spiky prongs erupted with a guttural roar as the horde of zombies sprinted at Nox. Yet with a simple mocking wave of his hand, a pulse of white light overcame the senses of everything present. As white-hot death burned everything away in a single movement, the light died down a second later, yet nothing but the twisted amalgamation of mocking death remained, its zombie horde not even particles of ash where they had been burned away at the release of pure energy. The truest expression of the Ngulngul turned to look at the now bleached land behind him, steel beams rent under the pressure exerted by Nox, the fog burned away to reveal the lower levels below which were red-hot under the heat Nox had pressed upon it. In an instant the army it had worked to make of the last couple of days simply burned away under Nox's will. I understand now. Its voices came out at once, as its eyes turned back to Nox. You are a brood of similarly like my mother and uncles. You will be my feast. The tentacles launched Ngulngul at Nox. It rose on its 18 legs, tentacles spreading out far and wide around Nox. How you know such things? Then you understand nothing, Nox responded, meeting the creature halfway before they vanished from Zakul entirely. The world now entirely free of the ooze of the Ngulngul. Not moments after taking the Ngulngul away, Scorpio returned with the Skytrooper Legion, coming to a grinding halt to observe a glowing metal where the ooze had been. Scan everything, burn anything that remains away, Scorpio ordered. Looking up towards the skies, through the stars of the galaxy where their emperor was detected across the galaxy, not moments. Mobilize the fleet, we are going to its source. The star of Coruscant appeared above the moons of Concordia, its gargantuan size casting a massive shadow of the Mandalorian tribes down below. This is a rendering of the ship made by a fan created from the in-game swatter debris left by the ship. This is the most accurate design we have of the vessel so far. https:/images.apgu.gl/43ukfa6j Prepare for departure. Valen ordered the skeleton crew of droids manning the controls of the Star of Coruscant. At once, High Justice, a deep tone sounded from the nearest droid's mouthpiece speaker, dragging its fingers as it controlled the ship's hangars and onboard vessels. Bring a small crew to the surface. We need a show of power. Valen grunted, turning from the control bridge of her new vessel, turning for a moment to once more stare through the viewport of the vessel for a couple moments before turning away and marching towards the elevator. All across the ship, various experimental long-lost weapons slowly powered up, railguns of unknown design, gravity weapons, missiles capable of burning away atmospheres long lost to the whims of time. The ship was filled with experimental weapons so powerful and so terrible it had once fought the entirety of a Sith armada at the same time. And that was before the upgrades implemented upon the vessel from Scorpio on Io Kath. Making the way to the hangar after some time, Valen entered the Zakulan shuttle ready for liftoff in her personal hangar, with 3 other vessels filled with disguised Skytrooper units garbed into military gear to hide that they were droids. Let's go, Valen grunted, stepping into the vessel's bay doors before lifting off, spearing from the hangar before nose-diving towards the forested planet below. What is the history of this planet? Valen asked in curiosity, crossing her arms as she clenched and unclenched her right hand. Established as a mining colony until the Great Clan Wars, the forests have suffered extensively during these times, nearly rendering the planet lifeless and barren. Due to recent efforts, the moon has started to recover. It is the current home of the exhaled Death Watch led by Clan Vizsla. One of the droids responded at her side, the woman standing with closed eyes whilst listening intently. Clan Vizsla, hey! I see. Her yellow eyes reopened as a coy smile teetered on the side of her lips. I do hope they choose the hard way. Approaching the nearby Death Watch camps, the shuttles answered the hails requested by the Death Watch guards. You are cleared for landing. Our new Mandalore Governor Pre Vizsla will meet you upon your arrival. The new Mandalorian guard spoke, causing Valen to roll her eyes. Good, Valen responded, ended communications as the ship she was in finally began its final approach, the bay doors opening on the side of the vessel as it began to slow down. Prepare to disembark. Their orientation rotated as they slowed to a sudden halt, lowering to the ground along with the escorting ships, the droid forces departing alongside Valen as she jumped to the ground with a huff. Standing before the new Mandalorian town were the forces still present, standing sentry as they waited for their leader to meet the owner of the dreadnought hanging over their home with its weapons primed at their homes. Approaching the camp, Valen spread her arms wide, looking from left to right as her droids came to a marching halt on either side of her, each holding their rifles at the ready to gun down everyone present. Greetings. Valen smirked wildly before the gathered exiled Death Watch. I bring news. I am Senior Tyrell. I take it you're the one in command of that vessel. A man spoke, parting the new Mandalorians as he came forward, a roughly 40-year-old looking man glaring at Valen with hostility. I am. Yes. It is my vessel, but that is unimportant. For I am here to end your exile. You have new purpose, you are to follow me. As decreed by your Duchess. Valen watched each and every person intently, noting that the majority of the people present seemed to be looking at Vizsla for some sense of response. He's the leader, Valen cooed internally, smiling to herself as she noticed the incensed look on Vizsla's face. Several long seconds of violent twitches rapturing across Pre's face and body, before his face muscles were schooled and a pleasant smile overcame his features. I am glad the Duchess finally recognizes the efforts we have displayed in trying to sow forgiveness and rejoin our Mandalorian brothers. Pre looked to the people behind him, each one showing their belief and trust in his words, however a brunette girl retained a harsh glare in her direction. A loyal follower. Valen laughed aloud, waving her hand as the droids at her side raised their weapons, shocking the residents of the camps. Don't lie to me. I've already scoured this planet from head to toe before my arrival. I wander. Valen pulled out her saber from inside her robes, igniting the yellow blade of her saber in, its blade glowing a yellow beam into the night. Would the Duchess sanction your executions had she realized you were rebuilding the Death Watch? She watched the group present become guarded. Don't move, or you'll die. I'm actually quite pleased about this. You see, while I appreciate the beliefs and devotion of the Mandalorian forces provided to me by the Duchess, they lack certain qualities of the true Mandalorian blood possessed. She began to approach the frozen Pre Vizsla. Tell me, O leader of Death Watch, do you truly follow the true ways of the Mandalorian clans? Valen asked with a mocking laugh. We do. He felt for a blaster held in his clothing, glaring at Valen with all the hatred he could muster. It seems we never had a chance to come back to our rightful ways. I wouldn't say so. I too believe in glory through battle. So let's make a wager, Pre Vizsla. A battle for command. If you win, I'll give you my dreadnought, and you can lay siege to Mandalore, and fight of the Republic and the Sith at the same time without fear. Valen began, looking at the intruiged Pre as he looked up to the vessel. And if you win? Pre asked, revealing the blaster he had hidden, now genuinely curious at what the invader had to say. If I win, I get Death Watch, and your unwavering loyalty. Let's go. Warrior to warrior. Valen's eyes became crazed as Pre looked to his followers, looking around from left to right before receiving some small nods. Very well, woman, we decide the fate of our futures in an hour. Pre sneered, showing his true colors for a moment before being ferried off by his followers that very next moment. Very well, Valen laughed, simply walking over to a boulder, jumping onto its top before sitting down and closing her eyes and drifting off into deep thought for the next hour, with her droids taking point in guarding her position. On the dot of the passing hour, several metallic clanking was heard, with over 30 Mandalorian armored warriors marching from the camp, surrounding Valen as she cracked open an eye. Ah! I'm glad you didn't decide to flee. it would have been a shame to have you blasted to bits." Valen plopped herself up and bounced down to the ground as Vizsla entered the ring of Mandalorians. "It is a coward's way to flee in the face of challenge, and cowards, we are not." Pre motioned to the Mandalorians. Yet a couple of his men each spoke up, bolstering his support as he smiled at his men. "As our challenger has so elegantly proposed. A challenge for leadership." Pre laughed, several low laughs and giggles echoed all round the dreadnought. "For our people. Who would I be to deny such a request? I, Pre Vizsla, will obviously honor this arrangement." The blond man drew out his blaster and pointed it at Valen, the woman simply stretching her arms as the man did so, not particularly caring in the slightest. "Let's get this over with, shall we?" She hadn't even drawn her blade, instead she had taken on a brawler's stance, looking as if she was ready to pounce upon the Mandalorian. "Bo, do us the honors." A ginger-haired girl to the side nodded at her leader's words. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The Mandalorians leapt back, creating space for the two combatants. Right off the bat Pre began to open fire upon the woman, yet to his and the others' great surprise, the woman didn't even dodge. Like a raging rancor she simply rushed him, hands reaching towards him as blaster bolts slammed into her face and chest, tearing away skin and fabric with each round that found its mark. "Come here." The woman's voice, more akin to a bestial growl, put Pre on edge as he activated his jetpack and leapt back, jumping away and into the air just as the ferocious woman's arms encircled where he had been. "Ragh!" the woman raged, arm flashing out and managing to wrap around his left leg before he had escaped her reach. "What kind of strength?" Pre roared internally as he watched the boot under her grasp warp and crunch, a loud cracking being heard all around before he felt an intense sense of vertigo. The world around him shifted for a moment, as he found himself careening through the air as she had thrown him through the air towards their camp. The rampaging woman followed his uncontrolled flight with heavy footsteps, rumbling stones spreading under her foot before she simply leapt towards him, reaching once more. Not again! The fool finally caught himself, flying up and away as the monster's hand barely missed him, with her falling back to the ground with a huff of anger. A magnetic hook erupted from his left gunlet, the cable flying and wrapping around the woman's arms, entrapping them as the cable became taut. "You thought you had a chance," Pre mocked before flying towards the camp, intending to take the woman with him. Valen's feet skidded across the ground, boots leaving trenches in the ground as she was dragged around. The cable around her arms creaked and groaned, and she watched the nearest hovel approach. "Your mistake," Valian smirked, leaning back as far as she could, her toes and feet becoming angled upwards and free as her ankles dragged through the dirt. And just as she was to collide with the hovel, Pre's arm was violently wrenched out of its socket, dislocating his shoulder as the woman's feet collided with the wall of the hovel, stopping his flight dead in its tracks. The metal under her feet groaned slightly as she pivoted against the wall, angling the cable to sling it around the edge of the hovel, and with a rather violent tug, brought Pre flying back down to the ground. With a leap, she landed on the man's arm, her cry of pain heard as she stamped down on the gauntlet that held the cable, severing its connection and allowing her freedom. She was forced away not a moment later as fire bathed its horrible heat on her skin and cloak, courtesy of Pre's other gauntlet, the flesh on her face becoming bubbled and blistered whilst holes in her cloak quickly became larger. "I'll admit, you're strong for your size, but this is where it ends," Pre growled, reaching to his waist and pulling out what was obviously a lightsaber for Mandalore. With his left arm dangling uselessly at the side, he rushed her as a black blade sung ti life from the saber's hilt. "I've never seen a blade like that," Valen cooed, fishing her own saber from her robes, igniting the yellow blade and rushing to meet Pre in the middle. Their sabers met in a violent burst of sparks and light, screeching violently as Pre attempted to outmatch the strength of the woman across from him. "Hee hee ha 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 ha!" Valen laughed, her burning visage visible under the hood of her robes, as her head raised before coming crashing down on his own, breaking the saber lock as he was forced back a meter. Her blade swept to the right, the man jumping back slightly, aiming his saber arm at the woman as he shot an explosive round at her. The round sailed past, exploding behind before she ducked several more, wearing in and out as she crossed the distance between them once more. Their sabers collided once more, only for a second as they began to viciously sweep their blades in completely random arcs and sweeps, intending to take their opponent out with sheer brute force rather than technique. A stab at her waist was dodged by simply sidestepping out of its path. Taking a note out of her beloved's book, she wound her digits around the man's right arm, crushing it with ruthless efficiency, making the man drop his blade as now both hands were completely useless. Concede Valen's voice was low, and hollow as she looked down at the warrior, catching his saber as it fell with her offhand. "You've lost." "I've only lost when out of options," Pre smirked victoriously, priming his flamethrower, reaching up with his gauntlet and jabbing it straight at the bottom of Valen's mouth. With his smirk plastered firmly in place, a gout of flame erupted, encapsulating the woman's head and spreading into the air above. Several seconds, long, precious time passed, as the flame seared flesh and skin before Pre Vizsla's eyes, the blond man laughing slightly as he slowly stopped feeding fuel to the flamethrower. "As you see," Pre shouted out, turning to the group of Mandalorians flying and touching down around them. "I am." "They." Loser Gosoi bumps rushed down Pre's spine, freezing on the spot as a subtle chill rose over the environment. The light seemed to dim slightly, like something was missing from the environment, a dull sheet placed over everyone's eyes. And as Pre turned around, he stumbled and fell back, eyes widening as his arms became caked in mud. The Death Watch around took half a step back, the smell of burning flesh assaulted Pre's nose, eyes finally registering the woman who was still standing. With her eyelids burnt off, blackened skin peeling from her face. Valen slowly crouched down in front of the Mandalorian leader. Lipless teeth grating against each other. The hole that used to be her nose wheezed as she took in a breath of air. Her entire head had been stripped of hair, angry red blisters forming across the surface of her face. "Victory!" Her voice a hoarse whisper, and before everyone's eyes, skin erupted across her head. Rapidly snaking its way around her wounds, lips forming in seconds as eyelids regrew. Bo's eyes became wide with horror and intriguage, watching as long flowing brown hair cascaded down Valen's shoulders. "Is mine, Mandalorian." Her lips curled into a knowing and ultimately sinister smile. "Are we in agreement?" We are," Pre whispered just loud enough for Valen to hear, fumbling slightly as the dark saber flew into Valen's hand alongside her own saber. "Very good." Valen pet the weak full man on the head, rising and regarding the Death Watch with critical eyes. "Get your things. We're leaving," she barked out, snarling as the Mandalorians rushed to enact the orders of their new leader. "At your order, mistress." As adverse Bo was to this course of action, she cast a glance towards the still fallen Pre, her eyes falling slightly before she turned and flew away to gather her belongings. Across the galaxy, planets quaked as two rampaged across their surfaces, appearing before civilians before vanishing in bursts of energy, killing all witnesses. Crusts of planets were rendered unlivable as chunks of stone erupted into the skies, continents dropped onto oceans, and worldwide storms charred and scarred the surfaces of worlds. From the inner core to the outer rim, the two appeared, destroying cities as they exchanged blows and barbed words. Several planets were rendered barren and lifeless as the two burned their opponents away. Before a final burst of energy had them returning to ancient Sith space, a familiar planet charred by its sun's scorching heat. Burning sand churned violently as an explosion rippled through the scorched atmosphere. The two split apart, with Nox coming to a stop pretty much immediately after he exited the rippling purple fold of space. The Ngongal itself twisted, rolling across the ground, skidding across the scorched stone below before it slowly crawled to a stop. Purple eyes slowly rose to look up in the red star above, squinting, feeling the skin on his body begin to burn and peel under the barrage of the heat from the star. Back again. The pyramid behind where he had trained Kenya stood alone amidst the arid terrain of death and heat. Rippling waves, a mirage of heat distorted the atmosphere as Nox turned back to face the rising Ngongal. It gurgled and growled, hissing as pustules of black ooze began to burst forward and form across the creature's body. "I must thank you." Actually, Nox slowly removed his helmet, the mask fading away into nothingness as he regarded the creature with his glowing orbs. Thanks to your distraction, I have been able to set up various contingencies within my own empire to ensure certain aspects can't have their plans go forward. Blisters formed over his skin as the burning sun above bore down on him and Ngulngul with relentless fury. Yet his skin healed quicker than the sun could burn him away, glaring at the embodiment of death with dull eyes. Entropy stood across from him and it stared back. The black creature growled, the appearing pustules appearing over its body bubbling as it began to slowly lumber forward. For my gratitude in allowing me the chance to further secure my standing, I'll allow you this one chance. To walk away and wallow of your chosen home world of Mug Fallow. Nox smirked at the creature, planting its feet into the ground, growing and shifting, expanding itself as it grew more legs, eyes and mouths. I care not for your platitudes, it spoke in layered voices, doubling over themselves as the 13 eyes zeroed in on Nox's form. When we are done, your people will have the honor of being my first before I scour and devour what is rightfully mine. Ah, shame, Nox shrugged, before simply waving his hand at the creature. A shockwave followed by a force push that turned the very ground to dust erupted between Nox and the creature, rending everything and sending the creature flying, soaring head over heels into the distance. Then I'll destroy you now, he mocked, though in reality he simply wished to buy time for Scorpio to mobilize the fleet and find Mug Fallow. Only then would they truly be able to conquer the creature. Until they found its true source, he need to keep it distracted, keep it from realizing their true goal. Come creature, the mountain range in the distance had one of its peak blow apart under the rage of the Ngulngul, which leapt high into the air, a trail of dust and rock following its ascent, which Nox was able to follow with his gaze. His head lifting as he watched it reach an apex, before the thing released a thunder clap, breaking the sound barrier and dropping towards him with the force of a falling star. The sound it made was as eldritch as its form, as the black blur was upon him not a moment after it speared towards him. It's picking up speed. He dodged to the right as the thing smashed into the ground, a multitude of its arms reaching for him with their wide-open hands. 7 of the 13 arms of the thing were stopped by a casually erected force barrier, with Nox watching the creature focus its mass into its legs, the legs turning into new hands which were used to grab at the ground at their feet. If I can't reach you, I'll remove the ground your feet. The arms it had reaching into the ground burrowed deep into the crush of the planet, tensing and lulling upwards. Folding space around himself, Nox appeared kilometers away, watching either rapt interest as the ground and he distance erupted into the skies, boulders being thrown into the skies, obscuring the sun as rocks began to plummet down towards the ground. Some melted in the smoldering atmosphere, turning to falling blobs of lava that slammed into the ground. Yet Nox remained ultimately unfazed, keeping his force barrier erected with an afterthought. I'm not particularly keen on allowing even a drop for the Ngulngul to touch my being. Any attempt to wrestle my mortal coil from me will be met with swift and decisive retaliation. Nox blinked, a hand appearing through the ground, attempting to reach him despite his force barrier. You hide behind walls like a weakling. A mouth formed on the hand that had burst from the ground, mocking him whilst Nox scoffed. When you are strong to break through, then I'll worry about the opinions of one so lowly such as yourself. Nox waved his right hand, a buzz escaping his hand followed by another thunderclap. From his position all the way back to the pyramid in the far distance, the ground turned to motes of dust under a sweeping force push that burst from Nox's movement. As the dust settled, a now canyon had been formed, taking half of the pyramid with it. Down at the bottom the canyon spewed lava in fountains. Nox wasn't worried about the casual remaking of the environment, rather his eyes remained trained on the Ngulngul, half of its body simply missing, being wrenched from its form and thrown to the void. Kahaha hey the Ngulngul cackled, as it drew more of itself from across the galaxy, regrowing itself. If not, it grew bigger than before, faces beginning to appear. Your methods are intriguing. Nox studied the abilities the creature openly displayed, rubbing his chin in thought, eyes subtly dancing, ensuring the force barrier was well maintained. Good. Nox watched some of the still falling debris from the air pepper his force barrier. Hour passed much to the chagrin of the Ngulngul, as it raged, rushing Nox from all angles, attempting to supersede that annoying shield the man seemed to have at all times. No matter what it did, dropping from the sky with the force of a falling meteor did nothing but force him to bounce away from the shield. Attempting to find a weakness seemed to he useless. No matter what angle or direction it struck from, there seemed to not be any form of hole in the impregnable defense of the Emperor of Zakuul. "Face me with all you've got, you monkey," the Ngulngul raged, resorting to slinging burnt sand at Nox in its rage. "Very well then. I'll face you," the real you Nox growled, eyes lighting up with limitless immeasurable power. Purple wisps burst from his eyes, his hands rising until they stood aloft in front of his body. "See you on Mug Fallow." A ripple first appeared as a small black orb at the center of his cupped hands. "Auk!" The creature leapt at Nox, only for a blinding white light to rip from Nox's hands, illuminating everything in pure light. As Ngulngul reached Nox's position, the Emperor of Zakuul vanished, leaving nothing but the orb that glowed with the light of a star. The next moment, the Ngulngul perked up, looking across the galaxy towards his home world of Mug Fallow. No, the entity made to transport its consciousness, but found itself being assaulted by a heat so powerful the ash it became was burnt away into nothingness. Half of the planet was eaten away by an all-consuming orb of expanding white light, tearing away at the world and atmosphere around it until only an eclipse-shaped orb of the planet remained. Mug Fallow. Surrounding the world of black oceans, the entire Black Fleet of Zakuul encircled the world, with the subjugation being the closest to the world. Every ship had their weapons primed and ready to fire, a green haze flowing between the Eternal Fleet warships, ready to open fire upon the world with their main weapons at a single order. Scorpio stood on the bridge of the subjugation with Captain Tyrese, the two standing shoulder to shoulder. Tyrese looked at the world with untold hatred in her gaze. "So this is where that thing comes from." Scorpio looked at Tyrese with a clinical detachment, the grinding of teeth easily picked up by her audio processors. "Captain Tyrese, compose yourself," Scorpio ordered, squaring her shoulders as the vessel's human captain frowned but did what she was told nonetheless. "The Emperor has arrived," Scorpio announced, feeling the signal of her master's implants appear worldside. "So this is your home, huh?" The world quaked in outrage, a sort of groaning rising across the landscape as the oceans moved and seemed to converge on his direction. Bursting from the ground, a geyser of black fluid tried to encapsulate him in, the fear of the Ngulngul clear as day. Even so, Nox leapt into the sky, his ascent slowing after a few moments before he simply stopped, floating as he looked down at the ground below. "I'd advise against keeping up this charade," Nox expressed, watching as two massive tendrils of black fluid erupted from the ground, tearing through mountains as they rose into the atmosphere. "Your struggling is futile." Nox wove a barrier into existence around him, the purple shield forming just as the two gargantuan tendrils of black liquid smashed into him. "Pathetic, useless." A resonance burst from Nox's hands as he made an outward pushing motion, watching with stunted satisfaction as the black surrounding his barrier was eviscerated, sent scattering to the wind that burst forward, the tendrils falling back to the ground as the force controlling them retreated from Nox's repulse. Allowing himself to fall to the ground, Nox landed with a silent huff, a calm breath leaving his nostrils as he regarded the silent scenery around him. He knew the Ngulngul could hear him. Every meter of this planet had some ounce of the creature on its surface, from the giant underground oceans that made up its body, to tiny specks of it splattered on the fauna around him. "You just don't give up, do you?" Nox huffed in irritation, as much as he wished to simply rain fire down from the heavens on Mug Fallow. What he wanted the creature for simply wouldn't allow for him to do such a thing. "You're lucky you're worth more to me alive than dead." Nox's jaw jutted out as he clenched his jaw, veins popping in his forehead as his brow twitched. "Fine, let's do this your way." The purple barrier around Nox's began to shimmer before dispersing entirely in wisps of energy, carried away by the wind. "Your mistake," the Ngulngul cried out. The entire world shaking with its sky-shattering voice, as from beyond the horizon, a gargantuan wave of the substance approached, washing over every surface, crook and cranny, eating away at all the fauna that stood in its path. "Are we ready?" Nox asked, the trap set as he reached across the galaxy back to Zakul and Iokath. "Let's finish this, brother," Nox bellowed to the heavens, calling the cosmic force from the nether realm, as he latched onto the vast consciousness that inhabited the world, and forcefully dragged it kicking and screaming into his cortex of memory just as the wave of black viscous fluid washed over his body. Nether realm of the force. What? How? The Ngongol spoke out as it leered in all directions. An empty white void spanned eternity before its gaze. "Congratulations, you hit me!" All 13 eyes of the Ngongol turned to face the suddenly appearing humanoid, the two floating across from each other, yet neither made to move. "You're a rodent, you just won't die," the Ngongol growled in guttural tones, glaring harshly at Nox. "Where are we human?" "Well, I don't suppose you've ever heard of a cortex of memory, have you?" Nox asked, regarding the eldritch monster with curious eyes, silence reigning for several long moments. "I understand not the terms you preach," the creature growled, attempting to move, yet to its bafflement it found itself rooted to the spot. "Ah! I thought not, you don't seem like the kind of creature to ever encounter it." Nox shrugged, looking around. "Well, I'd say we're between this world and the next, a prison of your own making." Nox shrugged, looking around at the empty expanse before it. "He really doesn't like to do anything other than to consume, does he? His cortex of memory is blank, but now that he's here it should begin to manifest." Nox shrugged, turning back to the immobile and struggling entity before him. You think you can imprison me? You pathetic unimportant gnat. I'll smite you where you stand." The creature outstretched its hand, the surrounding environment shaking violently as a wave of energy simply passed over Nox's body. "Yes, I do, and until you have dominion here, you won't be able to harm me." Nox shrugged, taking a step towards the creature across the blank expanse. "Do keep in mind that when I leave you to yourself, your body is ripe for the pickings outside, so yes. I can kill you at any moment I want." Nox growled. Stepping closer, the creature's eyes widening in terror. "That's right. You can still be affected outside. But I do not particularly care for what you've done. You exist to be the end of all, the universe's final fleeting cry into the endless march of time that will one day call all back to the void." Nox stopped before the creature as it froze in complete contemplation. "Move not against me nor my empire," Nox hissed, lightning coiling around his index finger as he pointed it directly at the center of the entity's mass. "I don't expect you to escape for a very, very long time." The lightning flashed from crimson red to a pitch black. "But one day, in the far future, when you manage to gain control, and escape, I will know. And I will allow it, for when that moment comes, I will have use for you." The black lightning coiling around his finger lurched, leaping from his finger through the skin of the Ngongol and coiling around the center of its mass. "Do what I demand of you, and when the time comes, for the universe and all its subjects to fade into the silent whisper, I'll allow the consumption you so desperately crave. Stay here, escape your prison and wait, for if you move against me again, nothing shall remain, but memories fading into the wind." Nox stopped the black tether of lightning regarding the creature for a single moment longer. Rayakat attempted to leap at him, its many arms encircling his form, but by the time they wound around him, he was gone. Left with nothing but itself in the vast white emptiness around, the creature shook and rumbled. "Arg, I'll kill you. I'll devour all you know, you'll die by my hand." Curse after curse spewed from the creature's maw, an exercise in futility as it screamed into the void, and silence responded. The black sea of goo slowly bled away, as if the force behind its movement had suddenly been taken away, now flowing like free water as it bled into the crevasses in the ground, leaving a barren and bare land behind. Mug Fallow was silent, not noises, no movement. Even the movements of the sea had ceased entirely. Like time had frozen the world in its place. Slowly, but surely, the unrecognizable form of Nox slowly rose from a puddle of said goo. He had no skin, and most of the muscle fibers on his body had been melted away. He looked like a corpse, with several ribs showing through his stomach lining. And if one were to look closely enough, one would he able to see his organs through the little remaining muscle that remained on his body. "You almost got me." The skinless mouth of Nox twitched in deep mocking laughter, with the destroyed muscle fibers on his body rapidly regrowing. It took seconds for him to he coated in muscle, another 2 for the skin to regrow, half a second later for the micro hairs on his body to reform, and 3 more for the hair on his head to grow back to what it was. 10 seconds, good, but not good enough. Nox glared at his hand, clenching and unclenching the unmarred and fresh skin. Suspicious eyes danced away from his hand to the surrounding environment. "If it got free before I thought it would be now." Nox glanced around, feeling for any movement across the surface of the planet around him. The whistle of wind, the cracking of a boulder, the slosh of water. But no, nothing. Silence reigned forevermore across the world of entropy. Good. Nox folded space, evaporating from the surface of the world that very second, with the fleet overworld turning away towards an opening gate to their next target. Chiss space. 15 ships rose into the skies above the Chiss homeworld of Xilla. The ships weren't too large, simply repurchased Chiss military capital ships full of crew and diplomats covertly tasked with gaining the allegiance of the Republic against their oppressors. At command of the fleet admiral watched Xilla shrink through the viewport, squinting in calculation as the 15 ships he was escorting took formation at his side. "This mission is of the utmost importance. Our calculations indicate this is the only chance we will have for the foreseeable future." One of the 12 leaders of Xilla spoke directly to Keth. "The hopes and future of our people rest on your shoulders. By your leave." The leader's halo faded away the next moment, leaving Keth to ponder within the bridge of the vessel he was placed in control of. "Prepare for light speed," Reed announced as the ship left the planet's gravity well, various staff rushing throughout the vessels, the ships humming as their hyperdrives powered up. And with a lurch, the ships were sent hurtling into hyperspace, leaving the system not a moment later. Coruscant. Atoms smashed together, violently dorting and twisting, space rippling and stretching violently before being torn open at the will of the Zaquulan Emperor, space unfolding as Nox stepped out into the Kaldani spires. Ah! His back cracked, shoulders squaring as he felt for the Jedi and Sith on world. Perfect. He crossed the soft carpets of his office, slowly taking a seat in his chair as he turned on the hologram system implanted in his desk. "My lord." Scorpio bowed at the waist as Nox regarded one of his oldest followers. "The Black Fleet has mobilized and is en route to intercept the Chiss expansionary fleet. We expect to cut them off just beyond the BYSS system. I want them scared and broken. I expect good news by the end of the hour." Nox growled put dangerously, slamming his curled fist into the armrest of his chair, the droid inclining its head obediently. "And you will have your good news, my emperor," Scorpio replied, with Nox cutting the call a moment later, growling at the sheer audacity of the Chiss peoples. "They will burn for their insolence." Nox rose from his chair, shrugging off his robe, leaving nothing but his under wraps and pants. Walking by the knee-high desk sat at the center of his office. Nox pressed down on its center. Opening a cooled interior that rose with his favorite vanilla-flavored cyclone was currently cooled and ready for his consumption. Picking up the canister of highly poisonous serum, Nox undid the lid to the canister and took a drink of the beverage guaranteed to kill a human. The Ngungal is now nothing more than a non-factor for the foreseeable future. He walked over to the balcony railing and looked towards the Senate with a heated gaze. Sidious's plans are progressing regardless of any roadblocks placed in the way. A very cunning man indeed, Nox grumbled, silently complimenting the Sith for his ingenuity and ability to milk any situation to his fullest capability. It's only a matter of time before his visions come to fruition. 3 years at the very latest before the Republic is no more. I can wait for that. Nox chuckled to himself, turning back to face the Jedi Temple where Vass, Lucas, Kenya, and the Jedi currently were. Kenya should be indisposed for the next 32 hours, right when Vass will move in to heal her at Anakin's insistence, and the Jedi should come to fully put their faith in Vass Lucas. Me and my ablet lights, formerly recognizing me as a Jedi Master through ceremony, taking another drink of the cyclone concoction, feeling the concoction beginning to erode his insides with vicious efficiency, only to heal the damage the next moment whilst he allowed for the intoxicating effects of the drink to take effect. Ha, how does it feel? Apprentice fucker. I'm a Jedi Master before you, Nox mocked the hero of Typhon even in death, laughing to himself as he brought the canister of cyclone to his lips. Oh, how I can't wait to tear you from the comic force you to suffer eternity within me. Using you and your power to so destroy everything you ever held dear, the Republic, the Jedi, and I'll force you to watch, torture what remains of your consciousness in the eternal sleep that is the cosmic force. Nox cackled as he finished the cyclone. I'll use you as an experiment to bringing my son back. If I can tear you from the cosmic void, then I'll have no issue bringing my own back. Until that time, I think I might enjoy some nightlife. Nox tossed the canister, now devoid of all contents, walking to the balcony before simply stepping up and jumping off down onto the expanse below. We've been had Keth Mildra. Andre spoke solely as the fleet of Chiss Delegat Pri vessels was ripped out of hyperspace. The aged general closing his eyes in silent momentary grief as a gargantuan vessel stood stationary before them. The subjugation was flanked by over 1,000 Eternal Fleet warships, enough to blot out the stars, standing between the Chiss fleet and the hope of gaining the help of the Republic against the so-called Emperor of Zakul. What do we do? His second-in-command cried out as the bridge crew all stood up at the wall of now enemy vessels. Hails from their allied fleet vessels all rung through the bridge, but none were answered, as Keth lowered himself down into his commanding chair. He sat in complete and utter silence, interlacing his hands and leaning his head on his hands. The crew of the bridge turned to face their captain, the chimes of hails from the other ships still ringing throughout the chamber. Suddenly, his eyes gained an icy glint, the aged Chiss rising from the chair with a determined look. Send the order, all fleet vessels are to perform evasive maneuvers. Get them out of the system. You, Keth pointed at the flight controller, send US forward. Prime all weapons. Reroute all non-essential power to engines, shields and weapons. We're giving them a window. The crew rushed to do what was ordered, the comms officer immediately sending the fleet admiral's orders through to the other ships. Meanwhile the view of the fleet before shimmered momentarily, as the shields of the commanding ship overcharged. Forward, Keth roared in blatant defiance, the crew around all holding resigned but determined looks on their faces, masterfully relaying orders, crews and personnel through the ships rushing to gunner turrets. His ship broke formation, as the other fleet vessels began turning away. Silence returned once more as the fleet of the Emperor's hand remained unmoving before them, like a silent threat, a monolith. May the ancestors guide us, Keth whispered, and fear rushed down his spine as he spotted just why the Black Fleet hadn't opened fire upon them. They're charging their weapons, they have every ship targeted at the same time. Keth fought in fear, tracking the current orientation of the fleet trying to escape, with the orientation if the wall of warships before them. We must draw their attention. Fire everything we have. The ship's payload were launched as blue lasers leapt from within the shields and hurled across space towards the warships, aiming at the allied vessels. Everything they had slammed into the warships, bolts that had been able to turn entire settlements to dust. Every bolt they fired was in the kilotons of output. But even then their weapons did little more than pester the warships. Sure, the turret fire disrupted the shields, even destroyed one or two of the warships across from them, but the formation was so tight, so in sync that when the single warship they destroyed went out of commission, it was already replaced in its formation by an altering of the vessel's placements. Why aren't they opening fire? A Deccan asked, leaning on his console as he squinted at the massive gathered fleet across from them. Something's not right, Reed mumbled, walking to the wall-wide window and staring out at the space between them. Nothing seemed out of place. For a full minute he looked upon the fleet across from them. But the answer to their questions were found another 30 seconds later, as from behind the warship, 20 unrecognizable machines as large as a warship floated forward. Those are defense platforms. They're using us as a field test. Sure enough, the newly created Zakul defense platforms swiveled around, aligned themselves to face the Chiss fleet. https:/images.apgu.gl/picjara7kt76 Dauda 7, that is DS I am going with for the new defense platforms created on Io-Kath by Scorpio with several revolutionary technologies. Scorpio stood with the future Thrawn upon the bridge of the subjugation, Scorpio having summoned the Duchess so he could bear witness to the fruits of his efforts. "Excuse me, milady. Why don't you simply destroy them?" Thrawn asked, looking to Scorpio with curious eyes in an effort to define some of the machine's intentions. "Destroying them does nothing for us, instead I wishes to test some of our new weapons. I have spent several months creating these satellites, I would be remiss to miss the opportunity to test my advancements," Scorpio replied, the cylindrical satellites floating from the cargo holds of the subjugation, taking formation in front of the wall of warships. Coils heating, power transference at 80% efficiency, 90, 100% transference, weapons primed, ready to fire. Scorpio spoke aloud, eyes glancing over the fleet as she selected the vessels attempting to flee. Firing initial salvo. Reed watched, his breath torn from his body as 8 different beams of violet-colored plasma coagged with red lightning tore from the glowing electrified rails of the defense satellite. Like a railgun using magnetism to launch a projectile, the electrified rails served as a sort of launch system, used as a sling for the projectile to be guided forward and launched at their target. With the electricity coating the rails used to coat the projected beam, meant for one specific purpose. Reed followed the path of one of these beams, eyes widening as he watched the beam strike the bow of one of the fleeing vessels. It happened before everyone's gaze, breath stopping as the ship's shields offered absolutely no defense, being blown apart as the violet-colored beam punched a hole clean through the ship. One shot and they're just dead. The shields can't even rally any form of defense. What kind of weapons are these? 7 more explosions followed immediately after, completely obliterating the rest of the fleeing ships. "It's done then, may we watch over our children as our ancestors did us." His sentiments were followed by the crew, each one having witnessed the devastation wrought by the newly deployed satellites. And as the satellites turned to face them, swiveling through space as they used gyroscopes to realign and face their position, he watched, as the rails on the satellites became coated with lightning once again, as a violet beam began to emit from within a sort of resonating chamber with coils and emitters sparking violently. With a defiant growl, the satellite fired again, not 10 seconds after the last time it had done so, the violet beam coated in lightning clearing the kilometers between the fleet and defense platforms in the blink of an eye. A solemn whimper rose from the youngest of the bridge crew, and Keth cursed the traitor in their ranks. And knew nothing else. "I'd say that's a successful field test." Scorpio turned away and knelt before a holographic platform. "Milord, the Chiss defense fleet has been dealt with." The form of their emperor stood tall over the crew of the subjugation, looking up in them with pleased eyes. "Good, very good. Mithranuruado. I thank you for your trust in our people and our society, as a gift." Nox motioned to the viewport of the subjugation. "You will be promoted to Fleet Admiral of your people, and liaison between our civilizations. And when sanctions on your people are eventually lifted, I look forward to our close working relationship." "Of course, Your Majesty." Sanctions?" Mithranuruado asked, looking up at his lord. "Of course, with these retaliatory actions, I find myself amiss as what I should do. As much as I understand that it was the house leaders that retaliated against me, they need to understand that I will not allow such things to occur without punishment. As such, I'll allow you to make a choice." Nox regarded Thrawn with wide and impressionable eyes. "What will you choose?" "I can strike down the heads of house and leave your people unscathed, or I can blockade Xilla for a total of 4 years, and hopefully Xilla will be able to survive without leaving the planet until I lift my sanctions." Nox expressed his grievances, pushing the problem onto Mithranuruado. He would be the one to choose the fate of his people. And Thrawn didn't disappoint. Not 5 seconds passed before he already had his answer. "The people had nothing to do with this. It is the folly of our leaders that made them believe they could retaliate against your imposed will. This lies squarely on their shoulders." Mithranuruado expressed emotionlessly, resigning himself to having cut the heads from the houses. "I hope I've done the right thing," Mithranuruado thought, closing his eyes as Nox nodded and turned to face Scorpio. "Take them out," Nox growled as Scorpio nodded, several small gates being deployed from the orbital defense platforms as they leapt to the Xilla system. "Will you be attending the meeting of the Council, my lord?" Scorpio asked now that the defense platforms had left to take out the leaders of Xilla with a targeted attack. "Not in person. I'll be joining by holo." Nox turned away, leaving no more room to broker conversation as the holo cut. "Your ship is waiting." The dismissal was clear to Thrawn, who bid the droid well and left the bridge of the subjugation, being escorted through the bowels of the subjugation by a squad of sky troopers. "I can only hope it was Xilla." Dropping out of a single gate above Xilla, the 8 cylindrical orbital defense satellites flew away from each other, flying through space to take certain positions over the planet's atmosphere. They rotated in space, aiming their rail cannons down into the planet's surface, lightning already beginning to coil across the launch rails of the weapons. "Have we heard any word back from the fleet?" Rushar Tillamothriel asked. Sitting at the dinner table enjoying a meal in his palace, he looked up to his secretary, the attractive Chiss woman looking at the datapad in her hand with a troubled look. "Not yet, sir, we're still waiting for a report." She paused and looked at the datapad in thought. "Sir, it appears we've lost communication with the fleet." Rush's eyes widened, as the roof of his home exploded, a violet beam tearing through the icy crust of the planet, burrowing through the planet in one swoop before puncturing down through to the cities below the planet's surface. And with that once punch, the beam traveled down through to their targets. Screams of terror echoed throughout the capital city, as parents shielded their children, believing the end had come for them. People fled, holding their hands overhead as they dived for cover. As 8 identical beams descended through icy sheets high overhead, dropping from the heavens and slamming into the homes of the leaders of Xilla at the same time. The city shook as explosions tore the 8 houses apart, tearing the government body of Xilla apart in one savage strike. And just as quickly as it was done, the 8 orbital defense platforms above the world leapt away from the system as they opened their miniature hypergates, leaping back to the Black Fleet waiting for them over Zakuul. The next day, Zakuul. Over 20 people stood across from the Eternal Throne, with Knights of Zakuul lining either side of the walkway to the throne, the heads of spheres, each one leading a specific portion of the Zakuulan society. All overseen by his Emperor and the trusted Scorpio. Each of the individuals came to the Emperor's throne room with a specific purpose. Every 6 months the spheres of society would meet, to come before their Emperor to express their grievances and desires, what their sphere would need in order to continue upholding and pushing their empire to new heights. For over 10 minutes the group quietly whispered amongst themselves, but at the end of the 10th minute, they quietened down as the right hand if the Emperor appeared next to the throne via holo. And with her appearance, the heads of society knelt down, as another holo appeared on the throne. Their esteemed Emperor appearing with his regal white armor, black hair slicked back as he looked at them with a serious but approachable look. "Approach." His words came out slow, measured and quiet, but they carried the weight of his words. The group looked between each other, before a woman mustered up her courage, moving forward and coming to kneel before her Emperor. "My Majesty, it brings me great pleasure to see you in good health," Maggie Pride announced, looking up in the visage of her lord with eyes that took his entire frame into being. "Your words are appreciated, Maggie. What is it I can do for you today?" Nox asked, leaning forward and waiting for her to announce what they needed. She was the head of cultural knowledge, the one that oversaw the teaching curriculum, how long the children and teens would have to go to study and everything in between. She worked closely with Scorpio, the droid being the head of intelligence, and military offense and defense. Whilst she was squarely under the droid's command, the droid would often feed her data and knowledge as the droid oversaw the planet's logistics. She wasn't the only one, however. Many in this room were direct subordinates of Scorpio, given permission by the droid to ask their Emperor for his favor and blessing to do their undertakings. "Your Majesty, I request your permission to make use of personal implants to increase the intellectual capabilities of our children, which will benefit our people greatly in the coming generations. Imagine, A child capable of simply downloading and understanding every facet of our society. Our people history a moment away. A thought needed to bring up anything they would ever need to know. It would catapult the base standard of general intelligence through the roof and into new bounds, Maggie explained passionately. She knew that the required implants would most likely never be able to be implanted within an adult. Only a child and young adult younger than 25 could recover from any negative effects. The human brain's ability to rewrite parts of itself during its formative years would be the prime and most likely only viable time to introduce the implants into the minds of the people. A long reigning silence propagated for several long seconds, with Nox casting a subtle glances to Scorpio, a silent conversation carrying on between the two individuals. With the silence extending longer and longer, Maggie's smile slowly fled from her face, the unblinking eyes of Nox staring into the mid-distance. Swallowing slightly, Maggie's shoulders slumped, the chance for the bright future of their people fading before her eyes. And just before she could give up on the dream she had so valiantly driven herself mad to see come to fruition, Nox sat up. After coming to a conclusion with Lady Scorpio, we have come to the conclusion that your project does indeed have merit. Henceforth, you shall select one of our hospitals, and you will oversee a project tailored to seeing the viability of your project. Should your project capture acceptable results, your project shall have the green light. Nox expressed his agreement, the woman kneeling before him now having a stream of tears flowing down her face as she fell to her knees, bowing deeply to her lord. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you," she cried openly, the child in her womb squarely on her mind. "I'll do anything to ensure you have the brightest future possible," Maggie thought, her hand straying to her belly in thought. Nox raised an eyebrow at the stray thought the woman housed, a small smile coming to his face. "You may leave, inform Scorpio of what you desire." Maggie rose, bowing to her lord and rushing away from the throne room to begin the initial phases of the project. Next, Nox announced, another subordinate of Scorpio's walked forward, a man named Reed. Graying hair framed a strong face, a hooked nose with a right cybernetic eye. The man knelt down, refusing to look at his lord for a moment before speaking up. "My lord, as you are aware, only select peoples are allowed to populate Iocath, those studying select sciences and excelling in weapons design and defense engineering, those of our brightest minds are allowed on Iocath." The head of the sphere of culture spoke up, kneeling before the throne of the Eternal Empire. The hologram of Nox leaning back and listening to the man's words. "But our statistics indicate we are on the cusps of the burden of overpopulation. Our desire to remain contained on the world to ensure the prosperity of the world away from our influence has severely handicapped our potential ability to safely house such a populace," Reed Seharn announced, raising his head to look up at his lord. "What do you propose?" the hologram asked, leaning over slightly, his hand straying to his chin as he rested his head on the back of his knuckles. "Unless we are permitted to expand the city borders, we might request to send more of our populace to Iocath. We need space, a place to send our peoples, we need a new planet to populate," Reed explained, looking up at his emperor with a hopeful gaze. Nox thought over the man's words, eyes narrowing as he looked into the mid-distance and thought. If, and I say if, I was able to procure a new planet, one where the surface would be completely free to be used. "What are your estimates for overpopulation of this new world?" Nox asked, the hologram leaning on the chair armrest and listening. "With the exponential rise of our population, our birth rates have skyrocketed by 450% over the last 30 years. With our life expectancy, medical practices, and death rates, we're expected to rise from 8 billion, to approximately 13 billion civilians in just 10 to 15 years, Reed explained, drawing the attention of his emperor, who now had his imposing gaze focused solely on Reed. "That would indeed be a problem. And I'm not particularly inclined to stop our people from populating. You'll get your planet, do not worry, within the next month. Expect a new home for our people to be available." Nox bid Reed farewell, moving away and out of the throne room, with 15 people waiting for their chance to talk to their lord. "Scorpio, there's a device we can make use of to expedite the process finding a new world. It's located between Talus and Trillus, it's acting as a linchpin to keep the two planets from moving from their solar charts. I want you to find it. Study it, reverse engineer its properties and begin printing a version we can use to alter our system, Nox announced, turning from the droid whom was already deploying one of her proxies and a small contingent of warships to find and analyze the technology of Center Point Station, curiosity of this machine intriguing her. Next. Mug Fallow. Approaching the silent and unmoving oceans of Mug Fallow, a figure, tall and imposing, approached the oceans of the dead silent world. The figure, garbed in a pitch-black robe, stood on the beach, regarding the silent waters with unblinking eyes, as a respirator mask covered the lower half of the individual's face. It took me a lot of effort to find this place, only it dead, and useless, though. I may still find some small use for it. The individual knelt next to the waters, popping open a container with great care. The gnarled fingers of the individual remained hooked around the container, scooping up a small portion of the viscous water, making sure it didn't touch his skin. Sample acquired, we need to get it back before they notice. The robed man rushed back to the shuttle landed nearby, whisking away the sample, hoping with every fiber of his being that his actions hadn't been noticed by the blasted droid Scorpio or her emperor. One step closer, the individual grumbled through assisted breathing, hopping into the shuttle's pilot seat and ascending through the atmosphere of Mug Fallow. Making sure to avoid any Zaquilin patrols of the area before disappearing into hyperspace. Yavin 4. Ventress, garbed in nothing but simple rags scrounged up from an ancient temple, knelt within one of many said temples, the dark side rippling around her in all its impressive fury. Before her laid 3 useless trinkets, an urn from the temple of Exarchun, a simple rock from an unknown grotto absolutely drenched in the powers of the dark side. And the last was an untranslatable tablet from the tomb of a long-dead Sith Lord she knew not the identity of. My master. I have vanquished the trials you have laid before me. Ventress bowed deeply before a slowly forming apparition. And you return, bearing the scars if victorious battle, the blood of your foes marks you blemished and dirted skin. Marka Ragnos growled, floating before Vibyrus with an appraising eye and with the dark side strong within you. You are not the strongest I have bestowed my teachings upon, far from it, but your power is commendable nonetheless. Ventress allowed the obvious insult to fester within, yet she retained a calm facade on the outside as Ragnos sent a small knowing smile towards the Dathomirian. What must I do, master? I want power. I want knowledge, Ventress decreed, pleading to the Sith spirit, her heart open for the being to judge. You will continue to obey, you will be tested, forced into a weapon under my watch, and only then can you have a chance if fulfilling my wishes, Ragnos decreed, floating aimlessly around the woman with disinterest. What is it you wish of me, my master? Why take me under your wing to teach? Ventress asked, not for the first time, looking up in the spirit of Ragnos with intense eyes. I wish to curry favor, to present you as a potential apprentice to the Dark Lord of the Sith. Ragnos spoke honestly and without care for the feelings of Ventress. My lord, Darth Sidious would never. Ventress stopped as Ragnos scoffed and turned to her with beady and angry eyes. Do not disrespect the Sithari by comparing him to that child on Coruscant. Darth Sidious is nothing but an arrogant child throwing away our history, disrespecting and desecrating our great society. Ragnos raged, a teacher of lightning launching from his hand and striking Ventress, who screamed in pain momentarily. Do not disrespect the Sithari in my presence again. Wheezing, crumbled against the ground, Ventress slowly drew herself into her elbows, raising her head to look up in the spirit. Who is the Sithari? Ventress cried out, desperate to know the secrets held by the Sith before her. You've already met him once, and nearly died by simply being near him. He's the one who gave your old master his arm back. Ventress's eyes widened at the admission, falling back slightly as a sudden chill descended over the antechamber. Yes, the great ruler of the Sith, the entity who holds all the power in the galaxy. You met him, couldn't even stand in his presence and nearly died by simply being near him. You have embarrassed yourself dearly before the great other. You must work hard to draw his attention when you meet him next, for you will not be the only apprentice presented to him, Ragnos explained, as Ventress listened, tinnitus beginning to cause a ringing in her ears as she began. I remember they Cold embrace of that great dark thing's presence back before Dooku abandoned her. If you should fail, you will be given to him. Servant, slave, concubine, weapon. Your fate will ultimately be his to decide. Then I won't fail, Ventress ground out, rising from the ground with a hateful gaze, yellow flashing momentarily as she drew upon the dark side exclusively. You will try, and even if you succeed, it may not be enough. Now follow. I have much to teach you. Ragnose flew away, soon followed by the limping Ventress, determined to speak up anything it could gift her with. So lust. The battlefield was covered with smog. From the surface to the very edges of the atmosphere, the planet was blanketed in a thick layer of smog and ash. How long until we can expect reinforcements? C3, a battalion commando cried out as he took pot shots through the smoke towards the Sith forces, the only reason he knew they were in that direction being the standard red bolts illuminating the darkness that separated them. On either side of the battlefield, rivers of magma bubbled, causing the clones to sweat in their environmentally friendly armor, cold air being provided from packs on their backs to aid them. Momentarily, the smog cleared up to allow the clones a view of the volcanic planet. As far as the eye could see, rivers of lava spanned the horizon, volcanoes spewing ash and smoke into the skies. Behind the clones was their crashed Venator, its hangar control tower being totally destroyed, laying beside the bulk of its body. In the distance, floating in the sky, was the Sith frigate, laying down fire upon the Venator with focused fire whilst the clones took cover and hid in volcanic vents hidden nearby. Good thing those Seps can't get us in here, C3 grumbled, a barricade set up at the mouth of a vent as he watched a literal sea of droids approaching the wreckage of their ship. How's the general? C3 asked, turning to one of the commando units that had been on the ship. Jedi Master Bulk is still in critical condition. We're doing our best to stabilize him, but, at this rate, the commando replied, kneeling down on the makeshift barricade, other clones coming up beside them as they prepared to defend the position from the droids seeking them out. Yet, suddenly, and without warning, as the clones were about to be discovered by the droids, the Lucre Hulk in the air on the distance suddenly stopped firing upon the Venator. Instead it aimed upwards eye to the skies and appearing to be firing upon an unknown entity. The droids, turning away, looked up in curiosity as the Lucre Hulk lit up the skies with everything it had. To the shock of all, a single blue-colored bolt of unknown energy suddenly tore through the clouds, striking the Lucre Hulk and ripping it in half with that lone shot, sending both halves falling to the ground in a ground-shaking earthquake. What the hell was that? C3 whispered to his brother, just as a shadow passed over the ground as if the sun was setting somewhere in the distance. Soon after they identified the origin of the blue ship-ending bolt, as a gargantuan ship broke through the clouds, parting them around its awe-inspiring size. What the C3 yelled out as he looked at the hexagon-shaped vessel, its absolutely mind-breaking size causing his heart to hammer on his chest. Just the bow is larger than the Lucre Hulk, a clone in the back yelled out as the droid forces all aimed their weapons up and tried in a form of futility to shoot at the impressive ship's bow. The ship once more delivered a form of miracle before the eyes of the clones, as a resonating pulse burst from somewhere in the center mass of the ship above, a visible wave of energy washing over the droids one by one around the ship's circumference. And one by one, before the eyes of the clones, the droids shut down as the pulse ran over them, toppling the entire droid army in just 2 attacks. Fuck, C3 yelled out as the pulse 2 passed over them, their guns beginning to spark violently, causing burns to singe the hands of the clones through the exposed parts of their gauntlets. That was a fucking EMP, the electronic parts of our rifles are fucked, might still have use of the gas though, the commando explained, tossing his now useless pistol to the side. I think we're about to have contact, the commando announced as he pointed to the ship above, where over 10 shuttles appeared to be ferrying from hangars on the side of the ship's bulk, 2 splitting off any heading to the crashed Lucre Hulk whilst the others headed in their direction. Must be to get the Sep leader, the rest are for the organics. C3 gulped as the completely alien-looking shuttles flew across the field of defunct droids, heading straight for their position. They already know where we are? How? C3 cringed as the shuttles rotated in their air, descending at a fast pace as their bay doors opened. And much to the shock of the clones, what could only be described as an army of Mandalorians ferried out of the shuttle doors, their jetpacks activating as they fell to cushion the fall as they landed on their knees. As one they pulled out an odd-looking handle from their waist, an energy shield erupting from within to create a rectangle shield as large as they were tall, creating a wall of impenetrable shields to protect themselves. What drew C3's attention on the other hand was two individuals who stepped out of the last remaining shuttle, one a robed figure who simply plummeted to the ground, raw-dogging the impact as they landed with nothing but a huff on the dirt. The other an unmasked blonde man whom gracefully landed at her side. In silence the clones watched what they thought to be a Jedi walking towards the land of Mandalorians, the shield wall opening to allow her passage either the blonde man at her side. "We're so fucked," the commando at C3's side uttered, confusing C3 as he squinted to see if he could discern the woman's identity. And by the time he was able to discern her identity, it was already too late as she stood before the mouth of 5 volcanic vents, behind her an army of her Mandalorians, looking at their position with the confidence of the Reaper itself. "Congratulations! We bring peace on behalf of the Solustians," the obviously not Jedi cackled as she reached to her hip, pulling out and activating her saber as she pointed it towards the clones, the Mandalorians behind the woman pointing their blasters through the gaps in their shields directly at their position. "They've reached out to us for our assistance in leaving the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and they want the Sith and Republic to vacate their soil. I advise you surrender." Up above, the clones could see the current lining the bottom of the behemoth's hull swiveling and aiming directly at their position. "And we do, Senya," the woman smirked for some unknown reason as she turned to face the injured but very much awake Sora Bulk, who limped from within the center vent hole towards the Mandalorians. "Please, there does not need to be any further bloodshed this day." The woman, Senya, if they were to believe, showed her lip in silent agitation clear to all. Fine, ruin my fun." She waved her hand, turning off her saber. "You're just going to be relocated to the Solustian cities until your comrades come to pick you up. Don't try anything funny, otherwise they'll go down too." In the meantime she turned back to the Mandalorians. "Prepare for a defensive against counter-assault. That is if they manage to somehow get past the ship." Of course the ship above, unresponsive, slowly ascended back into space, taking a long vigil against what was no doubt going to be a sizable Sith fleet. "Surely you don't expect it to be able to stop the Sith offensive on your own," Bulk stated aghast at the woman's brocade. "Jedi, your entire Republic couldn't crack the hull of my ship if it was powered down, alone and unmanned in the vacuum of space." Valen sneered at the Jedi's doubt. "Now we'll wait here for the Solustians. If you have wounded, now is the time to bring them out." "How big is it?" Sora Bulk asked, looking at the hologram depiction of what was obviously the star of Coruscant. However, they did not know its name, nor where it came from. Everything they knew about it was simply that it was, as far as they knew, completely capable of tearing through the impressive armament of a Lucrehulk with a single shot. And b. that it was under the control of the monster known publicly as Senya Tyrell. 10,700 meters from its bow to its stern. C3 uttered with a whisper, bringing up a hologram of their Venator to compare it to the size of the star of Coruscant. "Unbelievable, it's 10 times the size of anything we've got," Bulk gulped, judging the massive 12 specialized turrets lining its sides, 6 on top and 6 on the bottom. He judged them to be as large as a command bridge of one of their Venators. Jarida Manator Senate Anton Anin Montana A. Solustan waved its hand in front of Bulk, drawing the man's attention as the Solustan applied ointment to a wound in his side. "You think they can understand us?" a clone whispered in another bed nearby. The group of injured Republic members sat in a sort of underground medical bay, within the capital city of Solust. "Of course they can. We're speaking basic. Quieten down, you'll offend them," another spoke in a harsh whisper whilst the first clone winced, not wanting to come off as some kind of xenophobe. The clone shut his mouth, simply accepting the attention from the Solustians who were attending then in the med bay. "Right, sorry." Bulk ignored the clones in favor of looking at C3 sat on the end of the med bed, a hologram of the star of Coruscant showing its current orientation over Solust. "You think they can do it?" Bulk asked of his second in command, leaning back into the bed, groaning slightly as the pain in his side flared for a small moment. Contend avant the Sith fleet that no doubt on the way I mean. C3 rubbed his chin, helmet resting on his leg as he sat on a pulled-up chair to his Jedi commander's bed. If whatever weapon they used to destroy the Lucrehulk is able to be fired more than once in rapid succession, then I don't know. They seem mighty confident in their ability to defend themselves. Unless we actually see it action, I doubt I'd be able to make an accurate assessment of just what they are capable of. It seems we're in agreement then, though we'll have to wait for our reinforcements to arrive. Hopefully we can survive the Separatists until they arrive to get us. Bulk slumped, and a warning through the Force alerted him mere moments before a siren started to blare through the medical bay. It seems we won't be waiting long for the Separatists' response, C3 grumbled, the live holo display showing no less than 7 Separatists ships jumping into the system, with 4 more arriving in quick succession after. Whose flagship is that? Bulk asked. Leaning in and staring at the Separatists' lead vessel, the dark side emanating from within the bridge of the vessel. Dooku's new apprentice, I believe. Sora looked at the lead vessel with a squinting gaze. There have been rumors on the warfront about a new dark side taking to the battlefield under Dooku's command. Rumors are it's an Ishani male, we don't know much about them, but I've heard they're a problem, formidable on the battlefield, eager to prove themselves. Bulk frowned, running his fingers along his chin in thought. Our chances of victory. One of the clone commandos approached, staring at the approaching fleet of vessels with calculating and critical eyes behind his helmet. Depends. I have confidence on the abilities of that woman. From what we've seen we can at least rely on her to take them on in her own self-interest. Bulk explained, thoughts running through his head. Our chances are low. When they get past that ship, we're going to have to hold out as long as possible. What's the ID on that ship? Dartrika asked, sitting at the command of the Relinquisher. His pale blue eyes staring straight at the star of Coruscant as he lead the Separatist fleet. Sir, it appears our sensors can't pick up anything, AB1 announced, turning from the console to face the fleet commander. Try again. Something that large has to give off some kind of signature, Dartrika thought, leaning back as he folded his chin. Still nothing, sir. What are your orders? The same B1 asked, waiting in silence for a few seconds. Spread wide. We'll come at it from all sides. Deploy our fighters first, force its attention on them and our bombers, allow us to move in the meantime, Dartrika ordered, and with his piece said, a literal horde of vulture droids flew by the viewport, flying Emaxes like an angry metal cloud towards the star of Coruscant. Devoid of any Mandalorian forces, the bridge of the Star of Coruscant was a no-go zone for anyone that wasn't from Zakul, with Valen standing on the bridge alongside a Scorpio proxy, the head of the Empire's military standing alongside the Emperor's mistress. They're coming. Are you ready to put on a show? Scorpio asked, Valen smirking in response, giving a small nod. Leave nothing but dust, Valen cooed, the droid nodding as she took control of all the ship's faculties. Of course, High Justice. The metallic cloud of vulture droids was now halfway to the Star of Coruscant, a targeting display lighting up as the Star of Coruscant picked up and showed over 200 vulture droids coming straight at them. Will our shields hold? Valen asked as the closest of the vulture droids began to shoot their useless weapons at the dreadnought. There's no need to worry, they are bugs to be squashed at our leisure. The red bolts of the droids struck the shields of their ship, being harmlessly absorbed and vanishing as if they were never there. The droids, upon reaching the Star of Coruscant, swerved around the ship, some however struck its shields, explosions covering its surface for a moment. Shields holding at 99%, recharged to full capacity, Scorpio announced as the swarm began to attempt to circle the ship, firing indiscriminately around the ship to test for a weak spot in its defenses. Coils heating. Charges being deployed. The ship took on a harsh hue of blue, the intensity starting at a pale light before growing intensity as the shields became a visible phenomenon to everyone who could see it. Pulse 1 deploying. As Scorpio announced her words, the shields of the vessel shook, thrumming violently as a dome expanded from the ship in all directions, washing over the vulture droids, which sparked violently, some having their munitions explode destroying the droids, others simply powering off to float uselessly in space. How many remain functional? Valen asked, wishing to test her new ship's capabilities further. None. Scorpio confirmed, the EMP shockwave fading away shortly before reaching the Cis fleet. Very good. Dartrika rose from his seat in outrage as the entire roster of droids went offline at once, their signals simply turning off, showing them to he completely shut down by the weapon deployed by that cursed vessel. Move forward, surely a weapon of that magnitude has considerable recharge time. Dartrika hissed, the munificent he controlled urging forward alongside the other ships. Focus all firepower on that ship's bridge, bring that thing's shields down. Dartrika roared, the fleet immediately opening fire afterwards, their forward-facing turrets launching everything they had directly at the dreadnought's bridge. The acolytes' teeth ground together as the ship simply ate everything they slung at it, the shields glowing brightly in the face of their assault. B1 3389, B1 2318, peel off, commence broadside of energy vessel, the rest, draw its attention. The affirmations that followed allowed Dartrika to breath a deep whiff of air, nostrils flaring, squinting as the ship had yet to fire upon them in turn. What are you waiting for? Distance, 2 kilometers, in range of all munitions. Your orders, High Justice? Scorpio asked. Every weapon capable of being aimed at the fleet's ships were currently tracking the enemies, the droid controlling every single weapon at the same time without issue. Valen glared, brows knitting as yellow irises narrowed. Scan for organics, Valen ordered, a shim responding as a display showed the organic life on the vessels. 3 signatures, all on the central frigate. It seems to be a fully automated fleet, Scorpio announced, disdain easily heard even through her synthetic voice. These lesser beings are an insult to mechanical life. I want to fight the commander of their army, I want their ship to crash on Solust. If they survive, I'll destroy them myself, if not, then they were obviously too weak anyway, Valen ordered, her harsh voice crashing throughout the bridge as Scorpio moved to enact her demands. Target parameters set, tracing, weapons primed. Rerouting power assignment. Firing lancers swiveling, the 8 forward-facing turrets turned and faced each individual ship of the fleet, a violet glow lighting up within the barrels of the turrets. Fire, Valen spoke, the ship shaking slightly as 32 beams of energy speared across the vacuum of space, slamming into the bow of the nearest munificent class ships, shearing through the hulls of the vessels, reading entire sections of the ships unstable as explosions tore chunks from the ships. Fire again. The power consumption remained in acceptable ranges as the weapons adjusted themselves slightly, following the weak spots of the nearest munificent class ships. Fire. Dartrika stumbled, watching with wide eyes as another lance of light tore through the hull of the ship in front of his command vessel, splitting the munificent completely in half as droids were sucked into space by a vacuum. His command ship blared with sirens as a stray lance of light, having cut clean through the ships in front of his own, struck the plating next to their forward-facing cannon. Damage report, Dartrika yelled out, the droids in the bridge stumbling back to their stations. 4 of our ships have been destroyed, 3 have sustained heavy damage. The B-1 standing in front of a display showing the status of the other munificent class ships. Sir, our main cannon has suffered irreparable damage, we've been breached, currently locking down damaged sections. Dartrika looked at the lone vessel through the fireballs of the destroyed frigates, their wreckages now floating away uselessly like a heap of scrap. We need to get out of here. Dartrika turned to the navigator now. Sir, we are unable to do so, our hyperdrive is unable to jump under these circumstances, the navigator droid stated matter-of-factly. What do you mean? The Ascension growled, stomping over to the droid. An interdictor field had been deployed by the enemy vessel, we will be unable to escape the system until said field has been rendered neutralized. Dartrika roared, activating his lightsaber and chopping the droid's head from its body. Get us out of range of that ship now. Slingshot Arpun, the planet, the flagship, under his command, began to turn away from the vessel, the other munificent class frigates surging forward in an act of self-sacrifice to take on the dreadnought across from them. Watching the lone command ship break formation behind the wall of frigates, Scorpio and Wayland looked on with smug gazes. Target fleeing at 55 mglt, Scorpio announced, adjusting the aim of one of their cannons to follow the trajectory of the fleeing vessel. Your orders, mistress. Take it down. Make sure the bridge remains intact, Valen smugly stated, a wall of explosions still occurring as the Star of Coruscant still battled the small fleet of Munificent-class frigates. At once. Sir, we're being targeted, a B-1 announced as they spotted one of the turrets on the side of the behemoth aiming directly for their midsection. Evasive maneuvers. It was too late, however, as 4 lances of light near instantly struck the midsection of the ship shaking violently as it was sawn in half in one shot. We're going down. We're caught in the planet's gravity well, we've been breached. Dartrika ignored the droid's rambling, gripping the side of his chair, watching half the skin of the ship simply go black as half of his Munificent-class frigate ceased to exist. Control our fall, prepare my ship, Dartrika growled, only to be stopped by one of the droids. Sir, your personal ship was destroyed in the latest attack we suffered, the B-1 announced, giving Dartrika pause. Any other vessels, he asked through pursed lips. Taken out in the same attack, the droid assured his commander, the Sht cursing under his breath. It was a pinpoint attack designed to keep us from escaping, Dartrika realized with alarm, noting that only 2 other Munificent-class frigates remained out of the 10 that had been brought to assault Solust. Sir, we'll be entering the atmosphere within 20 seconds, the Drupid in control of piloting what remained of his ship announced. Open drag flaps. Level US out and prepare for an emergency landing, finishing Hus orders. The viewport became alight with flashes of flame, as they began re-entry. We're banking right. Close starboard flaps, then reopen when we level out, Dartrika yelled out as the ship began to bank to the left. Reverse IT. As the last 2 of THR-11 Munificent frigates were turned to shrapnel in space, Valen turned her gaze to watching the front half of Dartrika's ship falling to the surface of Solust. Bring us down over the impact zone, prepare to disembark, Valen growled, turning away from the bridge and beginning to march towards the bridge elevator. Brace, Dartrika yelled out, clamping down onto the nearest console as a mountain range appeared through the clouds. Sora stood tall, breathing mask over his face as the toxic atmosphere around him and his clones pricked at his exposed skin. Over there, a clone yelled out as the surviving half of Dartrika's Munificent broke the clouds, slamming into the tip of the mountain in the distance, blowing chunks off the mountain top, the wreckage continuing onwards until it collided with a dried-up lake bed in the distance, plumes of smoke and acidic clouds being churned up whilst the ground below shook. Status on the Cis fleet, Sora asked, turning to C3 who was flicking through a data pad with rapt attention. All 11 Cis vessels have been rendered inoperable. The Mandaloran ship is currently approaching the wreckage. Should be breaking through the clouds. C3 looked up as the Star of Coruscant broke through the clouds less than 2 minutes after the wreckage slammed into the ground. Now, multiple shuttles flew from the massive ship in the distance, heading towards the wreckage as Sora saw a glow of fire on the horizon. Let's go! Sora ordered, heading for where some speeders were parked with his clones following closely by. Sparks roused Dartrika from his unconscious state, wincing slightly as he groaned awake. Status report, Dartrika growled out, only to be met with silence and occasional hisses from sparking wires. Opening his eyes, he saw the crumbled wreckages of the droids having been torn apart during the impact. Fuck, he pulled himself to his feet. Moving across the bridge of the Munificent towards the broken-down elevator. Looking down, he noticed the elevator was completely out of commission. Let's get out of here, he mumbled to himself, choosing to slowly limb down the elevator shaft towards the med bay somewhere down the ship. Target located. Valen listened as the shuttle she and Pre flew towards the Munificent wreckage, a blip appearing on a holo showing the only surviving organic signature currently moving through the ship. What's he doing? Probably getting an oxygen mask to survive the atmosphere, Bo shrugged, eyeing Valen out of the corner of her eye. Speaking of. Bo looked at Valen not wearing any protection from the poisonous atmosphere outside, yet the High Justice simply scoffed. You're funny, I'm not as squishy as you weaker things, Valen laughed out, causing Bo to cringe at the woman's crass and generally rude demeanor. Approaching the LZ, the pilot yelled out through comms, the bay doors opening as a harsh wind began to permeate the hold. Valen sighed after taking in a deep breath of the toxic fumes in the air. Sit us down beside the wreckage, we'll wait for our target to meet us there, Valen ordered, the shuttle she was in aligning its orientation to where she pointed. Of course. Valen stared ahead, the gathered Mandalorian forces looking at her in curiosity as she seemed to completely ignore the dangerous air around them. Where is he? Her tone irritated, high-pitched voice grating out of her mouth. Walking through the second floor, right there. A scout pointed towards a part of the hull with his finger. I'm done waiting, Valen sneered, her impatience clear as she reached her hand forward towards the hull. A groan of steel echoed throughout the area, as Valen made a twisting motion of her hands. The Mandalorians watched in silent awe as the entire port-side hull shifted and crumbled in on itself. I hope you've got your mask on, Valen cried out as she reached both her hands forward, making a pulling gesture with her arms. The hull cracked like an egg, tearing the walls of the vessel apart with a shrill, loud crying of metal before the torn pieces of hull were thrown away, flying off the mountainside and down towards a lake in the far distance. Found you, Valen smiled condescendingly, forcing the S&T from the vessel with a mere pull of her hand. Dragged against his will, Dartrika ignited his saber and threw it straight at Valen. A snap hiss caused the Death Watch to create some space, as Valen bat the thrown red saber into the dirt at her side, with the S&T landing with a soft crouch on the ground. What took you so long? I've been waiting. Valen pinned the masked S&T with a glare, pointing her saber at the ground as it carved a hole into the dirt. So rude. Who are you, woman? Dartrika glared at the ring of Death Watch as they moved around, pointing their weapons at the Separatist general. Senya Tyrell, leader of the Death Watch. Don't, Valen growled, drawing Dartrika's attention back to her. Worry about them, for fuck's sake, focus on me, we're going to fight. I'm bored. The S&T pulled his saber into his grip through the force. Red reigniting as he stood across from Valen, still gauging the Death Watch from the corner of his eyes. What did I just say? Valen thrust her open palm at Dartrika, the man's eyes widening at the shrill cry of the force, launching himself to the side as the world quaked. He and the Death Watch watched the looming ship be impacted by the force push. As if struck by a massive force, the ship groaned, denting massively as the push struck its side before sliding across the ground, pieces breaking off as the ship rolled away. The ground quaked as the massive bulk of the ship slid to a stop over 400 meters away. And with that force push, Valen could feel the building fear from her newly acquired soldiers, the terror they fed the force an intoxicating beverage to her as she almost sniffed the air. Good. Valen cooed, smiling slightly as she took a tentative, intimidating step towards the now fearful Dartrika. Let's go. She leapt forward, the S&T's eyes widening in terror as she swept her arm up, bringing it crashing down upon the S&T with all the force she could. She landed with skidding steps, the man dodging back, adjusting his stance to redirect the vicious blow that hammered down upon him. Come on, she thrust with a mad cackle at his chest, attempting to run him through. The difference in strength was clear to all, with each strike the man's legs wavered, every swipe she made forcefully made the man step away or out of range. Should he have to actually block the attack, he feared the saber in his hand being torn from his grip. Pre and Bo stood at the side, slowly circling the rampaging woman who had the obviously inexperienced acolyte on the defensive. What a monster! Pre gauged the woman's movements, always stalking, always watching. Even as Valen swept across the ground, hammering down on the soon-to-be exhausted acolyte with as much strength as she could muster. She leaves herself open, barely defending herself. She'd rather take an attack head-on than attempt to mount some kind of defense. And from what we've seen, she has the ability to scave off such attacks that land on her person. Pre squinted as the acolyte leapt out of the way of a saber lock, locking as Valen's blade crashed down into the ground where he had previously been. Her Jedi powers are formidable. Unless we muster all our forces and attack her in her sleep, or attack her with such unstoppable force she couldn't offer any resistance, all as one. He gauged the Death Watch members with a critical eye, but some have already truly sworn their allegiance to this woman. We'll have to go for some more underhanded tactics. Finally, the acolyte fell to the ground as Valen severed his left hand from his body, the acolyte crying "Are in pain and fear." "You are so dull," Valen drawled, waving her hands at the acolytes in disinterest. "Make this a prettier canvas, will you?" At her orders, the Death Watch raised their weapons, aiming them at the disarmed acolyte, whom fumbled his grip with one hand, holding the stump of his left hand against his stomach. Fire! 20 minutes later, Sora and the clones arrived at the wreckage of the Munificent, speeders slowing to a halt as they saw the Death Watch scouring the wreckage, whilst 7 or so stood around in a circle with the vicious woman leaning on the hull of the shuttle they had taken to the crashed ship. Looking over, the clones and Jedi became alert as the Death Watch watched them with silent gazes, the guards following them, escorting them with hostile gazes. "There you are, we've been waiting." Valen smiled and approached, with Sora watching. The woman outstretched her hand, dragging something across the ground with the force. "We've received word that our reinforcements will arrive to pick us up within the next 3 hours," Sora announced. Informing the group of Mandalorians in an effort to space the Republic forces from being taken down by the behemoth looming above the skies. "We'll be leaving presently when they arrive." Stopping in front of the Death Watch leader, Sora squinted